Chapter 401 Get Out. As Master Shi arrived with a large group of people, the security team outside the Bai family hotel also felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. They certainly didn't believe anyone would dare to cause trouble at this critical moment. After all, today wasn't just the Bai family's birthday party, but also a gathering place for many celebrities and wealthy people from the eastern province. Making trouble here, they had to be crazy. However, the security team still did not dare to let their guard down. There were too many people coming and the scene was too grand. They looked very aggressive and they did not look like good people. Everyone, the hotel is closed to the public today. If you want to make a purchase, please go elsewhere. The team leader brought a dozen of his men to the front of Mr. Shi and Mr. Qianwu, testing them in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. Just as Mr. Qianwu was about to speak, Mr. Shi waved his hand and said calmly, "Why, such a large hotel? They booked it out instantly. The Bai family's prestige is truly extraordinary. However, isn't Mr. Bai's 80th birthday being held here? I'm here to celebrate Mr. Bai's birthday. Are you stopping me?" Although Mr. Shi's attitude was not very good, his words that he was here to wish Mr. Bai a happy birthday made the security team feel a lot more relaxed. "So it's a birthday celebration. Excuse me, do you have an invitation? Also, we brought too many people. I am afraid they can't go and they can only wait outside. I hope you understand. Of course, you can rest assured that your men will be properly arranged, with food, drink, and rest areas all prepared." There is nothing wrong with what he said. The Bai family has done a very good job in this regard and has taken care of everything. The drivers, bodyguards and others brought by the many bigwigs who came to celebrate the birthday were all arranged in other banquet halls and cafeterias of the hotel. The buffet was sufficient and of high standard. The Bai family could still afford this amount of money, and it was also a matter of face. The others didn't care about this. After all, they came to celebrate the birthday and it was impossible for them to bring all their subordinates with them. If that were the case, not only would the current banquet hall not be able to accommodate them, even if it were twice as big, it would not be enough. However, Shi Shaolai's birthday celebration was fake, but he was really causing trouble. Therefore, he really did not care about the rules of the Bai family. However, it was actually inappropriate to make a fuss like this. After all, although he was sure to win, he still wanted to be more foolproof. At least, if Mr. Bai was willing to support him, then he could save a lot of effort. If we offend everyone at this time, Mr. Bai's birthday party will be ruined, and many things will become unpleasant. Therefore, Master Shi only glanced at the guard and smiled faintly. "Okay, sorry, I brought a bit too many people, but these people are also what the old man needs. You will know later. Of course, there is an invitation letter. Fifth young master, show him the invitation letter." Upon hearing this, Mr. Qianwu immediately took out the invitation letter and handed it to the guard. After receiving confirmation, the guard smiled and nodded, saying, "Thank you both for your cooperation. Please come in." At this time, Master Qianwu looked at Master Shi and said, "Master Shi, do you really not need to bring them in? Even if you bring a few of them first, they can still protect your safety." Shi Shao shook his head and said, "No need. They are here anyway. When we need them, we can give the order at any time and they will be there in a few seconds." The birthday party seems to have already started. Let's go over there. Given the proper respect and the proper substance, it's up to Mr. Bai to decide what he wants. After saying that, Master Shi and Master Chen will walk towards the banquet hall. Except for some of his men who stayed outside for guard, the rest also entered the hotel. However, they did not follow the guard's instructions to go somewhere else to eat and rest. Instead, they stayed in the hotel lobby, as if waiting for orders at any time. Although the guards felt something was wrong about this, after reporting it, they were told not to pay any attention to it. This was no longer something they were concerned about. Standing outside the banquet hall, Shi Shao looked at Master Qianwu and said with a smile, "We can't be sneaky when we make our appearance. That would be too unbecoming of our status, and it would also be too low-key. Indeed, if they wanted to keep a low profile at this time, they could just open the door of the banquet hall and sneak in, and no one would notice them." However, this was not the situation that young Master Shi and Master Qianwu wanted. When they appear on stage, everyone's attention should be on them. Young Master Qianwu smiled and said, "Don't worry, Master Shi, everything is ready. As soon as we enter the door, the lighting technician will shine the light on you, and everyone will see you arrive immediately." Bribing people is not a big deal for Shi Shao and Qianwu Gongzi. What's more, their means of bribery include not only money but also threats. No matter how much some people fear the strength of the Bai family, they dare not ignore the threat that is right in front of them. What's more, it's just a light, not a threat to their lives. It seems self-evident what to choose. Shi Shao then patted Master Qianwu on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Not bad, you noticed even such small details. Okay, very good, then let's get started. After saying that, the etiquette lady directly opened the door of the banquet hall. At this moment, the auction was still being held in the banquet hall. However, the lights were turned to the door of the banquet hall, and everyone looked towards the lights. Just then, they saw Master Shi and Master Qianwu. Shi Xiao was not polite at all and laughed out loud with full energy. Ha 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 ha, Mr. Bai, I'm here to wish you a happy birthday, but it looks like I'm a little late. Shi Xiao laughed and spoke, his eyes full of arrogance. Not many people know young Master Shi. After all, this is East Province, and young Master Shi seldom comes here. However, there are still many people who know young Master Qianwu. However, no matter how you look at it today, young Master Qianwu looks like young Master Shi's follower, which makes people have to consider young Master Shi's identity. Among those who knew Shi Xiao, everyone had different thoughts when they saw Shi Xiao coming. Yi Tianqi, the Bai family and others all showed meaningful expressions. They thought that this person would not come. It would be boring if he didn't come after waiting for a long time. Lin Xingyue's face was filled with excitement, as if all the grievances and depression she had suffered today could be swept away immediately and completely vented out. At this moment, Lin Xingyue couldn't help but stand up and rush to Shi Xiao's side to let everyone know that she, Lin Xingyue, was Shi Xiao's person. Anyone who dares to disrespect her will regret it. And at this moment, a voice that was extremely cold reached everyone's ears. Sure, who asked you to come? Wasn't it enough that I scolded you at the Bai family before? Get out of here. 402, Chapter 402, really good. The person who spoke was Bai Yilong. At this moment, Bai Yilong glared at Shi Xiao, his eyes filled with indifference and anger. Everyone felt the unwelcome and even disgusted mood. And it was precisely because of Bai Yilong's mood that everyone present felt a little unbelievable. After all, today was Mr. Bai's birthday party, and everyone who could appear here was here to celebrate Mr. Bai's birthday. Even if Bai Yilong had any dissatisfaction or unhappiness, he shouldn't have exploded like this at this time, especially since he is now the head of the Bai family. And after Shi Xiao and Qianwu Gongzi came in, they directly pointed out that they were here to celebrate old Master Bai's birthday. Based on this point, if there were any grudges, they should have discussed them in private, instead of doing this in public, angrily scolding the newcomers in front of everyone, without giving them any face at all. This makes people wonder how deep the hatred is, otherwise it would not be like this. Both Master Shi and Master Qianwu looked unhappy. After all, although they knew that Bai Yilong would definitely not welcome them, it was still a bit unexpected for them to have such a direct falling out. But it doesn't matter, since the white fish dragon doesn't care, they have nothing to care about either. Moreover, for Shi Xiao, this is better, as it allows everyone, especially old man Bai, to see clearly how unruly and arrogant Bai Yilong is. Young Master Shi came here to celebrate the birthday, but he was treated like this. Does this Bai Yilong still have old Master Bai in his eyes? Young Master Shi stood where he was, spreading his hands and smiling faintly. Master Bai, no matter what misunderstandings we have, at least now, I'm here to celebrate old Master Bai's birthday. After all, I'm a guest, right? Is this how the Bai family treats guests? Or, now that you, Bai Yilong, have dealt with all your closest relatives, you become so arrogant that you don't even want to pretend anymore? I don't mind, but today is Mr. Bai's birthday. If you act like this in front of him, where will Mr. Bai's reputation be? I know you have the upper hand now, you control the entire Bai family. Even Mr. Bai can't punish you, but listen to my advice, keep a low profile and respect Mr. Bai. After all, if Mr. Bai gets upset, all he needs is a word from him, and your position as the head of the Bai family will be in jeopardy. Don't forget, many people give the so-called face to the Bai family, but in fact, they are giving face to Mr. Bai. For example, I'm like this now. If you, Bai Yilong, don't give me face, it's okay, I can let it go for Mr. Bai's sake, but if you don't even give Mr. Bai face, then why should I give you face? Even if I give you face, you dare to insult me like this, my family and the forces behind me will not let you go for the sake of face. Bai Yilong, you can be arrogant, but please understand your position. Do you have the qualifications to be so arrogant? What Shi Xiao said seemed to make sense and logical. After he finished speaking, he looked at Bai Yilong with a sneer, as if he didn't care at all what Bai Yilong thought, let alone being afraid. The white fish dragon seemed to be irritated and said in a cold voice, I didn't expect that Master Shi is such a sharp-tongued person. It seems that his tongue skills are really good. Your master likes your sharp tongue, so he let you out? When these words were spoken, everyone was speechless, and many people couldn't help but reveal a meaningful smile. Humiliation. If this is not humiliating, then nothing is humiliating. Even though Sher Shao was originally confident of victory and felt that he was teasing Bai Yulong, at this moment, he was furious and wanted to skin Bai Yulong alive. This sentence is too vicious, so vicious, it is extremely vicious. Especially, he said it in front of so many people today with so many people present. Others might remember who young Master Shi is. Soon many people might know that young Master Shi is not to be messed with and is already the uncrowned king of East Province, but, so what? Just this one sentence was so destructive that it completely destroyed Sher Shao's reputation and made him a laughingstock. Sher Shao is good at talking. He can even imagine how many people will use this sentence to laugh at him in the future. Even worse, Yi Shao might even stay away from him because of this sentence. Even though everyone knows that these words are false and slanderous, people's words are still scary. This is a murder that breaks one's heart, Bai Yulong, this is a murder that breaks one's heart. Sher Shao's eyes were red and he was about to burst into flames. His body was shaking uncontrollably with anger. He almost ordered his men to rush in and cut the white fish dragon into pieces. However, at this time, Sher Shao knew very well that he could not do this, otherwise, things would not go as smoothly as he expected. After all, this is the Bai family hotel. He doesn't understand what Huasha means, and he is also not very clear about Mr. Bai's thoughts. Moreover, the most important point is that he has not seen Boss Leopard and Mr. Zhou yet. Only after they come, his advantage will be maximized. So, at this moment, he still had to endure it, but he couldn't endure it forever. He had to tell everyone that he, Sher Shao, was a man with a temper and not someone who could be laughed at by anyone. White fish dragon, you are so outrageous. Humiliating me is fine, but you actually dared to humiliate Master Shao. Do you really not know your place, or do you want to take everyone with you to die? Defaming Master Shao is the biggest mistake you've made now. Admit your mistake in front of everyone, otherwise, no one can save you, and similarly, no one can save the Bai family. Sher Shao roared angrily, and at the same time swept his cold eyes over everyone, as if he wanted to remember all their smiles just now. Master Bai, I, young Master Shi, am the sole heir of the imperial capital Shi family. I'm here to celebrate your birthday. At the same time, I'm here on behalf of the Yi family, the eldest young master of Yi Shao. Is this the treatment I'm receiving? It's fine if you don't take my Shi family seriously, and it's fine if you don't care about our goodwill, but are you going to allow Bai Yulong to humiliate the Yi family and Mr. Yi Shao like this? If today's events were to reach Mr. Yi Xiao's ears, do you think he would let this matter go? Don't tell me Mr. Xiao's name, you don't know it. Don't tell me you haven't heard of Master Zhao's methods. I am here on behalf of Master Xiao. To insult me is to insult Master Xiao. To insult me is to insult the Yi family. Are you ready to bear the consequences? It was said bluntly enough, directly bringing out the names of the Yi family and Yi Shao, and in fact, the effect was obvious. When the name of the Yi family, the name of Yi Shao, came out of Sher Shao's mouth, the whole place fell into silence in an instant, as if you could hear a pin drop. 403, Chapter 403. He humiliated not only me. Many of them don't know who Sher Shao is. Even if the Shi family in the imperial capital knew about it, the people present might not care. After all, it was not them who offended young Master Shi. With so many people gathered together, even if the Shi family got angry, it would be impossible for them to deal with everyone. However, the Yi family's reputation is really too big. The name of Night Owl was known to everyone present. I dare not say that he is the most notorious villain, but Yi Zhao's status is obvious. Coupled with his cruel and ruthless style, it is hard not to be afraid of him. Unfortunately, the Yi family's power is so overwhelming that they can only dream of dealing with Yi Shao. Now, Bai Yulong actually offended the envoy who came on behalf of the Yi family in Ye Xiao, and offended him to death. It was hard for everyone not to be shocked and worried. Sher Shao was very satisfied with the effect. It seemed that it was not the name of Night Owl that shocked everyone, but he, Sher Shao, who shocked everyone. He liked this feeling very much. With a smug, indifferent smile on his face again, Sher Shao said calmly, Bai Yulong, are you going to continue to be so rampant? Are you planning to drag the entire Bai family into hell, and at the same time, implicate all the guests present here to celebrate Mr. Bai's birthday? Also, Mr. Bai, I'm here to celebrate your birthday. Bai Yulong actually knew this before, but he didn't let me see you and even spoke rudely to me. Think Mr. Bai knows better than anyone what happened to the Bai family. We can put all of this aside for now. However, I can also put aside the matter of Bai Yulong humiliating the Yi family and Mr. Xiao for now, and just treat it as a misunderstanding. However, I want to ask, old man, do you really have nothing to say? are you going to continue to allow Bai Yilong to be so arrogant and domineering, leading everyone to hell? Young Master Shi did not attack directly, but looked at Mr. Bai. He wanted to use this method to see what Mr. Bai was thinking. At the same time, he was also waiting for Boss Leopard and Mr. Zhou to appear. If these people don't show up, he will be alone and feel insecure. And the guests present also heard Shi Shao's threat. The threat was not only directed at the Bai family and Bai Yulong, but also at them. What do you mean, bringing trouble to all the guests who came to celebrate your birthday? Doesn't this mean that if young Master Shi is unhappy, or if He Shao is unhappy, then not only the Bai family will be implicated, but everyone present will also be implicated? Even if not everyone is implicated, who can guarantee that they are not one of them? Judging from Night Owl's personality and strength, he is fully capable and ruthless enough to do this. Therefore, the guests present had to be anxious even if they didn't want to. Some people couldn't help but start shouting. Mr. Bai, they said they came to celebrate the old man's birthday. It's really not in line with the etiquette of hospitality for you to target them like this. Yes, even if there are conflicts and misunderstandings between you, it's true that they came to celebrate your birthday. As the saying goes, don't hit someone who smiles at you. This is a bit too much. That's right, the old man didn't say anything. It's not good for you to directly target others like this. Mr. Bai, please say something. Although Bai Yulong is the head of the Bai family now, you are the real pillar of the Bai family. Do you think Bai Yulong dares not to listen to what you say? That's right, old man, please say something. Everyone listens to you, and I believe young Master Bai listens to you too. Otherwise, could it be that there really is some hidden secret behind this change in the Bai family? Could it be that you, old Master Bai, are really being forced into this? This was no longer something that Shi Shao had to say. The guests present were all afraid that Bai Yulong would continue to offend Shi Shao to death, and then cause them to be implicated, so they quickly spoke up to agree. Bai Yulong frowned, feeling very unhappy as he watched people start to talk about him one after another, and even started to call him old man. However, Bai Yulong didn't say much at this time. He couldn't, after scolding Shi Shao, scold everyone as well. What's more, they had actually foreseen this situation. He just wanted to see what kind of mess young Master Shi could make. At the same time, he also wanted to see how many of the people present today were true friends and how many were fake. Such a big thing happened to the Bai family, and so many members of the Bai family were dealt with. These people are deeply rooted in the circle of East Province. These things cannot be cut off easily. The things involved are very complicated. Today, Bai Yulong let Shi Shao go, which also had this meaning. He wanted to use Shi Shao to see who were the people who were dissatisfied and might be disadvantageous. The result was as expected. And it was at this time that Mr. Bai knew that it was time for him to make his appearance. He glanced at Yi Tianqi lightly, and seeing Yi Tianqi nodded slightly, Mr. Bai understood. After standing up, Mr. Bai smiled at Shi Shao and said, Shi Shao, right, since you are here to celebrate my birthday, then Yulong was indeed rash today. No matter what grudges there are, Yulong's attitude today is wrong. Guests are welcome. Shi Shao, please don't be offended. After Mr. Bai finished speaking, he looked at Bai Yulong and said, they came to celebrate my birthday. You were so rude and even insulted them in front of so many people. You are indeed wrong. Why don't you get out of the way? Move aside. That's right, Mr. Bai asked Bai Yulong to move aside, not to apologize, and moreover, from the beginning to the end, Mr. Bai did not mention anything more, but only said that Bai Yulong had a bad attitude, and his intention to cover up was obvious. Afterwards, Mr. Bai looked at the many guests present and said with a faint smile, you are all here to celebrate my birthday. Just eat and drink well. As for other matters, I will not bother you for now. Don't worry about my Bai family's affairs. I can still handle them. After all, I am just old, not dead yet. After saying this, Mr. Bai looked at young Master Shi and chuckled. Young Master Shi, you are a guest. Today is my 80th birthday, and you are here to celebrate on behalf of someone else. This is just a small incident, and I think you won't delve too deeply into it, right? Yulong is certainly at fault. I'll let him have a drink and apologize to you later. Is that okay with you, Master Shi? Good. What's good? Is it really that easy to just dismiss this matter with just a few words? If young Master Shi was fooled like this, it would be a real disgrace. Although young Master Shi wanted to talk to Mr. Bai, and today's affairs could officially begin after the discussion, he still wanted everyone to see his attitude. So, when Shi Shao listened to what Mr. Bai said, he just laughed lightly and said, are you trying to protect him, Mr. Bai? Bai Yulong, is not just being rude to me, he is humiliating me. Of course, humiliating me is not important, But Master Shao is also being humiliated. This can't be easily brushed off, right, old man? What do you think? 404, Chapter 404 Face. What Sher Shao said was to distinguish the primary from the secondary, and to remind everyone that even if he, Sher Shao, was standing here alone today, no one could dare to disrespect him if for no other reason. It was because of the person standing behind him, who no one present could afford to offend. This is also a reminder to Mr. Bai that young Master Sher has a great background and powerful backers, and there are only benefits and no disadvantages in cooperating with him. Old Master Bai could naturally hear it. After all, both he and Bai Yulong had long known what young Master Sher was up to, and they also knew what young Master Sher was trying to do. It's okay to act with him, but how much face to give, how to give it, or whether to give it at all, is not up to Sher Shao to decide. Seeing Master Sher standing there arrogantly after he finished speaking, old Master Bai just smiled slightly and said, Master Sher, there's no need to keep mentioning the Yi family and Yi Shao. We all know how powerful the Yi family is in the entire dragon country. But, Master Sher, are you sure you want to make this matter so ugly? After all, today is my birthday, Master Sher. How about giving me some face? If there is anything, let's talk about it in private and don't affect the mood of the guests. What do you think? Oh, right, today is a good time. I've put out my birthday gift for a charity auction, and it's currently underway. Mr. Sher, why don't you sit down, have a cup of tea, and take a rest? If you find anything you like, you can buy it. On the one hand, you'll get something you like, and on the other hand, you'll also be doing a good deed. Do you think this is okay? Mr. Bai's words were neither humble nor arrogant, which seemed to give face to Mr. Sher, but it also seemed that he didn't give much face. After all, the man had moved out of the Yi family, and Mr. Bai didn't ask Bai Yulong to apologize and admit his mistake directly. At this time, Master Qianwu pulled Master Sher and whispered, Master Bai, you've already given me face. If you don't want to get angry now, why don't you take this opportunity to back down? After all, everyone will know who the real protagonist is later. Upon hearing this, young Master Sher's originally sullen expression gradually brightened. He looked at old Master Bai, took a deep breath, and smiled. He said, since old Master Bai has said so, I will naturally give him this honor. After all, both I and Master Shao respect old Master Bai greatly, so I have to give him this honor. It's just that I hope that after I give you this face, the old man can also give me some face and not let me down. I believe that the old man must understand what I am saying, right? Upon hearing this, Mr. Bai laughed heartily and nodded, saying, of course I understand. Don't worry, young Master Shi. I will definitely not let you down today. I will definitely make your trip worthwhile. So, young Master Sher, please take a seat. When Sher Shao heard this, he immediately started laughing, as if he had already received a definite answer from Mr. Bai and knew that Mr. Bai would definitely cooperate with him in the end. Haha, okay, of course I am also very interested in this charity auction that Mr. Bai mentioned. Firstly, I really want to see what rare things there are. Secondly, when it comes to doing charity, I, sure, can't be left behind, right? Besides, I'm also here to show my support for you, Mr. Bai, so I should take on the responsibility, haha. Well, I, sure, am here to ask all the distinguished guests present to show their support. This is not just a charity, but also a way to show support for Mr. Bai at the same time. If you come across anything you like, please be kind, ha. At this moment, Sher Shao felt very proud, as if this was his home court and he was the protagonist. He actually started talking to all the guests. But unfortunately, almost everyone had to give this face to Master Sher. After all, who was Master Sher, who did he represent, and how arrogant and overbearing he was the moment he came in? Everyone present saw it clearly. Mr. Bai looked at Mr. Sher and said with a smile, Mr. Sher, please take a seat at the main table. At this moment, Bai Yulong seemed to have the opportunity to express his dissatisfaction. He frowned and said, Grandpa, today is your birthday, and I have endured everything I should have endured. However, the main table is full, and I'm afraid there is no place for young Master Sher. Please ask young Master Sher to sit at another table. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent again. Is the main table full? In fact, the main table is not full at the moment, and there are still a few empty seats. These are reserved for the big bosses of the underground world of Eastern Province. After all, in terms of status, the big bosses of the underground world of Eastern Province are qualified to sit at the main table. Not only that, in order to prepare for the sudden arrival of VIPs, 1 or 2 seats will definitely be reserved. In addition, if the person who comes is of high enough status, then naturally someone will need to make room. In any case, if Mr. Sher is willing to sit, there will definitely be a seat at the main table, and there is no such thing as it being full. This is the way that Bai Yulong deliberately uses to vent his dissatisfaction. Young Master Shi just smiled slightly, looked at old Master Bai, and said, It seems that young Master Bai is still very dissatisfied with me, not to mention that there is still a seat at the main table even if there is no seat. It doesn't matter where I sit however, I am still here on behalf of Master Shi. Old Master Bai, where do you think I should sit? Mr. Bai glanced at Bai Yulong and said, Yulong, today is my 80th birthday, guests are welcome, we can discuss what you want to do later but we still have to be courteous, do you understand? Bai Yulong seemed a little unwilling to accept the words, but he had no choice but to listen. He could only bow his head and say to Mr. Bai, everything is up to you. Mr. Bai the master then looked at Master Shi and smiled, Master Shi, Master Qianwu, come on, please take a seat at the main table. Only then did Shi Shao burst into laughter, seeming to be very satisfied with the result. This is majestic and domineering. At this moment, no one present felt that there was anything wrong after all. With Shi Shao's identity, he was more or less qualified to sit at the main table. Even if he didn't sit at the main table, he could still sit at the side of the main table. What's more, this time he also had the identity of the Night Owl Messenger. Envy. Few people are not envious. They are not only envious of Shi Shao's status and position, but also envious of Shi Shao's good relationship with the Yi family and Yi Shao. The effect of this can be seen by just looking at his domineering behavior today. There's no way around it's on good terms with Yi Shao, so he's just that arrogant he doesn't dare to say anything else. At least, today when so many big figures from the East Province gathered together, he really just walked sideways. At this time, Lin's mother's eyes were shining and she kept muttering to herself. Good, really impressive, this is a grand show, a grand gesture, a grand style. Even the arrogant Bai Yulong dared not say a word. Even Mr. Bai had to apologize in person and stood up to greet him, so majestic. Lin Xingyue glanced at her mother and a proud look appeared on her face, as if the more powerful Shi Shao was, the more powerful she, Lin Xingyue, would be. Just now she wanted to go find Shi Shao, but she didn't make it in the end. Now, she feels that she can't wait any longer. Mom, Xiaoya, you guys sit here first, I'll go find Master Shi. After saying that, Lin Xingyue stood up directly, and without caring what Lin's mother thought of her, she walked directly towards Shi Shao and Qianwu Gongzi at the same time. Her actions immediately attracted everyone's attention. At this moment, Lin Xingyue seemed to be the center of everyone's attention. And she really enjoyed this feeling. 405, Chapter 405. Who dares to act wild in front of me? This feeling of being the center of attention is false, and is achieved with the help of others. It is like a castle in the air, a dream bubble, unreal, but the feeling is real. Lin Xingyue had a sweet smile on her face as she walked towards Master Shi and Master Qianwu with confident steps, calling out sweetly, Master Shi, Master Qianwu, you're here. I was about to go outside to greet you, but something delayed me. You won't blame me, will you? One has to admit that Lin Xingyue is very beautiful today. Her smile, sweet voice, and the aura of a strong woman make it difficult for people not to notice her. Many people present today actually recognized Lin Xingyue. After all, Xingyue Group has risen rapidly in recent years, and the beautiful president's appearance often appears on the covers of various magazines. It can be said that she has left a deep impression on everyone. It was normal for her to attend the Bai family's birthday party. After all, Xingyue Group and the Bai family had many business dealings, and the Bai family also took good care of the Xingyue Group. Although the specific reason was unclear, this care itself could explain the problem. However, no one expected that the people Lin Xingyue came over to greet were Mr. Shi and Mr. Qianwu. This was beyond many people's expectations. Moreover, it seemed that the two parties were very familiar with each other. Shi Shao laughed heartily, looking at Lin Xingyue and said with a smile, Miss Lin is so beautiful today. What's the point of blaming her? Not, I don't care about that compared to these. It's Miss Lin, I was just looking for you. I did see Divine Dr. Yi sitting at the main table. He didn't even come to say hello to me. It must be Miss Lin who knows how to behave. She was afraid that I would be embarrassed, so she took the initiative to come to me. These words seemed to blame Yi Tianqi to some extent. Although many things were agreed upon before, or in other words, they had almost discussed how to do it, but now that it has come to this, is there still a need to pretend? Yi Tianqi sat there calmly, and he even sat next to Mr. Bai, which made Shi Shao feel a little uncomfortable. He especially disliked Yi Tianqi's look. As soon as he arrived, he actually saw Yi Tianqi, and Yi Tianqi also saw him. If his lack of reaction was understandable, then the indifference in his eyes, which even seemed to carry a hint of sarcasm, made Shi Shao a little difficult to understand. In addition, when Lin Xingyue called him before, she said that she was a little worried about Yi Tianqi, so he had to think more about it. Lin Qingyue heard young Master Shi's dissatisfaction with Yi Tianqi, and immediately said unhappily, "That's right, he's Divine Dr. Yi now. Old Master Bai and young Master Bai Yulong both value him very much, not to mention ignoring you. He also ignored me. It would have been fine if he had just ignored me, but he also had a bad temper. He almost hit me, was scared to death." As Lin Qingyue spoke, a look of fear appeared on her face. Like a frightened little rabbit, she looked so pitiful that people wanted to pity her. Shi Xiao immediately said in a cold voice, "You rebelled against him and dared to hit someone? What happened? Did he hit you? Don't be afraid, just wait and see how I can help you vent your anger. Don't worry, with me here, no one can bully you. If anyone dares to bully you or disrespect you, I will be the first to disapprove." After saying that, Shi Xiao looked at Yi Tianqi coldly and said, "Yi Tianqi." However, as soon as the name was called out, Mr. Bai's expression changed slightly, and he said coldly, "Young Master Shi, today is my 80th birthday. Was what I just said clear enough, or does young Master Shi really want to cause some unpleasantness at my birthday party?" Mr. Bai's face was a little pale at this moment, and his voice was cold but full of rage. Anyone could see that the old man was angry and his rage was almost about to burst out. To be honest, it would be a lie to say I'm not afraid, and it would also be a lie to say I'm not worried. This is the old man of the Bai family. He looks kind and benevolent on ordinary days, so that's fine. If there is a little conflict, he won't get angry, so that's fine. However, when he is really angry, when he is really upset, then it is not a joke. He really thinks his reputation is a joke. "Master Shi, I've already given you all the face you should have given me, but if you think the face I gave you is worthless and you don't want it, then fine, I'll make one last concession. Please leave and don't stay here. Everyone who comes here today is my guest, and I don't want my guests to feel unhappy. However, if anyone insists on going against me, then just give it a try. I want to see if this old bone of mine still has some weight. I don't care whether the Shi family or the Yi family is behind you. Even if the head of the Yi family comes here in person today, I dare to ask him directly in front of him if it is his intention to be so disrespectful to me. If he wants to insult me, then he must be prepared for my counterattack. I have been a master of the Dragon Kingdom for most of my life, and my reputation is not in vain. I want to see who dares to act wildly in front of me if I am unhappy." Mr. Bai became angrier and angrier as he spoke, and finally he slammed the table beside him. The violent collision made everyone on the field look pale and the air seemed to freeze. At this moment, even young Master Shi and Mr. Qianwu couldn't help but swallow their saliva even though they were dissatisfied in their hearts. At this moment, they finally remembered that old Master Bai was also a very famous person. Old Master Bai's current status was not due to the Bai family, but the Bai family had its current status because of old Master Bai. This relationship between primary and secondary is very important, very important. Especially just now, Mr. Bai directly named the head of the Yi family and said that he wanted to ask him in person whether it was his intention. This made Shi Xiao tremble a little. There was no way if someone else said this, even if it was Bai Yulong, Shi Xiao would think he was bragging. However, when old man Bai said this, it meant that he really could and really dared to do it. This is the status of Mr. Bai. Moreover, to be frank, the Yi family is only a behemoth that has risen in recent years. Before its rise, when it had not yet reached its current height, it is hard to say who is currying favor with whom when the head of the Yi family meets Mr. Bai. Young Master Qianwu quickly pulled Master Shi, who immediately reacted and laughed heartily, saying, "Master Bai, look at what you're saying. Who dares to be so presumptuous in front of you? If anyone dares, I, Shi, will be the first to disapprove." Mr. Bai may not have recognized me, but this is Miss Lin Qingyue, the wife of Divine Dr. Yi Tianqi. She just complained that she was about to be beaten as friends and men. How can we not vent our anger and ask this question, Mr. Bai, isn't that right? Of course, today is your birthday, old man. If there is anything, there is no need to rush. It's a happy day, so please don't be angry. Young Master Shi laughed, wanting to let the matter go. Old Master Bai then snorted coldly and said, "That's best. However, since it's someone else's family affair, I think young Master Shi shouldn't get involved. Besides, whether it's a family affair or not seems to be a matter of debate. Also, Divine Dr. Yi is my honored guest, but from what Master Shi said, it seems that he is very dissatisfied with Divine Dr. Yi. What's the matter? Are you planning to attack Divine Dr. Yi in front of me?" After saying this, old Bai looked at young Master Shi coldly. His expression looked as if he would get angry if young Master Shi said anything wrong. This is something that Bai Yulong, Bai Shuqing, and even anyone else in the Bai family have never experienced. At this moment, everyone knew how important Yi Tianqi was in Mr. Bai's heart. 406, Chapter 406. Who is in charge of this world? It was at this time that Lin's mother and son Xiaoyao also noticed that something was wrong and hurried forward. Grandpa, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. My daughter just felt a little wronged and had nowhere to vent, so she said a few words. It's nothing, please don't be angry. Lin's mother was worried that she would not have the opportunity to meet Sher Shao now that she saw that her daughter had such a good relationship with Sher Shao. How could she miss this opportunity? Besides, she knew very well that even though Mr. Bai and the others seemed very powerful now and could show off their power to young Master Sher, once young Master Sher showed his power, no one knew what would happen. The others also wanted to sell less Sher at this time, so they all hurried to persuade him. Only then did Mr. Bai slowly calm down and his expression returned to calm. He looked at Mr. Sher and said, "Since this is all a misunderstanding, please come and have a seat. The auction has already been delayed. Don't delay it. It will also affect the dinner later. It would be my fault if I let you all go hungry." Upon hearing this, Sher Shao immediately laughed and nodded, saying, "Okay, but, Mr. Bai, I have an unwelcome request. Do you think you can agree to it?" At this moment, everyone sitting in the audience broke into cold sweats, and they all wanted to ask what Master Sher was trying to do. One thing after another, isn't it enough? Do you really have to push Mr. Bai to the point of panic and anger before you give up? Bai Yulong said directly and coldly, "Sure, I've given you too much face, haven't I? It's endless. If you want to sit down, sit down. If you don't want to sit down, get out. If you dare to make my grandfather angry again, I will kill you right now." At this moment, Bai Yulong didn't care about his image at all. He was more arrogant and ruthless. This ruthless man who had just dealt with his family members was no weaker than Sher Shao. At this moment, young Master Sher stopped getting angry. Instead, he looked at old Master Bai and smiled. "Look, old master, young Master Bai has a deep misunderstanding of me. It was like this before. I went to celebrate the birthday with a good intention, bringing gifts and a big smile, but he was kicked out. What he said was extremely rude, and he almost hit me, huh? But, forget it, let's not dwell on it. What I meant was, the old man clearly values Divine Dr. Yi so much, so how could Miss Lin Xingyue, as Divine Dr. Yi's wife, not sit at the main table? Furthermore, this person seems to be Divine Dr. Yi's mother-in-law, right? With the elders present, how could she not sit at the main table?" After saying that, Sher Shao glanced at Sun Xiaoya, but he couldn't think of any reason to let her sit at the main table. However, for him, it seemed that no reason was needed at all. "Grandpa, I see there are some empty seats at the main table. Why don't we let them sit there? Otherwise, wouldn't it make the Bai family's hospitality seem a bit ridiculous? Most importantly, I see that Grandpa Bai cares so much about Yi Tianqi, the Divine Dr. Yi. This will make him even more of a laughingstock, don't you think? Of course, this is just my suggestion. If Mr. Bai doesn't think it's appropriate, then just ignore what I said." As if he didn't say it? He almost finished speaking, even bringing up the identities of Yi Tianqi's wife and mother-in-law at this point, who could still assume that he had said nothing. Upon hearing this, Mr. Bai looked at Sher Shao deeply and said with a smile, "Oh, you are indeed from a big family in the imperial capital, and even more so a friend of Yi Shao. You know the rules and how to treat guests very well." Then, Mr. Bai glanced at Lin Xingyue and the others and said, "It seems that I was negligent. However, sitting at the main table is not always a good thing. It is not necessarily a bad thing for you not to sit there. After all, that is where the winds and clouds converge. Once you step in, it will be difficult to withdraw. Are you sure you want to go? If you do, there's still room." Lin Xingyue didn't understand the implication of Mr. Bai's words, but she clearly heard what Mr. Bai said. There is a place. Just as Mr. Bai said, that is today's main table, where everyone's attention is focused, and it is the most glorious place in the entire East Province today. Everyone sitting there is, without exception, a celebrity. It doesn't matter whether Lin Xingyue is qualified or not, but she just wants a position. This position is very important. What's more, she has already stood beside Sher Shao and knows what Sher Shao is going to do next. If she chooses to retreat at this time, will there be a place for her in the future? Even Yi Tianqi, who was not worthy of sitting at the main table, sat at the main table. Why shouldn't she, Lin Xingyue, sit there? Looking at Mr. Bai, Lin Xingyue smiled slightly and said, "If Yi Tianqi can sit, I think I can sit too. Thank you for Mr. Bai's kindness, Xingyue. Thank you very much." Upon hearing this, Sher Shao burst into laughter and said, "Master Bai, then, let's take a seat like you said. Let's not waste everyone's time. We're going to continue the auction next day. I'm also eager to see what good items there are. Of course, this is mainly to show our support for you, Master Bai, and to do some charity while we're at it." Mr. Bai looked at Lin Xingyue deeply, then nodded with a smile and said, "In that case, please take a seat." After After saying that, Mr. Bai turned around and sat back in his seat, then watched as Mr. Shi, Mr. Qianwu, Lin Xingyue, Lin's mother, and son Xiaoya all sat at the main table. The location is indeed enough, and just enough. After Lin Xingyue and the other two sat down, they immediately looked at Yi Tianqi, who had a calm expression on his face. He had been wearing this calm expression since just now, but he seemed to have a different feeling. Until now, his expression has not changed. It seems that nothing can cause his reaction, as if Lin Xingyue and the others are all clowns. This expression, look, Lin Xingyue was furious and gritted her teeth, waiting to see Yi Tianqi make a fool of himself. She wanted to see if he could still be so calm later. Since they were all sitting at the main table and could see that Mr. Bai was a little unhappy, Shi Shao didn't want to continue making trouble at this time anyway. Everyone present had seen what he should do and what he should show from now on. Let them watch it slowly. Master, the room is packed with distinguished guests today. Those who can sit at the main table are probably famous figures. I wonder if you could introduce them to me. After all, there are some people I may know, or know about, but I may not necessarily understand them. For example, Yi Tianqi, Mr. Yi, Divine Dr. Yi, I know you, but do I really understand you? Is the you I know the real you? I'm very confused. I wonder if Divine Dr. Yi can answer my questions. Is the you I know really you, or is there another side of you that I don't recognize? I, sure, may not be very smart, nor am I a big shot, but I am actually quite conceited. At least I do have self-esteem. I really don't like people lying to me, especially when they lie to me in front of me and then betray me behind my back. This makes me feel very uncomfortable and angry, like 100 claws scratching my heart, and I want to tear everything apart. So, people who know me generally won't treat me like this. I think Divine Dr. Yi should understand me. So, Dr. Yi, you are still the same you that I know, right? After all this talk, in fact, it's all threats. No matter how obscure it is, it's still a threat. Shi Shao started to lose his temper at Yi Tianqi. He wanted Yi Tianqi to tell him in person whether he was the Yi Tianqi that Shi Shao knew. It had nothing to do with their identities, but rather what they were planning and the obedience Yi Tianqi had shown before. Unfortunately, Shi Shao was destined not to get the answer he wanted. Because, as mentioned before, Yi Tianqi had long been impatient. The reason he was still sitting here was nothing more than to wish Mr. Bai a happy birthday. At the same time, he wanted to see what tricks they were going to play, and then crush all their pride and self-esteem, trample them under his feet, and tell them who was the boss in this world. 407, Chapter 407, The Last Kindness. Young Master Shi spoke very arrogantly after he came in. The look on his face when he looked at him was also arrogant, as if only in this way could he cover up the true fear deep in his heart. That's right, fear. If Yi Tianqi was just Yi Tianqi, then Shi Shao would not have the slightest fear, because to him, whether it was Yi Tianqi or Yi Shini, no matter how capable or powerful he was just a person whom he could give face to if he wanted to, and could refuse to give face to if he didn't want to, or even bully him however he wanted. However, when Mr. Zhou personally revealed Yi Tianqi's other identity, everything changed. Yi Tianqi is not only Yi Tianqi, he is also the banished immortal of the Qi family who made everyone tremble back then. If Shi Shao did not know that the banished immortal of the Qi family had disappeared for too long, and everyone's impression and fear of him were almost gone, and at the same time, he was as miserable as he could be, then Shi Shao doubted whether he could still stand here without trembling, let alone directly question. Unfortunately, things are no longer the same as they were in the past. The Qi family's exiled immortals are a thing of the past, and Yi Tianqi is the present, and Shi Shao is no longer the unknown little figure he was back then. Behind him stands a big man like Yi Shao. After this reversal, Shi Shao's courage was finally boosted. Think about it again, if you can bully this exiled immortal of the Qi family who once intimidated everyone, that feeling will be really a different kind of excitement. After you go back, you can brag about it for 3 years. Therefore, while Shi Shao was trembling and afraid, he also felt a strong excitement in his heart. That inexplicable excitement made him almost unable to help but tell everyone that he, Shi Shao, was a person who even Yi Tianqi, the exiled immortal of the Qi family, looked down upon and trampled on him at will. He, Shi Shao, is a man who can step on the exiled immortals of the Qi family. Unfortunately, I still don't dare to do it. Of course, the main reason is that it is not the right time yet. However, Shi Shao really enjoyed this feeling. He could humiliate and bully Yi Tianqi at will, but Yi Tianqi couldn't do anything to him. Yi Tianqi had already seen the fear and a slight trembling in Shi Shao's eyes, but also an expression of excitement, and he sneered in his heart. A clown is just a clown. Things that are not presentable will never be presentable. Master Shi, I understand what you said. Then listen carefully to what I say. I am the person you know I was, am, and will always be. Isn't this sentence very clear? If you still don't understand, it's okay, you will understand soon, but are you sure you really want to understand this sentence? Yi Tianqi spoke indifferently, looked at Shi Xiao, and said these meaningful words. It was these words that seemed to have a hidden meaning, which made Shi Xiao's heart tremble involuntarily. Somehow, he felt a little scared, and always felt that Yi Tianqi had other intentions. Oh, Dr. Yi, what you said seems very clear. But the more I listen, the more confused I become. I always feel like there's something else behind your words. Shi Xiao spoke directly, frowning slightly. Yi Tianqi laughed heartily and said, really, I've made it very clear whatever you asked. That's what I answered. Is there anything so hard to guess? Or are you, Master Shi, too excited today and your mind isn't clear? Why don't you drink some water? If that doesn't work, go wash your face. I think you're a little too excited, and that's not a good sign after all. When people get carried away, they always make the wrong choices and misjudge things, and the consequences are beyond their regret. What Yi Tianqi said sounded fine, but if you think about it carefully, it was quite disrespectful to young Master Shi. He was basically teaching young Master Shi a lesson. Lin Xingyue felt that it was her time to show off. She had been sitting nearby, extremely excited. She had been worried that Shi Xiao and Yi Tianqi had a good relationship. If Yi Tianqi behaved more submissively, Shi Xiao would soften his heart and stop targeting Yi Tianqi, and her wish would be in vain. Looking at Yi Tianqi's attitude now, it is clear that he is disrespectful to Shi Xiao. If she remains indifferent and does not say anything, then she will really miss a great opportunity. Yi Tianqi, how can you talk to Master Shi like that? Master Shi's words are clearly for your own good, so why are you being so sarcastic? Why don't you apologize to Master Shi right away? Do you really think that just because you're a miracle doctor and saved old Master Bai's life, you can act lawlessly and recklessly? Over the years, I've been telling you how to behave. But have you ever listened? You've repeatedly gotten me into trouble, repeatedly failing to know when to advance or retreat, and repeatedly offending everyone. Yi Tianqi, are you hopeless? Apologize to Master Shi immediately. You can't even tell the difference between good and bad words. You're really sick in the head, and you're calling yourself a miracle doctor. I think you should get yourself some medicine right away. Lin Xingyue is afraid of everyone except Yi Tianqi, because he is too familiar to her, so familiar that even though she knows many things that are different about Yi Tianqi, she still doesn't want to believe it and doesn't dare to believe it. Even if she believes it, she doesn't think Yi Tianqi can do anything to her. What's more, what can Yi Tianqi do? Lin Xingyue has now found a new backer. This backer is too powerful. He is so powerful that she thinks she can kill 100 Yi Tianqis with just a flick of her fingers. So what is there for her to be afraid of? Before, you needed to endure, but do you still need to endure now? At this time, Yi Tianqi was disrespectful to the person he was trying to please. If she didn't behave well at this time, then when would she behave well? Shi Xiao heard this and smiled slightly, but he looked at Lin Xingyue deeply and said nothing in his eyes. Lin Xingyue was really a powerful woman. It is already amazing that a woman like Yi Tianqi, the banished immortal of the Qi family, could marry her. However, after so many years, she still didn't notice anything wrong with Yi Tianqi. This is understandable. However, she married the banished immortal of the Qi family, who countless people wanted to marry, and yet she treated him like trash. This is very interesting, very interesting. Shi Xiao also wanted to know how Lin Xingyue would react if she knew Yi Tianqi's identity and who Yi Tianqi was. What's more, if it was said that young Master Shi was not very interested in Lin Xingyue before, then now, young Master Shi's interest in Lin Xingyue is full. Of course he already knew that Lin Xingyue and Yi Tianqi were divorced, and that it was Lin Xingyue who abandoned Yi Tianqi. But this was, after all, Yi Tianqi's woman, and the woman who had abandoned Yi Tianqi, her status and class immediately improved a lot, and she was completely different. The feeling of being able to make the woman who abandoned Yi Tianqi obey his orders and flatter him is really indescribable. It is a kind of excitement and stimulation that makes one's scalp tingle and whole body tremble. Seeing Lin Xingyue being so disrespectful and even insulting to Yi Tianqi, everyone from the Bai family to Emperor Lu looked at Lin Xingyue unkindly, as if they were looking at an idiot or a fool. Only Yi Tianqi sighed softly, shook his head, and said, Lin Xingyue, I still don't understand why you have become like this, but it doesn't matter now. After all, you make me feel disgusted right now. I am even starting to wonder if my mind has really gone haywire over the years. Otherwise, how could I not see your true nature? At this point, Yi Tianqi frowned slightly and said to himself in some doubt, perhaps, when I was betrayed and lost everything, I was seriously injured and fell into the mystery of the inner demon. But now that things have come to this, I don't want to say anything more. As husband and wife, I have one last question for you. Are you really going to throw away your dignity and face for the sake of so-called money and power, and to curry favor with others? 408, Chapter 408, Unfortunately, you are not standing high enough. Things have come to this point, time has come to this point, and everything will come to an end. All the grudges and hatreds will be settled today. Lin Xingyue knows this, and Yi Tianqi knows it too. There is no love affair to speak of, no grudges or entanglements, only complexity. Memories lingered in Yi Tianqi's mind at this moment. It seemed that he remembered everything. Lin Xingyue, who used to be such a simple, kind and beautiful girl, how did she become what she is today step by step? Yi Tianqi didn't know if it was her nature. He actually didn't believe it, because he had seen the bright side of Lin Xingyue with his own eyes. That was the real light, the light of never giving up hope and treating everything with kindness no matter how difficult life was. But why did this change? Money? Power? Just for this? So Lin Xingyue's whole personality became distorted, as if she had turned into a monster, disregarding everything in the past, just to stand higher and go further? It seems to be right, but it is precisely because of the understanding that Yi Tianqi feels that it is wrong. At least, many things, if you think about it carefully, will have some wrong shadows. However, at this time, is there any point in talking about these things or worrying about them? Lin Xingyue's eyes now tell Yi Tianqi all the time that she hates him and she will do anything to achieve her goal. With a slight sigh, Yi Tianqi spoke of the last and only last chance. If you were given another chance to do it again, would you still make this choice? If there is something in your heart that you cannot tell others, then can't you tell it now? Lin Xingyue, the feelings between us are gone, and the grudges will be settled today, but considering that we have been husband and wife for so many years, I still want to say something. Be it money or power, I can give you everything you want. Are you still the Lin Xingyue you once were? Yi Tianqi's words stunned everyone. No matter whether they knew their past or not, they all thought that Yi Tianqi was crazy. He should have some limits in being so soft-hearted at this time. Lin Xingyue treated you like this, she almost wanted to kill you, and you're still making excuses for her, or something else. What's going on? Yi Tianqi didn't pay attention to the other's eyes, nor did he care about other people's attitudes. He just looked at Lin Xingyue indifferently, wanting to see if she really had any difficulties. And Lin Xingyue was indeed stunned. She didn't expect Yi Tianqi to say such words at this moment. Distant memories that seemed like those from her previous life flashed in Lin Xingyue's mind. Among them, there were indeed many secrets and difficulties that she had never told anyone, but this was no longer important. The hesitation in his eyes only flashed for a moment, and then turned into ferocity and coldness again. The look in his eyes when he looked at Yi Tianqi was once again as if he was looking at a clown. Yi Tianqi, you are really out of your mind. Look, I have always said that you are a waste. Everyone says that you are a waste. Even if you have the identity of a miracle doctor, you are still a waste in the end. We were all right. You've been bullied like this, and you're still deceiving yourself and making excuses for others. Yi Tianqi, I really don't know whether I should pity you or laugh at you. Don't you think you're a huge fool and idiot? What's your reason? What's your secret? I just looked down on you. What kind of comfort are you seeking here? What's your purpose? Ha, you regret it now. You think you can give me money, power, and everything I want, but do you deserve it? Lin Xingyue laughed loudly at Yi Tianqi, as if she had heard a huge joke. In fact, to Lin Xingyue, Yi Tianqi is just a joke. If you had told me this back then, I would have believed you. If it had been a few years ago, if you had worked harder, used your abilities, made money, and built a career, then nothing would have turned out like this. But you didn't. You spend your days eating and waiting to die, hanging around your wife, having nothing, and being as useless as a piece of crap. Tell me, who would like you? Yes, I admit that I did like you in the past when my family was poor. You were the one who helped us. Moreover, when I was bullied by everyone, you were the only one who protected me and felt sorry for me. I'm very grateful to you, and I even loved you very much. But that is all in the past. Yi Tianqi, wake up, that is all in the past. People will change. This world can't keep going according to your wishes, because you can stay where you are, but I won't give in. At this point, Lin Xingyue sighed silently and said softly, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for misjudging me. I'm not the simple, kind, peaceful, and resigned woman you imagined. And you, in your next life, don't be so indifferent to competition, and don't be soft-hearted. This world is a cannibalistic world. If you don't eat others, others will eat you. If you want to be happy, if you want everything to go according to your wishes, then first of all, you must stand high enough to protect everyone, high enough so that no one dares to betray you, nor is willing to do so. Only then will it work. Unfortunately, you won't have a chance in this life. What a pity, Yi Tianqi, you're not standing high enough.
The sentence, "You're not standing high enough," expressed Lin Xingyue's true feelings. At the same time, this sentence also made those present who knew Yi Tianqi's true identity feel complicated and extremely weird. Isn't that standing high enough? If Emperor Liu had previously thought that Lin Xingyue was overbearing, conceited, and rude, now he only wanted to say that Lin Xingyue was extremely ignorant and self-righteous. If the only legend in the past 100 years, the living myth, the 10th throne, the Lord of the Heavenly Palace, Emperor Qi Tian, is not standing high enough, then are all the others living in the dust? The Bai family and others also have this idea. At this moment, even Shi Shao had a strange expression on his face. He wanted to laugh but held it back. He naturally didn't know that Yi Tianqi was the abandoned emperor, but for a man who was once called a banished immortal when he was young, isn't this standing high enough? A man who, with his own efforts, has brought the small Qi family directly to the forefront, a man who almost suffocated his peers. Even if he is not standing high enough now, it seems that others cannot humiliate him in this way. Only Lin Xingyue's mother and son Xiaoya believed in Lin Xingyue's words and agreed with them. Mother Lin sneered directly, "Well said, Xingyue, the purpose of life is to stand out from the crowd, to achieve wealth and glory, so that no one can bully you anymore. Is it any use for you to talk to a loser like him about this? Does he understand? Okay, stop talking nonsense with him. No matter how much you say, can he really grow wings and fly? A waste is a waste. Even if he has some skills and some backing, he is still a waste at heart. Just look at him now, and he is still sentimental and soft-hearted. You can tell how much of a waste he is. He never learns his lesson. What a weakling, I'm ashamed to be his mother-in-law." 409, Chapter 409. I'm just playing with you. Love between young men and women? Merciful and soft-hearted? Kindness is betrayed in this way. Yi Tianqi, considering their long relationship, recalled the past and expressed some emotion. However, he was again belittled by Lin Xingyue and Lin's mother as being worthless. Even kindness was considered a sin. This makes people feel quite unfair. Old Master Bai's eyes widened and he was about to get angry, but Yi Tianqi stopped him. Looking at Lin Xingyue and Lin's mother, Yi Tianqi smiled with relief, but also became even colder. "I've seen your attitudes, and I don't think there's any need to say anything else, but I still have a few words to say. After all, everyone knows today that at this moment, everything will end. It's just a matter of now or later, so let's solve everything that needs to be solved together." After saying that, Yi Tianqi looked at son Xiaoya and smiled faintly. "I know your so-called love is fake, but I have always told you one thing, that is, you still have the opportunity to choose, but you only have one chance. I can't be with you, but some things are said and done, so if you make the right choice, you will get everything you dream of." Son Xiaoya, now, I want to hear your answer, although I already know your answer. By the way, you should also thank Lin Xingyue and her mother. They were the ones who disdained my kindness and leniency, and even considered it a shame. So, I will give you this last bit of kindness and leniency now. It depends on whether you want it or not. Son Xiaoya wanted to hurt Yi Tianqi badly at the last moment, so Yi Tianqi didn't mind. He would let her get hurt in this last chance, or let her experience what the hell of her own choice was. Of course, if son Xiaoya suddenly came to her senses and chose not to hurt Yi Tianqi, then Yi Tianqi would not mind giving her some benefits. This would not be a burden for him, and there would not be any difficult decision. Whether son Xiaoya lives a good or bad life does not affect anything. What's more, no matter which one she chooses, it will not be bad for Yi Tianqi, and it may even achieve some effect. If you betray and choose Lin Xingyue, you will suffer and regret together, and endure the double torture of body and mind. If she makes the right choice, son Xiaoya will get what Yi Tianqi promised, while Lin Xingyue and the others will regret it extremely. The strong contrast will make them even more miserable. No matter which one, Yi Tianqi will not suffer any loss, so he doesn't care. Yi Tianqi's eyes at this moment were very serious, as if he was stating an established fact, as if what he said would be true. For some reason, son Xiaoya's heart suddenly began to beat violently. An inexplicable emotion pulled at her. Her instinct told her that Yi Tianqi was just telling a joke. How could he give her all this when he could barely protect himself? But an inexplicable impulse told son Xiaoya to believe in Yi Tianqi. This was her best chance to change her fate, or even her only chance. If she missed it, she would never have it again. Not only that, she would most likely regret it for the rest of her life. Son Xiaoya didn't want to believe these feelings, but she was inexplicably at a loss. Lin Xingyue seemed to have seen this scene and sneered. "Son Xiaoya, didn't you hear what Yi Tianqi said? You think you're just playing with him, toying with his feelings, but in fact,
he's also toying with your feelings. He has no intention of really being with you. You're not still being sentimental here, are you? He's already made it clear.
What about you? Are you really going to believe this idiot?
Or, Sun Xiaoya, have you really fallen in love with him? If that's the case, then I have to congratulate you. Lin Xingyue's words broke the balance in Sun Xiaoya's heart and made her very angry. She had already made the decision long ago, and now she didn't need to think about it anymore.
Suddenly looking up at Yi Tianqi, Sun Xiaoya's eyes were cold and mocking, and she sneered, Yi Tianqi, you are really interesting. When did you become so arrogant that you thought everyone would like you? Oh, why don't you look in the mirror and see how pathetic you are, Rado? You deserve it.
I was just teasing you. Do you really think I'm in love with you? What else? You want to give me everything, wealth, status, power, everything I've ever dreamed of. Oh my god, how can there be someone as ridiculous and arrogant as you in this world? It's simply speechless. I can tell you clearly right now that even if I, Sun Xiaoya, were to be alone for the rest of my life and never find a man, I would never choose you, because I find you disgusting. You are so ridiculous and disgusting. Yi Tianqi, please stop saying these words that make me want to vomit, okay?
Really, it's disgusting. You make me want to vomit now. Do you understand what I'm saying?
After Sun Xiaoya finished speaking, she still looked at Yi Tianqi with disgust. Moreover, her voice was so loud that everyone who had been paying attention to the movements at the main table could hear it. The discussions on the field began to become chaotic again, and those who were not in the know thought that something had happened. At this moment, everyone in the field suddenly shuddered at the same time, as if the air in the hall had dropped many degrees. In addition, there was a feeling of suffocation, as if danger was approaching. The one who caused all this was not Yi Tianqi, but Emperor Lu. In his heart, Yi Tianqi is not only a martial arts master worthy of respect, even the martial arts emperor, and his savior. Since he came here, he has watched Yi Tianqi being humiliated constantly, being humiliated one after another by the ants in his eyes. He had long been unable to contain himself. If he had not known that these people had a special relationship with Yi Tianqi, Emperor Lu's sword would have been stained with blood long ago.
But now, he couldn't help it.
This murderous aura was a manifestation of his inability to control himself.
However, Yi Tianqi glanced at Emperor Lu and chuckled. It's okay now that everything has been made clear, we can continue.
After hearing Yi Tianqi's words and looking at his expression, Emperor Lu took a deep breath and calmed down. Yi Tianqi looked at Lin Xingyue and the others deeply, and then didn't look at them anymore.
Master Shi, I know what you want to do. You want to start now, or wait, when you think it's more appropriate?
Shi Shao was stunned for a moment when his name was suddenly called. Then he was a little unsure what Yi Tianqi was going to do. Was he feeling humiliated in trying to please him, or what? However, since the question has been asked, it is impossible for Master Shi not to answer.
Isn't it going to be an auction? I just agreed to participate. There's no rush for other things anyway, it won't take too long. What's wrong? Is Divine Dr. Yi very anxious?
Yi Tianqi shook his head slightly, then looked at Bai Yulong and said with a smile, Yulong, then, let's continue the auction. Make everyone wait anxiously.
Hearing this, Bai Yulong frowned slightly, then nodded and said, okay, let's continue.
After saying that, Bai Yulong stood up, walked up to the podium, and drew out another number. Seeing the birthday gift displayed on the number, Bai Yulong frowned slightly and glanced at Lin Xingyue in the audience. The auction item drawn this time was none other than the one given by Lin Xingyue. 410, Chapter 410. Who gives whom an explanation? You can call it a coincidence or it can be called fate. In short, Bai Yulong drew the birthday gift from Lin Xingyue after Yi Tianqi and Lin Xingyue finished talking, or rather, after they finished arguing. It was as if God wanted them to end their lives one by one. Bai Yulong looked at Lin Xingyue and Yi Tianqi, but did not get any response. He did not need to deliberately avoid anything because Yi Tianqi did not need it. Of course, at this time, except for the person who switched the gifts, no one thought that the birthday gift was no longer the original one. The birthday gift had changed.
After Bai Yulong read out the number, a staff member brought the things to the stage. In Bai Yulong's hand was a detailed introduction to the birthday gift, including its value.
I think everyone's been waiting impatiently. I hope the recent incident won't dampen your spirits now. Let me introduce the newly drawn auction items. I hope you won't be disappointed, especially those who enjoy collecting calligraphy and painting. After all, the surviving works of this master are still very rare. That's right, this auction item is a painting by Haishinjusher, a birthday gift from Lin Qingyue of Qingyue Group. I don't think I need to explain it in detail after all, anyone who likes Haishinjusher should know him well. As for the value, I won't talk about the buyer's price, I'll just talk about the price of Haishinjusher's works. The general price is between 5 million and 10 million, some even exceed 10 million. The starting price of this work is 5 million. I hope that those who are interested will actively bid for it and contribute to charity. Then, please have the staff open this painting so that all distinguished guests can appreciate and confirm it. White Fish Dragon, there is no exaggeration and no excessive introduction. It doesn't matter who gave it to us, what matters is how good the work is. Just as Bai Yilong finished speaking, Shi Xiao laughed and clapped his hands, then looked at Lin Qingyue and said with a smile, Miss Qingyue is indeed extraordinary. I remember that although the Qingyue Group is quite powerful, they gave a painting worth over 10 million to Mr. Bai. This is also commendable. This shows that Miss Qingyue is a person who knows how to repay kindness. She is not stingy with those who have helped her. Miss Qingyue, good, very good. Lin Qingyue didn't expect that just after the commotion here, she won the birthday gift of her choice in the next second. But it didn't matter after all, the value of the gift she gave was there, and coupled with what Shi Xiao said, Lin Qingyue's mood became particularly good. Slowly standing up, Lin Qingyue nodded to everyone and said with a smile, Thank you, Mr. Shi, for your compliments. I have great respect for Mr. Bai's character, so, even though my Qingyue Group's strength cannot compare with the distinguished guests present, I will still do my part now. I invite everyone present who likes this painting to bid enthusiastically and make a contribution to charity. After saying that, Lin Qingyue bowed slightly, thanked everyone, and slowly sat down. But she didn't notice at this time that Lin's mother and son Xiaoya looked at each other, and saw an unnatural expression in each other's eyes. This look contained a hint of fear, a hint of panic, but more excitement. There is no such thing as Haishinjusher's painting. This is clearly Yi Tianqi's own painting that has been swapped. This matter cannot be concealed at all and will soon be exposed. As the staff slowly opened the painting, it also appeared on the big screen. All the people present who didn't know Mr. Haishin kept talking about how good his skills were, while those who knew a little about him had already frowned slightly. The painting was indeed of a very high level, even very high, but the style did not look like Mr. Haishin's style at all. When the painting was fully opened, everyone present exclaimed in surprise. This has nothing to do with whether they understand painting or know about Mr. Haishin, because the three words Yi Tianqi are clearly written at the signature of this painting. This is not a painting by Mr. Haishin. It is clearly a painting by Yi Tianqi. At this moment, the whole place was almost in an uproar, and everyone was talking about who Yi Tianqi was. If they didn't know before, now they were all familiar with him. After all, there had been several conflicts just now, and Yi Tianqi's name had been mentioned many times. Whether it was by Yulong or Old Man Bai, they had never expected that this painting marked as belonging to Haishinjusher would actually be Yi Tianqi's. At this moment, Lin Qingyue's face completely fell. She had just made a big promise in front of everyone, saying that it was worth spending any amount of money to celebrate Mr. Bai's birthday, and that she, Lin Qingyue, was a person who knew how to repay kindness. However, right after she finished her words, the painting she had bought at a huge price turned out to be Yi Tianqi's painting? Almost everyone present knew what the relationship between Yi Tianqi and her was. Now, how could others not think that this was a plan devised by the couple? What's going on? It's clearly the masterpiece of Haishinjusher. How come it became Yi Tianqi's? Lin Qingyue stood up immediately, her face full of anger and confusion, and questioned through gritted teeth. But who could she question? The first thing she suspected was that the painting was swapped by someone from the Bai family. After all, the relationship between the Bai family and Yi Tianqi was self-evident, and the Bai family had the greatest chance of doing such a thing. As for the motive, is there any need to explain it, to vent Yi Tianqi's anger, to make himself look bad? Any of these are motives. Yi Tianqi, you say, explain to me clearly. This is clearly Haishinjusher's painting. How did it become your rubbish work? Yi Tianqi was also a little surprised when he saw this painting. When he left, he had already gone to Lin Qingyue's parents' residence and took away everything that should be taken away unexpectedly. There was still one painting missing. It would have been missed, but it was brought to this occasion. Of course, he did not think that his paintings were not worthy of being displayed in a formal setting. Only those who truly understood would understand that Yi Tianqi's painting and calligraphy skills had already surpassed many so-called masters. The reason why his value could not be compared with those people was nothing more than a matter of reputation. But what kind of problem was this? Of course, even if all these have problems, there is one thing that will not be a problem, that is, his paintings are priceless treasures to Mr. Bai. Slowly standing up, Yi Tianqi frowned slightly, looked at Lin Xingyue, and said, I also want to ask you, what is going on? Why is my work placed here instead of Haishan Jushi's work?
Lin Xingyue, won't you give me an explanation?
What do you want to do? Lin Xingyue was practically going crazy. She had never imagined that Yi Tianqi would dare to question her in such a tone. Moreover, it seemed that replacing Haishan Jushi's work with his own was humiliating him, rather than humiliating Haishan Jushi.
Where does this confidence come from? It's simply arrogant and ignorant, so ridiculous. 412, Chapter 412. Let's auction it. It is impossible to let Lin Xingyue destroy it, but isn't this just an excuse that no one can find fault with?
Shi Xiao immediately looked at Lin Xingyue and smiled. Miss Xingyue, what you said makes sense. Since this painting wasn't the birthday gift you originally wanted to give, there's no need to auction it off. Why not just replace it with a gift and auction it off instead? That way, everyone will be happy. After saying that, Shi Xiao looked at Lin Xingyue and whispered, take down this calligraphy and painting, but don't destroy it, don't damage it in any way, and show it to me. Lin Xingyue thought what Shi Xiao said was correct, but what was the meaning of the last whisper? Wasn't it just a painting by Yi Tianqi? Why did Shi Xiao seem so interested in it and even specifically instructed not to damage it? Lin Xingyue was puzzled, but she didn't ask any more questions anyway. She could only listen to Master Shi. Now whatever Master Shi said was fine.
However, before she could speak, old Master Bai smiled and said, no need. I've heard what you've said. First of all, I want to say that your accusations against Mr. Yi are completely false and nonsense. Furthermore, I have great trust in Mrai's character, and I admire his work even more. I can even say that in my eyes, Mrai's work is 100 times, 1,000 times better than Mr. Haishan's. It's priceless. So, I love this gift no matter who swapped the original birthday gift. I have to say thank you. Mr. Bai said this with a serious look on his face, causing those present who did not know the truth to look at each other in bewilderment, somewhat at a loss. I know that Mr. Bai and Yi Tianqi have a good relationship, even a very good one, and he values Yi Tianqi very much. However, it seems a bit too exaggerated to use this method to help Yi Tianqi out of trouble. Moreover, even if it was to save the situation, there was no need to compare Yi Tianqi and Haishan Jushi. Although he did not directly belittle Haishan Jushi, he was praising Yi Tianqi too much. It is said that Yi Tianqi's works are 100 times, 1,000 times better than those of Haishan Jushi, and priceless. If this is not an exaggeration, what is? Because I love Mrai's work so much, I have decided not to put this gift up for auction. As for the donation, I will pay for it, please rest assured. After saying that, Mr. Bai looked at the staff and said with a smile, please take this gift down and give it to me. In the eyes of Lin Xingyue and others, it was obvious that Mr. Bai was looking for reasons and excuses for Yi Tianqi to save his face. Otherwise, why could Yi Tianqi's works be compared with those of Mr. Haishan? The reason why it is not allowed to be auctioned is not a question of whether people like it or not, but that it is impossible to tell whether the price is good or not. Who would have the leisure to buy the shabby calligraphy and paintings written by Yi Tianqi, an unknown person? However, the development of the matter was beyond Lin Xingyue's expectations. Shi Xiao was the first to speak out in opposition. Master Bai, I'm afraid this isn't appropriate. Putting aside whether this gift was swapped or not, and whether it has any value, since Master Bai approved of this birthday gift and it's already been put up for auction, why would we remove it now? This contradicts what Master Bai said before. I think this is the best way. Since this thing wasn't originally given by Lin Xingyue, why not return it to her? After all, it was a gift from someone else. If it was given to the wrong person, can't I take it back? After Shi Xiao finished speaking, he looked at Lin Xingyue. Although Lin Xingyue was puzzled, since Master Shi had spoken, she had no choice but to listen. Yes, Mr. Bai, this gift was not what I originally intended to give you. If you like calligraphy and paintings, I can find you something better. I won't show off this thing anymore. Please return it to me. Old Master Bai shook his head and chuckled. No need, since I've given it away, there's no point in taking it back. Besides, who said I don't like it? I just said I really like this work. In my eyes, this work is much more valuable than anything by Master Haishan. Besides, Miss Lin also said that this was not the gift you wanted to give, so, if I return it, I'm afraid I won't return it to you. And Mr. Shi, what's the matter? Could it be that you like this work too? Upon hearing this, Shi Xiao chuckled and nodded, then stood up and said, it seems I can't hide it from the old man. However, since everyone likes it, what should we do? Originally, today is the old man's birthday, so we shouldn't say anything more. However, for the sake of his reputation, I think he can't just keep this work. After all, he agreed to auction it, so he should keep his word. Otherwise, wouldn't he be laughed at?
I'm doing this for your reputation, old man. If your lifelong reputation is ruined because of such a small matter, it would be totally unworthy. What do you think? Seeing that he couldn't get this thing, Mr. Sure suggested auctioning the work so that he would have a chance. Otherwise, if it was really taken away by Mr. Bai, it would be extremely difficult to get it back. What Mr. Sure said was to force Mr. Bai. He couldn't let Mr. Bai put the things away like that. Although Lin Xingyue couldn't understand why Sher Shao cared so much at this time, she thought of something else. She thought that Sher Shao deliberately used this method to attack and humiliate Yi Tianqi.
Otherwise, it doesn't make sense.
As for attacking and humiliating Yi Tianqi, it is much easier to explain. As for this thing, except for Mr. Bai, it is valuable, but other people can't really think it is valuable. Lin Xingyue can tell from just a casual glance that almost everyone present is confused. If it weren't for Mr. Bai speaking up and they had to give him face, they would have probably exploded.
This is why Mr. Bai wants to promote Yi Tianqi,
to restore some dignity to Yi Tianqi, but it seems that Sher Shao is not going to give him this dignity. Thinking of this, Lin Xingyue quickly said, what Mr. Sure said is true. If Mr. Bai really likes this thing and doesn't want me to take it back, then a charity auction is fine. However, the value is really hard to estimate. I saw that the old man said it was priceless, so I think this thing will definitely fetch a good price. How about a starting price of $1 and see how high the upper limit of this thing is? After Lin Xingyue finished speaking, she looked at Sher Shao and smiled. What do you think of my proposal, Sher Shao? Of course, since Mr. Bai likes it so much, they'll probably raise the price. Others will also raise their prices for Mr. Bai. After all, it's Mr. Bai's birthday party, so we have to give him some face. I think you can also raise the price to show your support for him. At this time, Lin Xingyue didn't know how big a stir her casual remarks would cause. Of course, even if someone told her now, she wouldn't believe it. What's more, even if she didn't say anything, Master Sure didn't want to give up. He had already used this method to force Mr. Bai, so it was naturally impossible for him to watch Mr. Bai take the things away. He is determined to get this thing. Even if he doesn't take it now, he will take it when all his people arrive.
For 13, Chapter 413 Terrible Rules.
Sher Shao laughed heartily and nodded. That's right. Since I can show my support to Mr. Bai and do good deeds at the same time, why not do it, then? Mr. Bai will probably not say anything more. Upon hearing this, Mr. Bai glanced at young Master Sure and said, I think we should still seek the opinions of the parties involved in this matter. Although this gift was originally given by Lin Xingyue, it was switched. Therefore, the original owner of the calligraphy and painting has more say. After saying that, Mr. Bai looked at Yi Tianqi and said softly, Mr. Yi, what do you think? If you disagree, I will immediately send someone to take the things back and return them to you. Yi Tianqi really didn't care much about this matter in itself. It was just an unexpected episode for him, but he also saw something different. What's more, it's Mr. Bai's birthday today, and Yi Tianqi knows very well how much he likes his calligraphy and paintings. Oh, since it's a birthday gift, then I'll let you decide everything. However, this piece of work was created unintentionally a few years ago, so it's not really finished. It lacks the finishing touch. I didn't give you any gifts, so after this piece is finished, I'll add the finishing touches to it, as a birthday wish for you. This was truly a pleasant surprise for Mr. Bai. As long as it is Yi Tianqi's calligraphy, no matter what it is a priceless treasure to him. What's more, in his opinion, this work is already extremely perfect, but Yi Tianqi said that it lacks the finishing touch, so it must be able to reach a higher level, which makes Mr. Bai even happier. Okay, then I would like to thank Mr. Yi here first. After saying that, Mr. Bai looked at young Master Sure and said, since Mr. Yi has spoken, and since young Master Sure is so interested, then let's proceed with the auction according to your wishes. Also, because this work is truly priceless and a priceless treasure, our Bai family cannot estimate its exact value. Therefore, we will follow Lin Xingyue's instructions and auction it off at a price of 1 yuan, with no upper limit.
The phrase, there is no upper limit, expresses Mr. Bai's determination to win in terms of financial resources. Who can the Bai family be afraid of? At least the people present, the Bai family, are not afraid yet. At this moment, everyone could see that the old man of the Bai family and young Master Sure had started to fight, but it was only a fight in their eyes, and they had no idea that both sides were serious. Especially Lin Xingyue and others, they have figured out that the reason why young Master Sure insisted on auctioning this thing was to make things difficult for old Master Bai. The value of the thing might be sold at a higher price than they imagined, and their idea of embarrassing Yi Tianqi might fail. However, from another perspective, this is also an opportunity to embarrass Yi Tianqi. It was obviously worthless, but it was sold at a sky-high price in the end. This was not because Yi Tianqi's work was valuable, but
but rather the result of the fight between two tigers. However, just as this thought came to mind, everyone was stunned by Mr. Bai's next words. This meant that they should be prepared in advance to avoid malicious price increases. Mr. Bai looked at the crowd and said with a smile, to prevent anyone from maliciously bidding up the price, or perhaps just to celebrate my birthday or give me face, I'd like to set a special rule for this work. That is, no matter who bids, regardless of whether or not the work is ultimately sold at auction, the final bid will be treated as a charitable donation. I think you all shouldn't mind this. After all, if the bid isn't made with bad faith, then there's no need to bear the consequences. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. This was really a big deal. There are so many auctions in the world, but is there anyone like this? As long as you bid, no matter how much, regardless of whether you win the auction or not, you must give the final bid amount as a donation. How is this possible? Who would agree to this? Who would be willing to do this? Mr. Bai is clearly trying to make things difficult for people, and no one will agree to this. Even young Master Shi's expression changed at this moment. He looked at old Master Bai and said coldly, "Old Master, what you mean is, I finally bid 100 million, so no matter whether this thing is mine or not, I have to pay the 100 million I bid? Not only can I not get the thing, but I also have to donate 100 million, is that what you mean?" Upon hearing this, Mr. Bai smiled softly and nodded, "Yes, that's what I mean." Why, young Master Shi doesn't agree. This is to prevent anyone from bidding recklessly. Of course, if you don't agree, that's fine too, we can just cancel the auction. I don't think I'm deliberately trying to make things difficult for anyone. After all, these rules are set, and they apply to everyone, including me. If I can't buy this item, my last bid will also be given away for free. So, the rules are fair to everyone. They're just to protect against villains, not gentlemen, unless someone is deliberately trying to raise the price. I think, Mr. Shi, that's definitely not the case. Young Master Shi looked at Mr. Bai and frowned slightly. He was now very clear about one thing. Mr. Bai was determined to get this work, but he had no idea how much Mr. Bai knew. But no matter how much, just looking at how much Mr. Bai valued Yi Tianqi, he knew that the value of this auction would not be low. The financial resources of the Bai family are right here. Can he, young Master Shi, compare with them? It is true that he is the only heir of the Shi family, but the key point is that he is only the only heir of the Shi family, not the head of the Shi family. It is true that he can mobilize a lot of resources, but he can't compared with Mr. Bai? The only thing he could do now was to gamble that Mr. Bai didn't know the true value. At the same time, he was also gambling on his dignity, and also on the fact that the Bai family would not let Mr. Bai act recklessly. He is making one last beta. Shi Shao will be the king of the underground world of East Province, so what is he afraid of? After Shi Shao figured it out, he looked at Mr. Bai and nodded, saying, "Okay, if that's the case, then let's do as Mr. Bai said and bid according to these rules." Mr. Bai, now, I think the auction can begin. He did not ask for other people's opinions, nor did he need to ask for other people's opinions today. Young Master Shi did not even take old Master Bai seriously, let alone other people. Moreover, for him, this auction was just a competition between him and Mr. Bai. Others would have no way of knowing the value of the goods. Even if they did, so what, do they have enough money? After all, this rule has already been established by Mr. Bai. It would be nonsense to just randomly name a price and try it out. Mr. Bai also nodded to the staff. This was the first time that the auctioneer encountered such a situation, but he knew very well that he had no right to say anything. He just needed to do what he was supposed to do. As for what kind of trouble would arise, it was not something he could decide. Moreover, in terms of his mood, he actually hopes that the auction price can be higher, which would be a milestone in his career. So, the auctioneer smiled slightly, looked at everyone, and said, "I think everyone is clear about the matter, so I won't say any more and waste your time. I declare that the auction is now open. The starting price is $1, and there is no upper limit. Please bid now." 414, Chapter 414. More than I thought. The reserve price is indeed $1. As the auctioneer shouted this sentence, the auction officially began. However, unlike the lively auctions of other items, this auction fell into silence from the very beginning. Apart from some people whispering, no one said much, and no one raised their hands randomly. After all, no one is stupid. Holding up the sign means that no matter whether you get the goods or not, the money is really spent. The rules set by the old man of the Bai family himself cannot be reneged on just because one wants to. What's more, today is a special occasion. Almost all the big shots from the entire East Province are coming. If one refuses to pay at this time, he will not only lose money, but also his reputation. Of course, everyone knew that this silence was only temporary, because even if no one took action, Mr. Bai would definitely take action, and young Master Shi was obviously trying to compete or discuss Mr. Bai, so he would definitely take action. Lin Xingyue chuckled and said, "It would be really fun if the bid was rejected at $1. Unfortunately, that's unlikely." She herself knew very well that it was unlikely. Unless, Mr. Bai is deliberately making trouble for Yi Tianqi again, but, again, it's impossible. Yi Tianqi was calm and at ease, sitting there leisurely, as if all this had nothing to do with him. Mr. Bai was not in a hurry, and young Master Shi also seemed to be in no hurry, as if whoever bid first would lose momentum at this moment. However, at this moment, someone unexpectedly made a bid. A middle-aged man sitting at a table very close to the front said with a smile, "I'll offer 1 million ha, since no one else is willing to bid, I'll just throw out some ideas to stimulate discussion." Although this bid was unexpected to everyone, it was also expected after all. Everyone who came today came to celebrate Mr. Bai's birthday. Whether they did good deeds or donated money was not that important to them, they just wanted Mr. Bai to remember them. Of course, it is also a chance to show up in front of many distinguished guests from the Eastern Province. This is clearly a matter of contention between Mr. Bai and young Master Shi. It doesn't matter if they offer 1 million, several million, or even 10 million, it's just to add to the fun. Everyone knows that in the end, this thing will not fall into their hands. Therefore, the middle-aged man's bid did not cause much trouble. And it was at this moment that something unexpected happened. In addition to this middle-aged man, several other people started bidding one after another. The price was already as high as 8 million before Mr. Bai and Mr. Shi even opened their mouths. Just when everyone thought that this should be the highest price before Mr. Bai and Mr. Shi opened their mouths and no one would bid anymore, something even more unexpected happened. A spirited old man spoke in a serious tone, "I'm not sure how many people can see the value of this work, but this kind of petty behavior is completely humiliating now. Whether you're just looking for fun or wanting to show off in front of old Master Bai, it's time to call it a day. I'll pay 20 million. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. No one expected that Yi Tianqi's work would actually break 10 million, and directly reach a sky-high price of 20 million. Even the works of Mr. Haishan rarely exceed 20 million, not to mention the essays of the little-known Yi Tianqi. The most surprising thing is that the thing the old man said is actually worth so much. Is he joking or serious? The most crucial point is that many people know the identity of the old man in front of them, including Lin Xingyue. Old Han, the old man of the Han family, although he is weaker than old man Bai in terms of status and age, he is also a leading figure in the Eastern Province. His family is extremely powerful, and his financial resources are not weaker than those of the Bai family, or even stronger. It is obviously unnecessary for him to deliberately curry favor with old man Bai. That's not just making trouble, it means I'm really serious. However, this made everyone feel extremely strange. Why was he so serious? Why is it worth 20 million? What's the value of this? Lin Xingyue felt her scalp tingling looking at old Han's expression. It was as if she was looking at a madman or an idiot. Crazy, this Mr. Han is crazy. Although there have always been rumors that he and Mr. Bai are competitors, there is no need to spend money like this, especially at this time. There is no benefit at all. Sun Xiaoya also swallowed her saliva and said, 20 million is indeed just a small amount of money for someone of Han Lao's level who knows what big shots like them are thinking. Lin Xingyue gritted her teeth and said angrily, I don't care what they think, I am just angry. If this goes on, not only will Yi Tianqi be embarrassed, but his fame will also increase. Then I will become a joke. Isn't this just deliberately raising Yi Tianqi's value? It's ridiculous. Lin Xingyue couldn't understand it, nor could Sun Xiaoya, including Lin's mother, even though they had thought that the competition between Mr. Bai and Mr. Shi would surely make Yi Tianqi's works, which were worthless in their eyes, reach a sky-high price. When this fact really happened before their eyes, they still found it hard to accept it. When will Yi Tianqi's works be able to be auctioned for 20 million? Even if it was nonsense, it shouldn't be done like this. However, it is not their turn to talk about this matter at all. The development of the matter will only be faster than they think. The elephant is even more terrifying, and 20 million is not the end at all, it is just the beginning. Mr. Bai glanced at Mr. Han and immediately saw from his eyes that he seemed to have noticed something, otherwise, he would never have acted like this. In addition, when Mr. Han looked at Yi Tianqi at this moment, the meaningful look in his eyes made it impossible for people not to understand. But let's fight, Mr. Bai, why should we be afraid? Ha, old man Han made a move and asked you to sit at the main table if you hadn't come, I would have almost forgotten you were here. 20 million is indeed not a high amount compared to the value of the work itself, it is really too little. However, since you want to play, then play.
50 million.
Mr. Bai directly raised the price significantly again. 50 million was said out of his mouth so easily, as if he was not talking about 50 million, but $5 or $50. This is 50 million no matter who holds it. It is a considerable fortune for ordinary people, it is an astronomical figure that can change their destiny. But at this moment, Mr. Bai asked for 50 million, and this was just to buy Yi Tianqi's work. This makes people feel crazy. After all, for those who don't know him, Yi Tianqi is not a legendary master. Why is his work worth 50 million?
However, at this moment, Master Shi has not made any move yet.
The competition hadn't even reached a fever pitch. 50 million as a starting price was about right.
For 15, Chapter 4:15. Are these people crazy?
Young Master Shi was silent at this moment. He had expected old Master Bai to appear, but now there was also old Master Han. Moreover, it was obvious at a glance that he was also interested. These people were all wealthy and powerful, and he could not compare with them. He really didn't think he could win the auction today, unless he used some other method to make others afraid to compete with him. But now, in front of so many people, what could he say? Even if he said it, would others give in? At least at this moment, it was obviously impossible. Fortunately, this price is far from prohibitive for him. However, something happened that surprised Shi Xiao. The middle-aged man who had initially started bidding actually raised his hand again with a smile and said, 80 million. Sorry, although we can't compare to the financial resources of Mr. Bai, Mr. Han, and Mr. Shi, we all like this work very much, so I think it's okay for us to join forces and bid. Surprisingly, he teamed up with others in a short period of time to participate in the auction. This is equivalent to the financial resources of several people being pooled together. Even if one of them alone cannot compare to Mr. Bai or Mr. Han, when added together, they cannot be underestimated. However, the most crucial point is not this, but that this is 80 million. Even if it is to please Mr. Bai, or to leave an impression, it should not be done like this. After all, this is not a question of raising the price. As long as you bid the price, you will have to pay for it in the end, regardless of whether you get the item or not, and it will be real money. It's no longer just hundreds of thousands or millions, it has instantly soared to 80 million, and breaking 100 million is probably just around the corner. Who would have nothing better to do than spend hundreds of millions of dollars just to please others, or to show off in front of the public? This is obviously impossible, unless, of course, that person is really worthy. But the problem now is that people who can come up with this money to bid obviously have high status. Even if they are not as good as the Bai family or Mr. Bai, they definitely don't need to pay such a huge price to do this. In fact, raising the price so high is obviously offensive and not worth it. Crazy, absolutely crazy, all crazy. The vast majority of people present at this moment had this feeling. They were crazy. These people were all crazy. They were all crazy for the work of someone they had never heard of. However, they all seemed to be going crazy very seriously, making it impossible for people to see through them or understand them. Lin Xingyue and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. They had been absolutely shocked before, but they could still accept it. But now, even if they were very excited, they could still feel that things seemed to be a little different from what they had imagined. At this moment, a dangerous light flashed in Shi Xiao's eyes. He gritted his teeth and sneered. I didn't expect that the eastern province is indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. It seems that achieving our goal today will not be so easy. As soon as the words fell, Shi Xiao raised his head and said lightly, 100 million. Directly, the price was raised to a sky-high price of 100 million. This is a sky-high price, 100 million, what a huge fortune. Moreover, this is an auction, and everything is paid in cash. Having 100 million in assets and taking out 100 million in cash are two completely different things and cannot be compared at all. Shi Xiao's strength is indeed not to be underestimated, but even so, 100 million is definitely not a small amount of money for him. Lin Xingyue felt her scalp tingle. She immediately looked at Shi Xiao and whispered, Shi Xiao, is this really necessary? Even if you're just being angry with old Master Bai, isn't this price a bit too high? After all, you just agreed to old Master Bai's rules. As long as you make a bid, you have to pay regardless of whether you win the bid or not. So many people are watching, you can't go back on your word. Master Shi, 100 million, this is 100 million, it's really not worth it just to shoot this crap. Listening to Lin Xingyue's discouraging words, Shi Xiao looked at Lin Xingyue as if she were an idiot. If not an idiot, then what is it? Apart from having a good face and a good figure, Lin Xingyue, in Shi Xiao's eyes, is an idiot and has no vision. Otherwise, how could he have lived with someone like Yi Tianqi for so many years without noticing anything? If she wasn't so blind, how could she have married the exiled immortal of the Qi family, whom so many people wanted to marry, and then abandoned her? What do you mean he's not good enough for her? But anyone who truly understands their lives knows that even though Yi Tianqi keeps his identity secret, even though he doesn't appear to be rich and powerful, he's actually a good man. Moreover, he not only keeps the family well organized, but he also helps out a lot. They can't say they live a luxurious life, but as long as Lin Xingyue wants something and the family needs something, Yi Tianqi will always get it to them as quickly as possible. Have they really never thought about it? Even if he doesn't want to, he has no conscience. In Shi Xiao's opinion, such a person is not worthy of respect at all. If Lin Xingyue was not still somewhat pretty and useful, Master Shi would not have given Lin Xingyue much of a good face at all. At this moment, listening to Lin Xingyue saying discouraging words in front of him, he was feeling a little annoyed and anxious, and he couldn't help but feel angry. Shut up! What do you know? 100 million. What's that? 100 million is nothing. You don't even know 100 million is just the beginning. As Shi Xiao finished his words and Lin Xingyue was a little confused by the scolding, the situation on the field changed rapidly as Shi Xiao had expected. The 100 million yuan from Mr. Shi did not scare anyone at all at this time. Money seemed to no longer be money. Old Han directly asked for 120 million, and then several people led by the middle-aged man raised the price to 150 million again, and Old Bai smiled and stretched out 2 fingers, 200 million. That's right, just when Lin Xingyue and Shi Xiao were talking, the auction price had doubled to a sky-high price of 200 million. At this point, the auction fell into a moment of silence. After all, this was not just about bidding. As long as you bid, you had to pay the money regardless of whether you could get the item in the end. And right now, even if no one bids higher, the people who just participated in the auction, including Shi Xiao, will have to pay at least 100 million yuan, which is absolutely a sky-high price. No matter who they are, they have to consider how much money they can pay, how much money is needed to get the things, how much money is needed to avoid being too hurt if they don't get the things, and whether the benefits are enough. This is something that must be considered. If you really don't consider anything, then you are really brainless. Everyone on the field, including Lin Xingyue and the others, were all stunned. This was too exaggerated. It was far beyond their expectations. This look of anger was not even considered as anger. This was completely crazy. At this moment, Master Shi's eyes were also red. He looked at Master Qianwu and said through gritted teeth, "How much funds can you mobilize? Prepare as much as you can. Even if you have to use your Qian family's capital pool, you must mobilize the money. For Mei must get this thing, I must." For 16, Chapter 416, Rising in Billions. Young Master Qianwu looked at Master Shi with an extremely shocked expression. Even though he had learned a lot from following Shi Xiao, he didn't say that he would spend money regardless of the cost just for Yi Tianqi's work. Now the price has soared to 200 million, and it doesn't look like the final offer at all. Who knows what astronomical figure it will eventually soar to? What's the matter with Master Shi's attitude? Is this going crazy? But Mr. Qianwu only dared to think about it in his heart, and he didn't dare to say anything more. The Chen family's capital pool, it's easy to say, but how easy is it? He is just one of the young masters of the Qian family, not the only heir. How much money can he mobilize? Of course, because of following Master Shi this time, his authority in the Qian family has been greatly enhanced, but even so, he cannot ignore the consequences. The fifth Master Qian looked at Master Shi and whispered, "Master Shi, the most I can mobilize right now is about 100 million. I may not be able to mobilize the Chen family's capital pool. Of course, if you really need it, I can try to embezzle it, but I can only get 100 or 200 million at most. More than that, I really can't get." That's right, this is already the limit for Mr. Qianwu. After all, this is all cash. Is it too little? To be honest, it is really a lot. Hundreds of millions of funds can be mobilized by one of the young masters of the Qian family. Who dares to say that it is a small amount? However, for Shi Xiao, this is not enough. I am afraid that these are really not enough. However, Master Shi knew that this was indeed the limit for Master Qianwu, so he said with a serious face, "In other words, you can come up with about 300 million in cash, right?" "No, that's not enough, you need more. In any case, you need to prepare at least 500 million. If you add in assets, the more the better. If the cash is insufficient, I will request an auction using assets later. So, Mr. Qianwu, you must do everything you can to raise the money, or in other words, prepare the assets.
If the assets were included, the amount of funds would be much larger.
At this moment, Master Qianwu felt that Master Shi had gone crazy. Otherwise, how could he say such crazy words and make such a crazy decision? He only thought that this was a fight between young Master Shi and old Master Bai, and that it was also a way of proving his own strength, but he had no idea that the reason why young Master Shi insisted on getting this work was because this work itself was worth it. Of course, whether it is worth it or not also depends on the time and what happens. At least now, Shi Shao has added some other factors into it, so it is really hard to say whether it is worth it or not. Looking at the fifth young master Qian, Shi Shao said coldly, "Are you questioning my decision, fifth young master? I hope you understand who has the final say here, and who is the person who can truly bring you a future.
Do you understand?"
Upon hearing this, Master Qianwu gave a wry smile and nodded immediately, saying, "I understand, don't worry, I'll prepare it right away." Only then did Shi Shao nod in satisfaction. With the financial support from Mr. Qianwu, he felt more confident. Slowly standing up, Shi Shao spoke calmly, "This price seems to have shocked many people after all. A 200 million yuan auction is not common. However, I'm willing to pay anything worth a fortune. I can see that many people here today want to fight for ownership of this thing, but I want to ask, are you ready? After all, this isn't just a matter of calling a price and leaving it at that. Once you call a price,
you have to pay real money. Aren't you afraid of getting nothing in the end? I don't mind you continuing to bid up the price, but you guys better think about it. Do you really want to lose hundreds of millions for nothing?"
After saying that, Shi Shao sneered, stretched out 5 fingers, and said, "Then, let's get it over with. There's no point in making such a small fuss. 500 million.
500 million.
That's right, it's 500 million. When Master Shi said this 500 million, he didn't even blink. There was no reluctance or pain in his eyes, only determination, as if this 500 million was not his limit, but just a price to make everyone withdraw. If they didn't withdraw, he would continue to increase the price.
But this is 500 million.
Although the people present today are all big shots in the eastern province, each of them is worth a lot of money, but how many of them can really take out 500 million in cash at any time? I'm afraid it's rare.
You know, assets are assets and cash is cash. What's more, which company doesn't have any debt nowadays?
Although some people claim that the assets exceed 10 billion, or even several billion, if we remove factors such as liabilities, can the net assets really reach that much? Not necessarily.
Therefore, Shi Shao's bid left everyone stunned. It's not just about bidding, but is it really necessary?
Just for a so-called Yi Tianqi work, they put up 500 million in real money for auction. Even if it was made of pure gold, it was too exaggerated. Even if it was because of the quarrel with Mr. Bai, it was still incomprehensible. Lin Xingyue was speechless at this moment. Her mind was full of madness. Not only was Shi Shao crazy, but everyone who participated in the auction was crazy. They were throwing money into the water.
That's not how you throw it.
As for Yi Tianqi's broken calligraphy and paintings, to be honest, before the divorce, Lin Xingyue had no idea how many of them there were. Although most of them were waste paper and were destroyed, there were still many that were well preserved and framed with Yi Tianqi's seal. Well, if this painting is worth hundreds of millions, then what else would Lin Xingyue have to do? Her net worth would immediately be over 10 billion. Mother Lin also felt dizzy at this moment, but she had to swallow her anger and didn't dare to say anything.
Looking at Sun Xiaoya, Mother Lin gritted her teeth and said, "Sun Xiaoya, did I hear correctly? This broken thing is worth 500 million now?"
Sun Xiaoya's application was so complicated that her body was trembling. You know, this thing, which has now been priced at 500 million yuan, was swapped by them with their own hands. Before, because Lin Xingyue spent more than 10 million to buy Haixingjushir's works, Sun Xiaoya and others already found it incredible and unbelievable, let alone now. "Auntie, this isn't worth 500 million, but it's just worth 500 million. Looking at the current situation, I'm afraid it's probably worth more than 500 million. When Mother Lin heard this, she covered her chest and had difficulty breathing. This was not because she was sick, but because she was anxious and angry. She didn't know who she was angry at, but now she felt that the money should have been hers, because she was the one who switched the things.
Several hundred million, that's several hundred million in cash. At this moment, Mr. Bai smiled and said, It seems that Master Sure is giving an ultimatum. Do you plan to clear the area?
Mr. Han, Mr. Chen, why don't you just forget about it and don't get involved? After all, the rules have been agreed upon in advance. The final price you offer must be used as charity no matter what now. Several hundred million is already a lot. There is no need to continue arguing. Mr. Bai looked at Mr. Han and Mr. Chen, who had joined forces with several others, and spoke with a smile, but the meaning of his words was already very clear. And old Master Bai was not looking down on others, but he really felt that there was no need for them to continue fighting, because the next competition would become fierce, and neither he nor Master Sure would give up at this time. Even if others bid, it will be useless. So, the gain outweighs the loss, and this is for their own good. For 17, Chapter 417. Give the money to the original owner. Everyone present today saw what was happening. Especially the incident between young Master Sure and the Bai family shocked everyone. However, they were all smart people and knew that young Master Sure was definitely not crazy. He must have the confidence to do thesis. For what the confidence was, they did not know for the time being. But yes, there definitely is. However, today, those who can participate in the auction, not to mention their status and position, may not be afraid of Master Sure, who has not yet revealed his cards. Even if they really have concerns, at this critical juncture, they will not be scared off by a few words. The most important thing is that since they recognized who the work belonged to and knew that the person involved was sitting here, how could they not know who the so-called Yi Tianqi was? For them, getting something is very important. If they can't get it, it doesn't really matter. They can take this opportunity to get to know Yi Tianqi and leave a good impression, then they won't feel that they have failed. So, Mr. Chen stood up with a smile, looked at Mr. Bai and Mr. Sure and said, Mr. Bai is right. I can understand Mr. Sure wanting to clear the venue. However, my bid just now was too low, which really doesn't do justice to the value of this work. Then I will make another offer. Even if I can't get this good thing, I can't appear to be short-sighted. 700 million, I'll pay 700 million. Although it's still not the final price I had in mind, I think I can't outbid you. I'll just give Upas for the 700 million, I'll donate it to charity, for Mr. Bai's birthday and for the value of this work itself. No one could have expected these words. Knowing that the painting could not be sold, the bidder made a final bid and actually called out a sky-high price of 700 million yuan just to maintain the reputation of the work. This requires 700 million in real money, which is simply throwing money into the water. No matter how rich you are, you shouldn't cause trouble like this. At this moment, many people thought that Mr. Chen was crazy. If he was not crazy, could he do such a crazy thing? Only after seeing Mr. Bai announce the price did he show Yi Tianqi an almost flattering smile, so it was not surprising that he made Mr. Chen's choice. At this moment, Elder Han sighed softly, stood up, and said, What should I do? I'm a little unwilling to give up. Although I know that I may not be able to compete with Elder Bai and young Master Sure in the end, I still want to give it a try. What should I do? Mr. Han's strength is no joke. If he really goes all out and competes to the end, there may really be some suspense as to who will win. At worst, the bidders will pay a higher price than expected. Mr. Han has both the strength and the courage. Hearing this, Mr. Bai chuckled and said, It's not impossible to give it a try, but why bother, Mr. Han? The most important thing is to achieve the effect, right? There's no need to argue about who's better. Otherwise, forget it. Just consider it a favor to me. An old man, what do you think, Mr. Han? Although Mr. Bai and Mr. Han seem to have a competitive relationship from outsiders, they actually respect each other. Even if there is competition, it is benign. The relationship between the two sides is actually very good, not as incompatible as outsiders imagine. Therefore, since Mr. Bai had said this, Mr. Han also knew his determination, so naturally he could not say anything more. However, if he had to say something, it was that he looked down on Mr. Sure, or simply disliked him. Just like now, Sure Xiao seemed to have to show his presence, laughing and saying, Mr. Bai, are you scared? There's no need. I just said that in the end, it's only me who gets this thing. If they insist on going bankrupt, then let them go bankrupt. It's their own fault. How arrogant! Young Master Sure has no intention of giving face to anyone and looks down on everyone. These words are directed at Old Han. Old Han was a little unhappy immediately. He had been in the business for many years and was so old now. What was there for him to be unhappy about? Even if Master Sure has a trump card, even if he has backers and background, so what? He is just a junior who is relying on the power of others to bully others. If he can scare him, then he has been doing this in vain. However, before Old Man Han could say anything, Old Man Bai immediately laughed and said, Old Man Han, there's no need to let outsiders laugh at what happened between us. Don't worry, I will make sure those who should understand what it means to bring disaster upon oneself. When Mr. Han heard this, he immediately burst into laughter since Mr. Bai said so, he would definitely believe it. Okay, in that case, I'll give Mr. Bai a favor however, I have a suggestion, and I'm not sure if Mr. Bai can agree to it.
Mr. Bai smiled and nodded, saying, Mr. Han, please speak.
Old Han smiled and said, let's not talk about anything else. Mr. Chen is already offering 700 million yuan, and my final offer is 1 billion yuan. Adding it all up, it's 17 billion yuan. All of this will be used as charity. Since we have said this, we will definitely do it. We can afford this amount.
If we add in the amount offered by the other loser, whose competition will reach a certain level later, the amount of donations will already be astronomical. I don't think it's necessary to include the final winner's bid in the donation.
Indeed, not counting the final offer from Mr. Bai or Mr. Shi, the price has already reached a sky-high price of 17 billion yuan. The donation is enough, and no one would think it is too little. If we add that last stroke, no one knows what will happen. To what extent will it reach? Mr. Bai looked at Mr. Han and said, Mr. Han, do you have any ideas? Feel free to tell me.
Old Han nodded and said, indeed, I think that since this work belongs to Mr. Yi, then this birthday gift must have been swapped. Lin Qingyue just said that this thing is not hers. The birthday gift she gave was a painting by Haishan Jusher that she bought for over 10 million yuan. She also believes that Mr. Yi swapped it himself. In that case, I think it's better to consider it as a gift from Mr. Yi. After all, it's his painting, and the final auction price should be given to Mr. Yi. Mr. Bai, what do you think? This is to curry favor with Yi Tianqi. No matter what the final number is, one thing is certain, it is a sky-high price, more than 1 billion yuan, or even higher. In all of this will be handed over to Yi Tianqi so easily. This is not an empty name, this is real money. Everyone present was stunned by what Mr. Han said. No matter who Yi Tianqi is, or whether he is valued by Mr. Bai, that is all empty talk. However, the cash of more than 1 billion in real money is real. Once Yi Tianqi really possesses more than 1 billion in real money, he will be a real rich man, and a rich man with cash in hand. How many people will want to curry favor with him? To put it bluntly, if many of the so-called billionaires present here were asked to take out 1 billion in cash, could they do it? It is almost impossible. What's more, even if there is, it is the company's property, and the company may not belong to them completely. Just this point makes Yi Tianqi's wealth, at least his current apparent wealth, exceed that of at least half of the people present. Crazy, really crazy. However, what was even crazier was that Mr. Bai actually nodded happily and agreed directly. 418, Chapter 418, the sky-high price of 3 billion. Mr. Bai looked at Mr. Han, laughed, and said, okay, Mr. Han is right. The donation is almost enough. In that case, I agree to this request. I think everyone has nothing to object to. After all, this birthday gift is mine, this work belongs to Mr. Yi, and the real money is also paid by us. The donations have exceeded our expectations. Everything is perfect. After saying that, Mr. Bai looked at Mr. Shi and said with a smile, Mr. Shi, you wouldn't want to object, would you? After all, you only care about the result. If you're determined to win, then the money won't matter once you've got the item, right? Besides, it doesn't seem to benefit you to offend the original author. Young Master Shi saw that Mr. Bai had pointed at him. Even though he was extremely unhappy and impatient, he could only grit his teeth, stand up, and say, of course, I don't mind. If Mr. Bai doesn't mind, why should I mind? Besides, Mr. Yi and I are friends. Mr. Yi may not care about this small amount of money, or even need it, but who knows, right? However, I don't know if Mr. Yi will be happy to accept it. Even if he does, I don't know if he will spend the money. After all, Mr. Yi should know a lot of things. Shi Shao's last words were a threat. However, he was really crazy. He knew Yi Tianqi's true identity and was extremely afraid in his heart, but at this time he was madly trying to save his face and even began to threaten Yi Tianqi. Yi Tianqi had no intention of pampering Shi Shao. He looked at Shi Shao with his eyes slightly narrowed and a disdainful smile on his lips. He said, Shi Shao, since you know that I know a lot of things, then you seem to have forgotten that you are the one who should know the most. Master Shi, I mainly want to come here today to celebrate Mr. Bai's birthday and watch a play as for how the play goes on. I don't mind. However, if some jumping clowns insist on testing my bottom line, then I don't mind. Will let them know who I really am. Master Shi, I didn't know you before. As for why I didn't know you, or even heard of you, I think you know it very well now that I know you. You seem to have forgotten who I am and what my temper is like. Master Shi, are you sure that the life jacket you are wearing can save your life if you were about to drown? Yi Tianqi spoke calmly, seemingly without any threat,
but it made Sher Shao break out in a cold sweat. He even didn't have the courage to refute Yi Tianqi or say a few tough words. "What are you talking about? I don't understand, huh? But it's up to you, Yi Tianqi. I am just reminding you after all. As you said, today is Mr. Bai's birthday party. I have no objection to what Mr. Bai wants to do. I also have no objection to giving you so much money."
No objection?
If he had no objection, he wouldn't have said that just now. However, Yi Tianqi's indifferent expression really reminded Sher Shao of the methods used by the exiled immortal of the Qi family. What was he, Sher Shao? People didn't even know him, let alone him. Even his entire Sher family, in those days, were just chess pieces in Yi Tianqi's hands, to be manipulated as he pleased. To put it bluntly, when Yi Tianqi was plotting the miraculous rise of the Qi family, there were more than one or two families whose power completely disappeared or declined. It was this conversation between Sher Shao and Yi Tianqi that made many people who were already confused even more confused about what was going on. They always felt that both Sher Shao and Yi Tianqi had hidden meanings in their words, but they just couldn't understand what they were saying. However, they understood one thing, that is, no one objected, including Sher Shao, and everyone agreed that the final auction proceeds of this work would be given to Yi Tianqi. This has completely determined one thing: no matter what the final result is, Yi Tianqi will possess a huge fortune. The only question now is who will get this thing in the end, Mr. Bai or young Master Sher.
And the final amount will be an astronomical figure.
Sher Shao seemed to want to quickly forget about the cowardly conversation he had just had with Yi Tianqi, so he immediately said, "Since Mr. Han said that he would offer 1 billion and would not make any more offers, then I will offer 15 billion. I want this thing." 15 billion, this is an astronomical figure that many people would never dare to imagine in their lifetime, and Master Sher just shouted it out like that. The Sher family has the confidence, and young Master Sher has the confidence. Even though, at this point, his heart is already trembling, he is still unwilling to give in. Lin Qingyue and the others who were sitting next to Sher Shao had already been holding their chests, almost breathless with nervousness. This was not just a question of how much this thing was worth, but the fact that all the money would eventually go into Yi Tianqi's pocket. How could they possibly accept this? However, at this moment, it was not their turn to speak. Mr. Bai looked at Mr. Sher with a cold smile on his face. He said, "Rai's work is worth a lot, no matter how high its value is, but, Mr. Sher, are you sure you want to keep bidding? 15 billion, I think, is not a small amount for you."
2 billion, Bai, will give you 2 billion. Master Sher, do you want to continue?
The Bai family has been in charge of the East Province for so many years, and the wealth they have accumulated it is conceivable that Mr. Bai can mobilize 2 billion in cash. The most important thing is that as long as Mr. Bai is willing to speak up, he can raise more funds today. No matter it is a bank, or these so-called old friends who are present today or not, as long as Mr. Bai is willing to lend money, even if one person only borrows a few hundred million, he dares to guarantee that he can get tens of billions of funds anytime and anywhere. This is Mr. Bai's confidence. And, for Yi Tianqi, all of this is worth it. This is his trust in Yi Tianqi. As long as Yi Tianqi is there, the Bai family, even if it goes bankrupt and liquidates, can regroup in the fastest time and reach a higher peak than now. And these are what he has, but Sher Shao cannot have them. So, he, Mr. Bai, has nothing to fear. However, Sher Shao was also crazy at this time. Seeing Mr. Bai shout out a sky-high price of 2 billion, Sher Shao gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, 3 billion. Mr. Bai, it's your birthday today. I shouldn't have argued with you, but today, I want this honor. Mr. Bai, are you sure you won't give me this honor? You know, the face you're not giving isn't just mine. I can also tell you clearly that I know what you're thinking, but you have to think it through. The final result may not be what you want. It's very likely that you'll regret what you did today. Mr. Bai, are you going to continue?
Don't forget, I know it all. If I still dare to do this, there must be a reason. Old man, you are a smart man, don't you understand and guess it, out of kindness. I am reminding you, don't be too clever, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. For 19, chapter 419, only 3 billion. Young Master Sher had just threatened Yi Tianqi, but he was frightened by Yi Tianqi and started threatening old Master Bai again. It sounds a little unbelievable, but compared to the fear in Sher Shao's heart towards Yi Tianqi, he has almost no fear towards this also famous Mr. Bai. Today, he just hoped that Mr. Bai could cooperate with him and then take action against Bai Yilong. This would reduce a lot of his pressure. However, for some reason, Sher Shao had a feeling that he was out of control. Everything seemed to be out of control. He looked at everyone present,
But where was Mr. Zhou? Mr. Zhou, the person he wanted to see the most, hadn't arrived yet, and neither had Boss Leopard. He wasn't worried about these things originally, but now, he had to be a little anxious. Plus, this is 3 billion. 3 billion in real money, even if it is very likely that he will not spend a penny of the money in the end, or in other words, he will get back as much as he spends, but it is still 3 billion after all.
Sure family, can you come up with 3 billion in cash?
The answer is, even if you can take it out, it will be all you have after all. It is not an asset. Moreover, it is true that he is the heir of the Sure family, and because of Yi Xiao, he can even be said to be the only heir. But the Sure family is not just him. The Sure family is a big family. If he wants to empty the Sure family for a piece of calligraphy and painting, those family members will not agree.
No matter how much he explains, it's useless because people may not listen.
So, Sure Xiao was not anxious, but he was also anxious. If he could get 3 billion, then he would accept it whether it was for face or for substance. He would just consider it as having an advantage over Mr. Bai just based on this point. He would accept it in the future. He could earn more and it would be easier to explain, so it wouldn't be considered a loss.
But the key question is, can we get 3 billion?
Mr. Bai's determined look made him lose all confidence, so he was not only anxious, but also wanted to let Mr. Bai know that he could not continue bidding and had to stop, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous.
But how could Mr. Bai listen to his threats?
Just as Sure Xiao said, they all knew Yi Tianqi's identity, but their attitudes towards Yi Tianqi were completely different. This made it impossible for the two of them to coexist peacefully, unless one side persuaded the other. However, this has been proven to be absolutely impossible.
Mr. Bai looked at Master Sure and sneered, "Master Sure, are you threatening me?"
Sure Xiao shook his head and said seriously, "Grandpa, you misunderstood. How could a junior threaten you? I just want to remind you to be more careful. After all, this is not the time to fight. What's more, is there really no truth to what I said? Mr. Bai, don't forget that this isn't 10 years ago. Things have changed. The once high and mighty God has long since fallen to the mortal realm. Furthermore, countless powerful figures are eager to step on this fallen god. It would be fine if he didn't show up, but if he does, his fate will definitely not be good at this moment. Anyone who gets close to this fallen god will likely be dragged down into hell." Mr. Bai, I'm not threatening you. I am reminding you, persuading you, and even more importantly, saving you. After all, you may already know that I, sure, am nothing, but I have someone standing behind me. What I say now, and I can tell you responsibly, represents the opinion of the big shot behind me, and no one has dared to oppose the opinion of this big shot behind me over the years.
Mr. Bai, do you understand?
He said it wasn't a threat, but every word he said was a threat. It's almost like saying that Yi Tianqi is no longer the exiled immortal of the Qi family. Now the situation has changed. Yi Tianqi is nothing. Not only that, there are too many people who want to kill him, and each of them is an extremely powerful figure. Tell Mr. Bai not to have any other ideas, otherwise he will definitely be implicated. Everyone could hear this, and Mr. Bai was no exception. Looking at Master Sure, old Master Bai sneered, "Should I thank Master Sure for his kindness? But Master Sure is overthinking it. No matter how much you say, I still have to do what I have to do. Master Sure, in an auction, it's better to bid based on your ability. 3 billion is a huge sum, but I want to ask, Master Sure, can you really come up with that much cash?" Young Master Sure looked at Mr. Bai and frowned. "Since I'm willing to pay this price, I can naturally come up with so much cash." Mr. Bai, you don't distrust me, do you? Upon hearing this, Mr. Bai laughed heartily and shook his head, saying, "Of course not. After all, as young Master Sure said, I don't think anyone dares to default on their debt today. Even if you wanted to, doing it in front of so many people for such a small amount of money would not only bring shame to the Sure family, but also to the big shot behind you. That would be embarrassing. As for me, I don't have any other intentions when I say this. I just want to tell Master Sure that if you don't have enough cash, it's okay. You can also use other assets to convert it." After Mr. Bai finished speaking, he chuckled and said, "Then I will continue to bid 35 billion. Mr. Sure, do you want to continue?" Sure enough, a bid was made. Mr. Bai had no intention of letting go at all. This value has really exceeded the value of the work itself, even though Sure Xiao still believes that because, as long as he gets this work, he can at least guarantee that he will not lose money. But what's the point? Now it's not a question of whether we make a loss or not, it's simply a question of whether we can save face. Taking a deep breath, Sure Xiao didn't look at Old Man by this time but looked at Bai Yulong. "Young Master Bai, the old man spent tens of billions just to buy this thing as a member of the Bai family, and now the head of the Bai family, don't you have any objections? After all, this is not 30 or 50 million, but 35 billion. It was no use going to Mr. Bai to make the argument, so Sher Shao could only hope that Bai Yulong could stop Mr. Bai. Otherwise, how could his financial resources be compared with Mr. Bai, who was famous and had extensive connections? Unless young Master Sher can ask the night owl behind him to come forward, he will definitely lose. Bai Yulong looked at the desperate Sher Shao and smiled slightly, saying, Sher Shao, you're worrying too much. My Bai family can still afford this money. Today is the old man's birthday. If he's happy, he can spend whatever he wants. Besides, Rai's work is worth it no matter how high the price is. Doesn't Sher Shao think so too? Otherwise, how could he have offered such a high price? Of course, everyone wants a good thing, but there's still a gap in strength. Master Sher, why don't you just forget it? Now that you only need to donate 3 billion, why don't you stop? After all, 3 billion is not a small amount, but it's not an unacceptable loss for Master Sher. Besides, it's just a charity. 3 billion. I think Master Sher will also leave behind an excellent reputation, killing someone and destroying their heart. Bai Yulong, this is clearly a murder and a heartbreaking move. 420, Chapter 420, failed to provoke and instead became enraged. Spending 3 billion yuan on charity, young Master Sher must be crazy. People who know him well know his personality and temper. Although he seems to be rich and don't care about anything, he still has to decide what he uses his money for. Doing good deeds, young Master Sher had never even helped an old lady cross the street in his life. How could he be expected to do any good deeds? If he did, it would only mean that he had a purpose. Bai Yulong, it was intentional. He said this on purpose, but what he said was also the truth. As long as Master Sher is unable to offer a higher price in the end, then according to the rules agreed upon before, he must give the money from his final bid to charity. Not to mention how much this money is, an astronomical figure that makes people shudder. Just for the reputation, young Master Sher can forget about it. It's shameful, extremely shameful. He would be completely humiliated and become a laughingstock. He would even be looked down upon and despised by his backer, Night Owl. By then, he would have no place to cry. Sher Shao gritted his teeth, looked at Bai Yulong, and said coldly, 3 billion is a lot, but to me, it's nothing. I said these words just to remind you not to lose more than you gain, especially you, Bai Yulong. Do you really not understand your situation? Also, without saying anything else, are you sure that you will win in the end? If I win, the entire Bai family will pay such a huge price. Do you really not mind at all? Aren't you afraid that this is a conspiracy between me and old Master Bai? The purpose is to make it so that even if you, Bai Yulong, who is so cruel and merciless that you can even be ruthless to your closest relatives, win the Bai family, you will only get an empty shell, or even be heavily in debt? Young Master Sher still had some brains. Seeing that he couldn't get old Master Bai to stop, nor could he get Bai Yulong to stop him, he had to think of another way, and this way was what he wanted to do in the first place. To sow discord between Mr. Bai and Bai Yulong, young Master Sher is still convinced that Mr. Bai is extremely dissatisfied with Bai Yulong. This is not just a casual thought and self-righteousness, but it should be so, and it is the fact. Bai Yulong carried out such a large-scale purge within the Bai family all of a sudden. How could old Master Bai really turn a blind eye to it? How could he really not be upset at all? Those were all his relatives, even his own son. The reason why he didn't attack the white fish dragon now is probably just because he was a little concerned. Originally, they should have been in a cooperative relationship, but now, Mr. Bai seemed to be crazy for Yi Tianqi's calligraphy and painting, and he was determined to go against him for Yi Tianqi. Young Master Sher had to think of another way out. Letting Bai Yulong and old man Bai fight and become suspicious of each other is the best option. It's a pity that Master Sher was destined to be disappointed, because what he said no longer posed any problem to either Mr. Bai or Bai Yulong. Old Master Bai was indeed dissatisfied with Bai Yulong, but when Yi Tianqi supported Bai Yulong, all his dissatisfaction disappeared. What's more, those close relatives were all alive, and none of them were dead. It was just that they deserved it and should pay the price. There is no need to mention Bai Yulong. Old Master Bai is his biological grandfather and now strongly supports him. If these do not constitute reasons, then Yi Tianqi's presence is the best reason and the greatest confidence. So, listening to Master Sher's provocative words, Bai Yulong laughed heartily and said, "Really, Master Sher, I actually wish I could believe your provocation, but unfortunately, your provocation is a bit too clumsy. It's a lie that will be exposed at the slightest provocation. How can I believe it?" Curious, huh? Then I'll tell you straight up, you're not even worthy of joining forces with my grandfather. Is that enough? Stop talking nonsense here. Only a brainless idiot like you could make a fool of yourself.
If you want something, you should rely on your own real ability. If you don't have such great strength, don't speak so arrogantly. You keep talking about your background and your backers. If I had a subordinate like you, I would be so embarrassed that I would be thrown to my grandmother's house, you idiot. Bai Yulong's words were not only impolite, they were almost enough to piss Shi off to death. Not only did he call him an idiot, he also mocked him for having no strength and even said something about night owl. All these made Shi Shao furious, but at the same time he was secretly frightened. Indeed, if today's events could end perfectly, that would be fine, but if not, and it got to Night Owl's ears, it would be all over for him, young Master Shi. Asshole, Bai Yulong, I gave you face, didn't it? Do you really think that this is the Eastern Province, the base camp of your Bai family, and I am afraid of you? You are still unaware of your imminent death. You will pay the price for these stupid words. Wait, I will see you kneel down and beg for mercy. Shi Shao roared, shouting out what he believed was going to happen. As for Bai Yulong, he just sneered faintly, looking at Shi Shao as if he were a clown, and said, "Don't act like a spoiled brat here. If you have the ability, then show your real ability. If you don't have the ability, then just be a good dog." After saying this, Bai Yulong looked at the auctioneer and said calmly, "My grandfather has already offered 35 billion. Why don't you ask if anyone else is bidding? If not, then it's time to announce the owner of the item." When gods fight, mortals suffer. The auctioneer is just an ordinary person. He can't afford to offend either the Bai family or Mr. Shi, and he dare not say much now. The only thing he can do is to follow the rules. However, before the auctioneer could ask, Shi Shao had already he roared with red eyes. 5 billion, I'll pay 5 billion. When these words came out, everyone went crazy. 50 billion, how much money is that? It's simply unimaginable. The most important thing is, Mr. Shi, can you really come up with so much money? The Shi family is not weak, but in terms of financial resources, they are just not weak. It is impossible, absolutely impossible for them to have 5 billion in cash. Even the Shi family's own assets didn't reach 10 billion, so how could they suddenly come up with 5 billion? What a joke, just say they had to take out half of the Bai family's assets. But the key to the problem is that young Master Shi is just young Master Shi. He is not yet the head of the Shi family. Even if he is the head of the Shi family, if he wants to make this decision, all the members of the Shi family will oppose it. This is no longer an auction, it's a life or death struggle. It's just crazy. At this moment, including Mr. Qianwu, Lin Xingyue and others, all looked at Shi Shao in amazement, as if they were looking at a gambler who seemed to have lost everything, with red eyes, wanting to sell everything he could. Sad and pitiful. 421, Chapter 421. Prove your strength. Crazy, completely crazy. 15 billion yuan, a sky-high price among sky-high prices, an astronomical figure that people dare not even imagine. If it is a large investment, etc., perhaps it can be understood, but if it is just a bid for a painting, it is simply ridiculous. What kind of calligraphy and painting can be worth 5 billion yuan? Even if it is the most famous calligraphy and painting in history, something that everyone says is priceless and inestimable, would anyone really spend a terrifying fortune of 5 billion to buy it? How is this possible? But today, those present here have witnessed history, and once this matter gets out, countless people will be dumbfounded and unable to believe it. This is 5 billion. Young Master Shi is crazy. There is definitely something wrong with his brain. This is no longer an auction. This is purely a fight of grudges, and a fight to the death. However, the key point now is that there are very few people present today who are familiar with Shi Shao at the same time. Even if they know him, those who dare to persuade him at this time are even rarer. There is one fact that makes people have to ask questions, that is, Mr. Shi, can you come up with such a huge fortune? Mr. Bai took a deep look at young Master Shi, a slight chuckle appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said, "Young Master Shi, you are very generous and bold. However, if I thought that young Master Shi could afford the offer before, then now I have to ask one more question. 5 billion, can you come up with it?" That's right, 5 billion, can you come up with it? If it was Yi Shao who made the bid, then this question wouldn't even need to be asked, because Yi Shao could afford it even if he didn't have the money. He had plenty of ways to find the 5 billion or even more funds. However, young Master Shi was not Yi Shao, and the Shi family was not the Yi family. Bai Yulong also laughed at this time, looking at Shi Shao with an extremely suspicious look, and said with a smile, "Yes, Shi Shao, although I know you are not an ordinary person and the Shi family is also a large family, but this 5 billion is not a small number, and today's auction is not a game. Are you sure you can come up with it?"
Otherwise, forget it, just donate the money according to the number just mentioned. I will treat the 5 billion as you being mad and shouting nonsense, so I won't bother with you. How about it, Master Shi? I give you enough face, right?
Give face? How is this considered giving face? For Shi Shao, this was a humiliation from Bai Yilong, a complete humiliation.
Although Shi Shao was really burning with anger and felt a strong sense of fear at the moment, he could no longer care about so many things and had no way to retreat. There's no need for you to be so sarcastic. What's the matter? Do you think I can't come up with that much money? Do you think you have the right to look down on me? Humph, this is a joke. The strength of my Shi family is beyond your imagination. I, sure, have come this far today, and what I possess is beyond your comprehension. Instead of being sarcastic to me here, you should worry about what might happen to you next. Could Master Shi admit defeat? Of course not. Not only could he not, but he couldn't do it in such a forceful way. If he backed down now, what had he done before? He would have become a laughingstock. However, this is 5 billion after all, not a small amount of money, and no one will believe him just because of his few words. Bai Yilong looked at Shi Shao with a smile at this moment. He didn't seem angry at all. It was as if he was watching a farce, a joke, and the clown was Shi Shao. Ha, we've all seen how powerful young Master Shi is. Even if nothing else, he's been so arrogant since he showed up today. Who wouldn't have noticed? It's just that what's being compared now is real money, not just pretense. So, I'm sorry, Master Shi, even if you talk big, without any real ability, you'll just be a laughingstock. But even if you're willing to be the laughingstock, the joke, we don't have time to play with you. 5 billion, right? Fine, first prove that you can come up with that much, or that you have assets worth that much, and that you have full authority over the matter. Otherwise, I'm sorry, we really don't have the time to waste with you. Bai Yilong's request is reasonable. How is it possible to handle such a large amount without capital verification? Even an ordinary auction would be like this. The reason why it was not done in advance today was because the people present were all well-known and powerful bigwigs, and no one would get carried away, let alone bid randomly. But it just so happened that such a big thing happened, and an astronomical figure was shouted out. What's even more strange is that Shi Shao was obviously a little angry and unscrupulous, and didn't care about anything. We can't just let him shout randomly. Right after Bai Yilong finished speaking, everyone on the scene began to discuss, thinking that what Bai Yilong said was correct and was not directed at Shi Shao. After all, if it were them, the price would have been raised to this point, and naturally they would also want people to prove their strength. Otherwise, it would just be playing house. But Shi Shao was very upset. He could prove that he had 5 billion in assets, but just like Bai Yilong said, he could prove that he had the assets, but could he really have the final say over these assets? The answer is no. Taking a deep breath, Shi Shao looked at Bai Yilong and gritted his teeth. Bai Yilong, you guys, don't believe me? Do you look down on me? Bai Yilong smiled slightly, not in a hurry, nodded, and said, I don't look down on you, but it's true that I can't say I trust you. After all, if it was a few 100 million, or even 1 billion, or even 3 billion, we wouldn't say anything. But now that you've raised it to 5 billion, then I think we need you to prove your financial strength, so it's reasonable, right? Young Master Shi's strength is undoubtedly formidable, so why not prove it? Unless, young Master Shi can't prove it, so he doesn't want to, unable to prove it, then you can't blame us. After all, no one wants to be taken advantage of. Our Bai family has put real money out to play with you, and yet you're here to bid randomly. That's not right. Everyone, tell me, does what I said make sense? Is this the truth? After Bai Yilong finished shouting, everyone present echoed him regardless of who to help and who not to help. There was nothing wrong with what Bai Yilong said. That's right, that's the reason. It's just to verify the funds. What's the big deal? Yes, Master Shi has a rich family and great wealth, so what is he afraid of? It's just a matter of verification. Ha, Master Shi isn't willing to prove his strength, yet he's still bidding like that. Could it be that he's really here to cause trouble? That's really ridiculous. To put it bluntly, there are almost no people here today who have a good impression of Shi Shao. Therefore, seeing Shi Shao being humiliated did not cause any psychological burden to them at all. It would be even better if they could open their mouths to complain or say a few words of contempt. After all, such opportunities were rare. Normally, they would not dare to speak loudly when facing Shi Shao alone. As for the threats from Master Shi, forget it. The Bai family is still here compared to Master Shi. The Bai family is the one that really has the final say in East Province and can intimidate the heroes. At this moment, Shi Shao felt like he was being pointed at by thousands of people, as if he had really become a clown under the spotlight, being besieged and laughed at by countless people. This made him mad. Shut up, all of you, shut up, you rubbish, you ants, when will it be your turn to tell me what to do? Wait, all of you, just wait, I will make you pay the price, I will make sure you won't even be able to cry. After roaring, Sher Shao turned around, looked at Bai Yulong, and said with red eyes, don't you just want to verify whether I have the strength to come up with 5 billion? Fine, I'll let you verify it. For 22, chapter 422 I can make the decision. Faced with Sher Shao who had fallen into madness and rage, the people present did not bother with him after all. They could mock him secretly together, but they did not dare to confront Sher Shao head-on if he was singled out. There was no other way, their strength was there. If young Master Sher really kept them in mind, they wouldn't be able to sleep. Sher Shao looked at Bai Yulong and shouted that he could check it out. His attitude and eyes looked like he wanted to eat him. There was nothing he could do. He felt angry and even more ashamed. But since Master Sher is willing to let them verify it, he is not afraid of not having enough strength after all. What he counts is not only his own assets, but also those of other people. Even if I haven't obtained their consent yet, what does it matter, since they know my status and position, and know my strength and the people behind me, there is no reason for them not to listen to me. For example, Mr. Qian Wu, would he dare not listen? Therefore, Sher Shao was not afraid. Bai Yulong looked at Sher Shao, smiled and nodded, saying, that's right, Sher Shao obviously has such great strength, why should he be afraid of being checked? After the inspection, isn't it also to give Sher Shao a good reputation? Then please allow Master Sher to introduce us. The staff will check the situation you introduced. Sher Shao looked at Bai Yulong and sneered, if you want to check, then go ahead and check it. I'll give you an account now. There are more than 1 billion in cash in this account at the same time. You can also check the financial account of my Sher family group. I can't say how much cash is in it, but it's more than 10 billion. It's definitely there. All of this adds up to over 2 billion. In addition, Mr. Qian Wu has several hundred million in his account. All of this adds up to almost 3 billion. Also, you just mentioned that if you don't have enough cash, you can estimate your assets. Well, I don't think I need to do that. My Sherja group has over 8 billion yuan in credit lines from 5 banks besides the 3 billion yuan we've already used. We still have at least 5 billion yuan ready to be deposited into our accounts at any time. With that, I think it's more than enough. If you don't tell me, you don't know. Once you tell me, it's really shocking. All in all, it is equivalent to nearly 8 billion assets that Mr. Sher can mobilize now. Of course, these are almost all the assets that the Sher family can mobilize, and even include the credit given by the bank. Once it is mobilized and cannot be repaid, the Sher family will go bankrupt. This is all there is to the Sher Shao family. Or almost all of it. It was a lot, really a lot. Even Bai Yulong and Old Man Bai showed expressions of surprise. They did not expect that the Sher family would be able to mobilize so much cash. What was even more unexpected was that 5 banks would grant such a huge amount of credit. This was not something the Sher family should have received, but they did. This alone was enough to prove that young Master Sher was not lying and that his background was indeed deep enough. After Sher Shao finished speaking, he looked at the silence in the audience and the surprised expressions of Old Man Bai and Bai Yulong, and couldn't help but burst into laughter, feeling very proud. Don't you look down on yourself? Aren't you trying to humiliate yourself in this way? Now, you have seen your own strength and know what it means to have a solid foundation. Investigate. You can investigate as you please. You can ask me for any information you want. I will let you know how powerful I, young Master Sher, am. Following the staff's inquiries, the final result was just as Sher Shao had said. Bai Yulong looked at Sher Shao and said with a smile, Sher Shao, your strength is indeed strong. However, I still have some questions about this. I wonder if you can answer them. Sher Shao looked at Bai Yulong and sneered, everything has been checked out. What else do you have questions about? Fine, if you insist on causing trouble, I'll let you just tell me what you want to say. At this moment, Sher Shao's mood was completely different from before, so he was extremely relaxed and did not take the white fish dragon seriously at all. Bai Yulong didn't mind and smiled as he said, we do have sufficient financial resources. This has been proven. What I want to ask is, can you fully control and mobilize these financial resources? It will. Don't forget, in addition to this cash, including bank credit and other funds, I think I must need the consent of the head of the Sher family. Even if the head of your Sher family agrees to the bank loan and the money arrives in the account, are you sure that the head of the Sher family will agree to let you use such a huge amount of money at your own disposal? Bai Yulong's words were not meant to embarrass Sher Shao, but were the truth. Young Master Sher is only the heir of the Sher family, and he cannot make such a big decision. At this moment, Master Sure seemed to have guessed what Bai Yilong was going to say. He sneered and said, "I'm sorry to disappoint you. I am not the head of the Sure family, but only one of the heirs. However, I'm the one who calls the shots in the Sure family group. In other words, as long as I agree and sign, then it will take effect." "Oh, you don't know. I can't blame you after all. This matter has only been announced internally, and the outside world is still in the dark. I don't really like getting involved in these things, so I want to play around for a while. I'll leave the group's affairs to others. However, the legal documents show that I am indeed the chairman of the Shurjare group. You can check this now." These words surprised everyone again, and at the same time, they once again confirmed that the relationship between Sure Shao and Yi Shao was not false. Otherwise, Sure Shao would not be able to sit in this position, at least not now. Bai Yilong looked at the arrogant Sure Shao, smiled, shook his head and said, "That's not necessary. I think Sure Shao will not do such a clumsy thing. You are deceiving us with lies. If that's the case, then please feel free to bid. However, if the funds exceed 8 billion, then, I'm sorry, we need you to provide additional funds immediately, otherwise, it will be considered invalid." Just this one sentence made Sure Shao's already happy mood fall into anger and dissatisfaction again. What does this mean? I told myself that 5 billion is not enough. Will the Bai family continue to bid? Does this mean that you want to fight to the death with me? Sure Shao gritted his teeth, looked at Bai Yilong, and said, "Is it worth it, just for this thing? Or to curry favor with him, you are willing to risk the entire Bai family, and you also offend me and the people behind me. Bai Yilong, is it really worth it?" Bai Yilong smiled and looked at Mr. Bai, and said, "Grandpa, what do you think, is it worth it?" Mr. Bai laughed heartily and said, "Of course, it's worth it." After saying that, Mr. Bai said something that made Mr. Sure crazy. "Staff, please don't leave yet. When Master Sure runs out of funds and needs to replenish them, you will have to continue the verification." "What is this?" Young Master Sure seemed to no longer want to endure it. He stood up and pointed at old Master Bai, saying, "Alright, then you guys calculate now how much the East Province underground world is worth. Calculate it for me now." 423, Chapter 423. A lackey. How much is the underground world of Eastern Province worth? This is an astronomical figure that is simply impossible to estimate. It can't even be described with numbers. The underground world of a province, what does that represent? Representing all the dark sides of this province and all the shady interests, one can imagine what a huge number that is. Not to mention the influence, just talking about its benefits, it is impossible to estimate. No one can estimate it. But now, Sure Shao actually said that since we have to calculate, then calculate how much the entire East Province underground world is worth. As soon as these words came out, everyone frowned. Everyone can see that Sure Shao has gone a little crazy, but no one would have thought that he would be so crazy. He must have a problem with his brain. Can this be calculated? Even if it is possible, is this something that Master Sure can calculate? Sure Shao is an outsider. Even if he is on good terms with some big guys, is it his turn to be in charge? Among those present, only old Master Bai Yulong, and Lin Xingyue knew a little bit why young Master Sure said that and dared to say so. However, although it seemed that the matter was settled, in fact, there was no substantial progress. Young Master Sure didn't even want to hide it. He brought up this topic not only to tell Bai Yulong that he could still come up with the money, but also to warn Bai Yulong and Old Man Bai that he had already taken over the underground world of East Province, so he told them to take it easy. Seeing that everyone present was silent, Sure Shao was extremely arrogant. He glared at Bai Yulong and sneered, "Master Bai, calculate it. Let them calculate for me how much the underground world of East Province is worth." At this moment, Sure Shao was like a desperate clown, shouting wildly here. Bai Yulong sneered and said, "Young Master Sure, are you drunk? Are you dreaming? How much is the underground world of East Province worth? Oh, there's no need to estimate this, because it's impossible to quantify. But if you really want me to give you a value, then fine, I can give you an estimate right now. Is 100 billion enough? If 100 billion is not enough, I can give you 200 billion, or even more. But the key question now is, does this have anything to do with you? Master Sure, you're not even from the East Province. Are you kidding me here? What's the value of the East Province underground world? No matter how much money the East Province underground world is worth, it has nothing to do with you. Do you think you're so awesome just because you're young Master Sure? Do you think you're powerful just because you have a powerful backer? I'm too lazy to say anything unpleasant to you, but you seem to be getting more and more unscrupulous. You don't even know your own last name, huh? It's ridiculous. You, Master Sure, without the support behind you, what are you? Are you worthy enough to show off at my Bai family's birthday party? You're just a lackey. I wanted to break your legs before, but I didn't do it. That wasn't giving you face. However, everyone who should know what kind of temper I am, Bai Yulong, has lived to this day knows if I want to give you face, then I will give it. If you provoke me, I won't give you this face anymore then. No one will care about this face. I will break your legs and throw you out right now. Do you believe it? Do you believe it? Sure Shao didn't want to believe it, but looking at Bai Yulong's murderous expression, he believed it. He didn't dare not to believe it and had to believe it. After all, he had almost been beaten by Bai Yulong before this bastard. When he turned his face, he was really unscrupulous. However, the more he believed that Bai Yulong would attack him, the angrier Sure Shao became. He was the dignified master Sure. Even if he was a lackey, he was still a lackey of Yi Shao who wouldn't give him some respect. The only people who wouldn't give him face were those who were more powerful than him. But what is the white fish dragon? To Sure Shao, Bai Yulong is just a small figure living in a remote corner. Even if the Bai family is so powerful in the East Province, so what? He, Sure Shao, is facing the entire Dragon Kingdom. It would be fine if Bai Yulong didn't take the initiative to curry favor with him, but he actually dared to treat him like trash. How could Master Sure not be angry? What made Sure Shao even more angry was that he felt very unhappy and unlucky today. He had obviously become the king of the underground world of Eastern Province and controlled the underground world of Eastern Province, but unfortunately, the people who were supposed to come had not arrived yet, making it seem like he was lying when he spoke. Now this made him very unhappy. Before, he could still wait, but now, he is so angry. So what is there to wait for? He just wanted to quickly get someone to prove that he had taken control of the entire underground world of East Province, and then take a good look at the faces of these people. When the time comes, he will take action and deal with them as he sees fit. How satisfying that would be. He could no longer bear the urge to take revenge and the resentment to be repaid. However, I still have to endure it, but if I calculate the time, I can endure it for a few more minutes. Sure Shao took a deep breath, looked at Bai Yulong, and sneered, Bai Yulong, you're still so arrogant. You really haven't learned your lesson. Do you really think that no one can do anything to you? Do you really think that you, Bai Yulong, are so arrogant that you can cover the sky with one hand and ignore everyone? Okay, break my legs, then come on. I want to see how you break my legs. Don't think that you are the only one who has someone today. Since I dare to come, I am well prepared. But, I have to make this clear, in front of everyone. Everyone saw everything that happened. I, sure, have been here with you at the auction, even offering a whopping 5 billion yuan. I even asked for capital verification and proof of my strength. I've been very cooperative, haven't I? Yet, you're being rude to me. Bai Yulong, I have to make it clear who's being unreasonable. Sure Shao's words, what he said was that he wanted to stand on the moral high ground, as if he was the victim. Unfortunately, he left a bad impression on everyone from the very beginning. So even so, not many people have any sympathy for him now. Of course, this has more to do with his arrogance. Not to mention how arrogant he was before. Just now, how could Bai Yulong not be angry? So many people present felt that he was being unreasonable and deliberately causing trouble. Are you kidding me? You've even said how much the underground world of East Province is worth. If this isn't nonsense, what is it? Bai Yulong took a deep breath and suddenly smiled. He looked at Sure Shao and said, okay, I really underestimated your shamelessness and arrogance. I won't say anything else to you. Let's talk about the matter at hand. IDE converted the East Province underground world into money for you, but does this have anything to do with you? The underground world of Eastern Province, is it yours, Master Sure? You can dream, but it depends on what you dream about. Everyone present today is a prominent figure in Eastern Province. I haven't heard of the underground world of Eastern Province, so you, Master Sure, have the final say. You can also ask them if they have heard of it. Oh, by the way, Master Sure, don't think that just because you know a few big guys in the underground world, you think that this underground world is yours. You know the big guys in the underground world, and we know them too, but we have never heard us say that the underground world of East Province is ours. Oh, Master Sure, let me advise you not to embarrass yourself here, otherwise, you will not only lose face, but I'm afraid that when you go back, your legs will be broken and your tongue will be cut off. This will prevent you from saying anything nonsense in the future and bringing shame to your family. After Bai Yulong finished speaking, he burst into laughter, and then everyone on the field followed suit and laughed. There was no doubt that this shrill laughter was mocking Sure Shao, mocking him for overestimating his own abilities and being arrogant and brainless. For 24, Chapter 424, the underground world of Eastern Province has a king. Seeing Bai Yulong and others laughing at him unscrupulously, Sure Shao's face turned ashen. However, how to prove it at this time?
Mr. Zhou hasn't arrived yet, and neither has Boss Leopard. What can he use to prove it? But it's almost here, and that's also true. So, it will soon be clear who is laughing at whom. However, even for one more second, Shu Shao did not want to let these people present have a happy time. He wanted to see their terrified looks. Bai Yulong, are you laughing happily, and are you all laughing happily? But I just want to ask you one thing: if it is proven in the end that all this is not just my arrogant monologue, will you still be able to laugh? Young Master Shi slowly calmed down, pointed at himself, and said calmly, Sure, the only heir of the Shi family. Do you think I am crazy? According to Bai Yulong, I am Master Zhao's lackey. I admit that I am a lackey. Is that okay? But, so what? Who is Master Xiao? Don't tell me you don't know. Do you think you are qualified to be his lackey? When it comes to Night Owl, Shi Shao seems to have a strong backing, and his confidence is completely different. Being a lackey is also a job that makes one look radiant and proud. However, what he said is really hard to refute. Not everyone can be Night Owl's lackey, or subordinate. First of all, you must at least be qualified to have contact with him. Otherwise, if you can't even have contact with him, what else can you talk about? Seeing everyone in silence, listening to him, young Master Shi seemed to regain his confidence. He sneered, laughing at me, or rather, you're laughing at Master Xiao. Do you think Master Xiao would choose a lunatic with a weak brain, or even just gibberish, as his subordinate? Not to mention, I came to the Eastern Province to celebrate Mr. Bai's birthday under the orders of Mr. Xiao. Mr. Xiao, are you humiliating me, or are you insulting Mr. Xiao's intelligence? Everyone, when you say I'm brainless and crazy, please think carefully about who is brainless and who is crazy. Oh, just because I spend a huge amount of money on the auction, you think I'm a gambler and crazy? Otherwise, how could I spend a huge amount of money to compete with the Bai family for a calligraphy and painting that you think is worthless in the East Province, on the Bai family's territory? I, of course, have my reasons, but why should I tell you? Besides, who said that I would definitely lose? Is it because the strength I'm showing now isn't enough? But, before I proved my strength, didn't you doubt whether I could come up with 5 billion, but the results proved that I am fully capable of coming up with 5 billion, or even more. So, tell me now, what qualifications do you have to laugh at a man who can come up with 5 billion at any time? How do you know that if I can come up with 5 billion, I can't come up with more money? How can you be sure that what I said is false? I just said how much the Eastern Province underground world is worth, and you're so upset it's unbelievable. How do you know that what I said is not the truth? A bunch of frogs in a well, how can you know my strength? My goodness, at this moment, Master Shi is so arrogant and proud. At this time, it seemed that he became more and more confident as he spoke. There was no need for him to be hysterical or roar wildly. Instead, because what he said made sense, everyone on the scene fell silent. Apart from anything else, this one fact is enough to prove that Shi Shao cannot be a madman or a fool. How could a young man who was regarded as the heir by the Shi family and has been handed over the power of the entire group be a fool? How could a person who could be treated as a lackey by Night Owl, or who could successfully serve as a lackey in front of Night Owl, be stupid? It's okay to be conceited and arrogant, but it's definitely impossible to be stupid otherwise. Even if he walked to Yi Zhao's side, with Yi Zhao's temper, he would have made Shi Shao suffer a fate worse than death, not to mention that he seemed to trust him very much. What such a person says sounds incredible, but if you think about it carefully, is it really impossible? Frog in the well. That's right, just like Shi Shao said, compared to the wider world and higher levels, people like them seem to be frogs in a well. Even if it doesn't sound good, they have to admit that they are not up to the level at a higher level. It was because of what Master Shi said that Lin Qingyue and the others, who were originally a little worried, now had no worries at all. Indeed, with Master Shi around, even if there were more accidents, it didn't matter. This was Master Shi, Yi Zhao's subordinate. How could he do something useless? At this moment, Shi Shao seemed to have regained his dignity, and his face was full of confidence again. Because he had heard that some people began to talk in low voices and ask each other whether something big had really happened in the underground world of Eastern Province. It was at this time that many people discovered that today, except for Hua Snake, who was on good terms with the Bai family and could even be considered a member of the Bai family, none of the big bosses who really ruled the underground world of East Province seemed to have come. In the beginning, some people actually noticed this, but they didn't think too much about it. After all, these were real big guys and tycoons. Mr. Bai suddenly advanced the time of the birthday party, so if they had something to do and didn't come early, it was understandable.
But normally speaking, it is unlikely that none of these big guys would be present. Moreover, it is already now, and they should have arrived one after another. But unfortunately, no one came. Before, perhaps it was because the auction was too exciting, or perhaps it was because after Master Sure came, there was so much noise that people couldn't pay attention to anything else, so they didn't think much about it. But now, Master Sure directly mentioned the underground world of East Province, and even acted as if the underground world of East Province was him, which made people think more. So, the more people talked about it, the more they loved it. However, when Sure Shao heard these discussions, he felt very happy. The worries that were there at first gradually faded away. After all, if none of these big guys and giants came, it would just prove that, except for the Fire Snake, the underground world of the Eastern Province had become a united entity with a unified affiliation. Otherwise, who can control whom? In his opinion, now, perhaps Mr. Zhou has regarded himself as the king and started to order these big guys to follow his orders and act in a unified manner, and then, he plans to rush over together and give everyone a big shock. Come to think of it, it makes sense. All the bigwigs and giants in the underground world of East Province, except for Fire Snake, have stood together, and there is someone who has the final say. This is an absolute big event, an earth-shaking event. In the eyes of the entire East Province and even the neighboring provinces, it represents the rise of an extremely powerful figure. Although this big shot is not entirely him, he is not entirely someone else either. Thinking of this, Sure Shao burst into laughter. He looked at everyone and said with a laugh, "I know what you were talking about. Yes, your guesses are all correct. What I just said is also correct. Why do you think so many big bosses and giants in the underground world haven't come to the birthday party yet? It's a coincidence. There is no such coincidence. To tell you the truth, that's because, unbeknownst to you, the underground world of Eastern Province has already been unified. From now on, the underground world of Eastern Province has a true king. And I am the king of the underground world of Eastern Province." 425, Chapter 425, Should I kowtow to you? The underground world of Eastern Province has a king. Not only is there a king, but he is Master Sure. These words were truly shocking. Even when Sure Shao said how much the underground world of East Province was worth, some people had a premonition that he was either really crazy or had some unknown confidence. However, no one could have imagined that Master Sure's confidence came from this. The king of the underground world of Eastern Province, what does this mean? Not to mention that the Eastern Province is extremely complicated and full of hidden talents. Even if the underground world of the Eastern Province will be unified, it should not be completed so quietly. This is the underground world of a province. The resources, energy, and wealth controlled by it are simply terrifying, and dare not even think about it. Let's not talk about anything else, just talk about status now. In the underground world of East Province, there are 3 giants and 2 big bosses, although there are 5 people who jointly control it. In fact, if any one of these 5 people comes out, few people in the whole East Province dare to not give him some face. After all, that is the underground world, and the people there play really ruthlessly. Of course, no one can be on par with Old Man Bai if picked out randomly, but once the underground world of East Province is united and there is a so-called king who has the final say, then this person's status in the entire East Province and even in more places will be the top big man. Even to say that he can directly compete with Old Man Bai is not an exaggeration, because the strength is there. However, even after thinking everything through, figuring it out, there is still one thing that makes people unable to understand, that is, even if there is a king, it should not be, and it is even more impossible to be Sure Shao. First, an outsider, even if he is a fierce dragon crossing the river, but Sure Shao is a little weak. Even if he has a backer, it should not be so simple. If it is really that simple, then these big bosses and giants in the underground world of East Province will really become a laughingstock and have no face at all. But what Sure Shao said now was so certain that people had to believe it to some extent. Of course, whether it is true or false, and whether it can be completely believed, cannot be explained in a few words, nor can they be verified. However, everyone present is very clear, and there is no need for them to verify anything. They will definitely get the answer, because no matter whether it is Bai Yilong or Sure Shao, it is impossible for them to let this matter go. Truth will be revealed soon. Bai Yilong looked at Sure Shao, who was arrogant and conceited and declared himself king, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Is there a king in Eastern Province? There was no such thing before, but now, there is indeed one. However, this king cannot be Sure Shao. This man is still dreaming here, but in fact, he doesn't know that he is a joke. Well, that's a very good point. Young Master Sure is indeed quite arrogant. The king, the king of the underground world of East Province. Many people dare not even think about it, but young Master Sure has accomplished it in just a few days. I admire you. Bai Yulong clapped his hands and said with a smile that he admired her, but the mockery in his eyes was easily visible, and it was clear that he did not really agree with what Sher Shao said. Of course, Bai Yulong naturally has the qualifications and the strength to raise his own doubts. Without waiting for Sher Shao to explain, Bai Yulong immediately looked at Huo Shi, who had already become somewhat impatient, and chuckled, "Uncle Huo Shi, if there's nothing wrong with my memory, it seems that you are also one of the giants of the East Province underground world. Such a big thing has happened in the East Province underground world, and there is even a king who has the final say. How could I not know about it? Why didn't you tell me? Also, Master Sure is the king of the underground world in East Province, but you never greeted him. Uncle Huasha, this is your fault. He is the king of the underground world. If you offend him, he will definitely make things difficult for you." Bai Yulong said this in a teasing tone, but there was nothing wrong with what he said. These words also made everyone wake up from their shock and remember that in the underground world of East Province, not a single big shot or giant had come. I sent this fire snake right here? Moreover, what Bai Yulong said was not wrong. Fire Snake was a big boss in the underground world of East Province, and he was a very powerful one. It would be fine if others didn't know about such a big change in the underground world of East Province, but it would be too fake to say that Fire Snake didn't know about it. If he can't even tame the Fire Snake, can the so-called king of the underground world of Eastern Province still be considered a king? Just this one sentence made everyone laugh out loud, but no one dared to be too presumptuous. Instead, they watched the development of the situation. After all, it was not easy for young Master Sure, and it was really not simple. Who knows what kind of reversal there will be in the end. Anyway, as long as young Master Sure is not a madman or a fool, he dared to say this, then he must have some confidence. As for what this confidence is, no one knows. And Fire Snake also stood up. At this time he had a ferocious appearance to begin with, and even though he had tried his best to appear kind on Mr. Bai's birthday today, he still gave people a hideous and terrifying feeling. At this moment, the Fire Snake grinned, showing a mouthful of big white teeth, which made people feel creepy. Yulong is right. After all, I've been making a living in the underground world of Eastern Province for so many years. I can't say how powerful I am in this underground world, but I'm considered an old man. Should be more aware of any disturbances. There is a king in the underground world of Eastern Province. How come I don't know? Who is the king, who became my king without my knowledge? Who is it, Master Sure? Is that you? Oh, I'm really short-sighted. What's the matter, Mr. Sure? Do I have to kowtow to you? To my king? Okay, how about I kowtow to you and ask you to forgive my poor eyesight? Fire Snake doesn't look cruel. In fact, he has a bad temper. However, sometimes when Fire Snake jokes or insults people, it can be really frustrating. Just like now, he is completely losing less stone. The Eastern Province underground world has a king, and this underground giant has not heard a word about it. How could this be? Treating him like an ant is not the right thing to do. Look, he said that he wanted to meet Master Sure and kowtow to him, but who couldn't see the mockery in his eyes? Even Sher Shao's face turned a little pale. There was no way. He talked for a long time and proved for a long time, but as soon as Fire Snake appeared, his efforts were almost wasted. But what else could he do? After all, Fire Snake was a living giant in the underground world of East Province. In front of anyone, Sher Shao can say that he is the king of the underground world of East Province, but as long as Huasha does not admit it, then his kingship is not legitimate. So what kind of king is he? The underground world of Eastern Province is not unified, so where does the king come from? Sher Shao took a deep breath, looked at the Fire Snake, and smiled faintly. How could I doubt the Fire Snake's status as a giant? However, there are some things that you may not understand clearly. It doesn't matter, you will understand them soon. Don't worry. These words made Fire Snake burst into laughter. There's no way not to laugh. Fire Snake didn't know that there was a king in the East Province, and he told him not to worry. This is not the way to tease a child. Oh, so, Master Sure, could you please let me know clearly? I also want to see when I became a king like you. However, I advise you to think twice before you speak. The underground world of our Eastern Province is not to be trifled with. Anyone who wants to make up stories can do so, and anyone who wants to make trouble can do so. If you can't give me a satisfactory answer today, then I don't care who you are or who has the support. I am a Fire Snake who licks blood on the tip of a knife and hangs my head on my belt. I am not afraid of your threats, but you should be careful about your head and whether you can still keep it. 426, Chapter 426. Who is blind? young Master Shi has had enough of the threats today since coming to East Province. It seems that all the humiliations he has suffered in his life combined are not as many as those he has suffered here. At this moment, Shi Shao wanted to say some harsh words to prove his authority and at the same time warn the fire snake. However, looking at the ferocious and terrifying face of the fire snake, Shi Shao had to admit that he was a coward. He didn't dare to say it, even if he brought more than 100 men with him, and these men would rush in at his command, he still didn't have the courage. Because, his greatest confidence has not arrived yet. It is obviously not enough for him to compete with the white fish dragon or the fire snake with just over 100 of his men. I took a deep breath. Now that things have come to this, there is nothing more to say.
Shi Shao looked at the fire snake and said calmly, I know exactly what the fire snake giant means, but there are some things you really don't know. Moreover, I believe that after you know the whole story, you will not deny me, the so-called king of the Eastern Province underworld, who you don't know. At this point, Shi Shao chuckled, revealing a hint of self-mockery. He looked at Mr. Bai and Yi Tianqi and said with a smile, of course, now it seems that this kind of peaceful solution to everything and everyone's happiness is probably not going to happen after all. I seem to have been fooled by you. Mr. Bai, this is it, isn't it? Although the changes in the Bai family did make you feel unhappy and even dissatisfied with Bai Yilong, it seems that you have reached an agreement now. So, before, you were lying to me, right? There's no cooperation, and it doesn't even depend on the situation from the very beginning. You've been playing tricks on me, you guys. You've been playing tricks on me. I am right, am I not?
Young Master Shi seemed to have finally figured it out. He looked at old Master Bai and Yi Tianqi and asked questions. In fact, he should have figured it out from the very beginning, but he was too confident in himself. He was so confident that he thought that with the help of Night Owl, he could make everyone bow to him. He is too conceited and too inflated. Of course, it is also his fault that he underestimates others. Otherwise, from the moment he knew Yi Tianqi's identity, he should have understood that he was the one being fooled from beginning to end. However, he still arrogantly believed that Yi Tianqi was no longer the Qi Tian he once was, and was now just a small figure who was struggling to survive and living in anonymity. Even though he was a little afraid in his heart, he still didn't care too much. This was the biggest mistake he made. As for the other mistake, it was to underestimate the people of the world. Mr. Bai has been so famous for so many years and has been in charge of the Bai family. People dare not provoke him. How could he be easy to provoke? He was a young man, not a big shot, with only a few backers at most, and yet, he thought he could fool everyone. He overestimated himself. But now, the situation has become like this, Mr. Shi. Even if you don't want to believe it, you can't, because the fact is already like this. It's not that I'm angry. I think I'm angry enough, but I'm more self-deprecating. Laugh at yourself, and at the same time, laugh at others. Because he still believes that he is the ultimate winner. No matter how well others think or how much they think, it is useless. Others didn't react when they heard this, but Lin Qingyue's face became extremely ugly and she couldn't help but explode. She has always had this suspicion, but she still held on to hope. But now, Master Shi has explained it so clearly, so what else is there for her to doubt? If he really wanted to cooperate, would he fight with Master Shi to this extent? This is simply a fight of undying hatred. Is this cooperation? Who would believe it if I told them? Because of this, a work by Yi Tianqi was sold at an unimaginable sky-high price, but it's not over yet. Who would believe that this was not intentional? She didn't need to think about or care about these things, but she had to think more about what kind of impression she would leave in Shi Shao's heart. After all, Yi Tianqi and she have a relationship, and she, Lin Qingyue, went to the Bai family with Yi Tianqi, visited Mr. Bai, and then discussed the follow-up matters. At least, that's what Shi Shao thought. It was she, Lin Qingyue, who wanted to take credit and promised that there would be no problem. But now that a problem has occurred, and Mr. Bai and Yi Tianqi have joined hands to trick young Master Shi, wouldn't young Master Shi be suspicious about whether she, Lin Qingyue, was involved? Even if I don't doubt her, this is no longer a matter of incompetence. At this time, Lin Qingyue must draw a clear line with Yi Tianqi and tell Shi Shao clearly that she, Lin Qingyue and Yi Tianqi are not in the same group. If Yi Tianqi played tricks on Shi Shao, then he was also playing tricks on her, Lin Qingyue. Even if he was labeled as brainless, he would never let Master Shi vent his resentment on himself. Yi Tianqi, is what Master Shi said true? Are you really lying to us? Are you kidding us? Damn it, how dare you! I told you you're not a good person and you're full of tricks now. It's proven true now that things have come to this. What else do you have to explain? Lin Qingyue stood up and glared at Yi Tianqi. At this moment, the fire in her eyes really wanted to burn Yi Tianqi to death.
Yi Tianqi looked at Lin Xingyue and sneered, "Explain, do I need to explain anything to you? Are you worthy of me explaining anything to you, Lin Xingyue? Don't you think you are disgusting now? I really want to ask you, how did you do it to become so disgusting? Stop talking nonsense in front of me and keep some dignity. You are so hysterical and you are willing to sell your dignity to curry favor with others. You are a disgrace to me. You've become such a disgrace, acting like a dog and humiliating those who once protected you even if you gain some benefits. Do you feel at ease with these so-called benefits? Besides, how do you know that these aren't just illusions, Lin Xingyue? I'll give you one last piece of advice. Don't embarrass yourself here. You'll not only embarrass yourself, but also the people you're trying to curry favor with." Lin Xingyue's face turned pale with anger at Yi Tianqi's ridicule. She gritted her teeth and was about to yell and curse loudly when she was throwing a tantrum. Shi Xiao looked at Lin Xingyue with a cold face and said, "Enough, stop talking. He is right. If you continue to yell and scream like this, it will not only humiliate you, but also me. It will make me feel stupid. Do you understand?" Lin Xingyue is not afraid of Yi Tianqi, even though Yi Tianqi is no longer the same as before and is a guest of honor in the entire Bai family. She is not afraid, because they have been in contact for too long and their relationship was too close. However, she was afraid of Shi Xiao because she didn't understand him, because she knew that Shi Xiao had a strong background, and she also knew that Shi Xiao was the only life-saving straw she could hold on to now. Not only could he bring her wealth and glory, but he was also the only person who could bring her comfort in this situation. After all, young Master Shi is the only one who can compete with the entire Bai family now. Otherwise, if young Master Shi doesn't care about her, how can she face Yi Tianqi? So I'm scared, very scared. So, even though she was unwilling, she could only endure it when she heard Shi Xiao's roar. Master Shi, I was blind and trusted the wrong person. I am sorry, Master Shi, it's me who put you in a passive position. I am just very sad and heartbroken now, not for myself, but for you. Please punish me. Will accept any punishment. This is what I deserve. Lin Xingyue was extremely obedient and apologized to Shi Xiao, admitted her mistakes, and even repented at this moment. She no longer had the arrogance she had when facing Yi Tianqi. She looked like an extremely weak and pitiful woman. As for Shi Xiao, although he was angry when he saw Lin Xingyue's weak appearance, when he thought of Yi Tianqi's identity and the relationship between him and Lin Xingyue, his heart became extremely hot. He hasn't lost yet, he hasn't been defeated yet. Lin Xingyue, it's good that you admit your mistakes. You should know that not everyone will tolerate you and forgive you. However, I, young Master Shi, am willing to give you a chance. Come, sit down. Don't be so scared. Don't worry, it's still unknown who will win, but I already know who will have the last laugh. It's just the Bai family and the fire snake. Without them, can I not be the king of the underground world in the eastern province? Others may not know, but don't you, Lin Xingyue, know that I actually have the final say in this underground world of eastern province? So, if they cooperate, it's icing on the cake. If they don't, it'll just make me work harder. The result won't change. I'll still be the king of the underworld. This is an unchangeable fact. 427, Chapter 427, Exiled Immortal? Who is it? It seems that everything will turn into its opposite when it reaches its extreme, or it seems that anger leads to laughter. At this moment, Shi Xiao seemed to have let go of all his worries and seemed to have figured out all the key points instead of having any worries or anger, or perhaps they were hidden very deeply. In short, at this moment, when he faced Lin Xingyue, he was so gentle and confident, as if nothing could stump him. Lin Xingyue, this is also the most difficult time looking at Shi Xiao. It is like seeing the halo around Shi Xiao. He is very majestic, tall, and trustworthy. What she lacks most now is a sense of security. Especially in front of Master Shi, things went wrong, and it was Master Shi's big thing that went wrong. Not only did it go wrong, but it also made Master Shi embarrassed and lost face at this time. If Master Shi wanted to blame her, or had a bad impression of her, it would be a devastating blow to Lin Xingyue. She has already given up everything. At least, in Yi Tianqi's eyes, she, Lin Xingyue, has long been a bad woman, even an evil woman, a vicious woman. She had no choice and no regrets, but she was unwilling to regret and even less willing to apologize. It's okay in front of anyone, except Yi Tianqi. What can she do in this situation? She could only rely on Shi Xiao, because only Shi Xiao could bring her everything she wanted. At the very least, he could make her confident and qualified when facing Yi Tianqi, without being frightened and terrified. However, even Lin Xingyue did not realize that from beginning to end, at all times, no matter what she did, the first person she thought of was actually Yi Tianqi. Even if it was hatred, anger,
or all kinds of painful things, the first person she thought of was still Yi Tianqi. However, she herself could not remember all of this and ignored it all. Master Shi, thank you for your magnanimity and understanding. Yes, I was deceived by him. From beginning to end I am a victim. You must help me get revenge and vent my anger. Yi Tianqi is not a human being, he is such a piece of shit. Lin Xingyue looked at Shi Xiao, who was crying like a pear blossom in the rain at this moment. She looked so pitiful that anyone who saw her would feel pity for her. There's nothing we can do about it. She was born with a likable appearance. That innocent look when she cries and feels sad is exactly how kind and simple she used to be. Although time is changing and everything is changing, Lin Xingyue still retains the appearance she had at certain moments in the past. Although it looks fake now, it is still undeniable that it is still very deceptive. Shi Xiao smiled faintly, looked at Lin Xingyue and said, "Don't worry, no matter how much he talks, it's useless. Who does he think he is? Is he still the banished immortal of the Qi family? But it's useless, everything is useless." Speaking of this, Shi Xiao's heart was trembling, but the expression on his face was extremely ferocious, as if he was deliberately using this method to prove that he had no fear in his heart. However, I can deceive others, but I cannot deceive myself with those trembling eyes. As soon as the words, "the exiled immortal of the Qi family," came out of his mouth, Shi Xiao was already frightened. He was not afraid, that's right, he was not afraid, but he dared not be afraid. That was the once majestic and powerful Qi family exiled immortal who had created countless miracles. To put it bluntly, when Yi Tianqi became famous, what were she or Yi Xiao? They were nothing. However, now, things have changed and people have changed. They are no longer the same as they were before. Yi Tianqi is, after all, a thing of the past now. He can only comfort himself in this way. At the same time, he also comforts himself by saying that the underground world of East Province is already his. Otherwise, he really has no confidence at all. But this casual remark was eventually heard by everyone. Many people might not think of anything after all. The era when Yi Tianqi was still Qi Tian was too far away, so long ago that people could not even remember that there was such a person after all. There had been no deep contact between them, so even if there was an impression, it would not be very deep. However, some people still frowned and thought carefully about this name that they seemed to have heard before. The exiled immortal of the Qi family. This must not be, and cannot be, a name, so it must be a title. Qijia, a banished immortal? Qi family is easy to understand. No matter which Qi family it is, it's fine, but the word exiled immortal is no joke. In particular, the word exiled immortal spoken by Shi Xiao represents one thing. Even though Shi Xiao now says that he doesn't care, in fact, he cares more than anyone else. Otherwise, why would he emphasize this title? Everyone can understand the meaning of exiled immortals. They are an indescribable existence that transcends human beings and can only be described as immortals. Could such a person be simple? Could he be unknown? Starting from this seemingly familiar title, it seems that some answers have slowly emerged. As for what kind of expressions these people had when they thought about what happened next, let's not talk about it for now. Speaking of Lin Xingyue, she had a puzzled look on her face, almost like a big question mark was drawn on her face. Yi Tianqi is Yi Tianqi. What is the exiled immortal of the Qi family? Yi Tianqi's surname is not Qi. How come from Shi Xiao's mouth it sounds like Yi Tianqi's surname is Qi? Lin Xingyue thought that Master Shi was wrong and quickly said, "Master Shi, you are wrong. Yi Tianqi's surname is not Qi. Moreover, is he worthy of being called a banished immortal just because he is such a rubbish and a waste? You are wrong. This is ridiculous." Lin Xingyue's original intention was good. After all, Master Shi had already given people a feeling of being angry and embarrassed. If she said the wrong thing at this time, it would really show her impetuous and anxious mentality. She could even get the name and identity wrong. Then Master Shi, your heart must be in turmoil. Unfortunately, Shi Xiao glanced at Lin Xingyue and had no intention of explaining at all. What was there to explain? Explain that she missed out on a former king, even now, the kind of king who still managed to terrify people? Forget it, Mr. Shi, I'm not in the mood to talk about this right now. Smiling slightly, just a slight smile, and glancing at Lin Xingyue, Shi Xiao looked at Yi Tianqi, looked at Old Man Bai, and also looked at Bai Yilong, and said lightly, "Talking about these is boring. Facts speak louder than all eloquence. I believe everyone here will have this suspicion, but it doesn't matter. Soon, you will know whether I am lying or not. Oh, by the way, if the fire snake giant doesn't agree, it seems that being called the king of the Eastern Province underground world is indeed a bit inappropriate. But what if the other two giants and three bosses of the Eastern Province, except for the fire snake, all agree? then even if I am not the king of the Eastern Province underground world, I am probably the biggest one in the Eastern Province underground world.
Ha, and, Fire Snake Giant, could it be that you have the ability to fight against the combined forces of all the giants except you, even including the Bai family? Don't forget, I, sure, represent more than just myself. Now, do you understand what I mean?
Just as Sher Shao finished his words, he saw the door of the banquet hall suddenly open, and one after another, men in black began to pour into the banquet hall. No one tried to stop it, or rather, no one dared to stop it, or perhaps, those who could have stopped it were no longer able to do so. In short, a large group of men in black rushed in with ferocious looks and occupied all the advantageous positions, which frightened everyone. At this moment, the scarred but extremely domineering leopard boss walked slowly into the banquet hall with a calm expression. The moment he came in, Boss Leopard laughed heartily, clasped his fists and said with a smile, "Sorry everyone, I had to deal with some small matters and personal matters at the last minute, so I'm late. Wait, I'll punish myself with 2 drinks. I hope you don't blame me, ha ha."
Small matter? Private matter?
If answering a call from the King of East Heaven and scolding him harshly is considered a small matter, then it is really not a small matter.
If Night Owl and even the Prince of Awakening behind Night Owl were to listen without daring to breathe, then what would be the small matter? 428, Chapter 428. Someone from the underworld finally arrives. Boss Leopard is finally here. At this moment, almost everyone present seemed to be looking forward to the arrival of Boss Leopard. Others were looking forward to it because, except for Fire Snake, none of the bigwigs and giants from the underground world of East Province came today. This was very abnormal. In addition, after Sher Shao said so much with such certainty, they were all confused and needed a big boss from the underworld to come and prove it. And when Boss Leopard arrives, it means that everything will be revealed. The most important thing is that this person is Boss Leopard, who is rumored to be the most terrifying and youngest among the big bosses in the underground world of East Province, but also the most low-key one in recent years. No one expected that the person who came would be him. But it seems that if something so big really happened, then it would not be surprising that he was the one who came. But what's the matter with all these injuries? It seemed like a fierce battle had already taken place before he arrived. However, who was he fighting against? As one of the big bosses in the Eastern Province underworld, did Boss Leopard need to fight others personally? However, no one else dared to ask these questions. On the other hand, Master Sher's eyes were shining with excitement at this moment. Seeing Boss Leopard was like seeing a relative. There had never been a time when he would look forward to Boss Leopard's appearance as much as he did now, but now, he was so happy. Not many people present here believed in him, but quite a few bullied him, simply because their current strength was limited and they had to bow their heads when under someone else's roof. However, now that Boss Leopard was here, it meant that he had the confidence. The entire underground world of East Province was his confidence, so what else did he have to worry about? Look at this appearance, this lineup. As soon as Boss Leopard came in, so many of his men filed in. This kind of pageantry is what young Master Sher should have. Unfortunately, even if he brought more than 100 people, he didn't dare to come in so ostentatiously and unscrupulously, but Boss Leopard did it, which made young Master Sher feel complicated. But it doesn't matter anymore anyway. In the end, he, young Master Sher, is the biggest beneficiary. Thinking of this, Sher Shao immediately stood up, looked at Boss Bao and laughed, saying, "Boss Bao, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you for so long. What happened to all these injuries? Who dares to hurt you?" "Boss Bao, it is simply unreasonable. Don't worry, just tell me, no matter who it is or how powerful they are, I will make this decision for you, even if I, Sher Shao, can't make the decision. But Master Shao will support you. We are all family. Tell me who it is, and I will skin him alive." At this moment, Sher Shaoquang seemed to be able to solve all the troubles for Boss Bao. Boss Leopard glanced at Master Sher, a faint smile appeared on his lips, and he said, "Thank you very much for your kindness, Master Sher. However, it is not necessary, because the person is already useless. What awaits them in the future will be endless torture." It's not an exaggeration. Both Yunting Tianjun and Mr. Zhou have been dealt with. They are still alive, but they will understand that sometimes death is actually a greater relief than life. Sher Shao laughed heartily, then looked around and said, "Boss Bao, why are you alone here? Where are the others? What about Mr. Zhou and the other big guys in the underground world? Where are they? Haven't they arrived yet?" Only Boss Bao came, and Mr. Zhou and other big bosses were not seen. Sher Shao did not think much about it anyway. As long as people came, it was better than no one coming, which would make him feel insecure.
Before coming here, Boss Leopard had almost known the situation here, but he did not receive any orders, so he did not intend to expose anything directly after all. Things had progressed to this point and it was no longer something he could control, let alone something he should reveal. He was just a supporting role. There was actually only one protagonist here today, and that was Yi Tianqi.
Everything still depends on Yi Tianqi's intentions. He will turn against you whenever he wants. When he doesn't get angry, Boss Leopard has to endure it even if he can't help it. The others aren't coming. As for Mr. Zhou, he might not be able to come today either, but that's okay. It doesn't matter whether they come or not. Not important anymore? Not coming? Xiao was stunned for a moment, then quickly said, "Why so sudden? Didn't they agree to come? If they don't come, who can prove that what I said is true? Hasn't it been agreed that the situation of the Eastern Province underground world will be announced here today? I can understand if others don't come, but why is Mr. Zhou not coming? After all, although I am the king of the Eastern Province underground world, this position has already been given to him. It would be inappropriate for him not to come." Xiao frowned, feeling that something was wrong. He was not actually dissatisfied with Mr. Zhou not coming. If he did not come, he would be the only one to take the limelight. However, if he did not come and no one else came either, could only Boss Bao prove it? Boss Bao seemed to have guessed what young Master Shi was thinking and said with a faint smile, "What's going on in the underground world of Eastern Province? Oh, is there anyone here who doesn't know yet? That's okay, I'll just tell you myself now. I think no one here will disbelieve what I say. Oh, by the way, those big guys and giants are not coming. That's because there is no need for them to come. I am now representing all of them. My words represent the entire Eastern Province underground world. That's right. From now on, the Eastern Province underground world has a person who has the final say, someone who truly has the final say. Please be aware of this." Just like what Leopard Boss said, maybe no one would believe what Xiao said. He was afraid to believe it, and would also be skeptical. After all, those present were all big shots from the Eastern Province. They didn't know about the affairs of the Eastern Province's underground world, so how could Xiao know? How could he reason with this? Moreover, the underground world of Eastern Province has been calm recently. Nothing major has happened, and there have been no gunfights or anything like that. Is it possible for the underground world of Eastern Province to be so quiet? It's hard not to be suspicious. However, if the person who said this was Boss Leopard, then everyone present, even though they were still somewhat skeptical in their hearts, would not dare to say anything like they didn't believe it. Because, even though Boss Leopard seems to be cultivating himself and not caring about worldly affairs in recent years, once he appears and really wants to do something, no one will doubt whether he can do it. After all, everyone present knew what kind of miracles this lord had created back then. If he had not suddenly turned his back on worldly affairs and had continued with that momentum, it is not certain that the underground world of Eastern Province would have been unified long ago. But no one would deny that Boss Leopard was definitely the strongest one and the most likely one. So, when Boss Leopard spoke at this moment, the whole audience was shocked, and everyone's eyes were all on Boss Leopard, but at the same time, they looked at another giant of the East Province underground world who was present today, Fire Snake. This master just refuted Master Shi. Now Boss Leopard appears and directly announces this decision. How will he react? 429, Chapter 429. A strange situation. Of course the Fire Snake reacted. It would be strange if he didn't react. Although the underground world of Eastern Province seems to be quite peaceful in recent years, in fact, it is full of constant friction. There are no major fights between the big bosses, but it is common to break a few legs and smash a few stores from time to time. Only Boss Leopard seems to be indifferent to the world. However, it would be better not to fight for it. Once you fight for it, such a big and shocking piece of news will be revealed. It is hard not to be surprised. Now, Huaxia, the giant of the East Province underground world, is here. He just said that he didn't know anything, but then Boss Leopard showed up and said that the East Province underground world has been unified and there is someone who has the final say. How could Huaxia not react? However, the so-called reaction was different from what everyone imagined. The Fire Snake was not angry at all. Instead, it laughed and looked at Boss Leopard as if he was an old friend. Boss Leopard, since you said that, I won't say much. After all, everything you said is right. Fire Snake spoke with a smile, using the most calm tone, as if it was as simple as eating and drinking water. However, this was not simple at all. Everyone was stunned, including Xiao. No one had expected that Fire Snake would say such a thing. Was this discussed in advance? Are you just giving in without even trying to fight? Or is it that Fire Snake is deliberately teasing Boss Leopard? No matter how you sound, this doesn't seem right.
Fire Snake's normal reaction at this time would be to be extremely furious, to directly reprimand, or even to fight with both sides. This is all understandable, but what is this? What is going on? Sure Shao looked at the Fire Snake with his brows tightly furrowed, trying to see something from the Fire Snake's face, but he could see nothing. Boss Leopard laughed heartily and said, "Brother Fire Snake, you should have a couple more drinks later, huh? I'll wish the old man a happy birthday first, and we can talk about the rest later." After saying this, Boss Bao looked at Mr. Bai and said with a smile, "Old man, we briefly met many years ago, and I have a deep impression of you. I admire you as a person. It's a pity that we haven't had much communication in recent years, which I always regret. However, if I have the opportunity in the future, I will definitely learn from you more. Today is your 80th birthday, and I wish you happiness as vast as the East Sea, a life as long as the southern mountains, smooth sailing, and all your wishes come true." This attitude and these words really don't show any intention to ruin the party. It sounds like he came to celebrate the birthday sincerely. However, this gives people a weird feeling. No matter how you look at it, it seems weird. Of course, if it weren't for what Sher Shao said before, if Boss Leopard hadn't come right out and announced the unification of the East Province's underground world, everything would be logical and acceptable. But after all this happened, it seemed a little weird. It's so weird, there's no way it can't be weird. It was obvious to all that young Master Sher and old Master Bai were having an unpleasant quarrel, and Fire Snake had no respect for young Master Sher at all. It just so happened that Sher Shao and Boss Bao knew each other, and everyone saw it. Moreover, what Sher Shao said was also confirmed by Boss Bao as the truth. But Boss Leopard was very respectful to Mr. Bai, and it seemed that he and Fire Snake had reached a consensus long ago. Isn't this weird? This makes it impossible to see what exactly happened and what the relationship between them is like. It always feels like a mess, as if everything is right and everything is wrong. There are problems everywhere, but I can't see where the problems lie. Mr. Bai happened to be one of the people who knew the inside story, and he also knew that Boss Leopard was not just Boss Leopard, but also one of Yi Tianqi's confidants, so Mr. Bai also gave Boss Leopard enough face. He stood up, looked at Boss Bao and said with a smile, "Boss Bao, it is an honor for me to be able to attend my birthday party. Come, please take a seat, please take a seat." Following Mr. Bai's words, a seat immediately became vacant at the main table. At the same time, Mr. Bai smiled and said, "Boss Bao is covered in scars. I guess he went through a difficult battle, but since Boss Bao is here, it proves that the result is good. Haha. The underground world of Eastern Province has been in a state of division for so many years now. It is unified. Boss Bao has made an indelible contribution here. I also want to say thank you for your efforts. Otherwise, the chaos in the underground world of Eastern Province will never be settled." Regardless of whether this was right or wrong, or how the underground world of Eastern Province was unified, or who was the biggest contributor, just Mr. Bai's meaning made young Master Sher feel extremely embarrassed again. What's going on? What does it mean? No one believed what young Master Sher said, and they even mocked him. But when Boss Bao arrived, everything was resolved. Even old Master Bai and Fire Snake were obedient, as if they had agreed to it just like that, announced. What bullshit is this? Why is he, Master Sher, becoming more and more like a clown? Isn't young Master Sher the king of the Eastern Province's underground world? Even with Mr. Zhou around, they had already agreed to be kings together, so how come he doesn't even have a sense of existence now? Young Master Sher was a little angry. He looked at Boss Bao and said, "Boss Bao, it's okay if the others don't come, but where is Mr. Zhou? Why didn't he come? Also, why do I feel like something is wrong? It seems like there's something I don't know. Won't you give me an explanation?" At this time, whether it was to maintain his authority or to find out the truth of the matter, Sher Shao needed an explanation. And the person who can best explain it to him is only Boss Leopard. Leopard the boss looked at Master Sher and smiled faintly. He nodded without getting angry and said, "Explain, Master Sher, do you need me to explain anything? The others didn't come because it doesn't matter whether they're here or not. Of course, they're a little embarrassed to come. As for why Mr. Zhou didn't come, I know the reason. Wait a minute, and you'll know the reason. There's nothing else to say, right? You already knew that the Eastern Province's underground world was unified. What's wrong, Master Sher? What else do you need me to explain?" Looking at Boss Bao's innocent face, Sher Shao wanted to ask directly. However, if he said more at this time, it would seem that he lacked confidence. Besides, he had just announced that he was the king of the underground world of East Province. Now it seemed as if he did not understand the situation. How could he be called a king? After taking a deep breath, Xiao smiled and said, "It's nothing, you right, I was just too busy and made a mistake. It's okay, sit down first, boss Bao. You did a great job, I am very happy, don't worry. I will definitely give you a great credit on Lord Zhao's side." After saying that, Xiao didn't wait for boss Bao to speak. He looked directly at Mr. Bai and Bai Yulong and said lightly, "Now, no one will doubt what I said. What's more, it seems that you all know about this situation, but you may not know that the person behind boss Bao is me. Don't worry, ignorance is not a crime. I, young Master Shi, am magnanimous and will not care about these things. However, will this auction continue, Mr. Bai? Will you continue to compete with me?" 430, Chapter 430, do you obey the king's orders? Young Master Shi is now extremely confident. Although I always felt that something seemed to be wrong, I didn't think too much about it in the end. Moreover, now both the Bai family and other people are already very clear about the changes in the underground world of Eastern Province, and they also know that there is a king in the underground world of Eastern Province, so there is no need to say more about who this king is. Now, does Mr. Bai want to continue competing with me? He felt that it wouldn't happen. At least, if Mr. Bai was not confused at this time, he should be very clear that there is no benefit in competing with him. It is hard to say who will get the thing in the end. After all, his current strength is there. Unfortunately, before Mr. Shi could feel happy, Mr. Bai poured a bucket of cold water on him. What does Master Shi mean by this? Although the auction has been temporarily interrupted, it hasn't ended. Could it be that Master Shi has given up? If so, I'm sorry, but the item is mine, of course. I'd like to trouble Master Shi to pay the due amount. After all, the rules we agreed on before can't be changed, otherwise, we'd be a laughingstock for breaking our promise. Ha, it's only 5 billion for young Master Shi, it's nothing at most. It will hurt a little, but it can do good deeds and help countless people in need. This merit is huge. It's worth it, isn't it? Old Master Bai spoke with a smile, not showing any intention of backing down. Instead, he started asking young Master Shi for money. 5 billion, a little pain? Who would feel a little pain? This was far more painful than cutting flesh one by one. This was almost half of the Shi family's wealth. Would he use it for charity, to help others and gain merit? Forget it. What does it have to do with him whether others live or die? Young Master Shi's expression darkened. He looked at Old Master Bai and frowned. Old Master Bai, don't you understand the current situation? Are you sure you still want to compete with me? Are you determined to fight to the death with me? Old Master Bai looked at young Master Shi, shook his head and smiled. Young Master Shi, you're joking. Auctions are supposed to go to the highest bidder. Besides, this is the only hobby I have, and today is my birthday. Could it be that I can't even own the things I like? So, even if we have to be humble, shouldn't you, Master Shi, give it to me? Besides, the saying the fish dies and the net breaks is not appropriate here. If I must use it, then I can only say that the fish will die, but the net will not break, hee. Mr. Bai, you said it perfectly. Young Master Shi's expression became increasingly gloomy. He had not expected that at this time, Old Master Bai would still dare to be his enemy. He must be determined. Looking at Old Master Bai, Xiao took a deep breath and sneered. It seems that Old Master Bai is determined. Even though he knows the current situation, he doesn't intend to give up. But, has Old Master Bai forgotten that now, whether in terms of strength or financial resources, I have completely crushed you? You have no chance of winning at all. Are you sure you want to do this? In the end, not only will you offend me, but you will also bring the entire Bai family to the brink of bankruptcy. Are you sure? Mr. Bai smiled faintly and said calmly, that depends on your ability, young Master Shi. You can't win against me with words, of course. If you insist on using a tough approach, that's your problem. However, I still want to remind young Master Shi that it won't hurt to retreat when you know it's difficult and be more sensible. It would have been better if he hadn't said this, but once he said it, Xiao became furious. He, Xiao, the spokesperson of Night Owl, should have been able to get whatever he wanted in East Province, and everyone should give him face. However, he was scolded and even bullied again and again. He couldn't swallow this humiliation. Now, he thinks he has become the biggest king in the underground world of East Province, controlling the entire underground world of East Province and possessing a terrifying force that makes people fear. As a result, the Bai family still doesn't give him face, which makes him not only feel ashamed, but also extremely angry. Okay, then I won't say much. Wait, don't blame me for not advising you. Bai Yulong, I just asked you to estimate how much the East Province underground world is worth, and you gave me a rough estimate. However, you didn't believe I have the final say on this East Province underground world. Now, I think you should no longer have any doubts. I wouldn't dare say it's more. You yourself said it was worth 200 billion, so I want to ask, you're Bai family, let alone 200 billion, even if it's 100 billion, do you have it? If not,
what can you use to fight with me? Your old man is old and confused. You, Bai Yulong, have just taken over the position of the head of the family. Do you want to join in the mischief? Don't forget that the rules are set, and no one can go back on their word. If you lose, you'll have to pay the final amount of your wealth. Are you going to watch the entire Bai family being sold off? Don't blame me for not reminding you. I mean what I say. I don't think you doubt my strength anymore now, Bai Yulong. It's time for you to make a choice. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Things change over time. Before, Bai Yulong clamored that young Master Shi had no say and that the underground world had nothing to do with him. Even if he knew a few people, it was impossible for him to use other people's assets to make estimates. Now, Shi Shao wants to use practical actions to tell Bai Yulong, and everyone else, who he really is. At this time, Shi Shao did not forget to threaten Bai Yulong. In fact, it was not just a threat, he was also speaking the truth. If he really lost, the Bai family would be gone. Moreover, if Shi Shao could really use the entire underground world of East Province as collateral, then, the Bai family will definitely be defeated, there is no doubt about it. At the same time, Shi Shao, who owns the entire underground world of East Province, naturally has the power to deal with the Bai family. Based on this point, it is impossible for the Bai family to default on their debts. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, even more tense than before. No one dared to breathe, waiting to see what would happen next. After all, the next step would probably decide all the outcomes. At this moment, Bai Yulong suddenly burst into laughter and said, Master Shi, why do you use the East Province underground world as an excuse? Do you have the final say on such a big matter? Upon hearing this, Shi Shao smiled slightly and nodded, saying, Don't believe it, that's okay, I'll make you believe it. After saying that, Shi Shao looked at Fire Snake and said calmly, Fire Snake Giant, I don't want to ask why you treated me like that just now, and I won't bother to care about it, but I do want to ask you, since you also acknowledge the unification of the Eastern Province underground world, then, the king of the Eastern Province underground world asked you to take out everything, will you take it or not? Hearing this, Fire Snake chuckled, glanced at Shi Shao, and nodded, Of course I took it, but, sorry, if you ask me to take it, I definitely won't take it, because I don't know you at all. Of course, if Boss Leopard asks, then I can still do it. The first sentence made Shi Shao furious, but the second sentence made Shi Shao smile with a hint of satisfaction. It's okay if you don't listen to yourself, but if you listen to Boss Leopard, the effect will be the same. Afterwards, Shi Shao looked at Bai Yulong and Old Man Bai with an extremely conceited look and said with a smile, This is what Fire Snake said himself. You all heard it. This is the relationship between Fire Snake and you. I think there is no need to ask about other big guys and giants. After saying that, Shi Shao looked at Boss Bao and laughed loudly. Come on, Boss Bao, tell them that the king of the East Province underground world wants to use the entire East Province underground world for bidding. Will you agree? Tell everyone loudly, will you obey your king's orders unconditionally, even if it means losing everything? You will not hesitate. Tell everyone the answer loudly. 431, Chapter 431. You, what can you use to fight me? Shi Shao wanted to get back the face he had lost. Many times, it's not that he has to make himself known to everyone or be extremely showy, but he is forced to this point. Of course, this is his personality and there is nothing he can do about it. Now that he finally has the confidence, why can't he show off his power? Boss Leopard and his men have arrived. Bai Yulong and Old Man Bai are very respectful to Boss Leopard. The news of the unification of the underground world has also been confirmed at this time. Everything he said has been verified. But what is the result? Old Master Bai still seemed unwilling to give him face, and Bai Yulong was still speaking rudely to him. Could young Master Shi tolerate this? Isn't it that you don't believe it, or that you are unwilling to do it? Then he would let Boss Leopard tell them in person who has the final say in this underground world. Therefore, Shi Shao shouted directly at Boss Leopard, asking him to tell everyone loudly that the king of the underworld had spoken, and whether they listened or not. There was nothing wrong with the original intention, but the words themselves were wrong, but Shi Shao ignored it. That is, the underground world now has a king, but this king is not Shi Shao, nor is he Mr. Zhou. But Yi Tianqu. The entire underground world of East Province is actually controlled by Yi Tianqu's words. He does not want to be the king, but no matter who becomes the king, he will eventually have to listen to Yi Tianqu. So what does it have to do with Shi Shao? Shi Shao did not say whether the underground world would listen to him, but whether the underground world would listen to Wang. This is an essential difference. However, Shi Shao subconsciously put himself in Wang's shoes, so everything was deviated. Boss Bao smiled slightly,
glanced at Yi Tianqi, then looked at Sher Shao and nodded. Of course people like us in the underground world naturally follow the orders of the king of the Eastern Province underground world, not to mention putting the entire Eastern Province underground world up for auction. Even if our lives are threatened, we will definitely not frown. The king is the king, he is supreme, no one is allowed to blaspheme him. Whoever dares to disobey the king's orders, I will be the first to disobey. Boss Leopard said this in a very decisive tone. His words were so firm and resolute that even murderous intent was revealed in them, giving people a feeling of absolute loyalty. This made many people feel a little scared. It would be fine if they didn't remember Boss Leopard's past reputation, but if they did, it would really make people tremble and feel uneasy. And this was exactly the answer that Sher Shao wanted, but even he had not expected that Boss Bao would be so respectful to him. These remarks were better than he had expected. Much better. He was very satisfied, extremely satisfied. Okay, Boss Bao is indeed a loyal minister. Okay, very good. I will report your performance today truthfully. Lord Shao likes people like you who are capable and loyal. Don't worry, the future is promising. Boss Bao, you will definitely not regret your choice today. Sher Shao laughed heartily, and while praising him again, he made another big promise. However, Boss Leopard just smiled faintly, as if he didn't care at all. And this made Sher Shao feel even more satisfied. He did not take credit for himself and was not arrogant. Good, very good. Considering that this place would be handed over to Mr. Zhou in the future and would have nothing to do with him, Sher Shao felt a little uncomfortable. However, if he could establish a good relationship with Boss Bao, he would have stuck a nail in the wall here. It would not only be good for himself, but Mr. Shao would also be satisfied. So, although he was reluctant to admit it, Sher Shao had to admit that he really shouldn't offend Sher Shao now, and should win him over. But at this moment, there was no need to consider these things. The most important thing now was, didn't the Bai family want to fight with him? Then, let's fight. With this confidence, he wanted to see if the Bai family really dared to continue fighting with him. How many heads do you have? Don't you want to live anymore? Mr. Bai, Bai Yulong, and Boss Bao, I think you all heard clearly what I said. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. I have given you chances time and time again now. I can still give you one last chance. Do you want to give up? Let's live in peace and celebrate this birthday party happily today. Whether you want to be my friend instead of my enemy, I can leave this to you to choose. I, Master Sher, am magnanimous and willing to make friends with you, but if you insist on being my enemy, then I'm sorry. It's like an egg hitting a stone. That's exactly how you're doing now. Do you really want to? It's a foregone conclusion that both the egg and the chicken will be lost. I advise you not to act on impulse. Of course, if you insist on being stubborn, then don't blame me. At this time, Sher Shao was full of confidence and threatened Old Man Bai and Bai Yulong again with an arrogant attitude. However, he was overthinking it. From the moment Yi Tianqi wanted to deal with him, Sher Shao's fate was already doomed. At this moment, Mr. Bai was too lazy to even say anything more to Mr. Sher, and left everything to Bai Yulong to handle. Bai Yulong, on the other hand, showed no mercy to Sher Shao and said calmly, "Why are you talking so much nonsense? Just auction it. Why bring up something else, besides exposing your lack of confidence? You're just making people laugh at you. It's ridiculous. Are you still going to film? If not, just pay up. Why would you waste so much time on me?" Listening to Bai Yulong's ridicule, Sher Shao was completely mad. Even at this time, he was still stubborn and wanted to be his enemy. Was he really looking for death? Sher Shao laughed in anger, pointed at Bai Yulong and laughed loudly. Good, well, there's a road to heaven but you won't take it, and there's no door to hell but you insist on breaking in, so there's nothing more to say. Auction, but fine. I want to see what the entire Bai family can come up with to compete with me and fight me. This time, I'll make you lose everything and your family will be destroyed. 8 billion, no, 10 billion as far as I know. The Bai family's assets are only a little over 10 billion. I'll offer the 10 billion. Do you dare to follow? I've paid 10 billion yuan to follow you, and I have the underground world to rely on. Why would you fight with me? After saying this, Master Sher stood up and coldly glanced at everyone present. He said angrily, "You all know who I am now. The entire underground world of East Province has been unified and is under my control. I want to see who dares to help the Bai family. I'm telling you right now, if anyone dares to lend the Bai family a penny, I'll make them lose everything and their entire family to ruin. I mean what I say." Young Master Sher wanted to completely humiliate the Bai family and even directly threatened the important figures present. In fact, the threat is effective. The Bai family is not afraid of young Master Sher because they know his background, but other people don't know young Master Sher's reputation and his background as Night Owl already make them wary now, with his identity as the king of the underground world in East Province. Who would dare to be his enemy?
This is the Eastern Province. In the Eastern Province, these so-called figures are not yet at the level that can compete with the entire Eastern Province underground world. Who wouldn't be afraid of them? That really means that if we can destroy their families, we can destroy their families.
Sher Shao was very satisfied with the reactions of these people. Sher Shao slammed the table, stretched out his right hand, pointed at Bai Yulong, and laughed wildly. Bai Yulong, what can you use to fight me? 10 billion, can you come up with it? 100 million is not enough. I can come up with another 100 million, but you, what else do you have? You are just a stray dog. You are shameless now, you have no chance. 432, Chapter 432. Lin Xingyue, use your money. This time, no one can stop Master Shi. He has the confidence, he should be crazy, he must be crazy, why shouldn't he be crazy? With the entire East Province underground world as his backing, he can be completely free today. What about the Bai family? Even if the Bai family can come up with this 10 billion, then what about the more money? Bai family, can you take it out? He was still counting on these distinguished guests present to lend money to the Bai family, that was really overthinking today. Master Shi was going to see who dared to lend money to the Bai family in front of him. If you want to borrow, sure, I am just worried that there's no chance to make an example of someone. Anyone who dares to borrow money at this time should be prepared for the destruction of their family. I'm directly threatening everyone present here, so I won't give you any face. What can you do? This is how confident and arrogant Sher Shao is now, 100 times more arrogant than before. In fact, Sher Shao's current arrogance is indeed well-founded. The many distinguished guests present are not aware of the specific details, but they have to consider how serious the threat posed by Sher Shao is. Even though many people are extremely dissatisfied and feel threatened and humiliated, there is nothing they can do, because the current young Master Shi has the confidence to say these words and can threaten them. They cannot deny this. It can be said that at this moment, Sher Shao completely angered everyone. In fact, it was not just anger, he simply offended everyone who made him indiscriminately fire his guns and be rude to everyone. Bai Yulong looked at Sher Shao as if he were an idiot. If God wants to destroy a person, he must first make him crazy. Sher Shao, you are a little too crazy now. 100 billion, is that enough? 10 billion is the limit of the Shi family. Apart from this, young Master Shi can't come up with any more money, unless he calls Yu Sha now and asks him to support him. But the problem is that he absolutely cannot make this call. If he makes the call, not only will he not get any help, but he will also have no chance of survival in front of Yu Sha. It would be better for him to just commit suicide by slitting his throat. Of course, this is what Bai Yulong thinks, while Sher Shao believes that the underground world belongs to him, and money is endless, and he doesn't even need any collateral. Didn't Boss Leopard just say that? As long as the king of the underworld opens his mouth, they will not hesitate to take their lives, let alone some money. What is the collateral? As a big boss of the underworld, anyone who says that he doesn't have billions in cash is nonsense. It's a pity that although he has money, Sher Shao doesn't know that this money has nothing to do with him, and the so-called king is not him. Therefore, his arrogant shouting like a clown was simply ridiculous to Bai Yulong. Bai Yulong, why are you silent? Huh, do you regret it now? I tell you, it's too late. I'm offering 10 billion. What about you? Bid your price. I want to see how much you can come up with. No matter how much you come up with, I think you already know very well that you absolutely can't come up with more than Meso. You're dead. Not only that, but you're also going to bring the entire Bai family down with you, destroying them all. 100 million if you have the guts, keep bidding. It's okay if you don't, at least I'll leave you some assets. Of course, the price you bid before, not a cent less, pay it all to me. That's the rule. You said it, not a cent less. Oh, and don't think you can just put it into charity just because you say so. With such an astronomical amount of wealth, you're still dreaming of handing it over to yourselves to oversee. Don't even think about it, let alone thinking about moving the funds around. I am telling you, it's impossible. Don't even think about supervising the account. Of course, I don't have to supervise it, but it must be jointly supervised by a third party. I think Mr. Zhao can do it. Everyone present knows Master Zhao's status and position, and everyone is even more aware of his strength. Tens or even hundreds of millions, while a lot, is just a small amount for Master Zhao. So, I don't think anyone would doubt Master Zhao about this. It would be best for Master Zhao to oversee this fund. I think no one here dares to object. Anyone who dares to object is questioning Master Zhao's strength, and even more so, his sincerity and kindness. If anyone dares to question it, I'm sorry, even if I, won't do anything to you. Master Zhao is unhappy, and I'm afraid you won't be able to sleep well either. Sher Shao became more and more excited as he spoke. It even leads to imagination of a better future. Today, he couldn't help but admitted he was so angry, very angry otherwise, there was no way he could have turned the auction into this state, and even put pressure on the entire Schur family. Even if he succeeds in the end, can young Master Schur really gain a good reputation? The answer is definitely no. Well, let's not worry about what others say for now, but as for Yi Xiao, if he can't give a reasonable explanation, an answer that satisfies Yi Xiao, then even if he wins now, he will lose in the future. So, he can't lose. That's why he thought of such a huge fortune, and he would never agree to hand it over to the Bai family if it was really handed over to the Bai family. Even if the Bai family went bankrupt, with such a huge fortune, they could easily turn things around. He would not allow this possibility to happen. Moreover, Master Schur said that this wealth was just a small amount of money for Yi Xiao, but this was nonsense if he himself didn't believe it. How could others believe it? Such a huge fortune is not a small amount of money for anyone, it is a huge fortune, even for Night Owl. If he could hand over this wealth directly to Yi Xiao, it would be a way for Schur Xiao to atone for his sins, and it would also be a good opportunity to please Yi Xiao. Why not do it? Now, Schur Xiao has thought of everything, and it couldn't be better. Bai Yulong looked at Schur Xiao's arrogant look, as if everything was under his control, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. I was thinking he could be happy for a while longer, but in the end, why is he so impatient? Thinking of this, Bai Yulong revealed a hint of ridicule and said, Master Schur, don't be so arrogant, for now solve the problem at hand first. You seem to have forgotten something. 100 billion. I just estimated that your Schur family can only come up with 8 billion at most. Even if I calculate a little more for you, it's only about 9 billion. There's still 10 billion short of 100 billion. Are you sure you want to come up with 100 billion? Then I'm sorry, I have to trouble you to add another 10 billion, otherwise, it would be a joke. According to the calculation just now about the funds that Schur Xiao can come up with, Bai Yulong is indeed right. 9 billion is the maximum, and it is not even 10 billion. Schur Xiao was also aware of these, but he did not expect that Bai Yulong would dare to use this as an excuse, even though he knew that he had the entire underground world to support him. It was simply abominable. Schur Xiao looked at Bai Yulong and sneered, you know I have the ability, yet you still talk like that. Bai Yulong, I know exactly what you're thinking. I assented just a funding gap of 1 billion, it's simple. I don't even need to use the funds from the underground world. I can tell you right now, I can come up with it. After saying that, Master Schur looked at Lin Qingyue and said with a faint smile, Boss Lin, as far as I know, your Qingyue Group's assets should be over 1 billion. I think you won't refuse to lend it to me. Schur Xiao looked at Lin Qingyue very confidently. He felt that there was no need for him to use any money from the underground world at this time. Lin Qingyue's funds were enough. What's more, using Lin Qingyue's money gave him a different kind of pleasure. After all, she was Yi Tianqi's woman, and all this wealth was brought to Lin Qingyue by Yi Tianqi as a result. Now Lin Qingyue had to take out all her money to support him. That feeling was really indescribable. Just thinking about it could make Schur Xiao so excited that he couldn't sleep. It was also the most direct humiliation to Yi Tianqi. For 33, chapter 433, actually, there is no choice. Lin Qingyue never thought that at this time, Schur Xiao would actually set his sights on her. Indeed, Qingyue Group is worth more than 1 billion, and she, Lin Qingyue, has full control over it as long as she agrees. There will be no problem. However, why did Lin Qingyue divorce Yi Tianqi? Why did it come to this point today? No matter how many reasons there are behind it, one of the reasons is that she felt that Yi Tianqi was not worthy of her and gradually looked down on him. Why is there such a reason? It is entirely because she, Lin Qingyue, has realized how important money is. She, Lin Qingyue, cannot live without money and can no longer live the hard life she had before. Now, she was asked to gamble the entire Qingyue Group. To be frank, she was unwilling to do so because she was not willing to take any risk at all. After all, this is everything she has. If she loses it, it's really gone. However, looking at Schur Xiao's confident look, Lin Qingyue knew very well that offending Schur Xiao at this time would definitely not be a good thing, and refusing would be an offense. Besides, in Schur Xiao's situation, he has already conquered the underground world, so why does he need his own money? He is just being angry with Bai Yulong. However, Lin Qingyue feels something is wrong, as if nothing is right, so she hesitates. Otherwise, considering her desire to curry favor with Master Schur, and given Master Schur's status, position, and background, she would be eager for this opportunity to let Master Schur see her sincerity. However, it was this uneasy feeling that made Lin Qingyue always feel that everything was wrong, but she couldn't put her finger on it. In short, it was very weird and uneasy. So, at this moment, Lin Qingyue was a little hesitant, but did not dare to refuse.
Master Shi, do you still need my Qingyue group? I have a small family and a small business. Why are you bothering them so much? Just a little bit of the wealth in the underground world can knock them unconscious. I don't think there is any need to play with them anymore. What do you think?
Lin Xingyue spoke tactfully and did not refuse, but she already showed that she was a little hesitant. And at this moment, Lin's mother, who had always had different ideas from Lin Xingyue, rarely stood on the same front with Lin Xingyue. Yes, Master Shi, these people are too arrogant. Can you still hold back? Now is the time to stop holding back. I think you might as well just take action and make sure they can't turn over. That would be more satisfying. The Qingyue group only has this much money in total. It's of no help to you at all, and it will only give them the impression that they can struggle. I think Qingyue is right. You can just use the power of the underground world. This power originally belonged to you. As long as you use it, they will immediately feel the pressure of the earth-shattering world. When that happens, I don't think they will be able to act arrogantly anymore.
Lin Xingyue loves money like her life?
No, compared to Lin's mother, Lin Xingyue still has some bottom line, but Lin's mother really has no bottom line at all. For the sake of money, she has done so much that it makes people blush when they talk about it. Although Lin Xingyue is not her biological daughter, she has raised her for so many years. After all, moreover, she has never known that she is not her biological daughter. She treats her as her own mother. She is obedient and filial, that's for sure. After she has money, even though Lin's mother still treats her badly. To be honest, when has Lin Xingyue given her less money?
Lin Xingyue agreed to all of Lin's mother's unreasonable requests. But even so, what is the result?
Lin's mother is still calculating Lin Xingyue's wealth, all of her wealth, and not only that, she is also calculating to make Lin Xingyue never get married again, and even if she remarries, she has to sign an agreement to leave all the property to her son Lin Duokai, not letting Lin Xingyue and others take advantage of it at all. You can imagine how selfish she is. So now, the person who is most opposed to Shi Xiao using all of Lin Xingyue's wealth is none other than Lin's mother. Lin Xingyue at least had some understanding of Shi Xiao, and knew about his background and other things, but Lin's mother didn't know much, even though she knew that Shi Xiao was very arrogant and powerful, and dared to challenge the entire East Province alone, and that the backers behind him were unfathomable. So what? In Lin's mother's view, these had little to do with her, but Lin Xingyue's wealth had a lot to do with her. Therefore, she really didn't want others to use Lin Xingyue's wealth. Even though it seemed like a sure win and no accidents would happen, she didn't want to do it, because if an accident happened, it would be too late to regret. And Shi Xiao didn't expect that he would be rejected even after he opened his mouth. Not only did Lin Xingyue reject him, but even Lin's mother rejected him. What did this mean? Did she look down on him? Although the words were very tactful and gave him enough face, a rejection was a rejection, and young Master Shi was not so stupid as to not be able to hear that. However, it would be difficult for Master Shi to lose his temper in front of so many people, especially in this situation. After all, he also had to save face. Glancing at Lin's mother, Shi Xiao looked directly at Lin Xingyue and said with a faint smile, "Well, that's very well said. The size and wealth of the Qingyue group are indeed too small, to be honest. We don't need you at all. Boss Bao is here, and the underground world is in my hands. All the wealth is at my disposal. The Qingyue group is really worth nothing. But, since we've already said we want to play, we must play well. If we suddenly stop playing, wouldn't that make Bai Yilong very sad? If he wants to play, then I'll let him play. Otherwise, how can I give him hope and let him empty the entire Bai family? You're right, aren't you? Miss Qingyue, let's do this. I'll use your Qingyue group as collateral, valuing it at 1 billion. I'll use this 1 billion to see if Bai Yilong still has the guts to fight me. Does he dare to continue challenging me and put the entire Bai family at risk? If he dares, I'll immediately mobilize the vast financial resources of the underworld to make sure he never gets over it. Shi Xiao felt that he didn't need to explain now that he had explained a few words. He was giving enough face at this time. He had already gained such an advantage, and in the end, no one believed him? Or is it that his so-called own people don't believe him? This made Shi Xiao very embarrassed and unhappy. Lin Xingyue also seemed to notice some of Shi Xiao's dissatisfaction, and her heart was a little hesitant. After all, her future still depended on Shi Xiao's care. What's more, what Shi Xiao said was really correct. At least, now it seemed that was exactly the future trend at this time. Whether she wanted to curry favor with Shi Xiao or not offend him, she should agree. Otherwise, you would really offend people. Thinking of this, Lin Xingyue looked at Shi Xiao and smiled. Shi Xiao, you don't need to say so much. How can I not trust you? I just thought you didn't need to bother with them before. Now that you have made up your mind, I will listen to you. Upon hearing this, Shi Xiao burst into laughter and was extremely satisfied. However, before he could laugh out loud, Lin's mother's words made him frown. 434, Chapter 434 You have no way out. What Mr. Sher said was very good, but the problem was that Lin's mother didn't want to agree at all. Even if there is a 99% chance of winning, she cannot take the risk as long as there is a 1% chance of losing. Seeing that Lin Xingyue agreed to Sher Xiao's words, Lin's mother immediately became unable to sit still. Lin Xingyue, what are you trying to show off? You're not giving young Master Sher any face by doing this. It's clear that you don't trust young Master Sher's ability. Young Master Sher is already so powerful. Does he need your assets? Don't embarrass yourself here. Don't you know your own weight? After saying that, Mother Lin looked at Master Sher and smiled flatteringly. Master Sher, I'm sorry, she's still young and can't tell you're joking with her. Don't mind me. I'll definitely teach her a lesson when I get home and teach her how to be tactful. Don't worry. Sher Xiao looked at Lin's mother and saw the expression of a miser in her eyes. As for the rest, there was no need to guess. These words seemed to give face to Sher Xiao, but in reality, did she give it? At this moment, Sher Xiao felt that everyone in the audience was staring at him, and some were even looking at him with contempt, as if to say, look, even the people around him are unwilling to lend him money temporarily. How much of a failure must he be as a human being? They clearly had such a huge advantage and were sure to win. But before anyone else could say anything, they started fighting among themselves. Isn't this funny? Sher Xiao looked at Lin's mother coldly and said, I don't want to care about what you and Lin Xingyue want to say or do, but Xingyue Group doesn't seem to be yours, right? So, no matter what Lin Xingyue and I discuss, you have no right to say anything, right? What, you don't believe I can beat the Bai family? Why are you talking nonsense in front of me? After saying that, Sher Xiao looked at Lin Xingyue and said calmly, your mother's meaning is what you mean. Of course, if this is also your meaning and idea, then fine, then I can pretend that I didn't say anything just now. I won't lend you this money. It's really funny. Do I, sure, still need this little bit of money from you, Lin Xingyue? I'm just giving you a chance to show off. Since you don't want it, forget it. Lin Xingyue was actually quite nervous, but did she dare to offend Master Sher? I dare not. Moreover, the situation is so obvious now, and young Master Sher has such a big advantage. If she misses this opportunity, she really won't be able to find a better opportunity than now. What's more, this will offend young Master Sher. Therefore, Lin Xingyue has made up her mind. Even if it is a gamble, she must take this gamble. She has no choice. Thinking of this, Lin Xingyue looked at Sher Xiao and quickly said, Sher Xiao, you're overthinking it. Xingyue Group is mine. Don't worry, I can make the decision myself. My mother doesn't have any other intentions. You misunderstood, so I'll make the decision now and agree to mortgage the entire Xingyue Group. Is that okay with you? After saying that, Lin Xingyue looked at Bai Yulong and said, young Master Bai, do you need me to sign any agreement? If so, then bring it here and I'll sign it directly. Upon hearing this, Bai Yulong smiled slightly and said, Lin Xingyue, have you thought it through? Once this agreement is signed, if he loses in the end, you will lose everything. The entire Xingyue Group will no longer be named Lin. This is the truth, and Bai Yulong didn't mean to remind Lin Xingyue out of kindness, but he still had to say what needed to be said. When Lin Xingyue heard that she would have nothing, she became obviously nervous. However, when she saw Sher Xiao's indifferent expression, she immediately dared not think too much, let alone say anything more. Master Bai, you don't need to remind me. Know this clearly. I believe that Master Sher can't lose, but you said so much, afraid that I would lend money to Master Sher. Why, the Bai family has really reached the point of poverty, so, in fact, you can no longer come up with more funds. Moreover, Master Sher has become the master of the underground world in Eastern Province, and he has Master Xiao as his backer. I think that in the entire Eastern Province, unless they want to destroy their families, no one dares to stand on the same front with your Bai family. Oh, Master Bai, instead of going to great lengths to tell me so much and trying to stop me, why not take advantage of Master Sher's good mood and quickly apologize and admit your mistakes? Perhaps I can still give you a chance to live. For Lin Xingyue, Bai Yulong was the person she had always longed to meet and curry favor with, and the Bai family was the one who helped her to have her current life. Unfortunately, she no longer makes a living with the Bai family. She follows Sher Xiao, and the conflict between Sher Xiao and the Bai family is almost irreconcilable. She has no choice, and of course, she doesn't want to choose. After all, the Bai family looks down on her because of Yi Tianqi. This is also the most important reason why Lin Xingyue had no choice. She was not a fool and knew very well that she had no way out. Bai Yulong didn't lose his temper at all. He just looked at Lin Xingyue calmly and said, if that's the case, then, sign the agreement. Smart people are most likely to be too smart for their own good. Lin Xingyue, there are some things I really want to say, but there's really
No need, just slowly experience the bitter fruit of your own actions.
After saying that, Bai Yulong asked the staff to take out an agreement and handed it to Lin Xingyue. Just as Lin Xingyue was about to sign her name, her mother seemed to be greatly shocked. She immediately grabbed Lin Xingyue's arm and said, "You can't sign it, Lin Xingyue, you can't sign it. If you sign this agreement, it will be written in black and white. There is no room for negotiation. If something unexpected happens, Xingyue Group will be gone."
Doesn't Lin Xingyue know?
She knew better than anyone that once this word was signed, Shi Shao would. If an accident occurs, all her hard work over the years will go into someone else's pocket, and it is hard to say whether she will be able to turn things around in the future, because if she fails, it means that Shi Shao has failed, and if even Shi Shao can fail in this situation, it is really unimaginable. But she had no choice. And Shi Shao, who seemed to have reached the limit of his patience, looked at Lin's mother, who was confused, and shouted coldly, "Lin Xingyue, can you still control your mother? You're brainless, aren't you, or are you cursing me? Can't you see the current situation clearly? Will I fail under such circumstances? You actually said something like an accident. If this isn't a curse on me, what is it? This is simply outrageous." Shi Shao was almost furious to the extreme. A middle-aged woman whom he didn't even take seriously kept pouring cold water on him when he was at the peak of his career and full of confidence. This made him unbearable. To be honest, he also felt that the situation was a bit strange and had some bad premonitions, but he had been suppressing his premonitions. However, Lin's mother just said these words, which made him very uncomfortable. "Whether you sign or not is up to you. Do you really think I'll lose without you? This is ridiculous. Can't you see the current situation? I'm your only supporter now, and I'm the only one who can protect your current life. If I lose, do you think Xingyue Group can still be saved? Don't you know who you have offended? Do you think He Tianqi won't settle accounts with you? Do you think the Bai family won't settle accounts with you? Even if they don't settle the score later, do you think this matter is over? Will the Xingyue Group ever regain its former glory? This is simply ridiculous. Think about it carefully. You actually don't have any way out at all unless you kneel before Yi Tianqi and beg for his forgiveness. Then maybe you still have a chance. Oh, then you guys, kneel down and beg him." 435, Chapter 435, Signing the Agreement. Shi Shao was not really threatening Lin Xingyue and the others now. Everything he said is the truth, which is right in front of them and can be figured out by just thinking. Who could possibly hide the current state of affairs between Lin Xingyue's family and Yi Tianqi? It was practically a life-or-death struggle. Perhaps it wasn't even a life-or-death struggle, but rather a long-standing one. At this time, wanting to stay out of it is simply a dream. Shi Shao looked at Lin Xingyue and sneered, "You know best whether what I said is true or not. Since you doubt me, then stand on Yi Tianqi's side. After all, you were once a family. I think if you were willing to kneel down and repent sincerely and beg for mercy, perhaps he will still leave you a way out because of our past friendship. Well, go ahead, go kneel down and beg for mercy. I really don't need you. I just wanted to help you in the end. You actually doubted me. It's ridiculous." After saying that, Shi Shao didn't even look at Lin Xingyue and the others, as if he really didn't care at all. In fact, for Shi Shao, he really didn't care about Lin Xingyue's assets. The reason he had to do this was just to satisfy his own special mood. At the same time, he could humiliate Yi Tianqi. He didn't want to miss this opportunity. Moreover, he believed that Lin Xingyue and her daughter would definitely figure it out. In fact, you have to figure it out even if you can't figure it out. Lin Xingyue thought very clearly, but Lin's mother was dazzled by wealth and could not think so much. She was just selfish, but to say that she was smart was nonsense. So, she only saw what was in front of her, but could not see anything more. But she was not stupid. After hearing what Shi Shao said, she immediately felt a chill all over her body. She must not lose everything she had now, and she could not let Yi Tianqi win. Otherwise, she did not dare to imagine what the future would be like. This is no longer a divorce caused by emotional discord or a breakdown in the marital relationship. It is basically a life and death feud. Now that they have the upper hand, they dislike Yi Tianqi in every way, humiliate him in every way, and even want to kill him. What if Yi Tianqi gains the upper hand? I dare not think about it. I simply dare not think about it. Even if, taking a step back, they are willing to kneel down and beg for mercy, asking Yi Tianqi for forgiveness, but will Yi Tianqi forgive them? If you put yourself in her shoes, she will only get worse and there is no way she will forgive you. Lin Xingyue, this isn't true, is it? What Master Shi said can happen, right? As long as the Xingyue Group doesn't get involved, no one can touch us, right? Tell me, isn't it? The only person Lin's mother can ask now is Lin Xingyue, and the only person she can trust is Lin Xingyue after all. No matter what the relationship between them is like, there is still a mother's Levine addition. The Qingyue group is also Lin Xingyue's hard work. How can she watch it destroyed? She, Lin Xingyue, also doesn't want to live the kind of poverty and destitution she had in the past and have to depend on others for her life. Lin Xingyue was actually also hesitant. However, she understood better than Lin's mother that Shi Shao did not do what he said, and they actually had no choice at all. At least, as for what Shi Shao said about kowtowing to Yi Tianqi to apologize, admitting mistakes and repenting, for Lin Xingyue, it was almost like asking for her life. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. How could she, Lin Xingyue, bow her head and admit her mistake to Yi Tianqi? This would be a devastating blow to her. Who is Yi Tianqi? What does Yi Tianqi rely on? He only relies on the support of the Bai family. Even so, does he want to continue to put pressure on me? Why did Lin Xingyue try so hard to curry favor with Master Shi? It was precisely because with Master Shi as her backer, she didn't need to be afraid of Yi Tianqi turning over, nor did she need to be afraid of losing the protection of the Bai family, or even revenge. She had already made the decision, and now it was just a matter of handing over Qingyue group to Shi Shao more thoroughly. Even if they don't hand it over, even if young Master Shi doesn't say these words, if young Master Shi loses, the result will be the same as what he said. She, Lin Xingyue, or the Qingyue group will have no foothold in the entire East Province. This is a fact that is set in stone. Seeing Mother Lin's panic, Lin Xingyue said with a gloomy face, "Do you think we still have a choice? Just like Master Shi said, there is no possibility of easing the situation between us and them now. Yi Tianqi and the Bai family have such a good relationship. You have seen how the Bai family treated us for Yi Tianqi. What do you think the Bai family will do to us in the future, and what will Yi Tianqi do to us? So, we have no choice at all. What's more, Master Shi is sure to win. We are just the icing on the cake. We have already stood with Master Shi, so why are we hesitating now? Mom, no matter what you think, remember this, if young Master Shi can't win, not only will Qingyue group be lost, but the fate of everyone in our family will be bad. I think you know this better than anyone else. Of course, if you think you can bow your head to Yi Tianqi and kneel down to beg for his forgiveness, then if you want to try, I won't stop you, but I think you know very well whether he will forgive you or not." Lin Xingyue's words were somewhat mocking to Lin's mother, but there was nothing she could do. Whether she was filial or not had nothing to do with this. After hearing this, Lin's mother had already figured it out. Looking at Yi Tianqi's indifferent expression, she felt hatred gnash in her heart. Asking her to kneel down and beg for mercy from Yi Tianqi, this would be more painful than killing her. Most importantly, she knew very well that even if she did this, would Yi Tianqi let her go? The answer was impossible. In addition, Shi Xiaoming now has an absolute advantage, so why should she let go? He didn't want to take the best possible option, but chose a dead end that seemed to be a dead end. Going from one extreme to another is Lin's mother's habit. After figuring it out, Mother Lin looked at Lin Xingyue, gritted her teeth, and said, "Sign, you must sign together with Master Shi. We will completely destroy Yi Tianqi. This bastard, why does he keep haunting us? It's abominable, abominable." Lin Xingyue, I don't care about anything else. I just want you to do one thing. Let Yi Tianqi die. He must die. I never want to see him again. I never want to hear his name again. I will never allow him to have even the slightest chance of turning things around. Mother Lin hated Yi Tianqi all the time, but in the end, she once again blamed him, as if all her unhappiness and dissatisfaction were caused by Yi Tianqi. At this moment, Lin Xingyue looked at Shi Shao and said softly, "Shi Shao, I will sign. I just hope that you can see Yi Tianqi's true face through this time and stop showing mercy to him." Upon hearing this, Shi Shao burst into laughter and said, "Lin Xingyue, don't worry, his end will only exceed your imagination. Ha ha. Come, sign the agreement." Lin Xingyue nodded, then picked up the pen and looked at the agreement that mortgaged the entire Qingyue group. Her eyes turned red. Although she had figured it out long ago that it made no difference whether she signed or not, the meaning would be different if she signed. No matter how much care Qingyue group received, it was indeed her hard work in her past that helped her turn things around. The moment she signed her name, the entire Qingyue group had nothing to do with her anymore. At least, before everything settled, Qingyue group no longer belonged to her. With red eyes, Lin Xingyue signed her name forcefully, then glared at Yi Tianqi and said, "Yi Tianqi, all of this is because of you. Just wait, I will watch you get punished and go to hell with my own eyes." After saying that, Lin Xingyue picked up the agreement and looked at Bai Yulong, saying, "I've signed it now. The Qingyue group is under the full authority of young Master Shi. Next, it's your turn, the Bai family." 436, Chapter 436. This is fate, it cannot be changed. Lin Xingyue signed her name. Even though she was still reluctant and felt a little uneasy, she had no choice. Since she has already offended him, she might as well offend him to death. She wants to please both sides and have the best of both worlds, but the key point is that in the current situation, she doesn't even have the qualifications to choose sides. Being able to join Shi Xiao's side and become Shi Xiao's own person is Lin Xingyue's biggest surprise now. Looking at Yi Tianqi and Bai Yilong, who still looked down on her and even had mockery in their eyes, Lin Xingyue secretly swore in her heart that sooner or later, when she became stronger than she is now, she would definitely get back tenfold and 100-fold the face and dignity she lost today. She knew why Yi Tianqi was so confident now. It was because of his identity as a miracle doctor and his relationship with the Bai family that Yi Tianqi had the confidence to become her enemy. However, Lin Xingyue believed that when Yi Tianqi completely understood that the so-called identity of a miracle doctor, and even the Bai family, could not be his amulet, that moment would be the time for Yi Tianqi to kowtow and try to please her in every way. What she is looking forward to most now is that day to come as soon as possible. And now, perhaps as long as Master Shi gets tired of playing today and wipes out the Bai family, that moment seems to be coming soon. It's right in front of us very soon. Lin Xingyue took a deep breath, then looked at Yi Tianqi and said with a frosty face, Yi Tianqi, time and time again, you keep challenging my bottom line now, I can no longer tolerate it. Everything you rely on, everything you think can help you turn things around, will soon vanish into nothing. Yi Tianqi, I'm waiting for you to cry and beg for mercy, waiting for you to kneel before me and kowtow and repent. When the time comes, I'll see how pathetic and miserable you will become, no matter how arrogant and conceited you are now. At this moment, Lin Xingyue seemed to be venting her anger at the temporary loss of Xingyue Group, and began to bombard Yi Tianqi again. Of course, she also wanted to vent her anger towards Bai Yilong. After all, if Bai Yilong had not been forcing Shi Xiao, then things would not have developed to this situation. But the problem is, Lin Xingyue doesn't dare. That's right. She still didn't dare. She didn't dare after all, even though she knew that there was no chance for young Master Shi and the Bai family, including herself and the Bai family, to coexist peacefully, she still didn't dare. A person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. In the final analysis, Lin Xingyue is still a bully who only bullies the weak and fears the strong. She only dares to bully Yi Tianqi, who once loved her and took care of her meticulously. Even though Yi Tianqi is no longer the Yi Tianqi he used to be, she still doesn't fear him as much as others. Yi Tianqi looked at Lin Xingyue with a sad expression, as if, in his eyes, Lin Xingyue was very pathetic, so pathetic that even though he hated and was angry with her, he couldn't help but feel pity for her. There was only this one expression, without saying a word, but this one expression seemed to be worth more than 1,000 words, and more than all the sarcasm. This immediately angered Lin Xingyue. He, Yi Tianqi, felt that he was pathetic. Was he worthy of looking at himself with pity? What a joke! There is nothing funnier than this. Lin Xingyue was completely furious. She pointed at Yi Tianqi and yelled, "What's that look in your eyes? Who do you think is pitiful here? Who is pathetic? Do you really think you are a piece of cake? Yi Tianqi, it's been so long, can't you see yourself clearly? Don't think that just because you concealed your identity, you are really a big shot. Let me tell you, in my eyes, Lin Xingyue, you, Yi Tianqi, are nothing. Who are you mocking? Who are you pitying? Who are you finding pathetic? I'm talking to you, and you don't even answer. How much do you despise me? Do you think I'm doomed? Do you look down on Master Shi? Or do you look down on me, Yi Tianqi? Who do you think you are? Just because your current crappy work has been auctioned for a whopping 10 billion, have you forgotten your true worth? Yi Tianqi, you are simply ridiculous, ignorant, and pathetic to the extreme. If it weren't for the Bai family's fight with young Master Shi, how much do you think these tattered calligraphy and paintings of yours would be worth? I tell you, no one would want them if you threw them on the street. Believe it or not, don't you know your own situation? Why are you feeling so good here? Who are you pitying? Lin Xingyue's anger completely exposed the uneasiness deep in her heart at the moment. In fact, the easiest thing for people to do is to lose their temper with the person they think is closest to them, who is least likely to betray them, and who makes them feel most secure, especially when they are uneasy. Lin Xingyue ignored this point, and in fact, even if she had not ignored it, she would not admit that this was the reason. At this moment, everyone was watching Lin Xingyue's inexplicable outburst. Yi Tianqi didn't say a word from beginning to end, and just like that, he offended Lin Xingyue? This gave people a very confusing feeling, and made everyone feel once again what an unreasonable woman is and how frustrating it is.
Yi Tianqi, looking at Lin Xingyue, who was clearly under immense pressure and on the verge of collapse, chuckled softly, sighed, and said, "It seems you don't even trust this young master sure otherwise, why would you be so nervous that you can only vent your anxiety in this way?" Lin Xingyue, based on this point, I can say that you are not completely stupid. You can still see some problems, it's just that you are unwilling to admit it, or don't want to admit it. So, what if I give you a chance and a choice now? Yi Tianqi picked up the teacup, took a sip of tea, and spoke softly, as if at this moment, he was the god who dominated everything and controlled the fate of everyone. I allow you to regret the agreement you signed. Xingyue Group will not face retaliation or repercussions, of course. The previous care will also be gone. You can keep your current assets from then on. How far you develop will depend on your own ability. I can also choose not to retaliate against you. I don't need you and your entire family to kneel down and apologize to me, or kowtow and admit your mistakes. All I need is for you to bow your head and tell me that you were wrong, then the feud between us will be completely over. Believe me, this is the best choice you will ever have now. I'm giving it to you. Are you going to choose? Remember, you only have one chance. After saying that, Yi Tianqi showed a smile and looked at Lin Xingyue calmly. Yi Tianqi, is not a saint, nor is he a virgin. He seems to have given Lin Xingyue the opportunity to choose, and seems to have let Lin Xingyue go again and again. However, it is precisely because he understands people's hearts too well and understands Lin Xingyue too well that he gives this choice. Because he knew what the answer would be. Because he knew Lin Xingyue, she would never accept this choice. Lin Xingyue would not regret it until she was really at a dead end and had no other way out. Especially, facing him, Yi Tianqi. And this is actually exactly what Yi Tianqi wanted. He wanted to let Lin Xingyue know how many opportunities she had missed and how wrong she was. Even though deep down in his heart, he actually had a little selfish motive, because of their past relationship, he hoped that Lin Xingyue would make this choice, so that he could let her go with peace of mind. But he knew that it was impossible. Lin Xingyue was already on a dead end. This was her life. Just like now, the slightest hesitation in Lin Xingyue's eyes was negligible, but the expression of being even more furious and feeling humiliated was extremely clear. She felt that she was humiliated by Yi Tianqi again, completely humiliated. 437, Chapter 437, The Man Who Stirred Up the Storm. For Lin Xingyue, this was the humiliation Yi Tianqi gave her, and he did it in front of so many people. She had just lost her temper with Yi Tianqi, and even mocked him, belittling him as worthless, but what was the result? In the blink of an eye, Yi Tianqi seemed to have pierced her heart, humiliating her from the inside out. Especially, she asked her to betray Shi Xiao in front of him. This is provocation, absolutely provocation. Yi Tianqi wanted to make Shi Xiao doubt him, misunderstand him, and then distance himself from him. This was absolutely the case. Sinister, Yi Tianqi is really too sinister and cunning. Lin Xingyue didn't have time to explain to Shi Xiao at the moment and quickly refuted. You're talking nonsense, Yi Tianqi. I knew you weren't a good person and you were incredibly treacherous, but I didn't expect you to be even more vicious than I imagined. I understand you're jealous and afraid, so you're so nervous and eager to make Master Shi misunderstand me. Yi Tianqi, you're dreaming. What you want to see will never happen. What a bullshit choice. You know you have no choice, so you ought to retaliate against me in this way. Yi Tianqi, you are dreaming. I tell you, I have signed this agreement and there is no way I can go back on my word. It's not just because I have 100% trust in Master Shi, but also because I have the utmost contempt for you. You are a shameless villain, a bastard with a dark heart. I am just waiting to see Master Shi trample you under his feet and humiliate you severely. I am waiting for Master Shi to make you cry bitterly and never laugh again. You say I'm nervous, you say I'm worried, you say I'm uneasy, you say I'm afraid of losing my current wealth. Then I'm telling you clearly right now, even if I lose everything and have to beg on the street, I will not accept your charity and let you, Yi Tianqi, see my pitiful side. Even if I die, I will never beg you for help now. Do you understand? Yi Tianqi, I, Lin Xingyue, will never beg you for mercy even if I die. Not now, not ever. Even if you, Yi Tianqi, become 10, 100, or 1,000 times more powerful than you are now, in my eyes, you will always be a shameless villain, a waste, and a person who is not worthy of being on the stage. You will always be that. Yi Tianqi, I look down on you, and I will always look down on you. Lin Xingyue vented her anger wantonly. Her words were full of humiliation and contempt for Yi Tianqi, but more of it was a kind of self-defense, as if only in this way could she make Shi Xiao believe that she, Lin Xingyue, was loyal and full of confidence and would never turn back.
There was no other way, she had to do this, only in this way could she hide her uneasiness. It was because she had just refused Sher Xiao's request to sign. Although she signed it in the end, she was not very happy about it. After finishing speaking, Lin Xingyue immediately turned around and looked at Sher Xiao. Her originally ferocious expression instantly became gentle. Master Sher, please don't listen to his nonsense. I have complete confidence in you. I, Lin Xingyue, can swear right now, I swear a poisonous oath that in this life, the next, and even in all my lives, I will hate him to the core and will never reconcile with him. I would rather die than beg him for mercy, ever. Master Sher, you are wise and powerful, you will definitely not be provoked by him, right? The difference between Lin Xingyue before and after shows people what it means to change one's face as quickly as turning the pages of a book and how fast one can change one's face.
It must be said that Lin Xingyue's attitude made Sher Xiao very happy.
Look at Yi Tianqi, the former banished immortal of the Qi family, who was feared by so many people. Now, he is despised by the woman he once loved deeply. What has become of him? Even worse than a dog. But what about Lin Xingyue's treatment of Sher Xiao? She was completely obedient, afraid that he would be unhappy in the slightest. Is there anything that could make him happier than this? Sher Xiao laughed heartily, looking at Lin Xingyue, and said, "Don't worry, I'm not afraid of being provoked at all. But you, have you really not considered what he said? Perhaps, what he said might come true. After all, he is a man who can work miracles."
A man who can perform miracles?
Lin Xingyue looked at Sher Xiao blankly, not knowing what he meant, but she didn't think much about it. She thought it was probably about Yi Tianqi's identity as a miracle doctor, or the auction of his works.
Lin Xingyue didn't think about anything else.
Master Sher, you're joking. Yi Tianqi is nothing but shit in my eyes. Even if he has a high status and background, in my eyes, he is still a waste and will always be a waste. I look down on him, and this will never change. Lin Xingyue thought that Mr. Sher was testing her, so she immediately expressed her opinion again.
Sher Xiao looked at Lin Xingyue with amusement and suddenly found it very funny. He really wanted to see if Lin Xingyue would still have the same expression if she knew Yi Tianqi's true identity and knew that this master's status and background were indeed terrifying. Lin Xingyue, have you ever thought about why the Bai family treats him this way? This seems to be more than just the proper attitude towards a miracle doctor. And why can Yi Tianqi be so indifferent, as if he can be so calm even if the sky falls? Perhaps he really is someone beyond your imagination, a great figure who once stood at the top of the pyramid, turning the tide and stirring up the world. If that's the case, wouldn't you regret it? Maybe the Bai family is afraid of him, and I am actually afraid of him too?
Lin Xingyue was stunned. She never expected that Master Sher would actually say such a thing.
Yi Tianqi?
Big shot, standing at the golden powerful figure at the top of the pyramid, and the Bai family is afraid of Yi Tianqi. Young Master Sher is also afraid of Yi Tianqi. If young Master Sher, who has Night Owl as his backer, is afraid of Yi Tianqi, then how terrifying must Yi Tianqi be? But how is this possible? Lin Xingyue laughed dryly and shook her head. Master Sher, you're really kidding me? Just him, Yi Tianqi, at the top of the pyramid, stirring up the situation? Ha, you really made me laugh so hard that my stomach hurts. Let me tell you, if he is such a person, then I would rather believe that Yi Tianqi is a pig transformed into a human form.
That's quite a statement.
Sher Xiao smiled softly and said nothing more. He just murmured to himself, saying in a complicated voice, if it's a pig that transformed into a human, isn't that the greatest miracle in itself? Lin Xingyue didn't hear clearly, looked at Sher Xiao in confusion, and said, Sher Xiao, what did you say? I didn't hear clearly. Sher Xiao smiled slightly and shook his head. It's nothing, your choice is right, don't worry, the answer will be revealed soon, and everything will be over.
After saying that, Sher Xiao looked at Bai Yulong indifferently and said, 100 million has all arrived now, it's your turn.
I advise you to just admit defeat. I haven't used the funds from the underground world yet, otherwise, you know the consequences. Upon hearing this, Bai Yulong simply smiled faintly, looked at Sher Xiao, and said, really, you want us to admit defeat? Fine, as long as you can use even a penny of the underground world today, my Bai family will completely admit defeat. Not only will we give you all our wealth, but we will also obey your orders from now on. Young Master Sher, you can be arrogant and proud, but you can't be stupid. You know exactly who you're facing, so where do you get the confidence to stand here and challenge them? She, Lin Xingyue, is a fool, and you, Master Sher, seem to be an idiot as well.
She doesn't know what she's lost or who she's become her enemy. Don't you, Master Sher, know this too? Because of your ignorance, because of your stupidity, or because of the so-called Night Owl behind you?
That's ridiculous. Even if Night Owl came in person, would he dare to be so arrogant in front of Mr. Yi? That's why I said you're an idiot, courting death without even realizing it. You're so arrogant today, Night Owl, do you understand? 438, Chapter 438. Let's showdown. Having said that, it's already a showdown. Yi Tianqi did not stop anything from beginning to end. In fact, he showed some impatience at the beginning and wanted to solve these troubles as soon as possible. Tired, yes, really tired. He liked the dullness of these years, but he didn't like the recent days. He really didn't like them. Yunting Tianjun has been dealt with, and Yi Tianqi already knows almost everything he needs to know. Besides, Dong Tianwan will not come today. There are things arranged by Elder Ming, Tang Qingyu, and some of his own matters for Yi Tianqi. It really makes no sense to continue wasting time here with them. The reason I have been waiting until now is simply to celebrate Mr. Bai's birthday, finish this scene, and see what kind of expression Lin Xingyue will have. Now, everything that should be seen has been seen. The birthday banquet has come to this point. Next, we should celebrate the birthday happily. It would be embarrassing for Yi Tianqi to affect other people's birthday celebrations. Bai Yulong knew this, so when he saw that Shi Xiao was even setting his sights on Lin Xingyue, he knew very well that he could no longer come up with the money. What's the point of playing then? Furthermore, Lin Xingyue had already said it so decisively. Yi Tianqi gave her the last chance, but she didn't want it, so let them suffer the consequences of their actions. That's why Bai Yulong said these words at this time. These words actually aroused the curiosity of everyone present, because, as Bai Yulong said, is Yi Tianqi really that simple? If he was just a simple person, then the Bai family's attitude was completely wrong. Moreover, no matter how much the Shi Xiao and the Bai family were fighting, could both sides make such a big fuss, even losing their minds and using exorbitant prices to fight for a piece of calligraphy and painting? It seemed impossible. The most important thing is that it is not just Master Shi and the Bai family competing for it. Don't forget that someone else made a bid before, and it was several hundred million yuan. Thinking about what they said and their attitude, it is obvious that they also seem to know something. This is unusual. Of course, at this moment, the ones with the biggest mood swings are Shi Xiao and Lin Xingyue. Shi Xiao was better off after all. He already knew who Yi Tianqi belonged to because he knew that Shi Xiao was actually right about what Bai Yulong had predicted. He never felt at ease and was extremely nervous. If he didn't believe that he had already taken control of the underground world of East Province, and was more willing to believe that the Night Owl behind him was enough to support him, and if Yi Tianqi was no longer the same person as before, would Shi Xiao have the courage to speak to Yi Tianqi like this? I'm afraid that, let alone seeing Yi Tianqi, he would stay away from him. Even if he heard his name. As for any other unreasonable thoughts, he would not dare to think about them, even if he wanted to cut off his tongue in his dreams, let alone say them. Only Lin Xingyue and the others were kept in the dark. Even though they had noticed that something was amiss, they did not dare to think too much about it, let alone want to think about it. It seemed that only if Yi Tianqi was a waste would it be reasonable, justifiable, and make them happiest. But now, Bai Yulong's words made Lin Xingyue, who had just made a vow and signed an agreement, feel a sudden jump in her heart. She felt that the bad premonition might come true. So, without waiting for Shi Xiao to speak, Lin Xingyue spoke first. Bai Yulong, are you crazy? You've said some outrageous things. Do you know what you've said? You're just bragging and talking nonsense. You're crazy, really crazy, and your madness is too outrageous. You can find any excuse that people might believe, but you have to use Yi Tianqi, a loser, to make things up. It's ridiculous. Bai Yulong, if I weren't here, no matter what you said or how you tried to fool me, it would still be possible to succeed. But I, Lin Xingyue, am sitting here, and you still dare to say these things in front of me. Do you think we are all stupid? Who is Yi Tianqi? Does anyone know him better than me? His ex-wife? Yes, I admit that he is a scheming person. He clearly possesses advanced medical skills, but he has always kept it hidden. He knows the Bai family, but he won't say anything. But that's the most I can say, right? Just because he's a miracle doctor and saved your old man's life, you really think he's a god who can control life and death? It's ridiculous. Even if he is a god, he can only decide the life and death of your Bai family. In our eyes, Yi Tianqi is nothing but shit. Lin Xingyue kept belittling Yi Tianqi, as if only by doing so could she make the bad premonition in her heart feel a little easier. She couldn't afford to lose. She really couldn't afford to lose. Once she lost, everything would be lost, and there would be no chance of recovery. Master Shi, I'm right. This white fish dragon is simply crazy. He actually said such ridiculous things, and he said them with such certainty, as if they were the truth. It's simply ridiculous. Lin Xingyue looked at Shi Xiao, hoping to get a positive answer from Shi Xiao's eyes and words again that would give her strong confidence and ease her anxiety. However, this time, after seeing Shi Xiao's eyes, Lin Xingyue couldn't help but feel a little panicked. She couldn't help but panic. Shi Xiao, who should have been full of confidence and gave Lin Xingyue confidence, actually showed panic in his eyes. No, not just panic, but also awe. That's right, it was awe. There was actually a hint of awe in the look in Shi Xiao's eyes when he looked at Yi Tianqi. How is this possible? This is something that shouldn't happen, but it happened nonetheless. If Shi Xiao was looking at old Master Bai, Lin Xingyue could understand it to some extent, but at this moment, he was indeed looking at Yi Tianqi. The god only appeared after Bai Yilong said these words. Who would believe that this had nothing to do with Yi Tianqi? This made Lin Xingyue's bad premonition reach its peak. Master Shi, what's wrong with you? Lin Xingyue swallowed and immediately began to panic. Master Shi, this Bai Yilong is simply crazy. You must refute him quickly and tell him with facts that he is just a fool dreaming and saying something completely impossible. Tell him quickly. Lin Xingyue now only wants to hear the answer she wants to hear. Only in this way can she feel at ease. And Shi Xiao was indeed a little nervous at this moment. Because the lethality of Bai Yilong's words was so great, not only did it successfully remind him of Yi Tianqi's stunning appearance, but it also made his awe reach its peak again. Everything today seemed normal, but in fact, there was always something weird. He had actually been feeling uneasy for a long time, but he didn't dare to think about it too much, let alone guess anything. He was afraid, even afraid to think about it a little more. If Night Owl had not been able to bring him strong comfort, he would probably be unable to stand steadily now, just as Bai Yilong said, let alone yelling and sneering at Yi Tianqi, or even dreaming of humiliating Yi Tianqi and making himself famous through Lin Xingyue. However, now Bai Yilong looks so confident, while Yi Tianqi looks so calm and nonchalant, as if he is looking at a clown with a teasing look. It made him completely panic. Yes, that was Yi Tianqi, the noble son of the Qi family who was hailed as a banished immortal. He was a man who could create miracles and was so wise that he was almost a demon. Knowing that he was in a bad position towards him, and even knowing all these things, could Yi Tianqi really be completely unprepared? I dare not think about it. I really dare not think about it. 439, Chapter 439. He is the banished immortal of the Qi family. However, what scares Shi Xiao the most now is not Yi Tianqi's identity, but the underground world of East Province. Bai Yilong's words clearly meant that the underground world of East Province would never obey his orders and would not give him a penny. This was no longer a matter of whether to auction it or not. This meant that today, he, Major General Shi, would go from being the most powerful force to an extremely weak person. People have made it clear that they are not afraid of midnight snacks, so his greatest support is of no use, and without the protection of the Night Owl, what is Master Shi? It is true that he is the heir of the Shi family, but here in East Province, he is not qualified to confront the Bai family. He is also not qualified to fight against Yi Tianqi, not to mention that if the underground world of East Province does not obey his orders, then who will he obey? I dare not think about it. I still dare not think about it. But this is impossible. At least, even if others do not stand on the same side with him, Mr. Zhou should definitely stand with him. After all, it is absolutely impossible for Mr. Zhou and Yi Tianqi to coexist peacefully. Moreover, Mr. Zhou is a person with a powerful background and strong backing. In fact, he is definitely not weaker than Yi Xiao. Otherwise, Yi Xiao would not have caused his relatives to disappear directly because of Mr. Zhou's humiliation. Not to mention, he also promised in person to hand over the underground world of East Province to Mr. Zhou. Therefore, because of Mr. Zhou's existence and Mr. Zhou's background, Shi Xiao is confident. However, today, the biggest problem is that Mr. Zhou did not come. Where did you go? There is no use thinking too much. The more you think and the longer you remain silent, not only will it not change anything, but it will make you look like a coward. At this time, when everything is still unsettled and there is still a chance, Master Shi cannot and does not want to embarrass himself. Otherwise, if things take a turn and Bai Yilong is just holding on, he will become a laughingstock. The most urgent task is to stabilize the underground world. Only by controlling this huge force, no matter what happens today, Shi Xiao can at least remain invincible. Thinking of this, Shi Xiao took a deep breath, looked at Lin Xingyue and frowned. Shut up, don't disturb the morale of the army at this time. You can just watch the specific situation. After hearing what Shi Xiao said, Lin Xingyue was more or less relieved. At least, Shi Xiao had not completely lost hope. That was fine. If the sky fell, there would be someone tall to hold it up. As long as Sher Shao had confidence, everything would turn around.
Sher Shao glanced at Yi Tianqi, then quickly turned his head to Bai Yilong.
It has to be said that at this time, even if Sher Shao didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that he no longer had the courage to look Yi Tianqi in the eyes. It seemed that looking at Yi Tianqi one more time would bring him one step closer to death. Bai Yilong, don't try to deceive people here and talk nonsense. Do you think you can scare me? You are simply dreaming. That's right, whether I admit what you said or not, it doesn't matter. No matter how powerful or frightening Yi Tianqi was, that was in the past, not now. Don't forget, he's no longer the same person he was back then. Just an ordinary person now's been hiding for so many years, afraid to show up. Isn't it because he's afraid of being hunted down? Now, I'm telling you the truth, he's been targeted by Mr. Shao, and the Qi family will soon know about him, and everyone will know too. By then, do you think he can still be alive? So, White Fish Dragon, and anyone else with other ideas in your mind, listen up. Yi Tianqi, is now just Yi Tianqi. He is no longer the banished immortal of the Qi family. If he is not, he can still live. If he is, he will only die, which is even worse than death. If you want to follow him, or believe his deception, and think he can create miracles and become glorious again, then you are overthinking it. That is a dream. It is absolutely impossible because, whether it is Master Shao, the Qi family, the Tang family, or even the royal family, they will never give him another chance to turn things around. Absolutely not. So, do I need to say anything more? I'll give you time to think about it, but I don't have time to think for you. You want to take sides, right? Well, now is the time to take sides. Do you want to stand on the side of our Lord Shao, who is surrounded by a huge force that hates Yi Tianqi immensely, or do you want to stand on the side of Yi Tianqi, who is at a dead end and has already become a useless man? You can choose for yourself. But there's only one chance, and all the choices will be made clear to the imperial capital. Sher Shao was still unsure, otherwise, he would not have said that. This time, he seemed to be talking to everyone, but in fact, in addition to warning the Bai family how powerful the person behind him was, he was also talking about Yi Tianqi's current situation. Comparing the two, it should be easy to make a choice. Moreover, he once again gave everyone a chance to choose again. Now that everything is not over yet, they can still make a new choice. He, Master Sher, will definitely let bygones be bygones. Even this time, Master Sher pulled out the royal family just to increase his bargaining chips. He also said that the imperial capital would know everything that happened today, which was even more of a threat to everyone, making them afraid to act rashly. These words were said to the Bai family, and at the same time, they were also said to Boss Leopard. Now, Boss Leopard was the only big boss from the underground world present today besides Fire Snake. It seemed that he came well prepared. Young Master Sher was worried that Boss Leopard would make a choice that would be disadvantageous to him, so he was so serious. These words were mainly said to Boss Leopard. As long as Boss Leopard can keep his composure, he won't be considered a loser today. And just while he was speaking, the field was already in chaos. Many people may have forgotten the name Qi Tian, and also forgotten the title of the exiled immortal of the Qi family who danced with the wind and clouds in the past. However, there are still many people who remember it. After all, it was a legend of such extraordinary talent that the entire Dragon Kingdom remembered his name firmly. How could it be forgotten so easily? Therefore, when the people present heard the name Qi Zishin again, they talked about it so much, and the most important thing was that this legendary figure was actually right in front of them. Yi Tianqi, he was actually the banished immortal from the Qi family who had created miracles, the one who had amazed countless people. And it seems that only this explanation can make sense at this time. No one doubts whether it is true or false, because this news came from Sher Shao's mouth, and his news naturally cannot be false. What's more, Master Sher said that Yi Shao had already confirmed it, so how could this be fake? This also explains why the Bai family attaches so much importance to Yi Tianqi. How can they not pay attention to the exiled immortal of the Qi family? At this moment, Yi Tianqi attracted the attention of everyone present, including Lin Xingyue and others. 440, Chapter 440. No, impossible, this is impossible. Compared to the surprise of others, whether it was Lin Xingyue or Sun Xiaoya, their mouths were big enough to swallow an egg, and their eyes were full of disbelief. I can't believe it. How can I believe it? How can I dare to believe it? Yi Tianqi is Qi Tian, the exiled immortal? This is simply the biggest joke in the world, the biggest joke. Sun Xiaoya, did I hear correctly just now, or did Master Sher say something wrong? This is a misunderstanding, right? Or is it just a coincidence of names? That must be the case, right? Lin Xingyue looked at Sun Xiaoya, still unable to believe her ears. She had just been talking nonsense, saying that Yi Tianqi could not have a deeper hidden identity. She even said that even if Yi Tianqi's identity was 10 or 100 times higher than his current one, she, Lin Xingyue, would not care. However, if this situation really happened, how could she really be indifferent and pretend nothing happened?
That's Qi the exiled immortal.
Being able to reveal such an expression, it is obvious that Lin Xingyue has heard of the name of the Qi family's exiled immortal. She asked Sun Xiaoya not only to seek inner comfort, but also because Sun Xiaoya also knew this name. It can even be said that many people know that the name Qi Zixin is far more widely spread than many people think. In big families, there is a saying that if you want to have a son, you should have one like Qi Zixin. It is conceivable what a Qi Zixin represents to all the major forces. However, among ordinary people, especially a group of young girls, the name Qi Zixin represents a man as beautiful as jade and a young man unparalleled in the world. Although almost no one has seen what Qi Zixin looks like, there are always rumors about him.
It seems that no matter how many adjectives there are, they cannot describe the goodness of Qi Zixin, because the phrase exiled immortal came to the mortal world has already represented everything. The young man should be an immortal in heaven. How can he see the face of heaven in this world? To put it bluntly, Qi Zixin was the dream lover and Prince Charming in the hearts of countless people back then, because in everyone's heart, there is the most perfect Qi Zixin that they imagined. But at this moment, Qi Zixin really appeared, not dead as rumored. Not only did he appear, but he was also Yi Tianqi. This made people wonder whether they could accept it or not. Especially Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoya, who once had a close relationship with Yi Tianqi. Sun Xiaoya was also stunned. She couldn't believe it either. She wondered if she had heard it wrong or if Bailong had said it wrong. However, reason told her that she had neither heard nor said anything wrong. But, precisely because of this, her mood became extremely complicated. Xingyue, I don't know. I am so confused right now. This is impossible. How could this be possible? Sun Xiaoya was really upset. She was not Lin Xingyue and had never been married to Yi Tianqi, but the problem was that she had also liked Yi Tianqi and had even tried to have something happen with him. Even though, let's not talk about all that, just before, whether it was real or fake, they had played the role of a couple. In fact, Yi Tianqi told her more than once to make a good choice in the end. If she made the right choice, she would have a good ending, rather than having nothing, let alone being miserable. But what is the result? Her choice was not to believe Yi Tianqi, but to take revenge on him. She felt that she was not wrong, because Yi Tianqi's words were not worthy of her trust. What could a Yi Tianqi, even if he was the divine Dr. Yi, do? In the eyes of those who were truly rich, powerful, and influential, he was nothing. And she just happens to have someone like Shi Shao by her side right now, and behind Shi Shao is a big shot like Yi Shao. What if, by chance, she can reach the top in one step? Although it is not very realistic, we should always have some ideas and dreams. However, now, if Yi Tianqi is the exiled immortal Qi Tianqi. So, is what you said a lie? Did you lie to her? Yi Tianqi doesn't have this ability, but Qi Zixin does. Of course, there is another reason. Qi Zixin was once her dream lover. At this moment, the only one who was in a state of confusion was probably Lin's mother. For Lin's mother, Yi Tianqi was familiar to her, but she was not familiar with Qi Tian and Qi Zixin at all. In fact, she had never even heard of them. But Lin's mother was not a fool. As soon as the name appeared, everyone seemed to be stunned. The shock and horror in their eyes were as if they had seen a real important figure that was impossible to meet. How could she not be curious? Especially, this person is Yi Tianqi. She doesn't want to know, but she has no choice but to know. Now, even Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoya seemed to be very familiar with this name, which made her even more eager to speak. Xingyue, Xiaoya, what are you talking about? What does this Qi Zixin that Master Shi mentioned mean? Is it Yi Tianqi? Also, what exactly does this name mean? Why do so many people seem to have heard of it? And, judging from your expressions, you seem to be very familiar with this name too. What exactly happened? Lin's mother really didn't know, but when she asked Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoya, they had no idea how to answer. There are many, very many answers. Almost everyone who knows this name can come up with a lot of things, true or false. However, there is one thing that everyone agrees on, that is, a man with great wisdom, almost like a demon, who can create miracles, a man who is known as a banished immortal. The title of Qi Zixin is enough to prove everything. If this title was not given to Yi Tianqi today,
but to anyone else, whether it was Lin Qingyue or Sun Xiaoya, they would be like chasing stars or making a pilgrimage, eager to see what they looked like. It would be even better if you could say a few words. However, now that Yi Tianqi is Qi Zixian, this is no longer just a blow to them, it is simply destruction, complete destruction.
Answer? What else should I answer? How should I answer?
Lin Qingyue ignored Lin's mother and looked directly at Bai Yulong. She swallowed her saliva and laughed dryly. Young master, sure, you just said the wrong thing. That was Yi Tianqi. That wasn't Qi Zixian. He is Yi Tianqi. I have lived with him for many years. How could I not know who he is? He could be divine Dr. Yi, or he could be related to the Bai family, but he can't be Qi Zixian. Who is Qi Zixian? He is a banished immortal, a godlike figure. He was once a miracle in the hearts of countless people. How could he be Yi Tianqi? Master, sure, you are wrong. You may be confused because of anger, right? It must be like this, right? At this moment, Lin Qingyue didn't even pray for Shishao to say anything else. She just hoped that Shishao would say that he had said the wrong thing, mentioned the wrong name, and recognized the wrong person. Yi Tianqi was not Qi Tian, not Qi Zixian. He was not before, is not now, and will never be. 441, Chapter 441. Sorry, I don't have $1. No matter how much Lin Qingyue looked down on Yi Tianqi, or even got angry at him, when the three words Qi Zixian were mentioned, Lin Qingyue blurted out an extremely high evaluation, even calling him a godlike figure. Even though she knew that Yi Tianqi might be Qi Zixian, she did not belittle Qi Zixian, as if any blasphemy was unforgivable. From this, we can see how much importance Lin Qingyue once held in her heart for Qi Zixian. In fact, if you have only heard of this name, admire or even worship this person, it should not be like this. Of course, it is not denied that there are the most fanatical fans who will behave like this.
But Lin Qingyue is not.
The reason why she did this was because Qi Zixian had once helped her in her darkest time. Yes, I helped her. In addition to creating one miracle after another, Qi Zixian also did a lot of charity work, including providing financial assistance to poor families, and Lin Qingyue was one of those people who received help. Therefore, in Lin Qingyue's heart, Qi Zixian is a very sacred person. However, now someone told her that Yi Tianqi, who was abandoned by her, who was always humiliated and treated as a waste by her, was Qi Zixian. For a moment, Lin Qingyue could not accept it at all. How could Qi Zixian, who was high above and like a god and extremely holy in her heart, be Yi Tianqi? Looking at Shishao and Yi Tianqi's indifferent expression, Lin Qingyue now desperately needs to know the answer, the real answer. At this moment, Lin's mother also saw Lin Qingyue, whom she had never seen before. Her red eyes seemed to contain strong shock and obsession, as well as extreme fear and inexplicable regret. All of this was caused by the appearance of the three words Qi Zixian. Lin's mother was curious, but she didn't dare to ask Lin Qingyue anything else. Shishao, looking at Lin Qingyue's questioning, took a deep breath and said with gritted teeth, "What gods? Gods, what exiled immortals, no matter how brilliant and talented they were, no matter how high and mighty they were, that was only the past without the glory of the past. They are now surrounded by enemies on all sides. So what if they are the exiled immortal Qi? Now that they have shown their faces, they deserve death and can no longer escape." There was no direct answer to Lin Qingyue's question of whether Yi Tianqi was the exiled immortal Qi. It seemed that even though Shishao knew the truth of the matter, he did not dare to say it out loud. The awe from the bottom of his heart always controlled him. "Boss Bao, you heard what I just said. You also heard what Bai Yulong said. He said that as long as someone in the underground world is willing to lend me even a dime, then the entire Bai family, including him, will bow down to me and be at my disposal. Now, I don't need your underground world to provide much funds. I just need you to clearly tell Bai Yulong whether your entire East Province underground world will listen to me. Boss Bao, I want you to take $1 out of your pocket and give it to me in front of Bai Yulong. I want you to slap him in the face and tell him who's calling the shots in the East Province underworld. Tell him who all you bigwigs and tycoons listen to now." Shishao stared at Boss Bao and made these extremely arrogant remarks. Then, he stared at Bai Yulong fiercely and said through gritted teeth, "Bai Yulong, do you mean what you said?" Bai Yulong showed a hint of sarcasm, nodded, and said, "Of course it counts. Bai Yulong, always keep my word, Master Shi. Then, wait and see." Young Master Shi nodded, then looked at Old Master Bai and said, "Old Master Bai, although Bai Yulong is now the head of the Bai family, you still have the final say in the Bai family today. In front of everyone, I ask you, does what Bai Yulong said count? Do you agree with what he just said?" "Mr. Bai, you have to think it over carefully. This is no small matter. Of course, if you want to use this method to find a way out, then I will give you this way. The grudge between the Bai family and me can be forgiven. Not only that, I can also talk about your family's contributions in front of Mr. Xiao. However, you must draw a clear line between yourself and Yi Tianqi. Mr. Bai, do you agree to this?
Old Master Bai looked at Master Shi as if he were a clown. Isn't that clear enough? When will young Master Shi give them a way out?
It's okay to feel good about yourself, but it's a bit too good.
Sighing softly, Old Master Bai shook his head and said, Young Master Shi, is there something wrong with your ears or your brain? Okay, I won't waste my time talking to you. My Bai family doesn't need you to give us any way out. Instead, you should think about how to get through this first.
Bai Yulong is the head of my Bai family. His words represent my opinion and the opinion of the entire Bai family. If you, young Master Shi, have the ability to make the big bosses of the underground world pay a dime, my Bai family will be at your disposal.
There's no need to say anything else. You're talking so much nonsense. What are you afraid of?
At this moment, Shi Xiao's face turned ashen. Although he knew that this could not be the way the Bai family wanted, he had already made it very clear in his words just now. In the end, it was still the same. The more confident he was, the more uncertain he felt. But now, as long as Boss Leopard behaves himself and doesn't cause any trouble, everything will be fine.
Shi Xiao looked at Boss Bao, who was still sitting calmly, and said, Boss Bao, since the Bai family is so shameless, then we don't need to give them any face. Take out the money and hand it to me in front of them.
After saying that, Shi Xiao stretched out his hand and wanted to accept the $1 given by Boss Bao.
At this moment, everyone in the audience held their breath. What's $1 for breathing?
Even ordinary people would not pick up $1 if they saw it on the ground, let alone these wealthy tycoons. However, this dollar today is no longer just $1. This is the turning point of everything today. This is the key to whether the Bai family wins or Shi Xiao wins.
This is the true attitude of the underground world in Eastern Province.
In full view of everyone, Boss Leopard slowly stood up and put his hand into his pocket.
Seeing this scene, everyone didn't even dare to breathe. Are they going to pay money? Is the Bai family going to lose?
A smile appeared on Shi Xiao's face, as if he was sure of victory. Then, in front of everyone, Boss Leopard took out a thick stack of $100 bills from his pocket, and counted them in front of Shi Xiao and everyone else. After ordering, Boss Bao shrugged his shoulders, looked at Shi Xiao, smiled and shook his head, saying, I'm sorry, Shi Xiao, I don't seem to have any change for $1. I am really sorry.
After saying that, Boss Leopard put the money back into his pocket.
With his hands in his pockets, he looked at Shi Xiao with an apologetic smile. There's nothing wrong with what he said. Young Master Shi wants $1, not 100. But, is it really about the amount of money? It's a matter of attitude. If Boss Leopard is not mentally ill, he would not be unaware of this matter. However, if he still does this despite knowing it, it can only represent a terrible possibility. 442, Chapter 442, Squatting on the ground to pick up money. Boss Leopard's performance made everyone gasp. Young Master Shi has always claimed that he controls the underground world of East Province. If he was not absolutely sure, he would not say so. After all, there is no need for him, young Master Shi, to use such a lie that is easily exposed. Now that it was said, it must have happened, and after Boss Leopard came, everything he said proved that the underground world of East Province had changed. However, it seems that all this still led to unexpected situations. At this moment, the one who was the most angry, the most afraid, and the one who felt that things were out of control was none other than Shi Xiao. Is Boss Leopard a fool? How could Boss Leopard be a fool? This man is so shrewd and ruthless, but what is he doing now? This is not a matter of money at all. This is a major issue concerning the ownership of the underground world in Eastern Province. $1 is just a term. He took out a handful of $100 bills from his pocket and then put them back in his pocket. What was this? Was he deliberately humiliating himself and provoking himself? If possible, Shi Xiao wanted to curse loudly, or even punch and kick Boss Bao, but he didn't dare. That's right, he just didn't dare. Shi Xiao felt that he had reached an extremely dangerous moment at this time. He could only try his best to stabilize the situation, otherwise, something big would happen, really something big would happen. Taking a deep breath, Shi Xiao forced a smile on his face. He looked at Boss Bao and said, Boss Bao, this isn't a matter of $1 or $2, it's a matter of attitude. I don't mean that you have to find me $1 each. $100 will also be fine. This is an attitude that proves that you and the entire East Province underground world obey my orders. At this point, Master Shi seemed to feel that his intimidation was insufficient, and he quickly continued, No, it's not me you listen to. Remember Mr. Zhou, the man behind him is no less powerful than Master Xiao. In fact, the Eastern Province underworld mainly listens to him. Master Shao has also made this clear, and Boss Bao should also be aware of this. Of course, Boss Bao, don't worry, Master Shao will definitely not just ignore the Eastern Province underground world. The Eastern Province underground world still listens to Master Shao. Even if we give up the Eastern Province underground world, Master Shao will have a better future for you. It will definitely be stronger than now. Boss Bao, you don't need to worry about this. I think no one will doubt Master Zhao's strength. Boss Leopard, you understand now. Young Master Shi now revealed the backers behind Mr. Zhou and mentioned the name of Night Owl. Not only that, he also painted a rosy picture for Boss Leopard and made promises, guaranteeing that his future would be even more promising than it is now. This is a reminder to Boss Leopard. Boss Bao looked at Shi Shao with an expression of sudden enlightenment and laughed. Hey, I thought you wanted $1. Turns out, it's not just $1, $100 is also fine. You should have said it earlier. I was searching my pockets for a long time. Young Master Shi is such a big shot, but you didn't think about it. Although I, Boss Bao, am not a big shot compared to you, but when I go out, there is no way I can carry a small amount of money. You are just slapping myself in the face, making me look so incompetent. You know what, this actually makes some sense. With Boss Bao's wealth, if you ask him to find 100 yuan, he may have it in his pocket at any time, but it is not certain that he can find even 1 yuan. It doesn't sound like a perfunctory statement. Shi Shao was somewhat relieved and chuckled. I was inconsiderate and forgot about this situation. It's my fault. It's my fault. So, Boss Bao, you can give me the money now. After saying that, Shi Shao stretched out his hand again and handed it over with a smile. However, this time, Boss Leopard didn't even pretend. He just shrugged his shoulders, spread his hands, and shook his head, saying, What do you want? $100? Sorry, I don't have any. No? What do you mean by no? Shi Shao only felt a chill rushing to his forehead, and the bad premonition became stronger and stronger. He has said so much, but it looks like Boss Leopard didn't listen at all. Boss Bao, this is not the time to joke around. How could you not have any money? I just saw you take out a stack of $100 bills from your pocket. I sent that money? I'm not asking for a $1 bill this time. I understand you don't have one, but we saw all these $100 bills. How could you not have them? Did you hear wrong? Shi Shao didn't dare to lose his temper and could only try his best to make Boss Bao change his mind. When Boss Bao heard this, he seemed to have suddenly realized something and took out a handful of 100 yuan bills from his pocket. Then he looked at Shi Shao and smiled. Oh, you mean this? Shi Shao immediately nodded heavily and said with a smile, That's right, that's it. Just give me $100 and everything will be settled. Upon hearing this, Boss Leopard frowned slightly, looking reluctant. This expression made Shi Shao want to curse. This guy just said that he has a big family and a lot of money, so he has more money than he can spend, but now he shows such reluctance when he takes out $100. This is not the way to talk nonsense. Boss Leopard, I'm not asking for your $100. You know what I'm talking about. This is a matter of attitude. Money or not is not important at all. It's just an attitude, and right now, that's what we all need. Do you understand? Hurry up and give me $100. Just give me this $100. Don't worry, there will be benefits for you in the future. Boss Leopard sighed softly, then put the rest of the money in his pocket, leaving only holding a $100 bill. He seemed reluctant to let it go. In the end, he shook his head helplessly and said, Money, it's only 100 yuan, but when can it play such a big role? It's really ridiculous and sad. After saying this, it seemed as if he didn't hold the money tightly and it fell directly to the ground. Boss Leopard looked at the 100 yuan that fell on the ground, then looked at Shi Shao and smiled faintly. What the hell? What's the meaning? Is this asking me to pick up money? Since when did young Master Shi have to pick up a $100 bill dropped by someone else in public? However, at this moment, Shi Shao could not care less. Boss Bao was obviously in a bad mood. Shi Shao did not dare to think about it anymore. If something unexpected happened, he would not be able to cry even if he wanted to. No matter what, at least the money is in hand, and that's what matters most. Thinking of this, Shi Shao hurriedly squatted on the ground and picked up the 100 yuan that fell at Boss Bao's feet. His humble and servile appearance was completely seen by everyone. But Shi Shao didn't care about all that. After picking up the money, he looked at Bai Yulong with a big laugh, full of excitement. Bai Yulong, now, what else do you have to say? The entire Bai family must obey my orders. After saying that, Shi Shao raised his hand and shook the 100 yuan note in his hand, as if it was some kind of imperial edict. 443, Chapter 443, What if I humiliate you? At this moment, many people looked at Sher Shao with strange eyes, as if this master had no shame at all. However, for Sher Shao, it doesn't matter, none of it matters. As long as he succeeds, all the current ridicule will once again turn into fear of him. He will definitely make everyone forget his shameful side and only remember his glorious and great side. Historically, those who achieve great things do not care about trivial matters. Master Sher, just bear with it. Bai Yulong looked at Sher Shao as if he were a fool. He was waving the 100 yuan in his arms and looked so excited, as if he was a man who was really tired of being poor and had won the lottery. He was so surprised and excited that he didn't hide it at all. Shaking his head slightly, Bai Yulong looked at Sher Shao and said sarcastically, "Are you an idiot?" As soon as these words came out, Sher Shao's eyes immediately turned red. He believed in Bai Yulong and the reputation of the Bai family. For this reason, he almost lost face to get this money. But what was going on now? He got the money, and Bai Yulong was refusing to admit it. What did he want to do? "Bai Yulong, do you want to cheat?" Young Master Sher angrily said, "Just now, I repeatedly confirmed whether you, Bai Yulong, meant what you said. He not only asked you, but also asked your old man Bai Yu repeatedly promised me that the Bai family would keep their words." Everyone present heard this. "What are you doing now? You are refusing to admit your mistakes and playing tricks on me, right? Do you still want to save the Bai family's reputation? The Bai family has always been known for its credibility. Now it seems that they are trying to act like a rogue? Okay, fine. Bai Yulong, if you want to overturn your previous words and act like a rogue, then just say it directly. Why bother with so much effort? I also want to see if those who are still hesitant and still want to be fence-sitters will continue to follow your Bai family after seeing your family's disgrace. That would be courting death. What else could it be?" At this moment, Sher Shao was so angry that he wanted to tear the white fish dragon into pieces. He's been playing rogue and now it's his fault. He had thought about this. After all, it was not realistic to think so simply, but the problem was that the Bai family's reputation had always been extremely good, and today it was in front of so many people. Even if he had to swallow his anger, he would not be able to act so blatantly. This is not just a matter of embarrassment. But I didn't expect that the white fish dragon was actually made. Bai Yulong looked at the grief-stricken and furious Sher Shao, frowned slightly, and said in a cold voice, "Who is trying to be a rogue? Sher Shao, keep your mouth shut, otherwise I will cut off your tongue. Do you believe it? My Bai family members always keep their words. Once we say something, we will never go back on our words. Everyone here can testify to this." "But who do you think you are, Master Sher? You just took 100 yuan bill, shook it, and you want the entire Bai family to obey your orders. Who are you humiliating? If you're not an idiot, what are you?" It would have been better if he hadn't said this, but saying it made Sher Shao furious. What does it mean? Young Master Sher took out $100 bill to humiliate the Bai family. Didn't Bai Yulong say this himself? As long as the people in the underground world of East Province can give him $1, the Bai family will all obey the orders of Master Sher. Now that you have the money, you don't acknowledge it? Who is the scoundrel? White Fish Dragon, you are so outrageous. Now you don't even admit what you just said. Okay, I know what you want to say. You want to say that you wanted $1, but here is $100, so you don't want to admit it, right? Bai Yulong looked at Sher Shao, shook his head lightly, and said, "Of course not. I can't say such a rogue word, and I can't do such a rogue thing. I am not you. I still have my dignity." Hearing this, Sher Shao no longer cared about arguing with Bai Yulong and immediately shouted angrily, "If that's the case, then it's the best now that I have the money. Why do you deny it? Moreover, you are so arrogant. What do you want to do? If this is not a scoundrel, what is it?" Hearing this, Bai Yulong looked at Sher Shao and laughed, saying, Sher Shao, is there something wrong with your brain, or is your ability to understand insufficient? What I'm saying is, if someone in the underground world of East Province willingly gives you $1, or $100, of course, that's fine too, but is this $100 given willingly by others, or, in other words, is it dedicated to you? Didn't you pick this up from the ground? You picked it up like a beggar, groveling like a beggar, almost kneeling on the ground and kowtowing. Do you think we're blind and can't see it? So, why are you pretending to be so pretentious in front of me? What an idiot, what a fool, with your stupidity. I don't think Night Owl is much better. You don't live up to your reputation. At this moment, Bai Yulong was not only humiliating Sher Shao, but even humiliating Ye Xiao. It is difficult to live up to the reputation. It is obvious that if someone says in front of everyone that Ye Xiao can accept a fool like Sher Shao and even entrust him with important tasks, then Ye Xiao is almost the same as Sher Shao. Saying this in front of so many people does not leave any room for himself at all, and directly makes him irreconcilable with Night Owl. Whitefish dragon, you're looking for death. Humiliating me is fine, but you actually dared to humiliate Master Shao. You are dead, and no one can save you. I say, even if you bow down to me today, you must kowtow and repent before Master Shao. If he can forgive you, you still have a chance to live. If he can't forgive you, then you, and the entire Bai family, will experience a devastating disaster. Even if Shi Shao was worried and afraid at the moment, he had to express his attitude towards Bai Yulong's humiliation of Yi Shao. Otherwise, if the news got out, he would be in trouble. If others humiliate Night Owl but he ignores them and doesn't care, then even if he makes great achievements today, it will be in vain. Bai Yulong, looking at Shi Shao's indignation and his servile appearance, just sneered and said, "Idiot, if you have time to talk about this, you might as well think about whether you can still survive now. Also, I humiliated Night Owl. What can you do about it? You're just being stupid. Am I wrong? You picked up a coin from the ground and you want the Bai family to obey your orders. Are you crazy?" Shi Shao's eyes were blazing with fire, but Bai Yulong's words made him think more. It seems that this 100 yuan was indeed picked up from the ground. However, this fell from the hands of Boss Leopard. What if it doesn't fall? Then isn't Boss Leopard going to hand it to me? Thinking of this, Shi Shao couldn't help but tremble. It seemed that Boss Bao had never said that the 100 yuan was for him. He just put the rest of the money into his pocket and left only the 100 yuan. Then, by chance, he didn't catch it and it fell to the ground. He didn't even show any intention of picking it up, but I couldn't wait to pick it up. Before, Shi Shao didn't want to think about it too much, but now, he couldn't help but think about it. Shi Shao took a deep breath, glanced at Bai Yulong, then looked at Boss Bao, forced a smile on his face, and said, "Boss Bao, Bai Yulong and the others don't believe me, so I'll have to trouble you to tell them whether this 100 yuan in my hand is really given to me by you." 444, Chapter 444, Would you eat a bone if I throw it to you? I have a bad feeling about this. That bad feeling has become stronger and stronger, like a storm is coming, with dark clouds pressing down on the sky, and it is already right in front of us. Shi Shao even felt that a hand was slowly approaching his neck, trying to strangle him to death. But now, he had to hold on to his last hope, otherwise, it would be really over. Looking at Boss Leopard, Shi Shao said what he wanted to say. He needed the answer although he didn't feel good. What if? Boss Leopard looked at Shi Shao, frowned slightly, and said as if he was a little confused, "What? What do you want me to say to them? Are you playing dumb?" Shi Shao looked at Boss Bao and repeated himself, and said, "Boss Bao, stop kidding. I need you to tell everyone whether this 100 yuan in my hand is yours." Hearing this, Boss Leopard smiled, nodded, and said, "Oh, about this, you should have said it earlier. This 100 yuan is mine, that's right." Nothing went wrong? Shi Shao's face was suddenly filled with surprise. He looked at Bai Yulong and shouted, "Did you hear that?" He said, "This 100 yuan is his now. Bai Yulong, what else do you have to say? This 100 yuan was given to me by Boss Bao. Are things going to turn around again?" At this moment, many people thought this in their hearts, but they always felt that something was wrong. As for the whitefish dragon, it just looked at Shi Shao as if he was an idiot and didn't even bother to pay any attention to him. Sure enough, when Boss Bao heard what Master Shi said, he immediately frowned and said dissatisfiedly, Wait, Master Shi, what nonsense are you talking about? The money is mine, but this money, how can I say it's given to you? Are you kidding me? I dropped this money on the ground, and you picked it up like a beggar. What's the matter? Just because I dropped something on the ground and you picked it up, it becomes mine. What the hell is going on? So if I throw a chicken bone on the ground and you eat it, that would be considered a reward for you? That's ridiculous. When Boss Bao said this, not to mention how much it humiliated Shi Shao, just the meaning of his words was enough to make people feel shudder, and made everyone present look at each other in bewilderment, all knowing that there was a big show to watch. Moreover, I am afraid that this drama has truly been unveiled, and all the answers are right in front of us. Shi Shao looked at Boss Bao in disbelief. He couldn't help but doubt his own ears, but he heard it clearly and it couldn't be faked at all. Boss Leopard, this is crazy. How dare he speak like this? This is directly starting to betray me. At this moment, Shi Shao looked at Boss Bao, the Bai family, and Yi Tianqi, and felt that they all had sinister smiles on their faces, as if they had already conspired together everything. He felt like he was caught in a conspiracy. Everyone was trying to find ways to harm him, and they were about to succeed. However, he didn't dare to get angry at this moment. Shi Shao still didn't dare to get angry. He just wanted to recover as much as possible.
Ha, 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 Boss Leopard, this isn't the time to joke around, we've already discussed this. Have you forgotten? If you speak like this, it will cause others to misunderstand, and then it will lead to very bad consequences, Boss Leopard. You have to think it through. You really didn't give me this money? Boss Bao looked at Shi Shao and said impatiently, what a joke, who is joking with you, who are you, do you think you deserve to be joked with? I'm trying to be nice to you, but you don't even know your last name, it's ridiculous. Why, you picked up my money, and I ignored you, but you're still ungrateful and want me to say that I gave it to you. What gives you the right to do that? If you hadn't been so pitiful just now and insisted on pestering me to give you $1, I wouldn't have bothered to pay attention to you. Yuri, still Mr. Shi, but you can't even give me $1. I assented, shameful? I have a rich family, but I didn't make any money. I just saw that you were a child from a wealthy family, but ended up in such a pitiful situation, so I gave you $100 as alms. You picked it up and took it secretly. You even wanted to use this $100 to harm me. You were so ungrateful and you were looking for death. Get out of here now, don't bother me here, otherwise, I will be rude to you. Boss Leopard's words once again severely humiliated Shi Shao. Moreover, it is extremely humiliating. What do you mean? Look at Master Shi begging for $1 pitifully. What do you mean, can't even give him $1? From beginning to end, is this just a matter of $1? Boss Leopard has been here from the beginning to the end. It's nonsense to say that he doesn't know the inside story. If he knows and still tells me this, he is deliberately humiliating me. Young Master Shi finally understood everything at this moment. There was no need to say anything more to Boss Bao. No matter how much he said, it would be useless. It would only bring more humiliation. Boss Leopard, it was intentional. He, Bai Yulong, and Yi Tianqi were in the same group, and he had been kept in the dark from beginning to end. He was just a fool who had been deceived. No wonder, he said, that the underground world of East Province has been unified. No one cares about it, and they are against him. As a result, when Boss Leopard came, the attitude of Fire Snake changed, the attitude of the Bai family also changed, and everything seemed to have changed. Now, it finally makes sense. They are in the same group, that's why they are like this. But why, on what basis? I am obviously the one who has the greatest advantage, but why do these people want to go against me and dare to be my enemy? This doesn't make any sense at all. It's not that Mr. Shi is stupid and can't figure it out, but if anyone stands in his place, he couldn't figure it out in his position. The game started with a king bomb, which was almost an easy win, the kind that would not lose even with eyes closed, but unfortunately, the loss was inhumane and confusing. He, young Master Shi, the heir of the Shi family, based on this point, in the eastern province, even if he is not given face, no one will have too much trouble with him. What's more, he has the powerful backer Yi Shao standing behind him, so it goes without saying that he can almost defeat anyone, not only the eastern province, but also the entire dragon country. Of course, this does not mean that Shi Shao can ignore everyone by relying on the name of Yi Shao, but he dare not kick it if he encounters an iron wall. In addition, others are unwilling to provoke him, or the Yi Shao behind him. Based on these 2 points, Shi Shao should not and cannot lose. Not to mention, now he has met Mr. Zhou, and the backers behind him are no weaker than Mr. Shi. Based on these 2 points, at least in the East Province, he should be able to get whatever he wants, and everyone has to submit to him. And at first, he thought so too, and just now, he still thought so. But in the blink of an eye, everything changed, and he became a stray dog. It seemed that no one took him seriously, and similarly, no one took his backers seriously, and they were all trying to find ways to deal with him. It was like a dream, but a nightmare. Mr. Shi, I don't understand and I can't figure it out. Anger, endless anger at this moment. Shi Shao only felt intense anger in his heart, but beyond the anger, there was fear and terror. Looking at the mocking look on Boss Leopard's face, Shi Shao couldn't bear it any longer. 445, Chapter 445, Instigating Leopard Boss. The situation must be broken. Otherwise, the situation will get completely out of control. And he, Shi Shao, will also be in danger. Although, even in this situation, Shi Shao still felt that even if he lost and was humiliated, no one could stop him from escaping unscathed. But if he just fled like this, leaving the eastern province like a stray dog, then he would have no chance of survival in the future. But at the moment, the only person who can help him break the impasse is Boss Leopard. Apart from Boss Leopard, other people are either useless or simply cannot be controlled.
family is the best choice, but the Bai family is now determined to stand with Yi Tianqi no matter whether young Master Shi uses threats or inducements. It will be useless and will only add to the ridicule.
The Bai family. When thinking of the Bai family, Shi Shao gnashed his teeth in hatred, and secretly swore that as long as he passed this level safely, he would make the Bai family pay the price, and make Bai Yilong, and even old man Bai, kneel at his feet and allow him to trample and humiliate them. So, the person who can help him break the deadlock and the easiest line of defense to break through is only Boss Leopard. From the beginning to the end, young Master Shi never looked down upon the big guys and giants in the underground world of East Province, even though Boss Bao became famous at a young age, and was very capable and had even stronger reputations. Young Master Shi never looked down upon him from the bottom of his heart. For Shi Shao, being able to say a few more words to Boss Bao and get him to follow him was already a huge honor. As a result, Boss Leopard still didn't know what was good for him and dared to betray him. Damn it, he's asking for death. But now is not the time to worry about these things. Looking at Boss Leopard, who was humiliating him and scolding him like a dog, Shi Shao took a deep breath. His eyes were extremely cold, as if he was hiding a huge rage, which he had hidden. Boss Leopard, it seems that you have been bribed by them. Ha, I shouldn't have believed you from the beginning to the end. I shouldn't have believed you. Unfortunately, at the beginning, I didn't know Yi Tianqi's identity, so I trusted him and, by extension, you. As a result, I ended up being betrayed by you. It doesn't matter, it's my own fault, and I have to bear the consequences myself. But, Boss Leopard, I still want to ask you, have you really thought it through? Shi Shao felt that he was a little shameless. Boss Bao had humiliated him like this, but he could only hold back his anger and negotiate in a nice way. He felt very humiliated, but if he didn't want to mess it up and get stuck in a dead end, he had to endure it now. Even if there was a slight possibility of breaking the deadlock, he would try his best. Even if he couldn't make Boss Leopard change his mind and follow him again, and turn his guns against Yi Tianqi and the Bai family, he absolutely couldn't let Boss Leopard join them in becoming his enemy. Even if he just stood neutral, it would be a rare victory for Shi Shao. At least, it would reduce his danger level sharply. After all, Boss Leopard represented the underground world of East Province. I know who Yi Tianqi is, and I also know who Qi Zixin is. Of course, Boss Leopard knows all of this, and I also know that you and Yi Tianqi have been connected since the beginning. So, although I am surprised by your choice now, I am not overly shocked. To me, this shows that Boss Leopard is very righteous. This is all for loyalty, which is good. Really, I think it is good, and I have a better impression of you. But, Boss Bao, you can't just live for loyalty. You have to consider your own gains and losses. Small matters are fine, but what about matters of life and death? What about your future and destiny, Boss Bao? Are you really not going to think about it carefully? Even if you don't consider yourself, you also don't consider your subordinates? Boss Leopard must be very clear about who I am and who stands behind me. This includes Mr. Zhou. The person standing behind him is no weaker than Master Shao, and the underground world of Eastern Province, I think, is not just in your hands now. When all of this is connected, Boss Leopard, don't you really want to think about it carefully? I admit that Yi Tianqi was once a large ship, even a giant vessel. However, that was many years ago. Now he is just a small dinghy with leaks everywhere, which can sink at any time. He can hardly save himself, so how can he let you ride the wind and waves with him? So, I still hope that Boss Leopard will think carefully about everything that happened just now, including your humiliation of May. Will forgive you and completely forget it. I will definitely not cause you any trouble because of it. However, I need you to completely change your attitude from now on and stop being like this, otherwise, we will really be at war until death. Having said that, Shi Shao took a deep breath, looked at Boss Bao, and chuckled. Perhaps, in your eyes, I am now surrounded by enemies and doomed to fail. However, everything that happened here today will be known to Master Shao, and to the people in the imperial capital. Once they know, revenge will come as swift as a storm, devouring everything. I think you all have to admit this, right? What's more, I might lose, but who dares to say that I'm facing a dead end? Since I dared to come here, even after knowing Yi Tianqi's identity, I still dared to do this. Don't I really have any backup plan? It's still uncertain who will win or lose, who will prevail or lose. When Shi Shao said this, there was a hint of arrogance in his eyes, and this arrogance did not seem fake, as if he really had a backup plan. In fact, there is indeed a backhand, but it can determine today's victory. Negative. That's nonsense. After all, if Boss Leopard doesn't change his choice, it means that Master Shi is now against the entire East Province. It's good enough if he can keep his life. But you can't show your weakness, otherwise it will be even more difficult. So, Boss Leopard, you still have a chance now. As long as you choose to stand on my side, I will forgive you for what happened. Of course, if you think this isn't a good thing and will affect your principles, then I might consider helping you. You don't have to stand on my side and become enemies with those you believe need loyalty, but you must remain neutral. Don't help either side in the matter between me and them. As long as you do this and don't violate your principles, I will also give you a credit. Boss Leopard, please consider it. This will be my last chance to give you. You make your own choice, and choose carefully. After all, this concerns your life and future. After Sher Shao finished speaking, he just stared at Boss Bao, trying to see a hint of hesitation in Boss Bao's eyes, to see what he wanted to see. Only in this way can he feel more secure and at ease. And the fact is, he saw it. Boss Leopard's mood did change, and his eyes also changed, but this change made Sher Shao feel a strong sense of crisis. 446, Chapter 446. How dare you humiliate me? Boss Leopard is a very patient person, however, this so-called patience has only been developed over the years. In the past, Boss Leopard's temper was extremely bad. He could certainly understand that Sher Shao was afraid, but could the fear never end? Like a fly, very annoying. Besides, what does that mean? So many people are targeting Master Sher, but he doesn't talk to anyone else, but only to me, trying to pull me into his camp. What does that mean? Do you value yourself? Do you think you are great, or do you humiliate yourself and think you are a betrayer? Thinking of this, Boss Leopard felt furious and annoyed. This damn thing really doesn't know how to live or die. Even when death is imminent, he still dares to speak so shamelessly. Damn it. Therefore, the look that Sher Shao saw in Boss Bao's eyes was one filled with intense anger. You dare to humiliate me? Sure, you are seeking death. After saying this, Boss Leopard immediately took a step forward, grabbed Sher Shao's neck, and lifted him up with one hand. His fierce and ferocious eyes scared everyone around him, and made Sher Shao feel a murderous intent in the approach of death. However, what made Sher Shao feel the most aggrieved was how he had humiliated Boss Bao. He had been humiliated so badly by Boss Bao that he didn't even dare to say a few harsh words. He even tried to coax him, fearing that Boss Bao would be unhappy and thus destroy his last hope. As a result, speaking nicely also became a humiliation? Boss Leopard, you must have misunderstood me. Didn't humiliate you. How could I possibly humiliate you? Quick, put me down. Sher Shao was strangled by Boss Bao so hard that he had difficulty breathing and his neck was about to break. Of course, this was already Boss Leopard showing mercy and deliberately not using any strength. Otherwise, it would have been extremely easy for Boss Leopard to strangle Sher Shao's neck. You have to know, who is Sher Shao? He's just an ordinary person. Even if his physical fitness is slightly better than that of an ordinary person, he's still an ordinary person. But who is Boss Bao? Even though he's seriously injured and hasn't recovered yet, he's still a Peking realm expert. In the battle just now, he was able to fight Yunting Tianjun, who had broken through in the battle and entered the emperor level. His strength is unimaginable. It is no exaggeration to say that dealing with an ordinary person is as easy as stepping on an ant to death. Put you down, you rubbish. How dare you humiliate me? You wanna die? I'll grant your wish. I've been disgusted with you for a long time. If I didn't treat you as a joke, I wonder what kind of performance you could have put on. Do you think you'd still be alive today, spouting such outrageous words? You're such an idiot. What's that, Night Owl? What's the matter, you bastard? You're just a piece of shit begging to be someone's grandson. You think that Night Owl is that powerful, don't you think? Come on, go, tell him to get out here, and after I slap you, I'll slap him twice. You are worthy of humiliating me? Boss Leopard was extremely hysterical at the moment, and what he said made many people present dare not even listen. It was bad enough that he beat up Sher Shao, but he even dragged Yi Shao into it, and even said that he wanted to slap Yi Shao as well. How many people in the current dragon country would dare to say such a thing? Although everyone knows that Boss Leopard is no ordinary person and has great power, Night Owl is not Master Sher. It is an indisputable fact that even 100 Master Shers put together cannot defeat Night Owl. Sher Shao can humiliate, beat, and scold him, but he cannot do the same to Yi Shao, otherwise, something serious will happen. But Boss Leopard really doesn't care. At this moment, Sher Shao did not dare to threaten Boss Bao at all. In his eyes, Boss Bao was a confused and mentally ill person. He even dared to humiliate Yi Shao, let alone him. But he feels wronged. That's right, Sher Shao felt wronged, so wronged that he wanted to cry. Boss Bao kept saying that he had humiliated him, but the problem was that Sher Shao still didn't know how he had humiliated Boss Bao that made him so angry. He didn't say a word, not even a single word to humiliate Boss Leopard, except for what he said in his heart, of course. Let me go, Boss
Boss Leopard, please let me go. I didn't humiliate you. I really didn't humiliate you. At this moment, Sher Shao's eyes were bloodshot and red, and he was about to die. He was strangled to death. All he could do was beg for mercy and explain. At this time, Mr. Qianwu had already been frightened to the point of turning pale and trembling. He followed Boss Bao with great confidence, waiting for their most glorious moment. However, he never expected that what he waited for was not glory and a bright future, but extreme humiliation and the fear for his life. However, no matter how scared he was, he knew at this moment that he could not let Sher Shao die. Otherwise, even if they were lucky enough to survive today, they would not be able to live in peace when Yi Shao held them accountable. However, Master Chen Wu did not dare to dissuade her, nor did he dare to say a word. He could only watch Lin Xingyue, who was also extremely shocked. Lin Xingyue, Mr. Lin, you have to persuade him quickly. You are the only one who can do that. You are a woman, and nothing will happen if you don't persuade Boss Bao to let go. He will die. He will really die if something happens to young Master Shi. We can forget about it. Lin Xingyue's heart has been completely confused since she heard that Yi Tianqi was Qi Zixian. It's not just because of the complicated emotions in his heart, but also because of Qi Zixian's various deeds. He is a godlike figure, otherwise, how could he have the name of a banished immortal? But now, such a divine figure has become Lin Xingyue's mortal enemy. At this time, it was useless to think more, and she simply couldn't think about anything more, because Mr. Shi, you are exhaling more and inhaling less. Just like what Mr. Qianwu said, Master Shi, you cannot die, at least not now, you absolutely cannot die, otherwise, everything will be over. Thinking of this, Lin Xingyue didn't care about anything else and walked directly to Boss Bao. She looked at him and said, let him go quickly. You are going to strangle him to death. Do you really want to kill him in front of everyone, in public? Is there still any law or justice? Let me go. King's law? Justice? At this moment, Lin Xingyue said something that made people feel ridiculous. When you bully others, why don't you think about the law and justice? Now that it's his turn, he's still clamoring about the law and justice. What kind of logic is this? It's like, you talk about money with others, others talk to you about feelings, you talk about feelings with others, others talk to you about ideals, you talk about ideals with others, but others talk to you about reality. Bullshit, complete and utter bullshit. This kind of person is the most hateful. Boss Leopard glanced at Lin Xingyue coldly. The cold look frightened Lin Xingyue so much that she trembled and subconsciously took 2 steps back. And it was indeed as Mr. Qianwu said, Boss Leopard did not attack Lin Xingyue, not because she was a woman, but simply because she was once Yi Tianqi's woman. Based on this point alone, when Yi Tianqi didn't say anything, especially when he was still nearby, it was not anyone else's turn to decide what to do. Based on this point alone, when Yi Tianqi didn't say anything, especially when he was still nearby, it was not anyone else's turn to decide what to do. However, just because he can't attack Lin Xingyue doesn't mean Boss Bao can't take out his anger on young Master Shi. He had never intended to kill Sher Shao from the beginning. He just wanted to torture and humiliate this fool who didn't know how to live or die. He loosened the hand that was pinching Sher Shao's neck. However, while Sher Shao was gasping for breath, Boss Leopard grabbed Sher Shao's hair and suddenly exerted force with his right hand, slapping Sher Shao in the face one after another. He even started cursing angrily. You damned rubbish, do you dare to humiliate me again? You actually dared to go so far as to instigate me to betray you. Am I so worthless in your eyes? Am I so easily a fence-sitter and a traitor? You bastard, you dare to humiliate me like this? You deserve to die. 447, Chapter 447. I dare to slap Yi Zhao's face, do you believe it? Boss Leopard grabbed Sher Shao's hair and slapped him hard on the face. One slap after another. His face was visibly swollen, and it was almost impossible to recognize his original appearance. As for how painful it is, there is no need to mention it. However, now it is not a question of whether it hurts or not, but that face has been completely lost and dignity has been completely gone. Don't hit someone in the face, especially in front of so many people. Sher Shao was not only feeling aggrieved, he was simply unable to bear the grievance. If the reason why Boss Leopard beat him was anything else, he could accept it, but if it was this, he really couldn't accept it and didn't want to accept it. What do you mean? I humiliated him, just because I tried to win him over, I was humiliating him. What kind of logic is this?
I tried to win him over because Boss Bao is the most powerful now, and his involvement with Yi Tianqi is not as deep as that of the Bai family. That's why I tried to win him over. This is respect. This is respect. How can it be called a humiliation? Of course, it would be a lie to say that I had no idea that Boss Leopard could be won over by me. If that were the case, then what would be the point in winning him over? In this sense, Boss Leopard really didn't wrongly accuse Shi Shao. But the key issue is that Shi Shao is still wronged. His face had been beaten into a pig's head in front of so many people, he had completely lost all his dignity now. Apart from the overwhelming anger, there was only fear in Shi Shao's heart. However, at this time, let's just stay alive first. But he didn't even have the energy to speak, or even to beg for mercy. His face hurt so much that he couldn't utter a word. Lin Xingyue was also stunned at this moment. She never expected that Boss Leopard would be so cruel. It was true that he let Shi Shao go. At least he didn't really strangle him to death, but he let him go and grabbed his hair, slapping him in the face one after another. Even a bystander like her felt a burning pain, and it was a complete loss of face, not to mention Shi Shao who was involved. Lin Xingyue took a deep breath and decided to continue to stand up for Shi Shao. After all, although she was afraid, it seemed that Boss Leopard really had no intention of taking action against her, so there was no need to be too afraid. Boss Bao, please stop it. Do you really want to beat him to death, even if you don't consider yourself? Don't you consider your family and your brothers? He is Master Shi, and maybe he is nothing in your eyes. However, behind him stands Night Owl. Boss Bao, you keep saying that you don't care and you're not afraid, but are you really not afraid? That's Night Owl, the Night Owl of the Yi family. Even if young Master Shi humiliated you today, and you've already hit and scolded him, and although the conflict is irreconcilable, it's only directed at young Master Shi, and you and Yi Shao are not truly sworn enemies. But if you continue like this and don't give Yi Shao any face at all, Boss Bao, then it will be too late. Can Lin Xingyue persuade Boss Leopard? Lin Xingyue felt good that she had this self-awareness and could prevent Boss Leopard from beating Eros for saying that she could persuade Boss Leopard to listen to her. That was nonsense. But the only thing she can use to shock the situation now is the Night Owl. Although it seems that Boss Leopard does not intend to give the Night Owl any face, but it is the Night Owl after all. However, she was overthinking it, Shi Shao was overthinking it, and everyone was overthinking it. Boss Leopard was not afraid of Night Owl from the beginning to the end. He was the Emperor, one of the 18 Imperial Guards, one of the 18 Prison Lords, and had the strength of the peak of the King Realm. If these were not enough for him to not take Night Owl seriously, then, Yi Tianqi behind him is his greatest confidence and true backer. His strength that can step into the Emperor level and directly enter the middle level at any time is also his confidence. Night Owl, so what? What can I do? However, what made Boss Leopard most angry was Lin Xingyue's repeated pleas for mercy. This was a betrayal again and again, a betrayal of Yi Tianqi. Although, he had known for a long time that this was not a good person, and Yi Tianqi had completely given up on Lin Xingyue. But as Yi Tianqi's former woman, what Lin Xingyue did was wrong, completely wrong. There is another point that also makes Boss Leopard extremely angry, that is, now almost everyone knows who Yi Tianqi is, although they still don't know that Yi Tianqi is the Lord of the Heavenly Palace, Emperor Qi Tian. But isn't the identity of Qi Zixin enough? A man who had created miracles time and time again, whose wisdom was almost demonic, whose power was feared by the Dragon Country, and who dominated an entire generation. When Yi Tianqi became famous, what was Yi Shao to him? He is nothing more than an ant that can be trampled to death at any time. Not to mention Yi Shao, even Yi Xiao's current backer, the Prince Xingqian of the Dragon Kingdom, would be angry but dare not say anything when he heard the name of Qi Zixin, for fear of offending him. But now, everyone knows that Yi Tianqi is Qi Zixin. At least, there is a great probability that he is the exiled immortal. Even so, do they still dare to call in Yi Shao and believe that Yi Tianqi will definitely lose and Yi Shao will definitely win? Who are you looking down on? Boss Leopard couldn't accept this in his eyes. This was a complete disdain and questioning of Yi Tianqi. Just based on this, he couldn't help but get angry. Looking at Lin Xingyue, Boss Leopard's mouth drew up a strange and cold expression, and said, Lin Xingyue, who do you think you are? What's wrong with Night Owl? What I just said, isn't it clear enough? Since I dare to draw Shi Shao, I don't care about Night Owl or not. You treat him as a toy, but in my eyes, he is just an ant waiting to die. The reason he doesn't die is because the time has not come yet. When the time comes, even the King of Heaven can't save him. Do you believe it? Lin Xingyue, why do you think I didn't attack you? Hitting a woman, you're wrong. Those who die in my hands are not divided into men or women. As long as they are enemies, they must die. Why didn't I attack you? Have you really not figured it out? This is to give you the last bit of face.
but in the end, you are shameless again and again. I can't bear it anymore. Get out of here. No, it's come to this point, and you still have the mood to care about others. Not knowing your own fate is the most miserable thing. Think about how to live in the future. Boss Leopard's words made Lin Xingyue feel like she was falling into an ice cave. Yes, I forgot. Ever since Lin Xingyue learned that Yi Tianqi might, or even very likely, be Qizishan, her heart has been in turmoil. Her mind was now filled with the fact that she had married the person she admired the most, and then abandoned him for a moment. She didn't know what she was thinking or feeling. However, looking at Yi Tianqi's face, she still couldn't believe that this man whom she once loved and now looked down upon could actually be the exiled immortal Qize, who could make the world go round by himself. This is truly 10, 100, even 1,000 or 10,000 times more powerful than any other stone. What she just said had not yet faded away, but in the blink of an eye, it became a fact. How can my heart not be in turmoil? But now, Boss Leopard's words brought her back to reality. What she should consider now is not Shu Shao's life and death, honor and disgrace, or whether he is a night owl or not, but her own future. Even her life, whether it can be saved. At this moment, Lin Xingyue finally realized that she was probably a clown, and the most laughed at clown in the world in this farce. She was the clown, the one who was ridiculed, self-righteous, but in the end the stupidest one. 448, Chapter 448. I love you, I still love you. Lin Xingyue slumped down in the chair, her eyes empty and lifeless, filled with panic and some indescribable meaning. However, her mentality directly affected Lin's mother. Mother Lin didn't know who Qizishan was, but now, no matter how she listened, she could get a general idea. The good-for-nothing son-in-law whom he looked down upon suddenly became a high and mighty, unattainable figure in the clouds. Who could accept this? It would be fine if we could part ways amicably, but unfortunately, it is not the case. At this moment, Lin's mother was just like Lin Xingyue, hoping that Shu Shao would severely punish Yi Tianqi, and hoping that the people behind Shu Shao would make Yi Tianqi fall into hell again. But now, everything seemed to be developing in another direction. And if things continue to develop like this, Lin's mother knows what the future outcome will be without Lin Xingyue reminding her. It is so miserable, unimaginable misery that will make their whole family live a life worse than death. Even if they are alive, it will be like living in hell. Even if Yi Tianqi was not targeting them, the attitudes of so many people present today were already obvious. Even if they wanted to please Yi Tianqi, they didn't even need to please him. As long as they didn't offend him and didn't need to add insult to injury, it would be enough to make them miserable. In the eastern province, there is no place for them to survive. Move place? Where to move to? With so many people present today, what happened must be impossible to conceal. When the time comes, everyone will know, and after knowing, whether it is her mother Lin or Lin Xingyue, I am afraid that the entire Dragon Kingdom will have no place to stand. Not to mention that they have no reason to begin with, and what they do is something that angers God and people, and makes people feel angry when they hear about it. Even if they are not wrong, are victims, and are the wronged party, in the face of real power, their end can only be miserable. All these changes are due to Yi Tianqi's identity. In other words, only Yi Tianqi is the one who can solve all the root causes. The life and death and future of their family all depend on Yi Tianqi's thoughts. Although I don't want to believe it and I don't dare to believe it, this is the cruel fact. Mother Lin gritted her teeth and immediately looked at Lin Xingyue, growling in a low voice, Lin Xingyue, you idiot, where's your brain, where's your cleverness? You're only interested in scheming against us, but now you're dumbfounded. It's already this late, and you're still helping young Master Shu. If you're not an idiot, then what are you? You can't tell now. Everyone is helping Yi Tianqi. I don't know who Qizishan is, but judging from your expression, you should know now that you know. What are you doing? Now, our family's wealth and life all depend on Yi Tianqi's thoughts. Young Master Shu has become a lamb to be slaughtered. Don't even think about whether he is a night owl or not, even if he is powerful. Now people don't give him face at all. What's the use? Who cares if young Master Shu lives or dies? Lin Xingyue, now is the time for our family to Diego and ask Yi Tianqi for help. Go and ask Yi Tianqi for help quickly now. He is the one who has the final say here. All of this is a conspiracy. It's all a trap. It's all fake. Don't you understand? Lin's mother finally came to her senses and became wise for once. There is no need to look too much or think too much about the situation in the field. Anyone who is smart can see it. The reason why they can see it but dare not believe it or even dare not make a choice is simply because, over the years, the name of Yi Shao has long surpassed that of Yi Tianqi. Now that's all. But this is useless, because now, at this moment, here, Yi Tianqi has the final say. The Bai family listens to him, Boss Leopard listens to him, and he, Yi Tianqi, is the one who controls everyone's fate. Lin Xingyue was awakened by her mother. In fact, she knew without her mother's reminder that the person who was in control of the situation today was Yi Tianqi. But she was just too confused, so confused that she didn't know what to do or what she could do. However, just as Lin's mother said, she couldn't go on like this, or she would really lose everything. However, the anger and regret in his heart once again shifted even more deeply to Lin's mother. At this time, I have to ask Yi Tianqi for help. Let's not talk about Lin Xingyue's face and dignity, just look at what happened before. Is it any use begging now? Moreover, if it weren't for Lin's mother's constant instigation and brainwashing in front of Lin Xingyue, would she really choose to divorce Yi Tianqi? No, Lin Xingyue believed that she would never divorce Yi Tianqi because there was real love between her and Yi Tianqi. At this moment, Lin Xingyue seemed to recall Yi Tianqi's kindness. The reasons that were looked down upon, despised, and even used for divorce before now seemed so warm and happy. Yi Tianqi loved her and was once the man who could fight against the whole world to protect her. Yi Tianqi is a family-oriented and gentle man who never flirts with other women and has no bad habits. He is also an excellent cook and always has a smiling face. No matter what troubles Lin Xingyue encounters or what temper she has, Yi Tianqi always tolerates her and pampers her. If you think about it carefully, all of Lin Xingyue's troubles have been solved, and behind this, including everything she has now, isn't it all because of Yi Tianqi silently helping her behind the scenes? But she had known it for a long time, and even knew before that Yi Tianqi was a miracle doctor and the one who had always helped her. However, she still did not know how to be grateful, and even humiliated and hated Yi Tianqi even more, as if Yi Tianqi was not her benefactor, nor her lover, but her irreconcilable enemy, heaven's enemy. When did all this start? At this moment, Lin Xingyue began to reflect. The more she thought about it, the more she hated herself and blamed herself. She felt that she had been extremely ugly over the years. It's not the appearance, but the heart. I clearly still have feelings for Yi Tianqi, so how did it end up like this? Why didn't we even part ways amicably, but instead became mortal enemies? All this is happening for a reason. It was Lin's mother, it was her. She was the one who used to be grateful to Yi Tianqi, but after her family conditions improved, she gradually began to look down on Yi Tianqi, constantly saying bad things about Yi Tianqi in her ears, saying all kinds of unpleasant words. Everything started from here. Although I was also wrong, in the final analysis, it was not that Lin's mother had no responsibility, but that the responsibility was very big. Especially since she had already divorced Yi Tianqi. Although it was not a good parting, they had not become enemies. After all, it was Lin's mother, her, and Lin Duokai who forced and harmed her to become enemies with Yi Tianqi. Because Yi Tianqi was Qi Zhixian, Lin Xingyue's heart had already begun to tremble, and she began to regret now hearing what Lin's mother said, coupled with her current experience and the tragic situation she might face in the future, made her completely collapse. It's you, everything is your fault. Yuri still scolding me and saying things about me, but if it weren't for you, if you hadn't been constantly instigating, brainwashing, and forcing me, how could I have divorced him? How could I have slowly become like this? I love him. 449, Chapter 449. This ridiculous love is so ridiculous. Like? That's right, it's love. At this moment, Lin Xingyue looked at her mother, yelling wildly, constantly shouting that she and Yi Tianqi were divorced and that she had become like this now, all because of her mother's brainwashing and forcing. In fact, she didn't want to do that. She loved Yi Tianqi. Yes, love. It's ridiculous. Even if it was forced, can a person be forced to become like this? If Lin Xingyue had not been willing in her heart, then who could have pushed her to this point even if she was forced? Today, if the people present had not seen how Lin Xingyue treated Yi Tianqi, how she scolded and humiliated Yi Tianqi, and had not seen her ferocious expression as if she wanted to kill Yi Tianqi, then perhaps some people would still believe Lin Xingyue, or at least think that Lin Xingyue really had her own difficulties in her heart. However, after seeing all this, they could no longer trust Lin Xingyue. Even if, as Lin Xingyue said, her mother bears the primary responsibility for everything that happened today, it cannot be denied that Lin Xingyue herself has become what she is now. Many people's eyes were on Yi Tianqi, wanting to see what expression Yi Tianqi, whose identity as the banished immortal of the Qi family had been exposed, would have when he heard Lin Xingyue's defense and regret. As a result, they only saw indifference, as if all this had nothing to do with him, and Lin Xingyue had even less to do with him. Mr. Bai looked at Yi Tianqi and said softly, "Mr. Yi." As a result, before Mr. Bai could finish his words, Yi Tianqi had already chuckled and said, "Old man, Lin Xingyue has nothing to do with me anymore. I have given her a chance, and more than once." After saying this, he didn't say anything more, but his meaning was already very clear and understandable. He had been given opportunities, more than once, but what had he gotten in return? Was it Lin Xingyue's repeated humiliation, which had intensified over and over again, that had caused such a drastic change in his emotions now that he knew he was Qi Zixin? Or was it because he saw Shi Shao in a desperate situation and felt a strong crisis about his future, that he felt afraid, terrified, and regretful? But what does this have to do with him, Yi Tianqi? At this moment, Yi Tianqi just sat there quietly, neither scolding Lin Xingyue nor humiliating Lin Xingyue, as if this woman, whether dead or alive, really had nothing to do with him anymore. Lin Xingyue also saw Yi Tianqi's expression because of that. Her heart sank to the bottom, his eyes showed no emotion at all, and it was obvious that he was disdainful of what she said. Is it disbelief, or simply not caring? This is important, very important. Mother Lin's face turned ashen as she looked at Lin Xingyue, who was yelling at her like a madman. Everyone flees when disaster strikes, in a life or death situation, shirks responsibility? Compared to what Lin Xingyue did, Lin's mother was the most unscrupulous person, because in her eyes, Lin Xingyue was never her child, but just an object that could be used and could bring benefits. If this object could not be used and had no benefits, then abandoning it would be a natural thing to do. Lin Xingyue, why are you yelling at me? Did I raise you so big just for you to yell at me? You don't know how to be filial. I've known since you were a little kid that you're an ungrateful person with a rebellious streak. Now it seems that's true. Yes, I admit that I was a little dissatisfied with Yi Tianqi at that time, but can you blame me for all this? You said you loved Yi Tianqi. If you really loved Yi Tianqi, would you treat him like this? Would you try every possible way to humiliate him and look down on him? And you said I forced you. How did I force you? If you don't want to, what can I force you to do? Divorce was your own choice. I didn't even know about it when you divorced. Now you say I forced you to do it. Lin Xingyue, you really are a liar. If you really want to talk about brainwashing and coercion, then you are the bad guy. If you don't believe me, ask Yi Tianqi. In the beginning, we were very satisfied with him. I treated him as my own son. It was you who repeatedly provoked me, looked down on me, and expressed all kinds of dissatisfaction with him. That's why I had some psychological changes. If it weren't for you, we mother and son would still be so loving and filial to each other. How could we have ended up like this today? Lin Xingyue, you are now reaping the fruits of your own actions. I have tried to persuade you long ago, but you refuse to listen now. It's too late for you to regret. But I really didn't expect that after all this, you would still dare to slander me. Don't you know that being so unfilial and putting all the blame on your mother makes you worse than an animal in the eyes of others? When it comes to being unreasonable and selfish, Lin Xingyue is far worse than her mother. Confusion of right and wrong is a common occurrence for Lin's mother, and her specialty is also swearing. Not to mention Lin Xingyue, at this time, everyone else was also confused looking at Lin's mother cursing and scolding her daughter. They all felt like they were dreaming. This drama was too unexpected. Isn't it said that even a tiger won't eat its own cubs? It's understandable that everyone would flee when disaster strikes, but is it necessary to treat your own daughter like this? Isn't this just pushing someone into the fire pit? Many people now want to ask, is Lin Xingyue your daughter? Everyone else thought so, let alone Lin Xingyue, the person involved. At this moment, Lin Xingyue's face was pale and her body was shaking. She felt not only betrayed, but also as if her heart had been stabbed. She admitted that she had just used this method to explain her innocence and to make Yi Tianqi more tolerant of her. At least, she could give herself an opportunity to explain. But what she said was also true. But what is Lin's mother doing, pushing herself into the fire pit and into hell? What good will it do her? She is usually so smart and calculating. How come she becomes stupid at the critical moment? At this time, what good is there in making Yi Tianqi hate her even more? Is it possible to get myself out of this and ask Yi Tianqi to forgive me? What about the saying that mother is loving and son is filial, and treats his child as his own son? Isn't it disgusting to say this? Although Lin Xingyue has no evidence now, she has really begun to doubt whether she is Lin's mother's daughter. Even if she is afraid that Lin's mother does not regard her as her daughter. Mom, you are crazy. What are you talking about? How can you say that? You are going to kill me. Lin Xingyue was almost going crazy. At this time, Boss Leopard said impatiently, "Alright, stop talking nonsense. I am too lazy to watch this dog-eat-dog drama of yours. I don't want to watch it either. It's boring and not good at all." "You, Lin Xingyue, I know what you want to do. Don't waste your energy. It's useless. However, I want to see your determination. Are you regretting it a little? Do you look down on Master Shi? Are you planning to cut off all ties with him?" "Alright, I'll give you a chance. And you, Mr. Qianwu, aren't you just acting as Mr. Shi's lackey? Now you've even lowered your head to the ground and remained silent. Do you think you can get away with this? Come, I'll give you a chance, but don't say I'm not kind. I am very kind and I like to give others chances. Mr. Yi is a very kind man, and I don't think he would object to my decision. So, whether you want this opportunity or not is up to you. Do you want it? How can they not do it? They have to do it at this time. No matter what the opportunity is, they must agree to what Boss Leopard wants them to do first, otherwise, this so-called opportunity will be gone. 450, Chapter 450. I gave you a chance, but you didn't want it. Chance? Where does this good opportunity come from? How can there be any opportunity at all? Today's situation has developed to this point. Anyone who is not stupid can see that Boss Leopard has no scruples and is determined to kill Shi Xiao and deal with those who follow Shi Xiao as well. At this time, give me a chance? It's not that I don't want to believe it, but it's simply not credible. However, there is no choice. Before Lin Xingyue could react, young Master Qianwu had already walked up to Boss Bao, trembling all over, his face filled with fear. He felt that he was the one who was most wronged and the one who regretted the most. In fact, it had nothing to do with him. Not only that, he actually had a chance. Even if he did not have a good relationship with Yi Tianqi and had any friendship, they could definitely avoid becoming enemies. But what about now? Everything has changed. Young Master Qianwu still doesn't know where he went wrong. How did things turn out like this? He was trying to curry favor with young Master Shi. That's right, the person behind young Master Shi was Yi Xiao. Young Master Qianwu wanted to become the sole heir of the Qian family, but it would be very difficult without a powerful figure to speak for him. Now that he met young Master Shi, of course he had to seize the opportunity. But in the end, the nightmare began from this moment on. Now, he still felt like he was in a dream, and could hardly believe the facts before his eyes, but reality was reality. No matter how cruel it was still reality. Young Master Shi was defeated miserably, and none of the people present today cared about Yi Xiao at all. In fact, each of them was eager to attack Yi Xiao, which was something he normally wouldn't even dare to think about. And the reason for all this is all because of Yi Tianqi. Young Master Qianwu didn't even dare to look into Yi Tianqi's eyes. His indifferent eyes, without any emotion fluctuations, seemed not like those of a human being, giving people an inexplicable chill. Boss Leopard, I want this opportunity. Please give me a chance. It really has nothing to do with me. I'm just a follower. I don't know anything. I am innocent. Please believe me. You must believe me. Mr. Qianwu immediately begged for mercy and cleared himself of the matter. It's not really a lie. It's true that he's a follower, and it's also true that he has no ability to influence Master Shi, but to say that he's innocent is a lie. Boss Bao frowned slightly, looked at Master Shi, and sneered, Master Qianwu, forget it. You said these words in front of me. Can you hide your secrets from me? If you want a chance, just beg for mercy. There's no need to say anything else. If you say too much, people will think you're either a fool or that you think we're stupid. Mr. Qianwu, do you think I'm stupid and easily deceived by you? After hearing this, Master Qianwu immediately shook his head in fear and said, No, that's not it. How could I dare to think like that? I don't dare. I was wrong. I was ignorant. Please forgive me. People who have never experienced it will never understand how painful it is to have your life held in the hands of others, especially when the person holding your life is someone who is so cruel and ruthless that he can kill people. Young Master Qianwu really regretted why he was so high profile. Otherwise, he would not have been directly named. It was obvious that he was regarded as young Master Shi's confidant and was being liquidated together. Young Master Shi still has a background and support, so maybe he can really save his life. But young Master Qianwu really has no more advantageous background except his own family, and it is still unclear whether the Qian family can help him or whether they will help him. Not to mention that the matter he has provoked is already so big, the family is probably afraid of being implicated. This is the truth. Boss Leopard, just tell me what you want me to do. I won't let you down, really. At this point, this is the only way. It can only be this way. Boss Leopard looked at Mr. Qianwu with a playful expression and said, according to my intelligence, it seems that Lin Xingyue didn't know Mr. Shi at first. It must have been you who introduced him, and it seems that you also brought Mr. Shi to Dongzhou and to the Bai family, including Mr. Yi and some others. It seems that you are behind all of this. Master Qian Wu, you have great power and ambition. There is nothing wrong with what he said, because that is the fact if you think about it carefully. It seems that all this is indeed closely related to the matchmaking of Mr. Qian Wu. Just as Mr. Qian Wu was about to open his mouth to explain, Boss Bao shook his head and said, "No need to explain, there's no need, things have come to this point now, there's no need to say anything more now. Let me ask you one question, do you want to live?" Mr. Qian Wu immediately nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice. He wanted to live, of course he wanted to live, he hadn't lived enough. He is the fifth son of the Qin family. Even if he does not inherit the Qin family, he will still have wealth and glory as a playboy who does not care about worldly affairs. He will not lack money or women. If this person dies, it will be such a loss, such a huge loss. Boss Leopard smiled and nodded, pointing at Shi Shao, who was stunned and looked so miserable that his original appearance was almost unrecognizable, and said, "If you want to live, you must cut off all ties with him and let me see your sincerity. That's the most basic thing, otherwise, how do you think you can live?" There is no problem with Boss Bao's request. In fact, for Mr. Qian Wu, saving his life is the most important thing at this moment. Mr. Shi is already like this, so just abandon him. However, the key is how to distance himself from it. Boss Leopard, what should I do? How can I clear myself of this? Can you explain it more clearly? Boss Leopard, this will be fine. He seemed to have found something fun and was no longer impatient. He looked at Mr. Qian Wu and smiled. Don't understand? Fine, then I'll tell you. Since you want a chance from me, you must sever all ties with him and prove that you are not in the same group with him. Everything was forced and deceived at the same time. You must also prove how much you hate him. Not only hate him, but also hate the people behind him. Let me see your hatred. The more you hate, the more fiercely. You can curse well, come on. It's easy for Leopard Boss to say. But Master Qian Wu was so scared that he was about to cry. He had guessed long ago that nothing good would happen, and now it seemed that it was indeed the case. Boss Leopard is not giving him a chance, he is asking him to die. Today, if there were no one else here, and if young Master Shi was also doomed to die, then Master Qian Wu could say whatever he wanted. But the key point was that there were so many people here and so many gossips, and he couldn't hide anything he did today. This not only means that I have to insult and humiliate Shi Shao, but also the person behind Shi Shao. Who is the person behind Shi Shao? It is Yi Shao. Do I dare to humiliate him? If this gets to his ears, even if I survive today, I will die in the future. Whether you die early or late, you are going to die. Boss Leopard, please forgive me. I beg you to forgive me. Change the conditions. I beg you to change the conditions. Young Master Qian Wu burst into tears and looked at Boss Bao, crying miserably. Boss Leopard's face changed immediately, and he slapped Mr. Qian Wu hard in the face, sending him flying several meters away and hitting another table. Not only did blood flow from the corner of his mouth, but there was also the sound of his teeth breaking. Opportunity, why didn't you think of asking for a chance when you did something wrong? Now you're asking for a chance. Fine, I'm giving you a chance, but you're still bargaining with me. Who do you think you are, you cheap bastard? You stinky garbage. Do you have the qualifications to negotiate with me? Get over here and do as I say. You can live today, otherwise, you won't be able to leave this door today, even if you're afraid of others' revenge. Moreover, not only will you not be able to leave this door, I will make your entire Qian family be implicated. At this moment, Boss Leopard was filled with murderous intent, as if the rage and murderous intent that had been stored in his heart for a long time was about to erupt completely today. He couldn't bear it any longer. He was not there when his master was humiliated and bullied by these people. Now he is here, so he wants to play with them and humiliate them. Although Yi Tianqi is still sitting there calmly, as if nothing has happened. In fact, Boss Leopard knows very well that Yi Tianqi has only been suppressing the murderous intent in his heart for many years. If he explodes, it will be a complete chaos and no one can stop him. 451, Chapter 451. The nightmare begins. Shocked ever since Shi Shao was severely beaten by Boss Bao, all the distinguished guests present were extremely shocked. It must be said that it was wonderful and beyond their imagination. However, it was also accompanied by a creepy feeling. Many people even wanted to leave early, as if this place was a den of trouble and something would happen if they stayed for too long. However, I can't leave. Until the show is over, you can't leave even if you want to. Young Master Qian Wu lay on the ground, not making a sound, as if he had fainted, as if he could escape today as long as he could faint. But who is Boss Bao? Not only can he tell at a glance that Mr. Qian Wu is pretending, even if Mr. Qian Wu really fainted, he can still wake him up. Master Qian Wu, are you trying to play hide and seek with me? Ignore me,
but you can't get away with it passed out. Interesting, really interesting.
As he spoke, Boss Leopard walked to the side of Mr. Qianwu. A ferocious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, then he gently placed his foot on Mr. Qianwu's face, slowly applying force, and Mr. Qianwu's body began to twist constantly, and he could no longer pretend if he continued, he would not just faint, he might be trampled to death.
With a whimpering sound of begging for mercy, Boss Leopard slowly lifted his feet, looked at Master Qianwu, and said lightly, "You are trying to be clever with me, making me think that you are humiliating me, Master Qianwu. Do you still want to humiliate me?" "How dare I? I wouldn't dare even if I were beaten to death."
Young Master Qianwu was really afraid of Boss Bao. He was a devil who killed people without blinking an eye, a devil who enjoyed torturing people. He knew very well that if he didn't do something today, he really wouldn't be able to escape. Now, I am miserable enough, everyone can see that I was forced into this, so, even if I say something, no one should misunderstand me. Mr. Qianwu can only comfort himself in this way now, otherwise he really feels that he might not be able to survive.
"Boss Leopard, I listen to you, please forgive me, please forgive me."
Boss Leopard looked at the devastated expression on Mr. Qianwu's face, then nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, "Look, why didn't you just listen earlier? Why did you have to make things so bloody and violent? People who don't know me might think I was bullying you. Bullying you is fine, but if people think I'm hard to talk to and a little cruel, then you'll be committing a serious sin." Now, no matter what Boss Bao said, Master Qianwu did not dare to refute him, and he didn't even dare to show any expression, as if he had accepted his fate. At this time, Sher Shao had recovered from his shock in his eyes. There was nothing but fear, raging fire and anger. He was so angry that he wanted to destroy everything. In his life, Sher Shao had never suffered such hardship or such suffering, not to mention such humiliation. However, it was too late to say anything now. A wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. He has a backup plan, he really does have a backup plan, but he is extremely anxious and is waiting. He will not feel confident until he gets his chance.
Fortunately, judging by the time, it's almost time. Young Master Shi's backup is two powerful king-level warriors, truly powerful ones, masters sent by Night Owl. Otherwise, does young Master Shi have the qualifications? Even these two king-level powerful men were not only sent by Yi Xiao, but were also among the royal worshippers. They were sent to boost Sher Shao's confidence. There was no way the East Province was handed over to the East King at that time. No one knew where the East King or his subordinates would go first, and how many people would come. But Mr. Zhou actually returned to the East Province at this time. He had to show his strength and use practical actions to tell others that he, Yi Xiao, was also capable. However, in order to express his sincerity, he was still willing to give up the East Province and punish his own people at the same time. All of this was discussed beforehand. Sher Shao didn't tell anyone at all, of course. No one was here to fight. Just standing by Sher Shao's side was enough. A powerful king-level warrior, for Sher Shao, that is as powerful as a god. So, although he is afraid now, he is still confident. He thinks that as long as these two warriors arrive, they may help him turn things around completely, and it will no longer be a dream. At the very least, he can completely save his life. Master Shi, you are right after all. A king realm expert is already extremely powerful, not to mention two of them working together, and at the same time they are enshrined in the royal family. They themselves carry a halo and amulet. It's a pity that he thought too much. If he knew how miserable Yunting Tianjun was, if he knew what kind of existence Yi Tianqi had become in the years after he was no longer Qizishan, or even if he knew what kind of position Yi Tianqi accepted from Elder Ming and others, and what kind of terrifying and violent organization he took over, then now, Master Shi probably just wanted to die quickly and easily. Unfortunately, he didn't know, so he had no idea what would happen next, what kind of purge it would lead to, or even the fuse that would change the situation in Dragon Country. At this moment, Sher Shao looked at Master Qianwu viciously. He knew that Master Qianwu had collapsed and would definitely listen to Boss Bao, humiliate him severely, and draw a clear line between them. However, even though he knew it, he was very annoyed in his heart. Looking at the fifth Master Qian who was walking towards him, Sher Shao gnashed his teeth and said, "Fifth Master, if you dare to humiliate me and Master Shao, you will die, and your entire family will die with you. I haven't lost yet, and everything is not settled yet. The one who laughs last is the winner. Fifth Master, you have to think it through." Young Master Shi's words made Master Qianwu tremble. He couldn't help but hesitate and tremble in his heart. However, Boss Bao didn't indulge young Master Shi. He slapped him in the face again and said gloomily, "You still deserve a beating, shameless bastard. Did I ask you to talk too much at this time? If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will cut off your tongue immediately."
Upon hearing this, Shu Shao dared not speak again, and the vicious look in his eyes was hidden. He had to endure it, and he could only endure it until the two strong men arrived. That would be the time for him to show off his power again and step on everyone's heads. As for the fifth young Master Qian, he was so frightened that he trembled for a moment. He then quickly looked at young Master Shi, gritted his teeth, and said directly, as if he had given up everything, "Sure, young Master Shi, you deserve what you have now. You are a damned bastard. You are an unforgivable villain. You are hateful, disgusting. You don't even know how much you make me want to vomit." This is considered humiliating. In the mind of Master Qian Wu, saying this was already an extreme humiliation to Master Shi, as he himself was risking his life. As a result, Boss Leopard frowned slightly, looked at Master Qian Wu, and said, "Are you kidding me? If you dare to play tricks on me again, I'll fucking skin you alive. Come on, continue." After saying that, Boss Leopard actually took out his mobile phone and started filming, as if he wanted to record everything that happened next into a video and save it. 452, Chapter 452, Exiled Immortal? I don't care about this title. However, it was just this one action that caused Master Qian Wu to become even more devastated. Humiliating Shi Shao in front of so many people had almost made him faint now. Not only did they want to humiliate him, but they also wanted to film it? You know, if the humiliation is not harsh enough, Boss Leopard will not agree. Moreover, if I only humiliate Shi Shao, Boss Leopard will not agree. He also wants me to humiliate Yi Shao. It's one thing to hear it and have it spread to someone's ears, but it's another matter if it's filmed, recorded, and seen by others. Mr. Qian Wu was almost going crazy at this moment. Boss Leopard, can you please not record this? If this gets out, if it gets into Night Owl's hands, even if I survive today, I really won't be able to survive in the future. I'll listen to you and everything, but please don't record it, okay? I beg you. Upon hearing this, Boss Bao immediately became displeased. He sneered at Mr. Qian Wu and said, "What are you thinking? Do you think you have a choice, or did you believe Shi's claim that he still had a trump card and would have the last laugh? Fine, it's fine if you believed him, but he doesn't have any trump cards right now. I can wait for him, but I can't wait for you. Just tell me whether you want to listen or not. Also, I can tell you clearly that I recorded this not because it might reach Night Owl, but because I was sending it to him otherwise. Why do you think I recorded it? Are you just joking when I asked you to humiliate him? Do you really think you can just say a few words and that's it? If you want to distance yourself from him, then of course you should do it this way. It's the most convincing way. Okay, stop talking nonsense and get started." Start quickly? Master Qian Wu felt as if he was struck by lightning. How could he even begin? The other party was deliberately trying to pass the message to Yi Shao. If he really opened his mouth, it would be all over. But, as Boss Leopard said, if he doesn't obey, he won't even have the chance to speak. At this time, the only person who could save him was Yi Tianqi. He was not a fool, so he could naturally see that today, Yi Tianqi had the final say. Whether it was Boss Bao or the Bai family, they all revolved around Yi Tianqi. Mr. Yi, I beg you, please forgive me. Mi Qian family still has some friendship with you. For this sake, please let me go, okay? It's none of my business. It's really none of my business. I admit that I was bewildered and confused. I made a mistake, but I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me. At this moment, Master Qian Wu finally knew who he should ask for help, and also knew who would be the most helpful. He simply knelt down in front of Yi Tianqi, crying bitterly and kowtowing for mercy. That miserable scene is so sad that anyone who sees it will cry. When Boss Leopard frowned and was about to step forward to severely punish young Master Qian Wu, Yi Tianqi shook his head slightly. Boss Leopard immediately stood aside obediently, not daring to say a word. This scene made everyone understand completely that today, Yi Tianqi was indeed the one in charge. And this Qizishin, who was thought to be dead, or no longer in his prime, is definitely not as miserable and pitiful as Shi Shao said. If that is the case, then what is going on today? The Bai family and old Master Bai were so powerful in the eastern province, but they listened to Yi Tianqi and respected him to an unimaginable degree. Boss Leopard was once a legend when he first showed his talent. The whole East Province trembled. Everyone thought that Boss Leopard would most likely be the leader of the underground world in East Province. As a result, he cultivated himself and stopped caring about worldly affairs. But even so, who dared to underestimate Boss Leopard? This master has now come back again. If he says that he has nothing to do with Yi Tianqi, no one will believe it now. The most important thing is that Boss Leopard doesn't even take Yi Shao seriously. He is full of humiliating words and is not afraid of Yi Shao. Knowing it, he is even eager to try and attack Yi Shao, but in the end, Yi Tianqi gave him a look and Boss Leopard didn't dare to say a word. This is no longer a relationship of friendship or respect, it is clearly just a follower and a younger brother. No one knows how deep Yi Tianqi is hiding and how many secrets he has, but at this moment, everyone feels the horror of Qi Zishan, who dominated an entire generation and made others look up to him. It's just terrifying, so terrifying that you have no idea how terrifying he is. Yi Tianqi sighed softly, and a compassionate expression appeared on his face, giving people a feeling as if the haze had been swept away. Then, he slowly stood up. His whole temperament changed, and it was not known whether it was due to the change of his identity, or it was a change in itself. At this moment, Yi Tianqi seemed to have a dazzling halo, and people dared not look directly at him, as if he was a god that could not be desecrated. Please, what do you want to do? Why do you ask me? This world allows people to make mistakes, but if you make a mistake and cannot be forgiven, you must have the courage to bear the consequences. This is fate. Fifth young master, since you have done this, you must bear the fate that is yours, good or bad, that is how it should be. What's the point of begging me? I'm not a god after all. I can't change your fate. Yi Tianqi's seemingly compassionate expression, accompanied by his seemingly benevolent words, stunned Mr. Qianwu for a moment, and also stunned everyone present. It seems a bit pretentious, but when combined with Yi Tianqi's current temperament, he is really like Tianyan, which makes people feel convinced. Yes, if you make a mistake, you must take responsibility for it. You can ask for forgiveness, but it doesn't mean you will be forgiven for making a mistake. There is no such logic in this world. And Mr. Qianwu stared at Yi Tianqi blankly, trembling uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face, and called out repeatedly, saying, Mr. Yi, please let me go, please forgive me, I really know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. You can punish me however you want, but I beg you, please don't kill me, please spare my life, please, let my family go, please, leave me alive. Mr. Qianwu begged Yi Tianqi to spare his life and to spare his family. Yi Tianqi looked at Mr. Qianwu with a smile on his face, and said softly, you all just called me Qi Zishan, saying that I was once a godlike figure. That's right, without a past like a banished immortal descending to the mortal world, how could I have the name of a banished immortal? But, actually, I despise the title of exiled immortal. Do you understand? It doesn't matter if you don't understand. After all, you haven't reached the level where you need to understand. This may sound a bit pretentious, but what if Yi Tianqi is the 10th throne, the lord of the heavenly palace, the abandoned emperor? He is a person who may create history and reopen the road to the emperor realm for all the strong people in this mortal world. Then, how can a banished immortal be worthy of him? Unfortunately, very few people present understood what he meant. They just thought he was very pretentious. No, others did not dare to think he was pretentious, but they just felt that his tone seemed a little too loud. After all, exiled immortal is such an exaggerated title. You should have known that I am Qi Zishan before coming here today, just like this Mr. Sure, right? If you knew all this, why did you still dare to do this? Have you not considered the consequences? The consequences of angering the immortals, the consequences of angering the gods. The majesty of heaven cannot be violated. I haven't said this in a long time, but today, since I have decided to return to this world, I must make sure all of you understand once again how miserable it is to offend the majesty of heaven and blaspheme the gods. As Yi Tianqi's voice slowly fell, these words seemed to have really caused changes between heaven and earth, making everyone present feel a cold chill sweeping over them, as if heaven and earth were angry. Fifth young master, you shouldn't have begged me. You should have let me sit quietly, even if it meant being killed, or even if you listened to Showa, but you shouldn't have come to beg me and disturbed me. What a pity, it's too late. 453, Chapter 453, Live or Die, choose for yourself. Mr. Qianwu couldn't understand what Yi Tianqi said. Why can't I ask Yi Tianqi for help? Obviously, asking him is the most useful, but why can't I ask him? He even said that even if he was killed, even if he had to listen to Boss Leopard and suffer torture, he should accept it calmly, as if these outcomes would be much better than asking Yi Tianqi for help. But anyone else, faced with the hope of survival, would use up their last bit of strength and try every possible means. How could they just wait to die? However, at this moment, Master Qianwu looked at Yi Tianqi's indifferent eyes that seemed to be without any emotion, and the fear in his heart was so strong that it was unimaginable. He had a premonition that what Yi Tianqi said was true, and he really shouldn't have disturbed Yi Tianqi. The ending might have been better. But it's all too late. Mr. Yi, I was wrong. I just want to live. I beg you, please let me live, okay? At this point, Master Qianwu had no other choice but to continue to kowtow and beg Yi Tianqi to be merciful and spare his life. Yi Tianqi looked at the fifth Master Qian, who looked like a puddle of mud in front of him, and a wicked smile appeared on his lips. He chuckled and said, "Living isn't necessarily better than dying. Death might be a kind of relief, especially for someone like you who has committed sins. Why don't you choose death? It's really better than living. Since you've begged me, I'll give you one more chance. Death or life, it's your choice. Remember, I've given this choice to many people before, but they all chose life in the end. They all regretted their choice, but it's too late. Once you've made your choice, you can't change it. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. If you believe me, choose death. If you don't believe me, then make your own choice. However, you only have one chance." Yi Tianqi did not lie, everything he said was true. Between the two choices of death and life, I am afraid that almost everyone will choose to live. However, in the end, they will regret it, because living a life worse than death every minute and every second is an endless hell with no end in sight. In this hell, death is a luxury. Unfortunately, no one present understood Yi Tianqi, and no one knew Yi Tianqi. If it were an enemy who was familiar with Yi Tianqi's previous style, at this time, they would probably choose death after just a slight hesitation. In fact, they would not even hesitate, but would instead be grateful to Yi Tianqi for giving them the opportunity to choose death. That is really a relief. Even, like heaven. Unfortunately, people today don't understand. To live, I choose to live. Mr. Yi, please keep your word and let me live, I beg you. Without hesitation, Master Qianwu thought that he might be tortured by Yi Tianqi and suffer some pain. However, it is better to live a miserable life than to die. As long as he can be alive, enduring some pain is nothing. If he dies, he will really have nothing. Yi Tianqi looked at Mr. Qianwu, nodded, and said, "I keep my word. Since you have made your choice, then it will be as you wish." After saying that, Yi Tianqi looked at Boss Bao and said, "He has also been handed over to you. Since he has chosen to live, then, let him live." Upon hearing this, Boss Leopard revealed a strange and ferocious smile, as if he had just got his favorite toy again. That expression was so dangerous that it made people's scalps tingle. "Yes, sir, don't worry, I will make sure he lives well. Even if he wants to die, I won't let him die." At this moment, Master Qianwu had a feeling that he seemed to have made the wrong choice, but he couldn't choose to die. If he died, there would be no hope at all. Mr. Qianwu wanted to say something at this time, but he no longer had the qualifications to talk to Yi Tianqi. Boss Leopard kicked Master Qianwu hard in the face, leaving him speechless in pain. "Fifth young master, you've already disturbed Mr. Yi. This choice is your own doing. Stop talking nonsense and just stay here quietly and wait. Don't worry, as long as you behave, you won't be hurt. But if I see you even slightly disturbing Mr. Yi, I'll cut off your tongue and make you speechless again. Just be good, and your life will be saved." Not to mention that he has been tortured to the point of not daring to speak. Even if he dared to speak, Boss Leopard has already said that if he behaves today, he will not punish him. If he can suffer less, then of course he will suffer less. Although he didn't know what he would face in the future, at least for now, Mr. Qianwu didn't have to worry about dying today, nor did he have to be afraid. Boss Bao asked him to humiliate Shi Shao and Yi Shao, and even recorded it to send to Yi Shao. There is no need to worry about these things, so at this moment, Master Qianwu was relaxed. "Kneel here, don't make any sound and don't move." Boss Leopard looked at Mr. Qianwu and gave orders in a calm tone. It was very humiliating, but now, Master Qianwu didn't dare to say anything more and just knelt down obediently. In front of everyone, he knelt on the ground in humiliation, not daring to breathe or make a sound. How pitiful it could be. At this time, Yi Tianqi pointed to the painting on the stage that was sold at a sky-high price, then nodded immediately. A staff member walked off the stage carefully carrying the painting without even breathing. Just kidding, no one can tell how much this work is worth. At the beginning, it could be taken as a birthday gift, but now, this thing after bidding, the value of she has reached tens of billions of assets. It may even cause many people to lose their families and suffer torture. This is not an ordinary work of art. Yi Tianqi took the work and held it casually in his hand, as if he didn't think it was worth tens of billions. On the contrary, it was his own work. Others thought this kind of thing was rare, but for him, he could always come up with something better than this anytime and anywhere. Since this fifth Master Chen insists on disturbing me and doesn't want me to have peace and quiet, then I guess I don't need to continue to have peace and quiet after all. It seems that everything today is caused by me. If I stay out of it, it would be a bit embarrassing in this case, then today, I will personally end it. After saying that, Yi Tianqi walked up to Lin Xingyue and the others and whispered, "I believe that this was not the one you bought originally. This was swapped. It seems unnecessary to find out who swapped it and why. Having come to this point, it's time for us to put an end to our relationship. I gave Mr. Qianwu a choice, life or death. He chose life, and I agreed, so he will live. However, soon, he will regret his choice every moment. This is the truth. I don't need to explain the reasons to you. I think you should be able to think of some things, but I can only say that what you think of is really a drop in the bucket compared to what Mr. Qianwu will experience next. It's not worth mentioning." What Yi Tianqi said was chilling. But now, no one cares about what will happen to Mr. Qianwu next, especially Lin Xingyue and the others. What they care most about now is what the outcome will be for themselves. Yi Tianqi has already stood in front of them and said in person that he would solve the problem and end it himself, so, today, everything has come to an end. 454, Chapter 454, Mother and Daughter. The result is right in front of us and cannot be avoided. However, all the results, whether good or bad, and whether we can bear it, actually all depend on Yi Tianqi's thoughts.
This point is now clear to everyone.
Whether it was Lin Xingyue, Lin's mother, or son Xiaoya, the three of them had different thoughts at the moment, but they were all thinking about one thing in common, that is, how to make Yi Tianqi forgive them. Yes, saying forgiveness may be too general, but at this moment, they think of every little thing in the past. They forget the unpleasant ones, but remember the happy ones. They have feelings. Before Lin Xingyue could speak, her mother had already approached Yi Tianqi with a fawning look on her face, revealing an unprecedentedly flattering expression. She said, "Tianqi, my dear child, it was Mom's fault. Mom was bewitched by someone before, so I misunderstood you and treated you badly, but Mom is innocent. You must be clear about this, right? My dear son-in-law, my good son, Tianqi, please don't be angry with me. Have never seen anyone better or kinder than you in this world. You will definitely forgive me, right?"
What does shameless mean?
At this moment, Lin's mother showed her shamelessness to the extreme.
She keeps calling me mom, but whose mom is she? Is this what she does as a mother? She could talk about misunderstanding, being bewitched, and innocence.
Yi Tianqi only felt disgusted when he heard it.
Please call me Mr. Yi also. If you dare to use any intimate terms again, I'm sorry, you don't have to say anything. Oh, you should remember, you shouldn't forget I could have hit you before. Do you think I won't do that now? If I still showed some mercy when I attacked you before, then now, after I've made the decision to end it all with you, especially during this period when you were trying to kill me, I don't have any mercy on you anymore. If you don't want to die so early, I advise you to be more careful with your words. Yi Tianqi spoke calmly and without any harsh words, but now no one would doubt the seriousness of his words. Mother Lin continued to show a flattering expression, but she no longer dared to call herself a mother. She no longer had the qualifications. This title also brought them back to reality. The current Yi Tianqi was no longer the Yi Tianqi who used to be with them day and night. The affection they had back then had long since disappeared. Yi Tianqi looked at Lin's mother and took out the work that had just been auctioned for a huge price. He chuckled and said, "If my guess is correct, you were the one who switched it. Admit it or not, it's not difficult for me to find out, especially since you know I'm Qizishin. You should know what Qizishin is famous for. If you want to lie to me, I'm afraid you'll only be deceiving yourselves. Of course, I don't want to argue with you about this. I just want to ask, how do you feel now? This thing was sold for 10 billion. That's exaggerated, right?" Yi Tianqi looked at Lin Xingyue, son Xiaoya, and Lin's mother, and said with a smile, "In your opinion, this thing is not worth 10 billion in any way. It's just a coincidence that we ran into the fight between young Master Shi and the Bai family, and they fought over it to vent their anger, right?" "That's right, but you might be overthinking it. If this thing really isn't worth it, then they're not fools, and their wealth didn't just come from the wind. Would they pay such a high price just for fighting spirit? There are many ways to gain fighting spirit, so, if I tell you that this thing might not be worth 10 billion, but if it's 1 billion or 2 billion, someone who knows the business will sell everything they have to buy it. Do you believe it?" Do you believe it? Lin's mother and the others really wanted to say they didn't believe it, but was it necessary for Yi Tianqi now to lie to them in this way? However, if they believed it, it would completely overturn their worldview. Yi Tianqi's works are easily worth 1 billion or 2 billion. How is this possible? Not to mention anything else, there were dozens of them at Lin's mother's house before, and this one was not found in the corner at that time. Otherwise, wouldn't Yi Tianqi have burned them all in a fire?
Thinking of this, Lin's mother's face changed, and when she looked at Yi Tianqi again, she felt her calves trembling. Yi Tianqi seemed to have burned all the works he had found before at that time. She only knew that they were broken words and paintings. Now it seems that it was an astronomical amount of wealth. Even if each work is only counted as 1 billion, then when added up, it would still be several hundred billion. Just burn it, and it will burn? Yi Tianqi clearly knew that his work was worth so much money, but he just burned it without hesitation? Mother Lin really wanted to curse the prodigal son, but she didn't have the courage. Believe it, I believe I was blind, stupid, and ungrateful before Mr. Yi. You were so good to us, you could even say you saved us from the abyss in the end. Not only did we not know how to be grateful, but we were ungrateful. We were wrong. I beg you, Mr. Yi, to give me a chance. Please give me a chance. I really know I was wrong, and I am really innocent. It was Lin Xingyue who was always dissatisfied with you, and then slowly affected me. Mr. Yi, please understand. Lin's mother is so cruel. Not only has she been constantly throwing dirty water on Lin Xingyue before, but now, she has started doing this again in front of Yi Tianqi. She did this because she knew very well that Yi Tianqi would never forgive them, especially after what happened after their divorce. The hatred could no longer be erased, so how could he talk about forgiveness? In addition, Lin Xingyue should be the person Yi Tianqi hates the most at this time. If she doesn't push all the responsibility onto Lin Xingyue, how can Lin's mother escape this punishment? Even if it can make her less resentful of Yi Tianqi, she thinks it is worth it. What's more, she didn't lie in the beginning. Lin Xingyue and Yi Tianqi lived a good, warm and loving life. However, as Lin Xingyue's status and position gradually improved and their contact became less and less, everything began to change slowly. Maybe it was just some minor complaints or grumbles at first, but in the end, it gradually evolved to what it is now. However, it doesn't matter who is responsible now. What matters is that Lin's mother has seen how powerful and terrifying Yi Tianqi is now, and she wants to live. If someone is destined to be hurt, take responsibility, and be consumed by Yi Tianqi's anger, then why can't it be Lin Xingyue? Why can't it be Lin Xingyue? Anyway, she is not her biological daughter. After raising her to this age, it is time for her to repay him. This is what Lin's mother is thinking now. And Lin Xingyue has been hurt more than once. Today, for Lin Xingyue, it is not just unforgettable, it is basically entering the hell of life. Yi Tianqi's identity change, all her dreams are shattered, and there is also the betrayal and selling out from her mother, and even the vicious frame-up. Lin Xingyue's eyes were red, and she looked at her mother with grief and pain, and yelled, "Mom, what do you want to do? What on earth do you want to do? I am your daughter. I am your biological daughter. How can you do this to me? How can you?" 455, Chapter 455, Vicious Words, Vicious Heart. Daughter, biological daughter? This is a joke. Others may not know, but don't you know whether you have given birth to a daughter? She didn't say it before because Lin Xingyue could bring benefits to herself with such a daughter. At least, she could have one more person to earn money to support herself. Facts have proved that her choice was right in the end. Lin Xingyue brought her quite a lot of benefits. But now, when Lin Xingyue's existence is about to take her into hell, what else does this daughter want her to do? Mother Lin glanced at Lin Xingyue coldly, then looked at Yi Tianqi and said, "Mr. Yi, Lin Xingyue and I have nothing to do with each other. I know you hate her. You can punish her however you want, even kill her, but can you please let me go? I am innocent. I really am innocent. Besides, I'm not young anymore. Please let me go because I was nice to you in the past. This way, you will also gain a reputation for being kind. Do you think that's okay? I can tell you everything about Lin Xingyue. Not only does she look down on you, but she's also been secretly having affairs with other men. Why the divorce? It's because you hadn't shown your true identity back then, and she felt you weren't worthy of her. She's been saying more than once how good this man is, how good that man is, and how she's been attracted to this man, and that man. All of this is her own fault. She, Lin Xingyue, is an ungrateful, fickle, bad woman. I don't have this woman. You can do whatever you want with her. She deserves it." Not only were every word of Lin's mother's words like a sharp knife stabbing into Lin Xingyue's chest, but they also refreshed the three views of everyone present time and time again. The phrase "even a tiger won't eat its own cubs" has really given many people a new understanding. It is understandable that Lin's mother wants to remove herself from the matter in order to save her own life. After all, no one would want to die as long as they can live. However, there is no need to be so vicious. In order to save his own life, he said all kinds of things to his own daughter. It is simply disgusting and incomprehensible. Lin Xingyue had not been driven crazy by Yi Tianqi, but she was about to be driven crazy by the mother who raised her.
Has anyone said this about their daughter? What did she do wrong? For so many years, she has been so cautious and has experienced all kinds of favoritism since she was a child. For this reason, she tried every means to please her mother and endured humiliation just to make her mother look at her more. But what was the result? The result is this? She has doubted more than once whether she is Lin's mother's biological daughter. How could there be such a cruel mother in this world? How could there be such a cruel mother? Mom, are you my real mother? How could you do this to me? How could you? Do you think that by trying to please Yi Tianqi and severing ties with me, he will let you go? It's impossible, I tell you. Even if you say all sorts of things, he won't let you go. Don't forget what you've done. Lin Xingyue cried and shouted, as if she had suffered a great injustice. The fact was, she was already on the verge of collapse today, and then she was stabbed by her own mother who would not collapse? When Lin's mother heard Lin Xingyue say this, she became furious, like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Lin Xingyue, shut up right there, you idiot, you brainless thing. Did I raise you up just to let you cause trouble for me? Mr. Yi is so kind. When our family was poor, it was Mr. Yi who helped us and made a drastic change in our lives. And you, an ugly duckling, what do you have? Mr. Yi actually likes you. This is such a blessing for you, but you don't know how to be grateful. You even despise Mr. Yi and even do some shameful and disgraceful things. You don't deserve to call me mother. Shut up. Also, the most hateful thing is that you're ungrateful. If you hadn't known the truth, you could have found some excuses, but in the end, you clearly knew who gave you everything you have today and how it all came to be. Yet what did you do? You actually intensified your desire to deal with Mr. Yi, even wanting to kill him and torture him to death. You're such a vicious woman. I feel so sorry for Mirai. It's so unworthy. Lin Xingyue, you are a vicious woman with a beastly heart. I really regret not seeing your true face earlier. You deceived me and hurt Mr. Yi. I am telling you, today, I will expose your true face. I want everyone to see clearly what kind of vicious woman you are, Lin Xingyue. Mr. Yi, I have nothing to do with Lin Xingyue. I really have nothing to do with her. She is not my daughter. Please forgive me. Have no objection to any punishment you want. Her. She deserves all of this. Even a shrew could not say such ugly and vicious words. Who would have thought that it would be a woman who was cursing her own daughter viciously? Lin's mother refreshes people's views time and time again. No one would have thought that she would actually say such words. Lin Xingyue didn't know whether she was heartbroken or had collapsed. She looked at her mother with red eyes, covering her chest. Her tearful eyes revealed strong hatred and confusion. At this moment, Yi Tianqi frowned slightly, looked at Lin's mother, and sighed softly. In order to survive and to distance herself from the matter, Lin's mother really made people realize what it means to be a woman with a vicious heart. But this made Yi Tianqi, I'm really curious too. Lin Xingyue, is she really her daughter? I'm very curious, Lin Xingyue, is she really your daughter? Although I know you well enough to believe you're capable of such actions and words, the extent of your viciousness is beyond my imagination. So, are you really Lin Xingyue's mother? Yi Tianqi was not speaking for Lin Xingyue. Yi Tianqi never considered himself a good person. Don't ask him to repay evil with kindness. He would only repay evil with an eye for an eye, and even make it worse. But now, he was really curious. What Lin's mother said next made him understand and explained clearly why Lin's mother was so biased. She was so biased that Yi Tianqi felt something was wrong before what happened today. Mr. Yi, I really don't dare to lie to you, nor do I dare to hide anything from you. Lin Xingyue is not my daughter. She really isn't. This isn't something I said in anger, but the truth. She and I have no blood relationship at all. She was never my child from the beginning to the end. She has nothing to do with me. She's just a bastard I picked up from somewhere. Mr. Yi, so, she and I have nothing to do with each other. Whatever mistake she made, it really has nothing to do with me. Please forgive me. If you don't believe me, I can do a paternity test with her right now. When the results come out, you'll know I'm not lying. 456, Chapter 456. You are not my biological daughter. Yi Tianqi just asked casually. After all, considering Lin's mother's performance, anyone would have this question. However, the answer was completely unexpected. Not only was it beyond Yi Tianqi's expectations, but it also made everyone present feel at a loss. The reversal seemed a bit too drastic. Among them, Lin Xingyue, the person involved, was the one who felt the most hit, even like a bolt from the blue. Because of Lin's mother's behavior, she always doubted whether she was her biological daughter. She even said this more than once, but the problem was that she was just talking about it and only thought about it occasionally. In fact, she had never really thought about it. Even though Lin's mother had been so vicious just now, she didn't really think that she was not her biological daughter. But now, what is this? I am not Lin's mother's daughter? Then who am I? Who are your biological parents?
At this moment, Lin Xingyue felt that her world had been turned upside down, making her feel completely unable to accept it.
Mom, what are you talking about? What nonsense are you talking about? If I'm not your daughter, then who am I? Who am I? I know you want to distance yourself from me and want Yi Tianqi to stop targeting you, but even so, you can't talk nonsense about this kind of thing. Lin Xingyue couldn't believe it and pulled her mother in a state of collapse. She hated her, but after all, she had been her daughter for so many years and had called her mother for so many years. Suddenly, she became an orphan who was picked up, without a mother and without a home. For Lin Xingyue, this was unacceptable and she could not accept it. Mother Lin, however, showed no mercy at all. Instead, she looked at Lin Xingyue with a vicious expression and shouted angrily, "Shut up right now. It's a miracle that I can tolerate you, such a jinx. If I didn't think you were of some use and could bring me some benefits, do you think I would have raised you to this age? Who are you? How should I know who you are? If you want to blame someone, blame your biological parents. They were so inhumane that they abandoned you when you were still a baby. Lin Xingyue, I was the one who raised you. For this alone, you owe me. Although I didn't give you your life, without me, you would have died long ago. Now, do you still want to harm me? Get out of here right now. Stop dragging me down. If it weren't for you, would I have ended up like this today? You're such a jinx. You're killing me. No wonder you were abandoned and thrown away. You're a natural jinx." He kept calling me a jinx, without any comfort, only vicious words. Even if they weren't biological children, they had been mother and daughter for so many years, so there should be some affection, right? However, with Lin's mother, there was none, not even a hint of it at this moment. All that was left was hatred, and she just wanted to quickly sever ties with them. She threw Lin Xingyue away and even threw her to the ground. However, Lin's mother didn't even glance at her. Instead, she looked at Yi Tianqi flatteringly and said, "Mr. Yi, I can swear that everything I said is true. Do you need me to do a genetic test? I can do it anytime and anywhere now. Can you prove that I have no relationship with her? This wicked woman hurt you so much, so what I'm doing now can be considered as revenge for you, don't you think? Please let me go, please let me go, I beg you, I swear, from now on, neither of us will appear in front of you, please." Yi Tianqi glanced at Lin Xingyue, who was pushed to the ground by Lin's mother, as if she could not accept this fact for a moment. With sad eyes and tears in her eyes, he sighed softly. It was really a big drama today. They said that there would be a complete ending unexpectedly. It was really a complete ending, and even the old things were involved. There's no need for any genetic verification. Although I believe there are vicious parents like you, I can see that Lin Xingyue is really not your daughter. So, it's never been about favoritism, nor is it about favoring boys over girls. It's just that from the beginning to the end, you never treated her as a relative. You only treated her as a tool to be used, right? Lin's mother didn't know how to respond to Yi Tianqi's words, but now, the most important thing was to sever ties with him. Mother Lin nodded heavily and said, "That's right, I can't give birth to such a stupid fool. Mr. Yi, can you let me go? I really have nothing to do with her." Yi Tianqi looked at Lin's mother deeply, smiled and nodded, and was about to speak. Lin Xingyue cried to Yi Tianqi like she was going crazy, "Don't let her go, Yi Tianqi. It's me, Lin Xingyue, who is blind and ungrateful. I admit it all, but please, don't let her go. She doesn't treat me as a human being. She has ignored me, bullied me, beaten me, and used me for so many years now. She wants to destroy everything I have. Yi Tianqi, for the sake of our past feelings, I beg you for this one thing, don't let her go. Don't let her go." Lin Xingyue even told Yi Tianqi that she and he had a relationship before, just to prevent Yi Tianqi from letting his mother go easily. At this time, Lin's mother's eyes were red and she glared at Lin Xingyue like a vicious shrew, rushing over with her teeth bared and claws ready to tear Lin Xingyue's mouth apart. "You bitch, you damn ungrateful bastard, you still dare to drag me down at this time. I will kill you, I will kill you." Yi Tianqi frowned slightly and kicked Lin's mother directly in the stomach. Knocking her to the ground, she covered her stomach and screamed in pain. "How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Do you really think I am not? Will he attack you?" After saying that, Yi Tianqi looked at Lin Xingyue and said in a cold voice, "Of course I won't let her go, but it's not because of you, Lin Xingyue, but because I never intended to let any of you go. Originally, I agreed to part ways amicably, but it's all your fault that we've come to this point. You forced us to do this, so you can't blame me. Don't worry, death is also a relief for you. I won't kill you, nor do I want to torture you too much physically. After all, compared to this, you will endure much more and live in pain and regret day and night." After saying that, Yi Tianqi looked directly in the direction of Lin Duokai. That's right, Lin Duokai was in the hall. He was here after all, dragged here by someone. Unfortunately, before they could do anything, they were all trembling with fear.
After all, Yi Tianqi has surpassed their imagination in terms of terror. Yi Tianqi sneered, pointed at Lin Duocai's position, and said lightly, Lin Duokai, Lin Xingyue is not your mother's biological daughter. She can use, humiliate, and abandon her, but you are her biological daughter. Seeing your mother like this, don't you plan to come over? When Lin's mother heard what Yi Tianqi said, she suddenly collapsed. That anxiety and fear she had never felt before were unprecedented. Even when Lin Xingyue was about to die, she did not show such an expression, but now, Yi Tianqi only mentioned Lin Duocai's name, but she was already nervous and scared to this extent. It's true that you can tell who the biological child is at a glance. 457, Chapter 457 Yi Tianqi's Cruelty. At this moment, Lin Duokai was regretting his decision to the core. Why did he come here when he had nothing better to do, now he was seen and named? He is timid, cowardly, and a bully who only listens to his mother now. Even if his brain is not working well, he can see what is going on. After being called out by Yi Tianqi, Lin Duokai was so scared that he almost peed his pants. His face was full of finette to mention moving forward. He was shaking constantly just standing there. When Mother Lin saw Yi Tianqi mention Lin Duocai's name, she cried out, Yi Tianqi, let my son go. This has nothing to do with my son. All this is because Lin Xingyue wronged you. It has nothing to do with us. If you want to kill or chop someone up, go after Lin Xingyue. She is the most vicious woman. It is really obvious at a glance whether they are biological children. In order to distance herself from Lin Xingyue, Lin's mother kept spewing vicious words, and she was almost about to attack Lin Xingyue to prove that she had nothing to do with Lin Xingyue. As a result, now that it happened to her own son, Lin's mother tried her best to protect him, fearing that Yi Tianqi would harm Lin Duocai. Her motherly love was fully displayed at this moment. Yi Tianqi didn't look at Lin's mother, but just beckoned his hand. Then, someone dragged Lin Duokai over like a dead dog. During the dragging process, Lin Duokai kept struggling and crying, looking extremely pitiful. When Lin Duokai was thrown at Yi Tianqi's feet, his pants were already wet, and the unpleasant smell made Yi Tianqi frown slightly. What does it mean to be evil and cowardly? Lin Duokai has proved this point. He usually bullies the weak and fears the strong, and when he bullies people who are not as good as him, he has never been so weak. At this moment, Lin's mother didn't care about anything else. She rushed forward and stood in front of Lin Duokai, watching Yi Tianqi begging for mercy. Yi Tianqi looked at Lin's mother and said calmly, Lin Duokai is naturally not a good person, but I still remember that he was not like this back then. He wasn't a very good kid, but he wasn't a bad person either. Now, he has become like this. You bear a great responsibility. Don't beg for mercy. I won't kill you today, but none of you will escape punishment. Let's hurry up. This is Mr. Bai's birthday party. After all, it's not good to keep people waiting while we handle personal matters here. I hate causing trouble for others the most, so I'm giving you a choice. If one of you must become completely disabled and beg for a living, then who will do it? All limbs are disabled, begging for a living? This punishment is not only severe, it is almost fatal. Although Lin's mother and her family had lived a hard life before, at least they had all their limbs intact. Moreover, although they didn't eat well and didn't dress well, at least they had enough to eat. But now, Yi Tianqi's words made it impossible for them to even eat. They also want to cut off their limbs. This is not mercy, this is to make them live a life worse than death. Lin's mother immediately began to beg for mercy, and Lin Duokai also burst into tears, and was almost scared silly. Yi Tianqi sighed softly and said, I don't have much patience. I just said that we need to solve the problem quickly, but now it seems that you are not going to listen to me. Well, since you don't choose, then let's accept this punishment together. These words were said very calmly, yet they made people's scalps tingle, and they felt Yi Tianqi's ruthlessness. If they choose, they will bear it alone. If they don't choose, both of them will be punished together. This is not only a torture for their bodies, but also a torture for their hearts. Lin's mother and Lin Duokai are mother and son. Moreover, Lin's mother is well known for her love for Lin Duocai. For the son, she has almost given everything she can. In comparison, Lin Xingyue was really just found. Yi Tianqi said indifferently, you are not worthy of me doing it myself. That would dirty my hands. Since you don't choose, then come together. After saying that, several people came up, pulled up Lin's mother and Lin Duokai, and were about to break their limbs. And at this moment, Lin's mother was really scared. What motherly love and filial piety, what favoritism towards her son. When the real danger came, she no longer cared about so much. Let Lin Duokai accept the punishment. I choose to let Lin Duokai accept the punishment. Mother Lin yelled wildly with a ferocious look on her face, fearing that if she spoke any later, her limbs would be broken. Lin Duokai never imagined that his mother, who had loved him and even spoiled him since he was a child, would choose to have his limbs broken at such a time.
Mom, woo-woo, Mom, what are you doing? What are you doing?
I am your son, I am Duokai. Lin Duokai cried and shouted, hoping that Lin's mother would change her mind. At this moment, Mother Lin hardened her heart and said angrily, "Shut up, you unfilial son, you know how much I have loved you over the years. Now is the time for you to repay me and show your filial piety." Who would be willing to accept such a thing, filial piety, that also depends on the time? Lin Duokai cried and shook his head, No, I'm still young, I haven't married yet, I don't want to be a cripple, I don't want to beg on the street. Brother-in-law, please forgive me, brother-in-law, don't do this to me, I can also choose, right, I choose to let my mother's limbs be broken from beginning to end, everything is her fault brother-in-law, you know, none of this has anything to do with me. Lin Duokai kept calling him brother-in-law. At this moment this long-lost title made Yi Tianqi feel disgusted. Before, he called everyone a waste in Yi Tianqi, there were countless nasty words, and there was arrogance in his eyes, as if he had never looked down on himself. As a result, he now called me brother-in-law and looked at me as if he sought his benefactor. This expression was really similar to Lin Duotsai's at the beginning.
It's a pity that things and people have changed.
Seeing that Yi Tianqi ignored him, Lin Duokai looked at Lin Xingyue and cried. He tried every possible means to cure his illness, but for the sake of his own life, he didn't care about anything else. Sister, please save me. This is all done by Mom. It has nothing to do with me. Don't know anything. Sister, you love me the most. Please save me. Beg you to save me. Brother-in-law is just having a conflict with you. He won't really hurt you. A husband and wife are bound by grace for 100 days as long as you beg brother-in-law sincerely. Brother-in-law will definitely forgive you and me. Sister, I beg you to save me. Lin Xingyue was very jealous of Lin Duotsai. She had been jealous since she was a child because her mother's favoritism was too obvious. All her love was given to Lin Duokai, without giving her a single bit. But, to be honest, Lin Xingyue never hated Lin Duotsai. Although she was annoyed with him sometimes, she still treated Lin Duokai as her own brother and loved him very much, because Lin Duokai was really well behaved in the past. But now, my biological mother is not my biological mother, and my biological brother is not my biological brother anymore. Everything has changed. The most important thing is that Lin Xingyue herself doesn't know what will happen to her, so how can she save Lin Duokai? She really regretted it now, and she really hoped that what Lin Duokai said was true. As long as she begged Yi Tianqi sincerely, Yi Tianqi would forgive her. But, is this possible? At this moment, Yi Tianqi frowned slightly and said impatiently, "It's not over yet, right? Do you really think I have no temper? Since both of you have chosen each other and there's no unanimous answer, I'm the most fair person, so, let you do it yourselves. Whoever breaks the other's limbs first will be exempt from punishment."
Well, go ahead, I'll give you 1 minute.
For 58, chapter 458, one is crazy, the other is useless. Among the people present today, there may be many who have heard of Yi Tianqi, or Qi Zexianhen, but there are very few who have actually seen him. If you have only heard about something but have not personally experienced it, then even if you believe it, you won't believe it completely. But now, at this moment, after Yi Tianqi said this, everyone's hair stood on end, their hair stood on end, and their bodies felt cold. This was how they felt now.
It's not just cruel and ruthless, it's simply insane.
Just now, seeing Yi Tianqi sitting there without moving, as if everything was calm and peaceful, no one else thought it was that scary. Of course, they still had to have the necessary respect. However, when Yi Tianqi really started to take action, this kind of cruelty and brutality still refreshed their cognition. This was not only cruel and brutal, but also insane and cruel to the point of being inhumane.
Compared with Yi Tianqi, what Boss Leopard did just now was simply like a good boy.
Because Yi Tianqi not only tortures people's bodies, but also destroys their minds and spirits, making them no longer human and directly destroying their souls.
How big a mistake did Lin's mother and Lin Duokai make?
It's hard to say, after all, not many people know about it. However, after hearing so much, everyone probably understands something based on this. No matter what kind of punishment Lin's mother and Lin Duokai receive, even if Yi Tianqi kills them directly, no one will think that Yi Tianqi did anything wrong.
Those who were able to come here to attend the birthday banquet today were not ordinary people. If they did not have a bit of ruthlessness, how could they have reached such a position today? Even if they had reached it,
they would have been devoured by others sooner or later without leaving even a bone.
But compared with Yi Tianqi, there is simply no comparison.
Mother and son are killing each other. This is making people suffer the pain and torture of killing each other's own flesh and blood.
How cruel must one be to do such a thing?
At this moment, even Lin Xingyue was stunned, staring at Yi Tianqi blankly. She never thought that this would be something Yi Tianqi could do. Yi Tianqi seemed to feel everyone's gaze as he smiled faintly and said, "What, are you all surprised? But what's so strange about this? I have never said that I am a kind person, nor have I ever said that I am soft-hearted. My heart is only crueler and colder than you can imagine.
I just told you not to bother me, but you refused to listen and insisted that I deal with it myself. Well, since it's my business, I'll handle it myself. Two of you go. If they won't do anything, then you'll do it. Break both of their limbs and throw them out. Also, assign someone to supervise without my order. No one is allowed to provide them with any help, except for food they beg for." As soon as he said this, it proved that Yi Tianqi was not exaggerating. If he said he would cut off someone's limbs, then he would really cut off someone's limbs. If he said he would send you to beg on the street, then he would really send you to beg on the street. There was no possibility that your relatives and friends would want to send you a meal. A cold chill swept through the entire banquet hall, causing everyone to shiver involuntarily, and even dared not look at Yi Tianqi for a second. And then, just as Yi Tianqi's men were about to take action, a shrill scream was heard. It was Lin's mother, with disheveled hair and red eyes, still shedding tears of pain at the same time. Her face was ferocious and crazy as she took an ashtray and smashed it heavily on the head of her most beloved biological son. In one blow, Lin Duotsai's head was broken and bleeding, and he wailed in pain, but at the same time, he temporarily lost his resistance because of the pain. But Lin's mother was unmoved. As if she had given up completely, she started hitting Lin Duotsai's arm hard again and again, until the arm was covered in blood and the bones were exposed. Then she changed her position and continued to hit it hard. She has gone crazy and her mind is not normal. Her face keeps making hideous laughs with a crying tone. Her eyes are full of madness and sadness at the same time. At this moment, the mental torture is more terrifying than the physical torture. Lin Duokai couldn't even faint. He just kept wailing and begging, watching his mother do such a cruel thing to him. This is a tragic scene of hell on earth, which even the most cruel person would find too cruel and unable to bear to watch. Yi Tianqi, on the other hand, looked at him calmly, as if he had no psychological burden at all. Yeah, no, after all, they are still alive, aren't they? Compared with these pains, how well has Yi Tianqi lived these years? The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. What if I lose today? Will they let me go? So, don't say that he is cruel and ruthless. Of course, if you must say it, then just say it. Yi Tianqi is not a kind person. He has never thought of himself as a kind person. He is just doing what he should do. He really never cared about the exiled immortal. Call him a devil, he never cares. He is just himself, nothing more. More than 2 minutes passed. Yi Tianqi looked at Lin Duokai, whose limbs were smashed to a bloody mess, his bones exposed. He looked at his unconscious form, and the tears streaming down his face even after he passed out. Yi Tianqi shook his head, sighed, and then pointed at Lin's mother, who continued to smash like crazy, and said lightly, "Pull her away." Someone immediately pulled Lin's mother away. At this time, Mother Lin seemed unable to bear the stimulation and really went crazy. She sat on the ground, looking at Yi Tianqi with madness in her blank eyes, and laughed, "Smash, smash, smash him to death, hee, smash him to death, damn it, all of them deserve to die, smash them to death, smash them all to death, hee. Yi Tianqi shook his head slightly and said, "Throw them out. I am a man of my words." Lin Duokai, from today on, will be begging on the streets for a living. Before that, send him to the hospital for simple treatment to save his life. As for this vicious woman who even murdered her own son, send her to a mental hospital and keep her under strict supervision from now on. She's not allowed to take a single step out of the house. Who dares to disobey Yi Tianqi's orders? Immediately, someone dragged Lin's mother away. At this moment, Lin's mother really looked crazy, but no matter whether she was really crazy or pretending to be crazy, she would become crazy after being admitted to the mental hospital, and her end might not be much better than begging on the street. As Lin Duokai was being carried away, he seemed to finally wake up. For a moment he did nothing but looked at Lin Xingyue with despair and collapse, crying out in tears, "Sister, sister, sister." He just kept calling for his sister, as if at this moment, having lost his mother and been harmed by her own hands, the only person he could find and wanted to rely on was Lin Xingyue. No matter what, Lin Xingyue has been in this family for so many years. It would be a lie to say that she had no reaction at all when she saw what happened today. Especially the last scene of Lin Duokai made her feel extremely distressed. She always regarded Lin Duokai as her own brother. In her impression, Lin Duokai was still the child who followed her and kept calling her sister, and the child who used to be a good child. Even if he and Lin's mother plotted against him, Lin Duokai was more stupid. Even if he eventually became a bad guy who harmed others, he was not completely hopeless. But now, everything is too late. Seeing Lin Duokai about to be dragged away, destined to live in a hell of suffering from now on, Lin Xingyue could no longer bear it. Yi Tianqi, enough, isn't all this enough? Let Lin Duokai go. His limbs have been crippled. He won't do anything bad from now on. You've vented enough, right? Let him go. Please. 459, Chapter 459. Husband, please forgive me. Lin Xingyue, are you soft-hearted? At this time, he didn't hide or avoid, but instead thought of pleading for Lin Duokai? It's really unexpected. Yi Tianqi looked at Lin Xingyue and said calmly, are you sure you are sane? Are you begging for mercy? Lin Xingyue took a deep breath, nodded, and looked at Lin Duokai with a somewhat compassionate expression. She said, I already know that he is not my biological brother, and there is no relationship between us. I also know how he and that woman bullied me and plotted against me, but I have been his sister for so many years now that he has been crippled. Can't I leave him a way out? Yi Tianqi, you are not such a person, but what happened to you now? I know you hate me and want to prove to me that I was wrong and that I looked down on you. Now you have succeeded. Please, stop. There is nothing wrong with what he said at the beginning, but when it comes to the latter part, it is hard to understand. If you want to beg for mercy, just beg for mercy, but you have to involve it with Yi Tianqi. What is he trying to do? I still feel so good about myself. Yi Tianqi smiled and looked at Lin Xingyue, his smile full of disdain. This conceited woman has not changed her conceited habits. Even at this point she still thinks that everything he did today was to prove something in front of her. How ridiculous. Lin Xingyue, you really have a good opinion of yourself. I have to admire you, but aren't you thinking too much? Do I need to prove anything in front of you? Is this necessary? Honestly, if you weren't so aggressive, I wouldn't even bother to have any contact with you. Anna Marie, it's you who insisted on coming to my door to deal with me and bully me. Gave you chances time and time again, but in the end, you only got worse. What's wrong now? Are you still unwilling and unwilling? Unwilling? It's okay, I'll be standing right here. You can continue to use whatever means you have. Do whatever you want. After all, after today, I'm afraid we won't have the chance to meet again. Whether facing Lin's mother or Lin Duokai, Yi Tianqi was too lazy to say anything more and his mood was calm. However, he had to admit that when facing Lin Xingyue, whether it was hatred, anger, resentment, or blame, he could not ignore the fact that there had been feelings between them. He, Yi Tianqi, did not deny that he had loved Lin Xingyue, and he would not deny it either, because Lin Xingyue had been aggressive and unkind during this period, and even wanted him to die. He hated her. Looking at Yi Tianqi's indifferent expression, Lin Xingyue's heart kept twitching. She didn't want to admit it, but she had to admit that she regretted it so much that she wanted to die. She regretted why she divorced Yi Tianqi, and also regretted why she targeted Yi Tianqi after the divorce, again and again, until it came to this point, where they couldn't even part ways amicably. She regretted even more why Yi Tianqi was Qi Zhixian. Why? She could understand and accept it no matter who it was, but why did it have to be Qi Zhixian? That high and mighty, untouchable, godlike figure was her dream, but what was the result? In the end, she abandoned this dream lover and hurt him again and again. And what gradually made her become like this? The so-called money, the so-called status, the so-called power. For these, Lin Xingyue did not hesitate to flatter and fawn on others, just to earn more and go higher, but today she discovered that she had already stood at the top of the pyramid. The wife of Qi Zhixian, this is an identity that many people envy and look up to, but she lost and abandoned herself. Who can understand this kind of pain and regret unless she experiences it personally? It's like a beggar who picked up a lottery ticket that won a huge jackpot, but when he was about to claim the prize, he exchanged it for a bottle of drink and a bag of worthless snacks. Lin Xingyue's pain and regret are no less than this situation. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xingyue's eyes were filled with regret. She looked at Yi Tianqi and said with tears in her eyes, Tianqi, I'm sorry, it's my fault. This is all my fault. I was bewildered. I believed in other people's slander. I deserve to die, but can you forgive me? I swear, I will change. I really will change. Hubby, please forgive me, okay? I will really change. I know you still love me. Please believe me. Beg you to believe me. Will definitely change. Really will change. Please give me a chance. I know you still love me and you still have feelings for me. Please forgive me. Please.
At this moment, Lin Xingyue didn't say anything else. Instead, she begged for Yi Tianqi's forgiveness. Not only that, she also talked about feelings and asked if she would change. How ridiculous! Although, in the eyes of many people, Lin Xingyue is the smart one for doing this at this point, it is still ridiculous. In particular, in Yi Tianqi's opinion, this is simply the biggest joke in the world. A sarcastic smile appeared on Yi Tianqi's lips, and he didn't know whether he was mocking himself or Lin Xingyue.
Don't you think it's stupid to say this now, or do you think I, Yi Tianqi, am stupid, a fool with no brains who is only controlled by emotions? Love, Lin Xingyue, are you worthy enough to say the word love in front of me?
Stop insulting this word, you don't deserve it if you say this word, you are tarnishing this feeling. Keep being stubborn, I beg you, have some shame. Although I hate you now, even despise you, I cannot deny that I once loved you. Otherwise, I would not have married you. Although there were various reasons at the time, I loved you and I did love you. I do not deny that, but it is also true that I have no feelings for you now. I once wanted to give you the whole world, and I was willing to fight the whole world for you. These are all true. Now I hate you and despise you, which is also true. Lin Xingyue, please don't make me feel more disgusted with you, okay? How about leaving each other with one last bit of memories? What words are the most hurtful? In fact, what can hurt people is never words, but only the feelings that are hurt, and at the same time, the love that cannot be obtained. Lin Xingyue finally understood what it felt like to feel heartbroken, but she was unwilling and reluctant, not only because she was afraid of Yi Tianqi's punishment, but also because the peak that seemed so far away to her was now within reach. No, it was even a place she had already reached, but she had lost it again. She could not accept this pain and regret. Just when Lin Xingyue was still crying and begging Yi Tianqi with tears, Shi Xiao suddenly went crazy and started laughing loudly. Lin Xingyue, why are you begging him for anything? Don't be fooled by his current prestige and reality. His glory won't last long. You know what you can do to reach the top instead of begging him. Why not beg me? After all, you originally wanted to marry that loser, Shan Wu Gongzi, but in reality, Shan Wu Gongzi already gave you to me. Believe me, following me, Master Shi, is your best choice. When the time comes, I will be able to help you get back all the shame you suffered today. Come, Lin Xingyue, come into my arms immediately. 460, Chapter 460, Tear Off Your Tongue. As Shi Xiao spoke these provocative and teasing words, the whole place fell silent, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. No one expected that Shi Xiao, who had been beaten so miserably, would dare to say such words at this time. Provocation, he even had the intention of humiliating Yi Tianqi. This wasn't the way to seek death. At this moment, if one is smart, he should not breathe, but watch and listen carefully, waiting for the punishment, and he could suffer less. But Master Shi is crazy, absolutely crazy. Otherwise, what is he doing? And what he said was not just teasing Lin Xingyue, it was a provocation and humiliation to Yi Tianqi. What else? Letting Lin Xingyue come into his arms is so audacious, and he is courting death. Lin Xingyue was confessing her mistakes to Yi Tianqi, calling him husband and talking about their past relationship, but then Master Shi said this. No matter how much Yi Tianqi disliked or even loathed Lin Xingyue, speaking like that to him was a provocation and a humiliation. No one else said anything, but Lin Xingyue's face immediately turned ashen and pale, and her eyes were filled with boundless anger. At this time, she was still afraid of Master Shi, let alone currying favor with him. We are all wanderers in this world, no one can control his own life, so why are you pretending to be so big and powerful? You ruined your own good thing, damn it, damn it. Although Yi Tianqi did not say that he forgave Lin Xingyue, in Lin Xingyue's view, once Shi Xiao said this, it was equivalent to cutting off her only remaining hope. Sure, you bastard, what nonsense are you talking about? You have fallen into such a state, and you still dare to speak rudely, you damn thing, shut up, shut up. Lin Xingyue was so angry that she yelled at Shi Xiao. As for Shi Xiao, he stood up. His face still looked miserable and his voice was sobbing, making it difficult to hear clearly. However, his eyes exuded the bright light that had disappeared before. He even seemed more confident than before, as if he was full of confidence again. He felt that he was capable again. What is puzzling is where this confidence comes from. Only Shi Xiao knew where his confidence came from. Just now, everyone's attention was focused on Yi Tianqi, watching him dominate everyone's fate like a god, so majestic and powerful. Didn't he, young Master Shi, also have to hide in the corner, shivering and not daring to breathe, for fear of being noticed and then suffering physical pain again? However, just now, he received a text message that the two king-level powerhouses sent by Night Owl to protect him, or to support him, were already very close and would arrive at the hotel within 2 or 3 minutes. At this moment, what did he, Master Sure, have to fear? What did he need to care about? The more than 100 men he brought from outside were not his confidence, but these two king-level powerhouses were indeed his confidence. Their power allowed him to be confident again and no longer need to be afraid of anyone present today. After all, they were two powerful kings who could truly control the situation. So what if it's Yi Tianqi, Boss Leopard, or the Bai family? As long as there are two powerful kings to support Shi Shao, what can these people do to him? The dignity he had lost and the harm he had suffered would soon be completely taken back, and everyone would understand again who he, young Master Shi, really belonged to. Shut up, why should I shut up? Shi Shao was still in severe pain, but a conceited smile appeared on his face. Seeing Lin Xingyue's angry expression, he laughed heartily and said, Lin Xingyue, is there any need to pretend so much, love, regret? Don't you know who you are? If you really had any feelings for him, you wouldn't be so ruthless now that he has the upper hand. You think he's a sure winner, so you're pretending to be sorry in front of him, right? But, it's not the end yet. Are you sure he'll win? Lin Xingyue, don't mention that Yi Tianqi is no longer the Qizishan of the past. Even if he is, so what? Now is not the past, do you understand? Shi Shao was either crazy, or he suddenly had more confidence from nowhere. Otherwise, he should not and dared not do so. This reversal made many people hold their breath. For most people present today, this was a fight between gods, and they were all mortals who could do nothing but watch quietly. At this time, both Bai Yilong and Boss Leopard had indifferent expressions on their faces. It didn't matter whether Shi Shao wanted to make himself feel a sense of existence or to seek death, but he chose the wrong time. When Yi Tianqi personally came down to deal with the problem, Shi Shao still dared to be reckless and seek death, which was tantamount to seeking death. Boss Leopard walked towards Shi Shao with a grim smile, his teeth chattering. You bastard, I didn't cut your tongue just now. It seems you don't remember. Fine, if you're so eager to die, then I'll grant your wish. Looking at Boss Leopard walking towards him aggressively, and thinking of how cruel Boss Leopard had been to him just now, Shi Shao felt both angry and a little scared. There was no way out. His face was still burning with pain. This leopard boss really beat him and humiliated him. It was a pain and humiliation that a person as delicate as him had never felt before. If he wants revenge, the first person he wants to take revenge on is Boss Leopard. Boss Leopard, don't be so arrogant. Do you think you're very impressive, right? Let me tell you, facing a truly powerful being, you're nothing but an ant. You think you're powerful just because you control the underground world of Eastern Province, right? I don't even need to tell you what fate you'll face in the future, or how you'll regret it, for following Yi Tianqi in these matters. For now, I'm just saying your life will soon be over, and you'll soon understand that in front of a truly powerful being, you're nothing but trash. As if only by speaking like this could he give himself courage, Shi Shao glared at the leopard boss who was still advancing and roared, Stop now, you still have a chance. I can make your death less miserable later, but if you continue to move forward, you will die a very, very miserable death. I swear, you will die a very, very miserable death. Unfortunately, Mr. Shi's threats had no effect at all on Boss Leopard. Boss Leopard grinned and walked directly in front of Shi Shao, once again grabbing Shi Shao's neck with one hand. The painful scene he had just experienced made Shi Shao struggle violently. You bastard, since you like talking so much, then don't talk for the rest of your life. After saying that, Boss Leopard actually stretched out his right hand and stretched it towards Shi Shao's mouth, as if he wanted to pinch Shi Shao's tongue. Looking at Boss Leopard's ferocious expression, it was obvious that once his tongue was pinched, the scene that followed would be so horrible that he dared not even think about it. 461, Chapter 461, Confidence. Two King Realms. At this moment, many women present covered their eyes in fear, and even many men had terror in their eyes. Today, they were reminded of Boss Leopard's past reputation, and the brutality he just showed made them believe that there was nothing Boss Leopard dared not do, only things they dared not think about. If Mr. Shi's tongue were really pinched by Boss Leopard, then it would definitely be lost. The only question now is how Boss Leopard would get Mr. Shi's tongue off. Cut with a knife? That might look better, but the worst thing is that Leopard Boss will tear it off. That would be too scary. And at this moment, Shi Shao once again regretted his arrogance. The two powerful kings hadn't arrived yet, but he couldn't help showing off now. He hasn't even gained the confidence yet, and he might even lose his tongue. This is really a case of excessive joy leading to sorrow.
Boss Leopard, if you dare to touch me, you're dead. You really are dead. My people will be here soon. You have no idea how strong they are. You're going to die. All of you are going to die.
Sure Shao could only struggle and roar. He couldn't bring himself to beg for mercy, but he was very familiar with threats. Boss Leopard looked at Sure Shao with a sinister grin, his fingers almost touching Sure Shao's lips.
Really, I'm dead, okay, but the problem now is, you're dead. You talk a lot, don't you? Pretty arrogant, right? You're about to die, yet you still dare to be so arrogant. I admire your courage, ha ha ha.
Think I'm joking? Well, you'll know right away if I'm joking or not. Wait, do you know what I'm going to do to you? I'll grab your tongue and rip it off alive. Don't worry, you won't die. I won't let you die. I'll let you experience what it means to be worse than death from now on. I'll make sure you don't even have the ability to wail in pain. I'll let you know what hell is. After saying that, Boss Leopard slightly tightened his hand that was pinching Sure Shao's neck, and Sure Shao opened his mouth uncontrollably. At this moment, Boss Leopard's hand directly pinched Sure Shao's tongue. Before he even exerted any strength, Sure Shao's face changed drastically and tears began to flow. The severe pain was so intense that he couldn't even tell whether it was because Boss Leopard had started to exert strength or it was just a mental feeling. At this moment, Yi Tianqi said calmly, Shao Hua, today is Mr. Bai's birthday party. This is Mr. Bai's home turf. If you cause such bloody violence, won't it ruin the joy of Mr. Bai's birthday? Let go. For Boss Bao, Yi Tianqi's order was an imperial decree, the will of heaven, and he had to obey it and dared not disobey it. So, Boss Leopard quickly let go of Sure Shao's tongue with some displeasure, then picked up a tissue and wiped Sure Shao's saliva off his hands. It was disgusting and made him frown. Just when everyone thought that Yi Tianqi was venting his feelings out of kindness, Yi Tianqi made everyone understand that he was not being kind-hearted, but he really just didn't want Boss Bao to make things so bloody, and he was really just thinking about Mr. Bai's birthday party. After the birthday banquet is over, whether you want to tear out his tongue or cut off his ears, it's up to you. Upon hearing this, Boss Bao's face showed excitement. He looked at Yi Tianqi and said loudly, Yes, I obey your command. I will take good care of him. At this moment, Sure Shao felt his scalp tingling and his whole body was cold. What did Boss Bao's excited look mean to him? This look was like seeing a beloved toy, and it made him feel inexplicably frightened. Fortunately, at this moment, his tongue was saved. Just now, he was almost scared to death. Boss Leopard's hands began to exert force, especially the cold and cruel eyes, which made him have no doubt that if Yi Tianqi had not suddenly spoken, Boss Leopard would have torn his tongue off alive. Cruel, brutal, and inhumane. At this moment, Sure Shao's three views were refreshed. But fortunately, all this was stopped, which left him with enough time, and this was exactly the time he needed. The two powerful kings will be here soon. As long as they arrive, he will not be in any danger. At least, he thinks so. Moreover, not only will he not be in any danger, he will also let Boss Leopard experience the cruel things that Boss Leopard just did to him. However, this time, Master Sure learned his lesson. He did not dare to provoke him again before the two powerful kings arrived. Even though he didn't say anything, Boss Leopard had no intention of letting him go. Master Sure, I really doubt whether there is something wrong with your brain. You know the current situation, but you still dare to shout like this. Are you really not afraid of death? But, you don't look like it. You're nothing but a coward, spineless. I am curious what kind of confidence has made you like this. Come on, tell me if you're satisfied, I'll let you go. But if you're not, although I can't rip your tongue out in such a bloody way, I have plenty of ways to make you suffer until the end. You'll be in excruciating pain, but you won't be able to scream out. Believe it or not. Boss Bao threatened, but Sure Shao dared not disbelieve it. Now, even if Boss Leopard said that he had eaten humans, Sure Shao had a feeling of believing it. There was no other way. It was because Boss Leopard's current image was too cruel. In his mind, Boss Leopard was synonymous with cruelty and inhumane. Want to know? Young Master Sure was not afraid to tell Boss Bao. In fact, he had always wanted to explain it to give himself more confidence. Just as Sure Shao was about to speak at that time, the door of the banquet hall opened, and two middle-aged men in white training suits walked in slowly with extreme confidence. These two people looked extremely calm, and there was no emotion in their eyes, but one look at them would make people feel very uncomfortable, because these two people gave people the feeling that they looked down on others, with an extremely defiant aura, as if, except for them, all living beings were ants. And it was at this moment that Sure Shao's courage, boldness, and confidence reached an unprecedented level. The moment he saw these two people, Sure Shao was happier than seeing his own father. Ha! Here they come, finally here, they are finally here. Boss Leopard, you're dead. All of you are dead. Aren't you going to rip my tongue out? Okay, wait, I'm going to let you experience for yourself what it feels like to have your tongue ripped out. Ha ha ha.
Don't you want to know what my confidence is?
That's right, those two strong men, Boss Leopard and Yi Tianqi. How can you, a frog in a well, understand what a truly strong man looks like? No, it's normal for a country bumpkin like Boss Leopard not to know, but Yi Tianqi, you should know or have heard of it, so you should be the most desperate now, because you know that you have no chance of winning since the two of them came. You know that today, none of you can do anything to me, ha. That's right, the two of them are extremely powerful, like gods, invincible king-level masters, two king-level masters, ha.
462, Chapter 462, more arrogant than before.
After a while, Mr. Sure finally revealed his true colors. He no longer needed to be afraid of anything from the moment these two king-level powerhouses arrived. Sure Shao's suffering had ended today. Here, no one could hurt him anymore.
And he stood up triumphantly, his expression even more conceited than before.
Two seniors, I'm here, come quickly, these people want to kill me, they want to kill me, come and save me.
Sure Shao waved his hands and asked for help directly. He had to say this after all, he had been beaten up so badly that it was almost impossible to tell what he looked like before. What would he do if others couldn't recognize him? What's more, he had no sense of security at Alonli. By standing next to these two king-level powerhouses could he feel at ease. At the same time, Sure Shao glanced around triumphantly, wanting to see the ugly expressions on everyone's faces. In fact, many people present did reveal surprised expressions, and many of them frowned slightly. After many twists and turns, it seemed that Sure Shao was about to be finished and there was no room for recovery. But who could have expected that two king-level powerhouses would arrive at the same time? This made people feel suffocated. This is a powerful king-level warrior. It would be fine if some people have never heard of him, but anyone with a higher status would know that there are some powerful people in this world who have power beyond the limit of human beings. Among these powerful people, the king-level warriors are already an absolute suffocating ceiling-like existence. After all, for too many people, they may never be able to come into contact with the emperor-level warriors in their entire lives. A powerful king is powerful enough to suppress the underground world of a province alone with no one of the same level in charge. He is so powerful that he can control an area by himself, and no one can resist. This time, if they didn't come, it would be fine, but when they came, they were two powerful kings, which made many people who knew how terrifying they were think more. Of course, does young Master Sure have such great power? He can actually command two powerful kings. This is a bit surprising, but if you think about it, it will be clear who young Master Sure is lacking. Sure Shao does not have this ability, but Yi Xiao does. With Yi Xiao's status and the huge power of the Yi family, it is still possible for Yi Xiao to mobilize two king-level powerhouses. The two powerful kings followed the sound and immediately saw Sure Shao. At the same time, they naturally saw the injuries on Sure Shao's face and the fear and desire in his eyes. This sight immediately made the two strong men frown. After all, they could never have imagined that young Master Sure would become so miserable. If they say that they hit him themselves, they will believe it, but if they don't hit him themselves, then they were bullied by others, and that has something to do with them. They came here to help Sure Shao in appearance under the orders of Yi Xiao, although they were not told to obey Sure Shao's orders completely. Since they were here to help Sure Shao in appearance and they also knew that Sure Shao represented Yi Xiao, then how could Yi Xiao have a happy face if Sure Shao was beaten? At the same time, the two of them who came here were also responsible for protecting Sure Shao, and they would not look happy either. In East Province, the two of them joined forces and were able to cause Sure Shao to suffer such harm. They were so embarrassed. Even if young Master Sure was injured before they arrived, it would be useless. Those who wanted to laugh at them would not listen to their explanation. Moreover, now, if they couldn't even get revenge, then there was nothing to talk about. Thinking of this, the already unruly faces of the two strong men suddenly became gloomy, and an aura belonging to a king-level strong man was wantonly released by them, making most of the people present feel their scalps tingling, as if their necks were being strangled. There were only a few people who remained calm and even looked at the two strong men with a playful expression. At this time, the two powerful kings strode towards Sure Shao. Their gloomy faces showed that they would kill anyone who stood in their way, and would not allow anyone to stop them. And Sure Shao roared with joy. Okay, come quickly, kill all these people. I want them to die. No, I want them to live. I want them all to be tortured to death by me. I want them to know how to write the word regret. Ah, just in time. Don't let them get away. These people are so audacious, they deserve to die. Not only did they attack me, but they were also disrespectful to Master Shao. With their words they must be punished. They insulted Master Shao and ruined his plans. They must know the consequences. Come on, two seniors, hurry up and don't let them get away. He really has a backer at this moment. Sure Shao no longer feels the pain on his face,
and he has even forgotten what Fear Ishi's arrogant expression is even more arrogant than before. Just as the two king-level warriors were walking towards him, Shi Shao pointed at Boss Leopard and Yi Tianqi and started yelling.
Boss Leopard, what else do you have to say now?
Do you think I'm joking with you? This is a joke. Are you worthy of me joking with you? Originally, there was a path left for you in heaven, but you refused to take it and insisted on going to hell. Well, now, you can just wait to go to hell. After venting his anger at Boss Bao and showing off his power, Shi Shao looked at Bai Yilong and Old Man Bai, his eyes almost looking up to the sky. And you, Bai Yilong, you are such a fool. You are shameless. Even though I give you face, I will say this again. But this time, I don't intend to give you face anymore. Aren't you awesome? You are so awesome that you look down on me. Forget it. You even dare to look down on Master Shao. Wait. You will know what it means to cause trouble by speaking ill of others. Mr. Bai, I sincerely hope to get in touch with you and make friends. Unfortunately, you are blind. Not only did you not give me face, but you actually raised the price to 10 billion for an auction item and set a trap for Meha. Do you think that by relying on your so-called big tree, the Bai family can rest easy and achieve greater glory? Wait, I will let you see what terrible consequences your choice will bring. It seemed like Shi Shao had too much anger pent up in his heart, and he couldn't stop venting it. It was as if he wanted to make everyone regret it, and only remember his current arrogance, and forget his previous embarrassing appearance. After Shi Shao scolded these people harshly, he once again turned his attention to Lin Xingyue. Looking at Lin Xingyue's stunned expression, Shi Shao laughed wildly. Looking at Yi Tianqi's indifferent expression, Shi Shao felt a little worried. After all, Yi Tianqi was the exiled immortal of Qi, and he had suffered too much today. However, he still believed that he could rest easy this time. After all, two powerful kings have already arrived, and even Qi Zhixian back then seemed to have never heard of the existence of any powerful masters around him. Yi Tianqi created miracles back then with all kinds of amazing strategies that emerged one after another. As for the use of force, it was really unheard of. Moreover, according to the time, Qi Zhixian back then did not have the opportunity to meet any powerful masters, because before he could enjoy the fruits of victory, he was stabbed in the back by his closest relatives. That's why Qi Zhixian disappeared for so many years. Therefore, Shi Shao was not worried at all. No matter how smart or intelligent he was, facing absolute force, he would not have time to calculate. What about Qi Zhixian? He could be killed with just one slap. He would have to shut up if he was told to. 463, Chapter 463. Do you regret it? Lin Xingyue, why don't you come over? Do you think I was joking with you just now? Do you think I'm crazy? Are you scared, silly? So you said those words? Oh, young Master Shi, am I a fool? From the beginning to the end, I have been confident of victory. Behind me is Master Shao, and all of you, in the end, still underestimated Master Zhao's power now. Two powerful seniors have arrived, and today's farce should end. Lin Xingyue, I'll give you 10 seconds to consider whether you want to come and stand with me. Shi Shao smiled playfully, looking at Lin Xingyue, and seemed to have already grasped it. Remember, this is your last chance. The reason I'm willing to give you this opportunity isn't because of how beautiful you are, Lin Xingyue, or how great your figure is, but because you were once married to Yi Tianqi. I am not afraid to tell you directly, Master Shao is very interested in Yi Tianqi, or rather, this former exiled immortal of the Qi family, so, bringing you to Master Shao will definitely make him happy. And you, Lin Xingyue, as long as you can make Master Shao happy, perhaps you can rise to the top in one step. So, whether you want to come or not, think carefully. I am only giving you this one chance. Do you want to continue begging this once bad for nothing, pretentious former Qi family immortal, or do you want to come and stand by my side? The future is bright. You can choose for yourself. Oh, Sun Xiaoya, you seem to have some unclear relationship with him, so come along. Yuri, not Lin Xingyue. Maybe he can be lenient with Lin Xingyue, but for you, huh? At this moment, Shi Shao was full of confidence and wanted to pull Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoya to his side in name. He wanted to give them a chance, but in fact, it was because these two women were related to Yi Tianqi, and women who were related to Yi Tianqi were of great significance to him. Of course, there is another reason, that is, Lin Xingyue has just begun to repent for her past and begged for mercy from Yi Tianqi, and even said the word feeling so. No matter what Yi Tianqi thinks, at this moment, he should feel very good, as if he has relieved his anger. But Shi Shao, just didn't want to see Yi Tianqi so happy. He just wanted Yi Tianqi to experience the feeling of being abandoned, sold out, and betrayed once again. He wanted Yi Tianqi to see clearly that as long as he got greater benefits, then those who bowed to him now would still choose to betray him, and those who were begging him for mercy were just acting for him. With a hint of sarcasm on his lips, Shi Shao waved his hand and said calmly, I told you I'd give you 10 seconds to think about it, so I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it carefully. After saying that, Shu Shao seemed to really not care anymore. He didn't even look at Lin Qingyue and Sun Xiaoda. In addition, he just glanced at Yi Tianqi lightly and then turned his gaze back to Old Man Bai and Bai Yulong. Old Master Bai, now you know what my confidence is, right? I really want to know, are you regretting it now? You thought you had found a towering tree, but I've already told you that I have Master Xiao behind me. Master Xiao's power is beyond your imagination. Tell me, why didn't you listen to me and insisted on becoming my enemy? You are the one who caused us to get to this point. Old Master Bai, you are not young anymore. But at the last moment, your reputation is ruined. Tell me, what did you want? Others may not know what two King Realm Masters mean, but Mr. Bai, I think you definitely know. So, you should be very clear about how powerful these two King Realm Masters are. So, do you regret it? Old Master Bai looked at young Master Shi, who was extremely arrogant and conceited at the moment, and suddenly laughed. Why doesn't he smile? Why doesn't he smile? Old Master Bai has lived for so many years, experienced so many things, and met so many people, but it is really rare to find someone like young Master Shi. Of course, the strong men in the King Realm are powerful. Others may not know this, but he does know it clearly. He knows even more clearly that any strong man in the King Realm is powerful enough to change the situation at certain times. The saying, one man can hold the pass against 10,000 men, is very appropriate when used on the strong men in the King Realm. What's more, the two powerful kings appeared here today. Master Bai, what are you laughing at? Have you lost your mind? Could it be that you even look down on two powerful seniors? Young Master Shi felt unhappy when he saw Mr. Bai smile, and he immediately started to question him. He knew that old Master Bai had a deep background, but he had never heard of any hidden King Realm experts within the Bai family. Of course, he wouldn't deny that old Master Bai had a wide circle of friends and might have one or two King Realm experts, but even if there were, so what? If they knew the enemy was Night Owl, how many King Realm experts in the current Dragon Nation would dare to fight Night Owl? The strong are very strong and fearless. This is true. However, the strong are not fools either. To make enemies with those whom you cannot be enemies with is to seek death. After hearing what Master Shi said, the two King Realm experts who were advancing also set their sights on Old Man Bai, their eyes full of provocation and indifference. For them, there are not many people in the Dragon Kingdom that they cannot afford to offend. There are almost none in the Eastern Province today, so what do they have to be afraid of? Even if the tiny Eastern Province was filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers, was there anyone capable of dealing with the combined might of these two King Realm experts? Furthermore, behind them stood Yi Xiao and the Yi family. Unless, today, there is an emperor-level strongman, or a terrifying figure with such great power that the Yi family can bow down to him, otherwise, they are fearless. Old Master Bai seemed to have sensed the arrogance of the two King Realm Masters, but his expression remained calm, as if he really didn't take the two King Realm Masters seriously. Others may not understand, but how could Mr. Bai not know Yi Tianqi's backup plan? Not to mention anything else, just the person present today who was ignored by everyone was enough to stir up the situation and cause a bloody storm. Emperor Lu is a true emperor-level powerhouse. Moreover, even among the emperor-level powerhouses, he belongs to the upper class. It is simply a pipe dream for two mere king-level powerhouses to act presumptuously in front of Emperor Lu. With this confidence, Mr. Bai has nothing to fear. However, Mr. Bai does not want to bear the accusation of looking down on the powerful kings. For 64, Chapter 464, The Terror of the King Realm. Master Shi, you're joking. I am well aware of what a King Realm expert is, so it's best if you don't pin the accusation of looking down on King Realm experts on me. Otherwise, if this gets out, won't all the King Realm experts in the world become my enemies? Mr. Bai spoke with a smile, seemingly explaining, but his attitude was too indifferent, which made young Master Shi feel a little unhappy. In his opinion, whether it was Mr. Bai or anyone else, not to mention kneeling down and begging for mercy or trembling in fear, at this moment, after seeing the situation clearly, they should be extremely terrified and restless. However, except for some unimportant people, he did not see this kind of emotion on the faces of the people he wanted to see. It was as if the people who came were not two powerful kings, but just ordinary people. This made Shu Shao, who wanted to pretend, feel a little disappointed. Of course, he quickly adjusted himself, thinking that these people were too ignorant, had never heard of, and had never had much contact with, the powerful King Realm Masters, so they had such ignorant expressions. However, they soon found out. Young Master Shi looked at Old Master Bai and sneered. Old Master Bai is quite humorous. However, having said that, why don't I seem to see any fear on your face? The old Man has been famous for a long time now that he's advanced in age. It seems like he's really, as you said, let go of almost everything, including life and death. Let's not talk about these now. Has Mr. Bai made a decision? Does he regret it? It's not like I can't give Mr. Bai a chance to regret it. Upon hearing this, Mr. Bai shook his head, sighed, and said, Young Master Shi, your face has become like this just now. Boss Bao almost ripped out your tongue now. Your mouth still stinks. Are you sure you're not afraid of another reversal? The two king-level masters are very powerful, but I don't think they are powerful enough to be invincible. Moreover, are you sure these two king realm experts would risk their lives for you? After all, this is Eastern Province, and you've offended almost everyone here. Even with the strength of two king realm experts, I think they'd have to think twice. Upon hearing this, Shi Xiao's expression became even uglier in his opinion. These words were deliberately said by old Master Bai for these two powerful kings to hear. After all, what Mr. Bai said was right. Even if there were two powerful kings, they were not invincible. Even if no stronger ones appeared here today, even if they were just some ordinary people, if there were too many people, it would be impossible for the two kings to kill all of them. That would be too horrible. The guilt is so great that it cannot be suppressed at all. And Mr. Bai's position in the Eastern Province seems to enable him to do this. Thinking of this, Shi Xiao took a deep breath and cursed in his heart. Then he slowly calmed down and looked at Mr. Bai. He gritted his teeth and said, Old man, I have always maintained respect and kindness towards you. Now I don't want to talk about anything else with you. I only want to ask you one question. Do you regret it now? Don't worry, I will give you enough face. All you need is to take back the painting that Yi Tianqi took away and hand it over to me. You don't even need to take it back. You just need to tell Yi Tianqi that you gave it to Methan. Today will still be your birthday, and everyone will be happy except for Yi Tianqi, Boss Bao, and others who must be punished. Everyone else can rest assured. Oh, and by you alone, if you, Mr. Bai, really have high hopes for this grandson and don't want him to get into trouble, then it's not impossible. All I need is for him to submit to me. Don't have to kill him today. How is it? I'm very generous, right? Aside from Yi Tianqi and the stubborn people related to him, everyone else will be pardoned by me and will live well. This is already my limit. I think everyone should be happy. Is everyone happy? Old Master Bai laughed, Bai Yulong laughed, and many people laughed. But this smile made Shi Xiao feel a little angry, because this smile made him feel very uncomfortable, as if he was being laughed at. Shi Xiao took a deep breath and said coldly, Mr. Bai, judging from your expression, it seems that you are determined to go all the way to the end. Are you really not afraid? Don't forget, it's not just your Bai family here today. There are also many people here to celebrate your birthday, and the fate of these people all depends on your thoughts. Don't think so. There are too many people. I can't kill them all. It's impossible to punish them all. However, the sins they have committed and the ridicule they just gave to Master Xiao are enough to cost them their lives. Today, their fate is in your hands. If you want to fulfill your loyalty to Yi Tianqi regardless of life or death, then you will have to watch as all those who came to celebrate your birthday are punished. Mr. Bai, you choose. Young Master Shi, for some unknown reason, was determined to make old Master Bai bow to him and betray Yi Tianqi. For this, he even risked the lives of all the people present. Young Master Shi said this to old Master Bai after he finished speaking. He looked at everyone present coldly and said loudly, You all heard what I just said clearly, so remember this now. Your fate depends on old Master Bai's decision. Whether you can survive or not depends entirely on what Mr. Bai chooses. It's me or Yi Tianqi. His decision, similarly, it can decide your life or death. Perhaps some of you don't believe it, but, sorry, is what I'm saying true or false? Do I have the ability to do it? I think some of you understand what a King Realm expert represents. Then ask me, now that I have two King Realm experts in charge, whether I can do it. After saying this, Shi Xiao looked at the two King Realm experts and said respectfully, Seniors, please forgive me for acting on my own initiative. This matter involves not only my own face and dignity, but also that of Master Xiao. Therefore, I would like to ask for your cooperation. First, tell everyone that the powerful ones in the King Realm cannot be bullied. Secondly, tell them that Master Zhao's reputation cannot be insulted. Sure, I hereby request the two seniors to take action and use facts to prove to them that in front of you two powerful ones, they are all ants and can be easily killed by you at any time and anywhere. Master Shi really knew how to treat people differently. He was extremely arrogant just now, but now, in front of these two powerful kings, he was humble, polite, and respectful. He keeps calling me senior and what he says is reasonable. And these two powerful kings seem to be used to being high and mighty. Human lives, especially worthless lives, seem to be nothing to them. Can a single single word was uttered softly from the mouths of the two powerful kings, and in return it brought Sher Shao great joy. This meant that everything he did now was approved by these two king-level powerhouses. This also meant that they would help him unconditionally now. He had nothing to be afraid of. 465, Chapter 465. You are all ants. As the word fell, the two powerful kings looked at each other, and then their eyes slowly turned cold, and a terrifying aura began to rise slowly from their bodies. That aura seemed to be able to reap people's lives at will. Many people present began to turn pale slowly, as if they were frightened, as if they saw the gate of hell waving at them. When he looked at the two king-level masters again, it was as if he saw gods. At this time, the two powerful kings had their hair moving without wind, their eyes were indifferent and cold, and their voices seemed to come from the nine nether hell. We are here to support Master Sher. The right and wrong, the grudges between you are not important to us. What is important is that we are here in the name of Master Yi, so we must complete the mission. You ants must all obey Master Sher's orders, otherwise, I will make you lose your heads. Young Master Sher asked them to show their aura, but they not only showed their aura and abilities, but also spoke directly to support him. Moreover, as soon as they opened their mouths, they spoke extremely cruel words. It seems that in their eyes, everyone is like an ant, and harvesting lives does not cause any psychological burden to them at all. These two strong men may be used to being arrogant and have killed too many people. Their attitude and words are not meant to scare people at all. They are clearly from the heart. Of course, they are not stupid after entering. They have been constantly scanning and sensing. After all, they must have been prepared for such a thing as a boat capsizing in the ditch to have come this far. However, today they were destined to overthink, and their tragic fate was also doomed to happen. They felt no threat and thought that no one here could deal with them today. However, they forgot that besides ordinary people, there is another type of person who can make them feel invisible, and that is people who are much stronger than them. It's a pity that this situation is too rare, so they would not and could not think about it in this way. If they knew that Boss Leopard had just fought against Yunting Tianjun, who was at the peak of the Heavenly Palace King realm, and even gained the upper hand, and that even after Yunting Tianjun broke through to the Emperor realm during the battle, he still had the strength to fight back, they would probably be scared pale. If they knew that Boss Leopard was certain to break through to the Emperor level, or even directly break through to the middle level of the Emperor level, they would probably be trembling with fear now, not daring to breathe. What they don't know is that there is more than one person here who is stronger than Boss Leopard. If they knew that the dignified Emperor Lu of the Dragon Kingdom was sitting here, quietly watching them, they would probably have fallen down and knelt on the ground, begging for death. What's even more terrifying is that if they knew that the person they threatened today, or even the main person they were targeting, that Yi Tianqi, was the master of the Heavenly Palace, the 10th throne, the abandoned emperor, then they would probably immediately have their minds exploded and mentally collapsed, and would want to commit suicide immediately. Unfortunately, they don't know all this, so they dare to be so arrogant and fearless, thinking that just as Sher Shao said, they can crush everything here today. What's even more regrettable is that they will soon find out what kind of dangerous place they have entered and what kind of people they are facing. And by that time, their biggest thought and wish would probably be to tear Master Sher to pieces completely. However, they are still unclear about all this. After seeing how powerful these two king-level masters were, Sher Shao's confidence grew even more. You've all heard it, and you've all felt it. The two seniors possess terrifying power to them. You're nothing but ants. Killing you is effortless now. Your lives depend on old Master Bai's whim at this moment. Whether you want to persuade old Master Bai or do whatever you want is up to you. I only care about the results. After saying this, Sher Shao sneered conceitedly and said, you don't need to express your loyalty to me directly, nor do you need to surrender in front of me. Don't care, not at all. Only care about what Mr. Bai chooses, and his choice represents your fate. I think you all know what you have to do. It was clear, of course it was clear, he would not accept the loyalty of others, nor would he accept their repentance and apology. Young Master Sher was tying Mr. Bai and so many people who came to celebrate his birthday together, and was using this method to force Mr. Bai. It's despicable and shameless, but the facts prove that the effect is very good. Everyone in the banquet hall began to look at each other and talk about it. There had been many reversals today, but only this time did they truly experience what despair meant. Accidents happened one after another, but these accidents were originally far away from them. However, this time, it was related to their lives and property. Unfortunately, they could not control anything. Instead, everything was in the hands of Mr. Bai. This is very sad. They may not have known what the two king-level powerhouses represented before, but now, they are very clear Xiao was not exaggerating, nor did he deceive them. These two people are indeed enough to kill them. The most terrifying thing is the person standing behind these two powerhouses, who is enough to wipe out everything today. Even if it takes some effort, it is enough to smooth it out. That means they have no way to go and no choice. Many people have already looked at Mr. Bai and made a decision. And this is the effect that Xiao wants to see. And now, 10 seconds have passed. Xiao was extremely confident. Although his appearance was tortured to a miserable state, his spirit was better than ever. So what if the fox borrows the tiger's power to bully others? The key is that the effect has been achieved. Lin Xingyue, Sun Xiaoya, have you made a decision? My patience is limited this time. It's your last chance. Think it over before answering. It's okay if you haven't thought it through. I can give you a few more seconds. After all, I'm in a good mood right now. After saying that, Xiao burst into laughter, and it seemed that he was in a really good mood. Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoya looked unhappy at the moment, but it seemed that they had no better choice. Although Sun Xiaoya had not been called out by Yi Tianqi just now, she already knew what would happen to her. She also knew that it was useless for her to plead for mercy after knowing who Yi Tianqi was. She knew very well that it was not her who was playing tricks on Yi Tianqi, but Yi Tianqi who was playing tricks on her. So, will Yi Tianqi give her the opportunity she missed? The answer is obvious. So, she had made a decision, but she wanted Lin Xingyue to be with her. At this time, Lin Xingyue kept looking at Yi Tianqi, the emotions in her eyes kept changing, and it seemed that she still hadn't made a decision. Sun Xiaoya suddenly became anxious. Xingyue, what else are you going to do? Are you going to choose him now? No matter who he is, it doesn't matter. We have no choice now. Yi Tianqi will never forgive you. Even if he does, he has no chance of turning things around today. Young Master Shi has given us a chance now. As long as we make a choice, we can still be high and mighty and avenge all the grudges we just had. Lin Xingyue, you're not going crazy right now, are you? Sun Xiaoya had to speak up to remind Lin Xingyue she was anxious and had to be anxious. Because she knew that she was far less important than Lin Xingyue, and she couldn't deny it even if she wanted to. At least, in this matter, in this choice, after this victory, she needs Lin Xingyue to be tied to her, because Lin Xingyue is the one who married Qi Zhixian. And what those so-called big shots care about is the fact that they had a relationship with Yi Tianqi, whether it is to humiliate Yi Tianqi or something else. In short, no matter how conceited Sun Xiaoya is, she knows very well that she is not as good as Lin Xingyue in this regard. Moreover, in times like these when you don't know what the future holds and are in immense pain, it's reassuring to have someone by your side. 466, Chapter 466. Do you want to forgive me? Sun Xiaoya saw it very clearly, but Lin Xingyue was actually hesitant at this time. What she said just now was not only because she wanted to ask Yi Tianqi for a way to survive, but also because she really regretted it. She couldn't help but regret it. From the moment she knew that Yi Tianqi was Qi Zhixian, all the memories of the past had surfaced in her mind. Of course, this might just be one of the reasons, but all the reasons including the situation mixed together, plus the fact that she has been confirmed not to be Lin's mother's biological daughter, all of these things combined have made Lin Xingyue's mind a little confused. Saying love is true, saying regret is also true, asking for forgiveness is true, and confessing is actually true. There may be other factors, but there is indeed true love. At this moment, the situation has reversed again, relying on two people, two so-called strong men. Xiao once again gained the upper hand. Moreover, I am afraid that this time there is no chance of reversal. Lin Xingyue might not know what a powerful king-level person represents, but the expressions of the people present, as well as some discussions, all reached her ears. She couldn't figure it out, and it was all going wrong. Any one of them has the ability to change the situation of the battle, not to mention that there are two of them at once, and behind them is the Night Owl. Two powerful kings were sent here at will. So, how strong is Yi Xiao and how big is his influence? It is hard to imagine. Lin Xingyue heard what Sun Xiaoya said, and knew why Sun Xiaoya insisted on dragging her along. In fact, she had actually begun to waver, but this time, she had no choice, or in other words, she no longer had the chance to make a mistake again. She had to make the right choice, otherwise, she would be really finished. Choose Yi Tianqi, choose him, this time, completely believe that he can create miracles again, and be safe and sound, and then no matter whether there are many storms in the future, at least, maybe if you can stand firmly by Yi Tianqi's side this time, then, at least, you can let Yi Tianqi see your sincerity and repentance, even if he still won't forgive you, but at least, can you be gentler and show more mercy to yourself? Lin Xingyue, this is what she thought. she also believes that this possibility is very high. But what if he failed? What if Yi Tianqi couldn't turn the tables this time, and Shi Xiao won in the end? Then, I'm afraid his fate would be very miserable. Moreover, what Sun Xiaoya said was right. Even if she chose Yi Tianqi, even if Yi Tianqi really created a miracle, at most he would show mercy to her men. Perhaps the crime would not be punishable by death, and there would be no other punishment. However, after this incident, Lin Xingyue, had lost everything, even all the opportunities for future development. She could already imagine what kind of situation she would face in the future. That was something she did not want to experience or face in her life. If she chooses Shi Xiao, the result may be very different. Just as Shi Xiao said, her identity as the ex-wife of the banished immortal of the Qi family can play a big role in front of Yi Xiao. The future may really be bright, and this may really turn a bad thing into a good thing and let her rise to fame in one step. As Lin Xingyue thought about it, the look in her eyes gradually became firm, as if she had made a decision, but she was still slightly hesitant. Sun Xiaoya immediately spoke up, striking while the iron was hot. Xingyue, don't hesitate. He's not Qi Zexian's, no longer the Qi Zexin of the past. Yi Tianqi, the Yi Tianqi whose conflict with us is irreconcilable. Don't be silly anymore. Look at how he just treated your mother. No, your adoptive mother. And Lin Duokai's very cruel. I can't even imagine how he'll treat us next. Now is the perfect time. Young Master Shi is able to reverse the current situation. This is a good thing for us, a great thing. Lin Xingyue, you've been smart all your life, so don't be foolish for a moment, especially since you know the consequences. Are you sure you can give up the fruits of your life's struggle and the life you want, and then live a life from now on? Even if you're not a beggar, you'll still be hated, looked down upon, and starved? Lin Xingyue, are you sure? Sun Xiaoya kept adding fuel to the fire with her words. At this time, Yi Tianqi looked at Sun Xiaoya with an indifferent expression and shook his head slightly, as if he found it a little ridiculous. Sun Xiaoya had always been hesitant to meet Yi Tianqi's gaze, but this time, whether out of sheer determination or out of a desire to show off, she gritted her teeth and shouted, Yi Tianqi, what's with that expression? What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Do you dare to say that you will forgive Lin Xingyue and me? How dare you say that? Yi Tianqi just felt it was a little ridiculous and shook his head. It's not that I don't dare, it's that I can't. Sun Xiaoya, I gave you the chance now. How do you feel? Do you still think I'm lying? Chance? That's right, at least Yi Tianqi had given Sun Xiaoya a chance at that time. He said that as long as Sun Xiaoya didn't choose to betray him and was honest, Yi Tianqi, would not be with Sun Xiaoya in the end, but he could still give Sun Xiaoya a good ending and let her get the life she wanted. There is no denying that Yi Tianqi saw through Sun Xiaoya and knew that she would not make such a choice in the end, so he spoke heartbreaking words and gave her a poison apple. However, a promise is a promise. If Sun Xiaoya can really change her mind and make a decision, then Yi Tianqi will naturally not go back on his word. After all, for him, this is already it doesn't matter, and no matter what the outcome is, he will not do any harm and will have his own uses. Everything has two sides, it just depends on how you choose, how you do it, and how you use it. And Yi Tianqi, if he is willing, is very good at these things. Unfortunately, Sun Xiaoya missed the opportunity. When Sun Xiaoya heard Yi Tianqi's words, she couldn't help but feel a pain in her heart. She really didn't take it seriously before, but now she understood what kind of opportunity she had missed. However, there is no point in thinking more. Yi Tianqi, you don't have to keep saying these things here to anger us. Don't think we don't know that you have no good intentions from the beginning to the end. What you said about giving us a chance is just your one-sided statement. Do you really think we are so stupid that we can be fooled by you? I tell you, you think too much. And now, what's the point of you saying so much? Humph, the current situation has completely reversed. There are two king-level masters here. Even if you, Yi Tianqi, are a Kazexian, so what? Even if you are extremely intelligent, so what? In the face of absolute power, you can't do anything. You sickly thing. These two powerful masters can crush you to death with just a flick of their fingers, and you still dare to speak so shamelessly. Sun Xiaoya also took the risk and yelled at Yi Tianqi. This was to remind Lin Xingyue, and at the same time, she was also using this method to flatter Shi Xiao and show her loyalty. Lin Xingyue, if you continue to hesitate, then you will have no chance at all. You also heard that Yi Tianqi never intended to forgive us. You, think it over carefully. Lin Xingyue was silent for a moment, slowly raised her head, sighed softly, and looked at Yi Tianqi with a complicated look in her eyes. Can you forgive me? For 67, chapter 467. This time, you don't want me. In fact, before these two king-level powerhouses appeared, Yi Tianqi had always been curious about what kind of backup plan this young Master Shi had, and how earth-shattering this trump card he kept talking about must be. As a result, after waiting for a long time, I got this result. To be honest, in the eyes of others, it was indeed earth-shattering enough to change the situation and allow Shu Shao to regain the initiative. However, in front of Yi Tianqi, it was not only not enough, it was simply nothing. There is no way, because his strength is so too strong, it is so strong that it is outrageous. Even if they don't count his own direct troops, even if he is really the sickly person they call him, Emperor Lu is here.
Not to mention 2 king-level powerhouses. What can they do even if 2 emperor-level powerhouses come here?
Emperor Lu's strength is among the top in the entire dragon country, and his killing power is firmly in the forefront. If he wants to touch Yi Tianqi in the hands of Emperor Lu, he can dream about it. However, Yi Tianqi did not say anything about this, and did not break Shu Shao's fantasy. He didn't speak, and neither Emperor Lu nor Boss Bao had any intention of taking action. They still had to obey Yi Tianqi's orders and consider Yi Tianqi's ideas. However, if these are the only cards you have, then it would be very boring. However, these 2 powerful kings may have arrived at the right time. A hint of a sneer played at the corner of Yi Tianqi's mouth. He then looked at Lin Xingyue and shook his head gently, saying, "There's no point in saying more. Whatever you want to choose is up to you, but what I can tell you is that even if you truly repent from the bottom of your heart today, I won't say anything like forgive you. At most, I'll make me feel that you can still be saved. At most, between us, we can just go our separate ways. This is already the greatest kindness I can offer you." The greatest kindness?
Let the bridge be the bridge, the road be the road. This is the greatest mercy. It sounds good. At least, there is no intention to hurt Lin Xingyue, nor is there any intention to punish Lin Xingyue, but this itself is the greatest punishment.
Lin Xingyue wanted to stand out, become rich and famous, and change her destiny, but now, what else does she have? The home is gone, the relatives are gone, everything is fake, and the so-called bridges are bridges, roads are roads. Roads means to completely sever ties, but can this relationship still be severed? She will lose everything, including her current wealth, and will also lose the possibility of continuing to move forward. This was something she couldn't accept. Looking at Yi Tianqi, Lin Xingyue showed a sad smile and said, "Why don't you forgive me? I have already apologized to you so sincerely. I really mean it. In fact, now Shu Shao has the upper hand. You are doomed to fail. However, as long as you say forgive me, I will not care about anything else and will be with you, regardless of life or death." Yi Tianqi, isn't what I've done enough? Even if I've made 1,000 mistakes, now that I've done this, isn't it worth it for you to forgive me? I have lost everything. I have no home and no family. What else do you want me to do? Lin Xingyue was a little overwhelmed at this moment. She was speaking from the heart. As long as Yi Tianqi said that he forgave her, she would really stand with Yi Tianqi without hesitation, and then face all kinds of situations in the future together, life or death. At least, that's what she thinks now. In this situation, it is not easy not to be moved. But maybe Yi Tianqi was really disappointed, or maybe the original feelings had really disappeared completely now. For Yi Tianqi, no matter what choices and decisions Lin Xingyue made, it didn't matter, because he didn't care at all. Oh, really, that's very touching, but there's no need for that, because I won't forgive you. People can make mistakes sometimes, but they have to bear the consequences. Not every mistake can be forgiven. Lin Xingyue, I don't want to talk about forgiveness or not, because I no longer have any feelings for you. Not at all. If words could hurt people, then these words that had once come out of Yi Tianqi's mouth and could never hurt Lin Xingyue in the slightest, at this moment, were like sharp blades, making her experience what it felt like to be pierced by thousands of arrows. That kind of pain, that kind of helplessness, that kind of despair really made her desperate, so desperate that she wanted to cry. She saw and felt that Yi Tianqi was no longer the Yi Tianqi who was full of love for her. The indifference in his eyes made her very clear that she and Yi Tianqi had embarked on 2 different paths from then on and could never go back to the past. With a light sigh, Lin Xingyue looked at Yi Tianqi deeply and suddenly laughed. The smile was very miserable, and seemed very resolute. I may have been wrong, but I chose to admit it, and you didn't give me a chance to correct it. Yi Tianqi, I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. From now on, I will never forgive you. From this moment on, I, Lin Xingyue, have only one goal in this life, and that is to make you, Yi Tianqi, kneel before me, kowtow and apologize, make you repent and admit your mistakes, make you cry and tell me that you were wrong and you regret it. I want to make you regret it. I want to make you regret it. Yi Tianqi, you forced me to do this. You forced me to do all this. Lin Xingyue seemed like she was crazy, as if she had received a great shock at this moment. There was no guilt in her eyes, only pain in the pain. There was even more hatred than before, as if, in this life, she and Yi Tianqi would never stop fighting and would never reconcile. After saying that, Lin Xingyue glanced at Sun Xiaoya and walked directly towards Shi Shao.
Master Shi, I want Yi Tianqi, do not die well.
You will not die a good death. These 4 words are said with gnashing teeth, making people feel chilled. The deep-rooted hatred could be felt from the tone of her voice when she said these 4 words, but what qualifications did she have to hate Yi Tianqi? She was just crying and begging for Yi Tianqi's forgiveness, but in the blink of an eye, she completely changed her attitude just because Yi Tianqi did not agree to forgive her. In fact, this hatred seemed to be much deeper than before. Upon hearing this, Shi Shao burst into laughter, arrogant and domineering. Looking at Mr. Bai again, Shi Shao sneered, Mr. Bai, have you made a decision? As I just said, your choice affects not only your own worth and life, but also the lives of all the guests present here to celebrate your birthday.
I want your answer.
At this time, many people on the field had actually begun to agree with Shi Shaolai and kept persuading Mr. Bai they were fine with just watching the show, but now it meant that their lives were in danger, which they didn't want.
As for Mr. Bai, he glanced at Mr. Shi calmly and sneered, how did you survive until now if you were so stupid?
You're such a jerk, you never learn your lesson this time. I'll definitely tell Mr. Yi that you don't need to worry about whether today is my birthday party or not. I'll just rip your tongue out to save you from talking nonsense all the time. It's no use bringing up this topic. The fear just now was still lingering in Shi Shao's mind now. He heard that Mr. Bai didn't give him face and instead said such words. It was really hurtful to Shi Shao.
Shi Shao flew into a rage, slamming the table hard and angrily saying, it seems that unless there's some bloodshed here, you won't cry until you see the coffin. Fine, that's just right, I want revenge too. Boss Leopard, you don't need to beg for mercy, because I have no intention of letting you go bust on what you just did. This time, I will make you thoroughly understand what regret means. 468, Chapter 468, In Hell, Be Grateful. If we were to ask who young Master Shi hates the most and wants to deal with the most here today, then Boss Leopard would definitely be at the top of the list. This is not just because Boss Leopard fooled Shi Shao and pretended to follow him, but ended up making Shi Shao look so ugly. More importantly, Boss Leopard really didn't give Shi Shao any face at all. It wasn't even a question of whether to give him face or not, but he almost tortured Shi Shao to death. The miserable state of that face now, and the tongue that was almost torn off by Shi Shao just now, weren't they all caused by Boss Leopard? Just based on this point, how could Shi Shao possibly forgive Boss Bao? He wished he could cut Boss Bao into pieces. Now, his backer has finally arrived and he is finally able to take revenge. How could he let go of this opportunity? Seniors, please help me avenge this man. He is ruthless and pretended to join Lord Shao, but ended up betraying us. He was even more rude. Moreover, the reason I'm in this state now is all because of him, and most importantly, Mr. Zhou hasn't appeared yet. This man is definitely involved. You two seniors know very well that the person behind Mr. Zhou is someone that Lord Shao values. This is also the reason you two seniors came here this time now. Everything has been ruined by him. I also asked the two seniors to help make him pay the price he deserves, and at the same time, force him to reveal Mr. Zhou's whereabouts. Although Shi Shao directly asked these two king-level powerhouses to avenge him, he did not dare to be too straightforward and finally gave more other reasons. After all, he was really a little worried the identities and status of these two king-level powerhouses were no weaker than Shi Shao. If they gave him face, he would give it. If they really didn't give him face and didn't take action, he could only accept his fate and be humiliated, and didn't even dare to mention revenge. Fortunately, these two powerful kings cooperated very well. When the two King Realm warriors heard what Shi Shao said, they immediately looked at Boss Leopard with cold eyes. At this moment, Boss Leopard's injuries were not that good and looked very tragic, but he was still able to stand here with an extremely firm look in his eyes. It can be seen that he is a ruthless person. And the most important thing is, although Boss Leopard did not exude much of the aura of a strong man, these two king-level masters were still strong men after all, so even by instinct, they could feel that Boss Leopard was not someone to be trifled with. But that's all. Being difficult to mess with doesn't mean that one cannot mess with him. What does it matter if a person who doesn't even make them feel the aura of a strong man is difficult to mess with? Kneel down and cut off your hands and feet. This will make your death more painful. When these words were spoken, Boss Leopard was stunned, and so were the others. They knew that these two strong men were arrogant enough, and of course, they had the confidence to be arrogant, but it was still beyond everyone's expectation that they could be so arrogant. Should we just let Boss Leopard kneel down and cut off his own hands and feet, so that he can die more peacefully? This is really arrogant to the extreme.
The corners of Boss Leopard's mouth slowly curled up, revealing a ferocious smile.
Interesting, this is really interesting. The two powerful kings are indeed not weak, but can these two middle-level kings dare to speak to me like this?
Not to mention that they are only in the middle stage of the king realm. Even if they are at the peak of the king realm like him, Boss Leopard will not be afraid. After all, even strong people in the same realm have different levels of combat power. Boss Leopard is definitely one of the top ones. He may not be at a disadvantage when fighting against two people in the same realm. What's more, he seems to be at the peak of the king realm now, but in fact, his real combat power, plus the ability to break through to the emperor level at any time,
may not be wrong to regard Boss Leopard as an emperor-level strongman. Even if he is only at the peak of the king realm, these two people cannot match him.
Now, he was being shouted at to kneel down and cut off his own hands and feet. It was interesting, really interesting.
Mr. Yi, I can't help it anymore. Can you teach them a lesson? Boss Leopard still resisted the urge to take action, turned around and looked at Yi Tianqi, hoping to get authorization.
As long as Yi Tianqi nods, Boss Leopard will immediately let these two strong men know what a true strong man is, and will also let Shi Shao understand that the word despair will accompany him all day long. Before Yi Tianqi could reply, Shi Shao burst into laughter as if he had heard a huge joke.
Boss Bao, are you crazy? Do you know what you're talking about? I already thought it was ridiculous that you asked Yi Tianqi for permission to take action, but now you're actually saying that you want to teach these two seniors a lesson. You're simply courting death. Are you throwing everything into vain?
Boss Leopard, you are so interesting that I can't bear to attack you.
Also, I really don't understand. I still can't figure out what kind of magic potion Yi Tianqi gave you to make you so devoted to him. Was what I just said clear enough? He is no longer the Qizishan of the past. He is just a lamb to be slaughtered. His end will be even more miserable than you can imagine. Even if he still possesses exceptionally high strategy, so what? In the face of absolute strength, he's nothing today. I will show you, in front of all of you, that the Qizishan you trusted and relied on will be beaten horribly. I will show you the shattering of a myth. Shi Shao became more and more excited as he spoke, as if he was looking forward to seeing this scene more and more. It would be so satisfying to have a myth destroyed by one's own hands. At this time, Boss Leopard could no longer bear it, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Flash and take action. Looking at Master Shi, who humiliated Yi Tianqi again and again, Emperor Lu, who had been sitting there calmly, slowly stood up and held the sword in his hand. It seemed that even he could not stand the shouting of these jumping clowns and was ready to take action. Yi Tianqi showed an indifferent expression, then sighed softly, his eyes becoming colder and more ruthless. As I just said, why do you have to struggle? Why do you have to be so arrogant? Isn't it better to just wait for death? Everyone wants to force me. Why do you have to force me? The shattering of a myth? I've never considered myself a legend, but even if I'm not someone you, a disgusting ant, can judge and humiliate. You guys are not worthy of my personal attack, especially in this special situation. I don't want to take action, but maybe I am obsessed with it. Today I think I will take action. I haven't taken action in a long time, but today, I really want to do it myself. Well, consider it the good deeds of your ancestors to be able to see me take action personally and to be punished by me personally. Even if you go to hell, you should cry bitterly and be grateful. 469, Chapter 469. King Realm, is it very powerful? Yi Tianqi's words made many people look sideways. Now everyone knows that he is the exiled immortal of the Qi family who created miracles back then. No one will doubt his ability, but ability does not represent strength, let alone combat power. It was a recognized fact that the banished immortal from the Qi family was a miracle, and it was also true that his IQ was so high that it was outrageous. However, there was only one thing that everyone who knew the inside story had suspected, and it had even been spread to the outside world. That is, Qizishan's physical fitness is not very good. It can even be said that it is quite weak. Once upon a time, some people who secretly hated Qizishan had maliciously cursed him, saying that he would not live long. God had given him an IQ beyond that of humans, but had taken away his lifespan and health. Although it sounds a bit vicious, if Yi Tianqi's physical fitness was not really weak back then, these words would not have been spread. The word sickly man may be a bit of an exaggeration, but it is not really an exaggeration. This was the physical condition of Qizishan back then. Now, it seems that Yi Tianqi is just like a normal person, but in fact,
It is just like that no one would believe that Qi Zixian, who was thought by many people not to live long, would become a strong man. This is unrealistic. If it were possible, Qi Zixian would have become a strong man back then. Why did he have to wait until the end and then flee in panic? So, when everyone present heard Yi Tianqi say that he planned to take action himself, whether they knew the inside story or not, they were all stunned. Then, their faces changed. Shi Shao and the others were gloating, thinking that Yi Tianqi had lost his mind and actually wanted to personally take action against two king-level powerhouses. What's the difference between this and an egg hitting a stone? Whether it was Boss Leopard or Emperor Lu, the reason they changed color was not because they doubted Yi Tianqi's strength, but because they thought it was not worth it. That's right, it's not worth it. As long as Yi Tianqi is willing to pay the price, he will definitely be able to possess the peak strength of the past. This is beyond doubt. Although his strength has not yet recovered and he is still in a state of powerlessness for the time being, he has a secret method that can allow him to recover temporarily. However, neither Emperor Lu nor Boss Leopard knew what the price was. But they all knew one thing, that is, the price would definitely not be small. It's not worth it for two powerful kings. It is absolutely not worth it. If it affects Yi Tianqi's plan to restore his strength, then it is even more not worth it. So, as soon as Yi Tianqi opened his mouth, Boss Leopard couldn't help himself. Mr. Yi, no, you can't do anything. Just let me handle these two people. There's no need for you to do anything. From his words, it was clear that he looked down upon these two powerful kings. It seemed that Yi Tianqi's move was a waste of his talent, while his Boss Leopard's move was already enough to do justice to these two powerful men. These words were said with great dominance. However, whether it was heard by Shi Shao or by the two king-level powerhouses, this was a humiliation. Shi Shao looked at Boss Bao in disbelief and said, I know you're a lackey in front of Yi Tianqi, but even if you're a lackey, you should at least have some brains. Do you even know what you're talking about? What do you mean, he has to take action? What do you mean, he doesn't need to take action? Whose intelligence are you insulting? He is the Qi Zixian, it's true. And you said that his intelligence is beyond compare to everyone present combined. I admit it for the time being, but what do you mean? It's as if he can still defeat two king-level powerhouses. Just kidding, that's not the way to say it. Yi Tianqi, wants to brag and gain some sense of existence. I have no objection, just treat it as a joke, but if you take the joke seriously, that's really nonsense. Forget about fighting two senior masters. Come on, I'm injured like this now, and I dare to say that I can beat Yi Tianqi half to dead's a sickly guy. Do you think we don't know his background? It's hilarious. After Shi Shao finished speaking, he burst into laughter, as if he had really heard a great joke. He even boasted that if he fought with Yi Tianqi, he could beat Yi Tianqi half to death. These bold words are really well said. If this gets out, Master Shi's name will become famous all over the world. However, his reputation probably won't be positive. It is very likely that he will become a synonym for the opposite and be regarded as an ignorant fool. Want to beat the abandoned emperor half to death? No one in the world today dares to say this. At least, in the world a few years ago, that was unimaginable. The two King Realm experts also revealed a mocking expression at this moment. They looked at Boss Leopard and sneered, although you are seriously injured, we don't sense any aura of a strong person from you. However, we can sense a different temperament from you. We believe that you are not too weak. However, you still don't understand the extent of the gap between you and us. You don't understand what the word King Realm represents. Doesn't Boss Leopard understand what it means to be a powerful king? Boss Leopard laughed. If he, who was at the peak of the King Realm and had great killing power and had been at the peak of the King Realm for many years, did not understand the meaning, then there would be very few people in this world who understood it. Looking at the two King Realm experts in front of him, Boss Leopard showed a hint of disdain and said, then I will tell you who is the frog in the well later. King Realm experts, are they very powerful? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent. This is a map cannon. If he, the leopard boss, only targets this, if it was just the two of them, that would be fine, and maybe no one would say anything, but now, he directly said these words that looked down on the powerful King Realm people, which offended a lot of people. Almost all the powerful kings were offended. At this moment, Shi Shao didn't dare to speak. He only felt a cold breath spreading. Even though no one could see the expressions on the faces of the two king-level masters, everyone could feel that they were about to get angry. The strong cannot be humiliated. A king-level powerhouse is an existence that most powerful people cannot reach and can only look up to. Every king-level powerhouse has his own dignity, and they are proud of being in the king level. But at this moment, there were people who looked down on these powerful kings. This was equivalent to spitting directly in their faces.
How to endure? How can I bear it?
You're courting death. How can someone like you humiliate a king realm expert? How dare you look down on a king realm expert? Today, we'll show you what it means to be humiliated in the king realm. After saying this, the powerful king was about to take action to teach Boss Leopard a lesson.
Boss Leopard sneered. Can't the king's realm be insulted? Indeed, but has he ever humiliated a powerful king? Even if he humiliated me, so what?
As a person at the peak of the king realm and with unparalleled killing power, Boss Leopard said this, even if he looked down on the king realm, so what, who can do anything about it, because he has the qualifications. He is Boss Leopard, he is at the peak of the king realm and can step into the emperor realm at any time. Why can't he look down on other king realms with a condescending attitude?
470, Chapter 470, How Miss Lin Wants Them to Die.
Unfortunately, Boss Leopard did not show any aura of a king realm powerhouse at this time, so these two king realm powerhouses really thought that Boss Leopard was just an ordinary person with a little fighting ability. They wanted to deal with Boss Leopard, which in their opinion was justified and more than enough.
What's the point of dealing with a person who is so arrogant and doesn't understand how terrifying the king realm is? Boss Leopard's eyes also turned cold. He looked at the two king realm experts whom he had long disliked, and sneered, can't the king realm be insulted? I don't understand the king realm?
You two are so arrogant, who should be punished today? Surrender and surrender. If you don't understand, I'll beat you until you understand. King realm, is that really scary? You talk as if you, the king realm, are invincible. Boss Leopard's eyes were cold, and he was about to release the aura of his peak king realm to deal with these two blind and arrogant people. However, before he could make any move, Yi Tianqi's voice was like a bucket of cold water poured on him, and the breath that had not yet risen disappeared in an instant.
Xiaohua, I told you, these two people are mine. Today, whether I want to vent my anger or just let out some steam, I'm personally doing it. It's my heart's desire. You don't interfere. Yi Tianqi's words are the imperial decree and cannot be disobeyed. Boss Leopard's aura died out before it could even rise, although he was somewhat unwilling, and at the same time, he was even more reluctant for Yi Tianqi to lift certain restrictions for these two people and temporarily restore some strength. He was powerless except to persuade them. Mr. Yi, I just think that there is no need for you to personally deal with these ants. They are not worthy. This is the leopard boss's heartfelt thought. These two so-called king-level masters, not to mention that in Boss Leopard's eyes, are only in the middle stage of the king level. Even if they are at the peak of the king level, or even emperor level masters, for Boss Leopard, they are not worthy of Yi Tianqi's action. Especially now that Yi Tianqi cannot easily use his strength, the price he pays for these two people is too high. However, other people were not aware of this matter, so in the eyes of others, Yi Tianqi was simply bragging and talking big. As for Boss Leopard, he was just praising Yi Tianqi at the same time. He had no idea how powerful a king realm expert was. Shi Shao laughed heartily, looked at Boss Bao, and said, Boss Bao, now I understand why you insisted on following Yi Tianqi. It turns out you were a pair of idiots. So many years have passed, Yi Tianqi is no longer in a clear mind and doesn't understand the situation at all. And what about you? Are you also confused with him? Are you also eager to die? That's fine, but you don't have to worry, because you're all going to die. Still arguing about who will strike first is simply laughable. I think I'll make the decision for the two seniors. Since you two are so sincere, I'll let you both attack together. After saying this, Master Shi looked at the two king realm experts and said with a smile, Seniors, since they want to die together, I think it would be better for you to help them. What do you think? The two king-level masters actually looked unhappy from the beginning after coming here today. They felt that they did not receive the due respect or awe. No matter whether it was Yi Tianqi, Boss Leopard, or some other people sitting there today, the indifferent look they gave them when they looked at them made these two king-level powerhouses feel a little unhappy. Ever since I became a powerful king, no matter where I go, I wouldn't say I'm always the center of attention, enjoying the feeling of being sought after by thousands of people, but I have certainly always felt the awe and respect of others. Unless there is an emperor-level strongman present, otherwise, even if they are in the same realm, the two of them will not be ignored. A strong person in the king realm is the king. But today, they are very unhappy, very unhappy. I'm so upset that I want to kill someone. Well, since they want to die, let them die together.
The two powerful kings spoke indifferently, as if they had already decided the life and death of Yi Tianqi and Boss Leopard. Upon hearing this, Shu Shao quickly shook his head and said, "Two seniors, I'm not trying to stop you, but we really can't kill him. Boss Leopard is fine, he's dead. You can do whatever you want with him, but I'm afraid Yi Tianqi can't die yet. He will be taken back to the imperial capital and handed over to Master Shao for his fate. Of course, as long as he's alive, it doesn't matter how much torture he endures."
Mr. Shu is not crazy, otherwise he would not say this. He is definitely the only one who wants Yi Tianqi to die the most now. However, if Yi Tianqi really dies, no matter how he dies, even if he is killed by two king-level powerhouses, he will still be blamed for his incompetence. This is not what he wants to see. The two powerful kings did not dare to act against Ji Zhao's wishes after hearing this. Although they were somewhat dissatisfied, they did not say much. It seemed that it was very difficult for them to spare Yi Tianqi's life. Shu Shao breathed a sigh of relief looking at Lin Xingyue, whose expression was cold and eyes were full of hatred. He smiled and said, "Will Miss Lin feel disappointed if we don't let the two seniors kill Yi Tianqi?" Lin Xingyue gritted her teeth, looked at Shu Shao with cold eyes, and said, "It's a bit disappointing, but, as Shu Shao said, when we get to the imperial capital, Master Shao will take action. Yi Tianqi's fate will be worse than death. I hope to see that scene more now." At this moment, the hatred in Lin Xingyue's eyes was brighter than before. It was more intense. It seemed that after this incident, Lin Xingyue blamed everything on Yi Tianqi, including the loss of her family, her home, and her shameless words of love, begging for mercy, and asking for forgiveness. "It's a pity that I didn't get what I wanted. Instead, I look like a clown." This made Lin Xingyue feel like she had become a laughingstock, something she couldn't accept. Shu Shao laughed and looked at Lin Xingyue deeply with a lustful look in his eyes. He really wanted to hug Lin Xingyue directly in front of everyone, especially Yi Tianqi. But now he didn't dare to do anything before he understood what Ji Shao meant. He really couldn't do anything to Lin Xingyue. "Don't worry, I won't let you down. Although I can't let him die now, it's still okay to see him suffer a little. Two seniors, please take action. There is no need to waste time with them." Even without Master Shu saying anything, the two powerful kings could no longer hold back. They felt that their dignity had been damaged if they didn't take action to take it back now. When would they? She exiled immortal? Is it awesome? 471, Chapter 471. Who controls whose life? Yi Tianqi, she the exiled immortal? The two powerful kings looked at Yi Tianqi indifferently, their voices cold and full of disdain. We had also heard of the Qi family's exiled immortal. Back then he was so wise that he was almost demonic, stirring up the world. Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, when he was helping the family transcend and should have been enjoying all the glory, he was hunted down by the family and his whereabouts are unknown. I didn't expect that you were still alive, and right here. Ha, what a pity. If you hadn't been forced to leave back then, perhaps your status would have been unattainable. Now we would have to be courteous to you when we see you. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world. You, Yi Tianqi, are no longer the Qi Zishan of the past. However, just now, we have witnessed your arrogance. It is simply unreasonable, stupid and ignorant. How could a wise and almost demonic Qi Zishan say such words and do such things? Could it be that you've become a fool after disappearing from sight and hiding your identity all these years? Otherwise, how could you not know how powerful we are, and you, in front of us, are as weak as an ant? You know it, yet you still dare to speak so arrogantly and speak so wildly. Yi Tianqi, tell me, how stupid and ignorant you are. These two powerful kings had also heard of the name Qi Zishan. Because of this, they actually had a different feeling. After all, the three words Qi Zishan were so loud as the sun and the moon and the sky. When people mentioned it, they couldn't help but take a breath. And having the opportunity to personally attack Qi the exiled immortal and take control of his life, this feeling is truly extraordinary. Yi Tianqi, looking at the two king-level masters who seemed to have already won, only curled up a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, and then said lightly, "Today, this kind of thing has happened many, many times, so many times that now I don't even want to mention it anymore. Every one of them is so arrogant and conceited, shouting my name, Qi Zishan, and saying that I am so wise that I am almost a demon, but they are full of self-conceit and don't believe that I can win. Ha, don't you think it's contradictory? You clearly know my abilities, yet you refuse to believe what I said today. You have to wait until afterward to find out you are wrong again. Is that exciting? Is that interesting? Boring, really, it's boring." After Yi Tianqi finished speaking, he sighed, and seemed very disappointed with so many people present.
However, this time, when many people wanted to say that Yi Tianqi was pretending, they were suddenly stunned and didn't dare to say it. Because what Yi Tianqi said seemed to be correct from the beginning. It had always been like this in every reversal. Yi Tianqi won in the end. Everyone talked about how powerful Qi Zixian was, but in the end, they looked down on the current Yi Tianqi. However, in the end, Yi Tianqi still won. This has to be said to be a very ridiculous thing, as if everyone else is a fool. However, the fact is that other people just keep being stupid. So when Yi Tianqi said this, everyone's hearts were pounding, thinking that Yi Tianqi would win this time. However, the situation this time was different. This time, Yi Tianqi is facing two powerful kings. If there are no strong men of the same level to help him, how can he turn the situation around based on the current situation? Shishadu swallowed unnaturally, looked at Yi Tianqi, and said through gritted teeth, Yi Tianqi, stop talking nonsense here. I admit that you won just now, but how are you going to win this time? There is no time for you to plan now. Two senior masters are standing here. Even if you say something eloquent, it will be useless. Don't try to scare people here. The more you do this, the more it proves that you have no confidence at all. You are just stalling for time and fooling people. The two King Realm experts also revealed a sarcastic smile at this time, and said lightly, yes, it's just a delay, but I let you delay as you please. So what? You may have forgotten, or perhaps you simply don't understand the strength of a King Realm expert. In the distance of more than 10 steps between you and me, your life is already in our hands. To put it bluntly, even if you have a gun in your hand, the moment you shoot, you're already dead. This is the gap between you and me, the real gap between you and the strong. Let alone 10 steps, even if I'm dealing with a weakling like you, even within 100 steps, I can still take your life at any time now. Do you understand? Yi Tianqi smiled. These two powerful kings were not bragging. If the people present today were just ordinary people, then everyone in the hall, as long as these two powerful kings wanted to take someone's life, no one would be able to escape. They couldn't even think of escaping. But Yi Tianqi is not an ordinary person. He could also say the same thing arrogantly to these two king-level powerhouses. As long as Yi Tianqi is willing to take action, these two king-level powerhouses will not even have the chance to speak. In this distance of more than 10 steps, it was not these two king-level powerhouses who controlled Yi Tianqi's life and death. On the contrary, it was Yi Tianqi who controlled their life and death. At this moment, Emperor Lu slowly stood up, his body straight, holding a long sword, and said calmly, how arrogant, just two powerful kings dare to be so arrogant and humiliate Mr. Yi. Really, you don't know what you're doing and you're courting death. Mr. Yi, as Boss Leopard said, there is no need for you to personally deal with these two ants. Please let me do it for you. Although they are not qualified, my sword has not drunk blood for a while. Let them be. From the very beginning, many people didn't know who Emperor Lu was. Although not like Lin Xingyue, who directly thought that Emperor Lu was just a weird old man who was pretentious, anyone who met such a person who was swaggering around with a long sword would feel a little awkward. And, most importantly, no one knew Emperor Lu, but Emperor Lu was able to sit at the main table with old man. By this made many people feel quite depressed and curious at the same time. And now, this old man actually stood up and wanted to take action against these two king-level powerhouses, and he called them ants one by one? When did the powerful kings become ants? Shishao wanted to laugh, and many people wanted to laugh. They wanted to remind this old man who looked quite old that this was not a costume drama, and pretending would not end well, especially now, it could really kill people. However, before they could open their mouths to ridicule, they saw the two king-level masters frowning slightly and their expressions became solemn. What others saw was different from what the two of them saw. Although Emperor Lu did not reveal any aura of an emperor-level powerhouse, their instinct told them that this old man was not simple, absolutely not simple. Who are you? It seems that you have heard of the distinction between strong people. Since you know that we are at the King Realm, how dare you speak so arrogantly? Who are you? 472, Chapter 472. Lu Huang? Lu Huang. Who could he be? Seniors, don't be fooled by his appearance. He's just a posero. And he seems to be some kind of bodyguard hired by Yi Tianqi. That's ridiculous. At such an old age, he still holds a sword, and he's a bodyguard. This shows how far Yi Tianqi has fallen. The two seniors should just kill him. You have disliked him for a long time. It will also let Yi Tianqi know what a waste the bodyguard he hired with so much effort is. Looking at the two powerful kings, they asked about Emperor Lu's identity with serious expressions. Before anyone else could speak, Lin Xingyue couldn't help herself. She seemed to be really stimulated, and now every word and sentence she said was directed at her. Yi Tianqi, you don't forgive yourself, don't love yourself, and even don't accept yourself in this time of crisis, okay? Then there's nothing more to say, just fight to the death.
This is what Lin Xingyue is thinking now.
The two powerful kings frowned slightly, glanced at Lin Xingyue, but ignored her. They are not women like Lin Xingyue who know nothing and only know how to fight, although they did not feel the aura of a strong man from Lu Huang. Their sixth sense told them that there was danger. So, this is why they want to know who Emperor Lu is. Emperor Lu simply glanced at Lin Xingyue indifferently and said, "Little girl, not only is your heart evil, but your mouth is evil too. If Mr. Yi hadn't been here, I would have killed you with my sword right now." After finishing speaking, Emperor Lu looked at Yi Tianqi respectfully and said softly, "Mr. Yi, please allow me to take action to deal with these two ants. They are really not worth your personal effort. You have more important things to deal with. They are really not worth it." Emperor Lu knew very well that as long as Yi Tianqi was willing to take action, he would definitely win. Temporarily losing power does not mean that you cannot temporarily regain power. Yi Tianqi has this ability, and he is very clear about this. However, he, like Boss Leopard, knew very well that this would make Yi Tianqi pay a price and would most likely delay his return to the peak or even surpass the Emperor level and enter the Emperor level. Although even the time it takes to recover strength is unclear, let alone becoming an Emperor level existence. However, if it is Yi Tianqi, then they will not doubt at all how likely this is. Not to mention breaking through his current peak and becoming the legendary Emperor-level powerhouse who dominates the world. Even if Yi Tianqi did not break through and just recovered to his former peak, it would be a world-shaking event. If they were delayed just because of two king-level powerhouses, even if it was delayed for a second, it would be an unforgivable sin for these two king-level powerhouses. Seeing that Emperor Lu actually ignored them, as if he really treated them as ants, the anger in the hearts of these two king-level powerhouses was about to explode. So what if Yi Tianqi is the exiled immortal of Qi? Now here, what they say counts. We're talking to you again, didn't you hear clearly? Do you really think we won't dare to attack you just because you're older? Also, are you humiliating us, the powerful kings? From what you said, it seems that not only do you look down on us and think that we are ants that can be crushed to death by you at any time, but you also seem to think that Yi Tianqi can easily wipe us out? It's ridiculous. We admit that if it's a contest of wits, we might not be Yi Tianqi's match. However, with force, we can easily crush them. Just now, we made it very clear, even too conservative. Since you don't understand, I will tell you clearly now. From the moment we two entered this banquet hall, the lives of everyone here are in our hands. Whoever we want to live, lives. Whoever we want to die, dies. Do you understand? The two powerful kings exuded a strong murderous intent at this moment, as if they were dissatisfied with Emperor Lu for always ignoring them and even looking down on them. If they hadn't instinctively felt something was wrong and were afraid that this strangely dressed old man had some background, they would have taken action by now. Even if it is to kill a chicken to scare the monkey, blood should be seen here. Emperor Lu looked at the two King Realm experts with a cold expression, a hint of sarcasm on his lips, and said, "I've seen people seeking death, but I've never seen anyone as anxious as you. Don't worry, you will soon know what death is." After saying that, Emperor Lu looked at Yi Tianqi again. His eyes showed that he was eager to get Yi Tianqi's authorization as soon as possible, and then take action immediately to let the two of them know that the realm they relied on was nothing but a matter of killing with one sword in his eyes. Yi Tianqi, looking at Emperor Lu's eager expression, chuckled softly and shook his head, saying, "Emperor Lu, why bother getting angry with these two clowns? They say they're not worth my effort. But how could they be worth your effort? I'm not happy today." So, even if they had accumulated good karma in their past lives, Emperor Lu, please stop trying to persuade Mei to vent. I've been feeling really bad for so many years, and it's time to let it all out. I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, I won't use too much force. Even if unblocking it requires some cost, it's within my tolerance, so don't worry. Yi Tianqi could have chosen not to explain, but he didn't want to make Emperor Lu and the others worry too much, so he opened his mouth to explain. Yi Tianqi could have chosen not to explain, but he didn't want to make Emperor Lu and the others worry too much, so he opened his mouth to explain. Indeed, to deal with these two powerful kings, Yi Tianqi does not need to unlock much power. He may have to pay some price, but the price is enough to bear. Although, even so, it seems not worth it, but compared with the years of depression in my heart in terms of being able to vent, it seems that from this perspective, it is worth it. When Emperor Lu, Boss Bao, and other people who knew Yi Tianqi's strength heard this, they stopped trying to persuade him. After all, Yi Tianqi had made up his mind, and what he said made it impossible for them to refute. However, this time, before Yi Tianqi could say anything, the two king-level powerhouses suddenly changed their expressions, their eyes filled with solemnity, looking at Emperor Lu with disbelief and fear.
Emperor Lu? That's right, it's Emperor Lu.
People who have never heard of the name Lu Huang may not know it, but there are certainly many people who have heard of it.
In today's Dragon Kingdom, a world of the strong, who doesn't know the name of Emperor Lu, who doesn't know it?
At the perfect emperor level, he guards the border with only one sword, beheading countless enemies. This is Emperor Lu, a feared existence. However, very few people have seen Emperor Lu's true face, and there is no video footage circulating. This leads to the fact that many people, who may have had face-to-face contact with him, may not be able to recognize who the person they are in contact with is. In the world of the strong, there are actually many strong people like Lu Huang who are only heard of but not known except for a few who are willing to publish their own video materials. The others are not very happy about it. If they are not happy about it, few forces would dare to take the risk of offending the emperor-level strongmen and do such a thing. This is not a matter of fear or not, but it concerns the dignity of an emperor-level powerhouse. At this moment, when they suddenly heard Yi Tianqi call out the name Lu Huang, the two king-level powerhouses were unable to react for a moment, but then they looked at each other in disbelief.
This old man who just said that the king realm was just a mere ant, is he really the awe-inspiring Emperor Lu?
Yeah.
Is it possible? That's Emperor Lu. 473, Chapter 473. The name of Emperor Lu. Emperor Lu? Excuse me, which Lu are you, which emperor? Are you sure you are Emperor Lu? The two powerful kings didn't know what to say at this moment. They wanted to confirm, but they didn't know how to confirm it. In the end, he could only ask this, then looked at Yi Tianqi again, and said with some trembling, Yi Tianqi, what did you say his name was? Emperor Lu. Which Emperor Lu are you talking about? Emperor Lu showed a hint of sarcasm when he saw these two powerful kings trembling and not daring to recognize each other. From the very beginning, he did not look down on these two king-level powerhouses, not because of their realm, but because of their character. He is so arrogant just because he can come and he doesn't regard anyone as a human being. He only thinks that he is powerful, so he is awesome, let alone the king level. Even if he reaches the emperor level, Emperor Lu will still look down on him. A strong person should have the pride and dignity of a strong person. Unfortunately, he did not see it in these two king-level strong men. He only saw arrogance and domineering behavior. He saw that with a little power, they became lawless and helped the evil. Yi Tianqi looked at the two king-level masters with a cold smile on his face. He said, Emperor Lu, that's Emperor Lu. Which Emperor Lu am I talking about? Looking at your expressions, I guess you've already guessed it. Why ask me? Do you think you can relax if I tell you that he's not the Lu Huang you imagined? But what I said must be true. Ha, what's wrong? Do you really want to kneel down now? Then, you wish you had never come here today. Unfortunately, it's too late. Yi Tianqi's words touched the hearts of these two king-level powerhouses. That's right, if possible, they really hope that they have not come here today after all. If that person is really the Emperor Lu they imagined, then let alone them, there are few people in the entire Dragon Kingdom who dare to take action in front of him. Yi Tianqi's answer was too vague for them to distinguish, but they had a feeling that the Lu Huang Yi Tianqi was talking about was the emperor-level Lu Huang. Thinking of this, they felt an inexplicable fear and their bodies began to tremble involuntarily. And it seemed that he also saw the fear of the two king-level masters. Shao instinctively felt something was wrong. Who was Lu Huang? He had never heard of him at his level. He could not come into contact with Lu Huang's existence. However, it is easy to imagine how terrifying it is for someone who can make two king-level powerhouses tremble with fear just by using a name. Fortunately, it has not been confirmed yet. Now, Shao can only cheer himself up. Otherwise, what will happen? Will he experience the pain and torture again? He was almost on the verge of collapse. Two seniors, don't listen to Yi Tianqi's nonsense. Don't forget who he is. He is the best at using conspiracy and trickery, and he is also the best at talking nonsense and fooling people. Although I don't know who the Lu Emperor is, I do know that no matter who that old man is, even if he is the Lu Emperor, with Master Shao around, there's nothing to be afraid of. Two seniors, just attack and kill them all. There's no need to worry about so many things.
Sher Shao was afraid that the two powerful kings, his biggest and only backer, would be fooled by Yi Tianqi again and would not dare to take action, so he quickly started shouting. However, at this time, his ignorance was revealed. It would be fine to use the name of Night Owl to scare others, but no matter what, as long as Night Owl is there is no need to be afraid even of Emperor Lu, and he can be killed directly.
This is something that only an ignorant person could say.
At this moment, the two powerful kings wanted to slap Sher Shao to death if such stupid remarks were to be spread, even if the person in front of them was not the real Emperor Lu. What if it reached Emperor Lu's ears? They're all going to die, not one of them can escape.
What Night Owl, even if it is the entire Yi family, would they dare to offend Emperor Lu?
That was Emperor Lu, the one who could sit on the border of Dragon Country with just a sword and kill people everywhere. Even the royal family, even the most powerful minority in the Dragon Kingdom today, have to be polite and give some face to Emperor Lu when they see him. Yi Shao, if he knew what young Master Shi said, no one else would have to do anything. Yi Shao would have cut off young Master Shi's tongue himself.
Shut up, you idiot. Are you worthy enough to mention the title of Emperor Lu? You even dared to make up stories about Emperor Lu. If you want to die, don't take us with you.
Since the two king-level warriors came here, although they didn't obey Sher Shao's orders, they also gave him enough face, but at this moment, they had no intention of indulging Sher Shao at all. They looked so ferocious that they almost beat Sher Shao to death. Before Sher Shao could be surprised, he knew why the next second, and at the same time, he felt a tremor. Your Excellency, Lu Huang is a powerful emperor of the Dragon Nation. He guards the border with his sword and has slain countless powerful invaders, not to mention young Master Yi. Even in the entire Dragon Nation, there are few people who would not give Your Excellency Lu Huang face. Are you trying to bring trouble upon young Master Yi by speaking so recklessly? Emperor level, or perfect level? As soon as these words came out, Sher Shao felt his scalp tingling and his hairs were about to explode. Two king-level warriors are enough to change many situations and are enough to astonish people. As for the emperor-level warriors, that is the existence of one person guarding the country, and the legendary emperor-level warrior is at the top of the world. What's more, the emperor-level perfection realm is in existence that Sher Shao dare not even think about, not to mention him. Even Yi Shao probably doesn't have the qualifications to comment on anything.
And what did he just say?
Sher Shao's eyes were bloodshot and he was shaking with fear. He felt that he might not be able to survive.
Yi Tianqi, all it's all Yi Tianqi's fault. Yi Tianqi, you dare to harm me.
At this moment, Sher Shao also went crazy and started yelling at Yi Tianqi. It seemed that it was all Yi Tianqi's fault that he had rashly said something that offended the emperor-level strongman. Yi Tianqi looked at Sher Shao as if he were an idiot, and said lightly, "Idiot, you can be even more stupid." Sher Shao gritted his teeth and was about to say something when Emperor Lu frowned slightly and stood still with the sword in his hand. It was clearly an extremely slight sound, clearly silent and should not cause any abnormal fluctuations, but the sound of the long sword standing on the ground was like thunder from the sky, penetrating into people's hearts, making everyone present feel as if a roar sounded from the depths of their hearts. At this moment, in everyone's heart, it seemed as if there was a demon god standing tall and upright, holding a huge sword, looking down at all living beings like a god.
No one dared to make any noise anymore. The two powerful kings were sweating profusely and no longer had any doubts.
This person must be Emperor Lu without a doubt.
Apart from Emperor Lu, who has achieved imperial perfection and possesses super killing power, who else can achieve this?
But, why is it Emperor Lu? Emperor Lu, I am here. Yi Tianqi is just a banished immortal from Qi who has long disappeared and is not worth mentioning. How could he possibly invite the great god Lu Huang to come to his rescue? Moreover, it seems that Lu Huang respects him so much. This is unreasonable, completely unreasonable.
For 74, Chapter 474, One Step into the Realm of King. It is indeed unreasonable and many people cannot understand it.
If there was still a possibility for Qi Zishan back then the current Yi Tianqi should not be involved with Emperor Lu at all. But unfortunately, this is the fact, a fact that cannot be changed.
The two powerful kings trembled, their legs went weak, and they knelt in front of Emperor Lu, trembling.
We are here to pay our respects to His Majesty the Emperor Lu. We were unaware that you were here. Please forgive us. This is the wisest choice in the world of the strong. Killing is unpredictable, blood and death are commonplace. These two king-level strong men have come to this point today, and the blood and lives on their hands are not small. Therefore, They are more aware of the cruelty of the world of the strong. Killing people for a disagreement may not be very realistic, but if there is a grudge between each other, repaying kindness with kindness and taking revenge with hatred is also a normal thing for these unruly strong people. Judging from their performance just now, no one would say anything if Emperor Lu killed them, not to mention that they were wrong. Even if they were not wrong, who would dare to stop Emperor Lu from killing them? They say that the dignity of a king-level powerhouse cannot be offended, so what about an emperor-level powerhouse? Especially for an emperor-level master like Emperor Lu, who has extremely powerful killing power, his dignity must not be violated by anyone. And Shi Xiao was also shocked at this moment, not only because of Emperor Lu's identity, but also because he couldn't even cry now. He collapsed, completely collapsed. I thought that my backer had come and I could finally defeat Yi Tianqi and rest easy, but now I was told that the old man with a sword next to Yi Tianqi was a powerful and majestic master. Emperor Lu?
This is tantamount to outright cheating. Because, with just Lu Huang alone, even Yi Xiao would have to consider whether to continue to be the enemy of Yi Tianqi. If this is not cheating, then what is cheating? If this is not cheating, then what is cheating? There is no fun at all. Collapse, being played and fooled again and again. At this moment, Shi Xiao's mind completely collapsed. Lin Qingyue and Sun Xiaoya both looked ashen at this moment. They still couldn't figure out how powerful Emperor Lu was, let alone what the word Emperor Lu meant. However, if they didn't understand before, they would know when they saw the two powerful kings kneeling down in front of Emperor Lu and trembling in confession. Just as they had worried at the beginning, something unexpected happened again this time. But this time, they had no choice and were not even qualified to apologize. The only hope is to hope that Shi Xiao will try his best to make sure that even if they don't win, at least they don't lose. Master Shi, cheer up, it's not the last moment yet. I don't know who this Emperor Lu is, but no matter who he is, I have never seen him around Yi Tianqi, so, even if they are related, it won't be a deep one. He may not offend Yi Xiao for Yi Tianqi. Besides, according to what you said, it's not just Night Owl who wants to deal with Yi Tianqi, there are other forces as well. If these people unite together, even if Emperor Lu is really powerful, he will have to be cautious. Even if he can really ignore these things, people know how to seek benefits and avoid harm. His relationship with Yi Tianqi is not enough for him to offend so many people for Yi Tianqi, so it's fine. Master Shi, you must cheer up now. Lin Qingyue's analysis made sense, and Yi Tianqi and Lu Huang had indeed just met not long ago. But the relationship between them and how far Lu Huang would go for Yi Tianqi were beyond her imagination. The most important point is that Lin Qingyue was fundamentally wrong. Because, from beginning to end, Yi Tianqi did not need Emperor Lu, and he could solve everything and shock everything. He, Yi Tianqi, is the greatest miracle in the world. And this time, Yi Tianqi, who had been dormant for many years and had never taken action, was finally going to take action himself. Although the opponents were only two king-level masters, and although this was just a casual attack on Yi Tianqi's part, once he had vented his anger this time, the day when he would actually attack again and use his strength to shock the entire world would not be far away. There are no accidents, and there won't be any accidents. No matter what Lin Qingyue thought, it didn't matter whether young Master Shi wanted to hold on to hope again, nor did it matter whether these two king realm powerhouses continued to beg for mercy from Emperor Lu. Because, he, Yi Tianqi, will tell them that he is Yi Tianqi, the exiled immortal Qi who is so wise that he is almost a demon, but he is not a sickly person. As long as he wants, he can shake the whole world with his own strength at any time. He, Yi Tianqi, does not need help or protection from anyone, because he himself is an existence that will shock everyone in this world when they see him. Taking off his coat, Yi Tianqi sighed softly. With an indifferent expression, he walked towards the two powerful kings who were still kneeling on the ground. As the first step was taken, it was as if an invisible ripple appeared in the air, and everyone seemed to hear the sound of something breaking in their ears. It was after taking this step that Yi Tianqi gave people a completely different feeling. It seemed that his body had become taller and straighter, and he began to exude an aura that made people inexplicably feel afraid. You're kneeling to the wrong person. Emperor Lu won't kill you, because the one who will kill you is me. Want to live? As long as you can survive in my hands, or even just touch the edge of my clothes, then you can live. That's what I said. As Yi Tianqi spoke, the second step, and then stepped out. This step, slowly touching the ground, felt like it was stepping on everyone's heart, causing many people present to cover their chests and feel suffocated. The two powerful kings stood up instantly, their hair standing on end,
and looked at Yi Tianqi as if they saw a monster slowly walking out from the depths of hell. Yi Tianqi's words just now might not attract their attention, but when Yi Tianqi took the first step, the sound of invisible shackles breaking was followed by a breath that frightened them so much that they wanted to prostrate themselves in awe. Although, that breath was only revealed for less than a second as something was shattered, I could feel it. Although Yi Tianqi's aura fell back after the aura disappeared, even though it fell back, it gave them the feeling that he had entered the king realm in one step. That's right, Yi Tianqi, from an ordinary person, stepped into the realm of king in one step. This is how they felt. And when Yi Tianqi took the second step, the aura of the peak of the king realm, no, even the initial emperor level, was undoubtedly revealed. 1 step to become king, 2 steps to become emperor. The greatest miracle since ancient times is being born at this moment. 475, Chapter 475, The familiar power of the Emperor of Heaven. 1 step to become king, 2 steps to become emperor. I dare not say that there has never been such a thing since ancient times, but even if there has been, at least no one has heard of it now. The aura that Yi Tianqi now exudes has reached the peak of the king realm, and is even at the emperor level. How can this not be surprising? Others may not know what kind of realm Yi Tianqi has entered now, but they can feel it by feeling the current Yi Tianqi seems to have divine power and no one is allowed to enter. The most important thing is that these 2 king-level powerhouses, others don't know, nor can they feel it, but they can feel it clearly. It is precisely because of this that the 2 of them look extremely ugly at the moment. A look of disbelief and disbelief. Yi Tianqi, isn't he an ordinary person? Even if Yi Tianqi is Qi Zixian, isn't Qi Zixian known to everyone for his frail health? Even if he's not exactly a sickly person, he's definitely pretty much the same. What is this now? Yi Tianqi, who looked like an ordinary person just now, became a king-level powerhouse in just 1 step. This completely subverted their imagination. This is not a miracle at all, it is a divine act. In this world, when did it become so easy to become a king-level powerhouse? This is a powerful king-level warrior, a king-level warrior whose scenery many powerful warriors cannot experience in their entire lives. Impossible. How is this possible, Yi Tianqi? What kind of monster are you? What kind of magic did you use? How could you suddenly become so powerful? How could you exude the aura of a king? No, not just the king realm, you actually, even now, have fatally exuded the aura of an emperor-level powerhouse that surpasses the king realm. This is impossible. How is this possible? The 2 powerful kings seemed unable to accept this fact for a moment. They were completely stunned, even a little mentally broken. They pointed at Yi Tianqi and roared in question. They couldn't believe it, and they didn't dare to believe it. If everything they saw before them was true, then their worldview over the years would completely collapse, and all the strong people, the entire world of the strong, would undergo earth-shaking changes. At this moment, they finally understood why Yi Tianqi had been so calm all along, and was fearless even when facing them. It turned out that his confidence was not just because Emperor Lu was here, but that he, Yi Tianqi, himself possessed the power to destroy the world. Could this be the banished immortal from the Qi family? Not only is he an intellectual monster, he is also completely unreasonable in terms of martial arts. What Yi Tianqi said just now, that as long as they could touch the edge of his clothes, even if they won, he would let them live well and would let bygones be bygones, sounded like a joke no matter how you listened to it before. No matter how you listened to it, it made people feel ridiculous and thought that Yi Tianqi was being arrogant and unreasonable. But now it seems that he was not being arrogant at all, he was simply stating the truth. Because, a truth that caused 2 king-level powerhouses to collapse finally caught their attention. Yi Tianqi took only 2 steps in total. In the first step, he emitted an extremely terrifying aura from an ordinary person. It was fleeting, but it allowed Yi Tianqi to become a king in 1 step. The second step allowed Yi Tianqi to directly enter the peak of the king realm, and even enter the emperor level. But this is only 2 steps, and Yi Tianqi seems to have no intention of ending it at all. So, what height will he reach with this 3rd step he is about to take? Is it a true step to becoming an emperor-level powerhouse, or directly becoming a mid-level emperor-level powerhouse, or perhaps something even stronger? At this moment, the 2 king-level powerhouses could no longer imagine, nor did they dare to imagine. They stared at Yi Tianqi, wanting to see what realm Yi Tianqi would reach after taking this step. Yi Tianqi, at this moment, just showed a faint smile on his face. He slowly raised his foot and took the 3rd step directly. If Yi Tianqi's previous aura only gave people a spiritual feeling, then this time, when Yi Tianqi took the third step,
the powerful and terrifying auras all became tangible.
A visible aura spread out from Yi Tianqi as the center wherever it passed. It was like a strong wind, making it almost impossible to open people's eyes. In the eyes of everyone, Yi Tianqi seemed to have a towering god slowly awakening behind him. Just one glance and I felt that this moment was like a god descending to earth. Everyone's face changed this time. There was no need to think about whether Yi Tianqi was strong enough, because they didn't even dare to look at him. Even if they secretly took a glance at him, they would tremble in their hearts, feeling that they had committed a great disrespect and violated the rules of heaven. It seemed that even a glance at him was a blasphemy and an offense to the majesty of heaven. The two powerful kings looked at Yi Tianqi with an indifferent expression and felt clearly that this was not Yi Tianqi's limit.
But this is their limit. The imperial level of perfection.
That's right, in the third step, Yi Tianqi directly became the same realm as Emperor Lu, the realm of emperor-level perfection. But the most terrifying thing is that Emperor Lu stayed at the realm of emperor-level perfection and did not reach the peak realm. That's because he could not break through. However, Yi Tianqi was different. It seemed that as long as he was willing to take the fourth step, then the peak of the emperor level, the realm that truly stood at the top of the world's strong men, would be easy to achieve. But, how is this possible? How is this possible? Does Yi Tianqi, who possesses such terrifying strength, need to hide for so many years? Why would Yi Tianqi, who clearly possesses such terrifying power, willingly become Yi Tianqi instead of becoming the already high and mighty Qi Zixian?
None of this makes sense. The most unreasonable thing is that Yi Tianqi has an extremely terrifying body. Where does the power come from?
It is impossible that it came out of thin air, absolutely impossible. No one in this world can possess such powerful power out of thin air. This is no longer just becoming a king in one step, this is becoming a god in one step. If they could still understand becoming a king, then when they became emperors, these two kings had completely collapsed mentally, feeling the aura of emperor perfection and looking at Yi Tianqi, who was still at ease and seemed to be able to go further as long as he was willing. They went completely crazy.
Since when did becoming an emperor become so easy?
And it was at this moment that Boss Leopard, Emperor Lu, including Old Man Bai and Bai Yulong, who had never seen Yi Tianqi like this, all looked at Yi Tianqi with longing.
Everyone has different ideas, but the excitement is the same.
For Boss Leopard, this feeling is familiar, extremely familiar. This is the Emperor Qi Tian whom he has been thinking about and following loyally. This familiar power and this familiar terror are what Emperor Qi Tian possesses, and this is not even the peak.
Most importantly, the timing is not right.
Just as everyone was either expecting or despairing, Yi Tianqi frowned slightly, then sighed softly and shook his head, saying, "Forget it, dealing with you is not worth the price I've paid, it's not worth it." Just when everyone was confused and looking forward to the fourth step, Yi Tianqi's fourth step finally took place. 476, Chapter 476. Impossible, this is impossible. Before this fourth step, Yi Tianqi took 3 steps. These 3 steps were ordinary, yet they shocked countless people and were incredible and could be called miracles. 1 step to become a king, 2 steps to become an emperor, and 3 steps to reach the perfection of the emperor level. At this moment, Yi Tianqi gave people the feeling that he was at ease, as if this was not his limit at all. As long as he was willing, perhaps this fourth step would take him directly to the peak and overlook the world. In fact, many people are also looking forward to what heights Yi Tianqi will reach after taking this step. However, to everyone's surprise, Yi Tianqi sighed softly, as if he felt that it was not worth taking this step. As for what the price he mentioned was, no one else knew except a few people. But at this moment, no matter whether others think Yi Tianqi is bragging, it cannot be denied that at this moment, he is still an emperor-level powerhouse.
After the fourth step was taken, everyone was stunned.
Because, after taking this step, Yi Tianqi directly fell back to the state of the second step from the emperor-level perfect powerhouse.
Not progress, but regression? What is this operation?
Before everyone could raise their questions or frown, a bigger accident happened. After taking another step forward, Yi Tianqi's strength dropped directly to the level of just entering the king realm.
But this still seemed to not satisfy Yi Tianqi. He glanced at the 2 king-level masters and said with some disdain, "To deal with you, why do I need such a realm? Even if I fight across borders, I will be able to crush you." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Tianqi took another step forward.
and his realm plummeted and fell out of the king realm. At this moment, Yi Tianqi still gave people the feeling that he was very strong, but compared with before, there was no comparison at all. If the aura of Yi Tianqi just now was like that of a god, making people dare not offend him, then the Yi Tianqi at this moment, even though he was powerful, was just a mortal. Moreover, in terms of aura, he is even far inferior to these two king-level powerhouses. And everyone heard clearly what he meant. He felt that to deal with these two king-level powerhouses, let alone those with stronger powers and realms, even if it was a battle between people of the same realm, he believed that these two were not worthy. That's right, I don't deserve it. In Yi Tianqi's eyes, these two king-level powerhouses were not even worthy of fighting with him. Yi Tianqi actually wants to fight across borders. This is, what contempt. Even though these two king-level powerhouses were still frightened by Yi Tianqi, at this moment, the extreme humiliation still made them feel extremely angry and unbearable. In the world of the strong, everyone knows that cross-border wars do exist, but that also depends on how many realms are involved. There are still some cross-border fights within the same realm, but cross-border fights across large realms are rare, and each one is a brilliant talent. But even so, that was just the peak versus the initial realm. But the two king realm powerhouses had already stepped into the middle stage of the king realm, and it had been quite some time. They are not people who have just entered the king realm, they are veteran king realm masters. Even with this, Yi Tianqi still dared to say that he would fight across borders and deal with both of them at the same time? This is how much we look down on them. Yi Tianqi, how dare you be so arrogant? Although we don't know how you achieved this, no matter how you did it, you only retain the aura of a general-level warrior. You don't even have the aura of a peak general. With this kind of a person, you dare to say that you can defeat the two of us who are in the middle stage of the king realm. Yi Tianqi, you are going too far. It is not known whether it is because the pressure of Yi Tianqi's powerful aura has disappeared that these two king-level powerhouses dared to speak arrogantly to Yi Tianqi, or because they could no longer bear the humiliation. But no matter what they think now, at least they have understood one thing. Here today, they are not the kings who control the life and death of others. On the contrary, they are the ants whose lives are held in the hands of others. Not to mention the existence of someone like Emperor Lu at this moment, the strength that Yi Tianqi just displayed was enough to make them feel nothing but fear. Although everything before their eyes was true, they just couldn't believe it because it was too unbelievable. It wasn't that they were surprised by what they had seen, but they had never heard of such a thing before. In this world, is there anyone who can become a king in one step, an emperor in 2 steps, and then directly become an emperor in the next step, and it is more than enough? This is too exaggerated. This is not what should happen in this world. Unless the person who did this has such power. But this, the most practical idea, made the two king-level powerhouses dare not even think about it, because for them, this was not much easier to accept than Yi Tianqi becoming the emperor in 1 step. On the contrary, it will make them even more afraid. Yi Tianqi, if he already possessed such power, let alone surpassing the emperor level, even if he possessed the power of the emperor level, it would be a terrifying thing. The most important thing is time. How long had it been since Yi Tianqi was forced to leave and hide his identity? Only 10 years, and yet he had become emperor. Who would dare to believe this? A man who was so weak that he would fall down with a gust of wind, has become the emperor after not seeing him for many years? Where the hell can I go to seek justice? Most importantly, why was there no sign of something? Why did it appear out of nowhere, so powerful? This is totally unrealistic. This is a world of the strong, not to mention the emperor-level strongmen. Even the king-level strongmen cannot be unknown and need to experience countless life and death. Can you become a strong person by retreating into seclusion, that can only be below the king realm? The more powerful a person is, the more battles and life and death trials he or she must go through. This is an indisputable fact. Then, who is Yi Tianqi? They no longer dare to think about it. But they knew that they were doomed today unless a miracle happened. No, now, there seems to be a way to survive before them. No matter how others evaluate Yi Tianqi, there is one thing about Yi Tianqi that is recognized by everyone, and that is credibility. He wanted to use the strength of a general to fight against the two of them. He said that as long as the two of them could touch the corner of his clothes, he would win. That's fine, just let them go. So, at this moment, even though they felt severely humiliated by Yi Tianqi, they couldn't help but feel fortunate in their hearts. Fortunate for Yi Tianqi's arrogance.
If they weren't arrogant, how would they have had a chance? They were in the middle stage of the king realm, and there were two of them, not to mention the corners of their clothes. Even if they were defeated, they would feel that they could commit suicide by slitting their throats and that their lives would be in vain. At this moment, Yi Tianqi looked at these two powerful kings with great disdain. If I hadn't been in combat for a few years, I would have thought that even a general-level warrior would be enough to deal with you two weaklings. Don't think that becoming a king-level warrior entitles you to be king. Not everyone in the king-level realm is worthy of the title. You two are nothing but trash. Yi Tianqi made no secret of his contempt for these two powerful kings. His words were extremely sharp and directly humiliated them. He looked down on these two people, not because of their realm, but because he could see more than others at the same time. It was also because he had seen through the background of these two people, the foundation of becoming strong. Of course, these were not important. The important thing was that Yi Tianqi humiliated them. So what? 477, Chapter 477. Fake. All this is fake. To anyone who heard what Yi Tianqi said, it was clear that he looked down upon these two powerful kings, and he did so without any concealment. The most crucial thing was Yi Tianqi's expression. It was not out of revenge or hatred at all. Instead, there was no hatred at all. It was the expression that should be like that. This made it even more unacceptable. As for Yi Tianqi, he had no explanation at all, nor did he need to explain anything. The facts prove everything. These two powerful kings really couldn't accept it, not only the humiliation from Yi Tianqi, but also Yi Tianqi's expression. Shi Zhixian, no, Mr. Yi, we know you are very powerful, even beyond people's imagination. However, you shouldn't humiliate us. At least, you shouldn't humiliate us in this way, because, by doing this and saying this, you are not only humiliating us, but also humiliating all the powerful people in the world. Yi Tianqi, although I don't know how you achieved that shocking effect just now, but at this moment, we understand that it's all fake, all fake. The two powerful kings were like looking for light in the darkness. In hope and despair, they had no choice but to try their best. Even though they themselves feel that they cannot convince themselves, it seems that there is no other explanation except this one. The most important thing is that once this explanation is established, their current fear will at least disappear a lot. It's fake, that's right, it's all fake in this world. There are no real miracles. We admit that we have heard of your name, Yi Tianqi. A long time ago you have created more than one miracle, and we know it very well. However, in the world of the strong, even if you can forge many things, fake things will always be fake, because there are no shortcuts to becoming a truly strong person. Becoming a king in one step, becoming an emperor in 2 steps, all of that is fake. Now is the real thing. You sound so impressive, and you really scared us just now. But the truth is, no matter what crooked ways or secret techniques you use to achieve the aura of an emperor-level consummate powerhouse, it's fake, and it won't last long. The more they talked, the more excited these two king-level masters became, as if only in this way could they convince themselves and others at the same time. Moreover, they were already afraid, and the more they talked, the less afraid they became. As they spoke, they all believed what they said. It was fake, all fake. It was just that Yi Tianqi had used some unknown method to achieve the effect. It was just a breath, and it didn't last long. If this is true, then what do they have to be afraid of? The words of these two powerful kings suddenly gave hope to Shi Xiao and Lin Xingyue, who had already despaired. It seemed that if the aura that Yi Tianqi just emitted was fake, and Yi Tianqi was not so extraordinary, then they could survive and even win. It's not their fault when they are extremely desperate. They will grab any life-saving straw and won't care about or think about anything else. At this time, Shi Xiao roared loudly, giving up everything. That's right, two seniors, it's all fake. You are powerful kings, and the Yi family is standing behind you. What are you afraid of? There is nothing to be afraid of. Kill him. As long as you kill him, everything will be over. This is what Yi Tianqi asked for. He was the one who said he wanted to fight you two seniors. He was too arrogant. So, kill him. As long as we kill him and get rid of him, all the problems will be solved. In Shi Xiao's mind, at this moment, as long as Yi Tianqi died, then everything would be solved. Because dead people are of no use, at least that's what Shi Xiao thinks. But he had no idea that if Yi Tianqi died and the identities of Emperor Qi Tian and Shi Zhixian were revealed, then the world would be in chaos if the enemy was not found, not to mention what kind of bloody storm would happen after the enemy was found. Not all death means the end of everything. When some people die, countless people will come to seek revenge, and the fight will not stop until they die. Unfortunately, Shi Xiao didn't know, and at the same time, he would never see this possibility.
As if afraid that the two king-level masters still had concerns and didn't dare to go all out to attack Yi Tianqi, Shi Shao roared again, "Don't forget, he is Qi Tian, the Qi Tian whose head is full of conspiracies and tricks. He is full of deception and lies in his blood, carrying all kinds of conspiracies and tricks. It's fake, everything is fake. He is Qi Tian, so it's all fake. Two seniors, kill him as long as he's dead, everything will be over. No one will stand up for a dead man because it's not worth it." After Shi Shao finished roaring, Lin Xingyue was almost going crazy, or rather, she had already gone crazy. Yi Tianqi, who was considered a waste in her eyes, suddenly became the banished immortal of Qi Tianqi. That was fine. She could also accept that Lu Huang became Lu Huang. However, Lin Xingyue really couldn't accept that Yi Tianqi became an existence that could make two king-level powerhouses who seemed almost invincible to her tremble and crawl on their knees. Yi Tianqi, who is he? Who is he? The repeated concealment and revelation of new identities made her unable to accept it. She could no longer accept it. It seemed that every time was wrong. All wrong, wrong, wrong.
At this moment, hearing Shi Shao's roar, Lin Xingyue couldn't help it.
Two seniors, take action, it's fake, it's all fake. As long as you take action you will know that all of this is fake, all fake, he was just pretending. I'm Lin Xingyue. We used to be married. We spent several years together. No one knows everything about him better than me. He's fake. He can't possibly be a strong man. He can't even fight. He's a liar. That's right, he's a liar. These past few years, everything has been a lie in this world. No one is better at telling lies than him. It's all fake, beat him. At this moment, even these two king-level powerhouses were a little shaken. In themselves, they didn't believe that anyone could reach the king level in one step, let alone the emperor level. Now, Yi Tianqi's aura suddenly disappeared, and he used the excuse that his strength as a general was enough to defeat the two of them. This was exaggerated and arrogant, and they simply couldn't accept or bear it, because they had already remembered Yi Tianqi's terrifying aura that could make people lose all their courage. But now, everyone says it is fake, and they also think it is fake. So, how long do we have to wait? The expressions of the two powerful kings gradually became solemn and gloomy, and they were determined. They wanted to gamble that Yi Tianqi had used some unknown means to deliberately scare them, to make them lose their courage and fighting spirit. As long as the bet is right, even if Yi Tianqi really has the strength of a general, so what? He is just a general. None of them will be afraid, let alone two of them. They are powerful kings. Yi Tianqi, you deserve to die. The two powerful kings looked at Yi Tianqi, roared, their eyes red, and were about to rush forward to attack. And Yi Tianqi, from beginning to end, did not say a word in defense, and even his expression was not superfluous. He just slightly curled up the corners of his mouth and uttered two words. Idiot. 478, Chapter 478, Can't touch the corner of clothes. When a powerful king-level warrior attacks with all his strength, his power is terrifying. Even these two king-level powerhouses, whether in the eyes of Yi Tianqi, Emperor Lu, or Boss Bao, are considered to be the kind of trash that is not worth mentioning, and their combat power is not enough to match their realm. However, no matter how you look at it, these are also powerful people in the middle stage of the king realm, and there are two of them. At this moment, two powerful kings attacked Yi Tianqi at the same time. Their momentum alone made the ordinary people feel suffocated. These two king-level masters looked furious and gave it their all at the moment, but in fact, they were still nervous after all. The Yi Tianqi they were facing now was not the Qizishin with extraordinary intelligence as they had imagined, but a terrifying figure who had exuded the strength of the emperor-level perfection realm before. Although these auras only lasted for a moment, and then, according to Yi Tianqi, they dropped directly to the level below the king realm, the level of the general. However, what exactly that moment represented was something that the two king realm powerhouses did not dare to imagine. In the end, is it as Lin Xingyue and the others said, that everything is fake, it is all just Yi Tianqi's conspiracy, it is all an illusion, and Yi Tianqi created this illusion by using means that they do not understand, or does Yi Tianqi really have this ability? They would rather believe the former. But no matter which one it is, at least one thing is now beyond doubt. What about being powerless, having a weak body, and being sickly? Even if they were all true in the past, they are all false now. Yi Tianqi may not really have such powerful strength, but he is probably at the level of a general. Otherwise, Yi Tianqi would never have been able to say anything and use the power of a general to fight against them. Are you kidding? Under the full force attack of two king-level masters, if it were an ordinary person, not to mention getting hit, a single punch would be enough to knock the person unconscious. The fact that Yi Tianqi can stand here and fight against them shows that his physical fitness is definitely not weak.
What exactly Yi Tianqi's confidence comes from will soon be revealed.
The two powerful king-level warriors were as powerful as tigers and extremely fast. It seemed that they had cooperated with each other more than once or twice and were very familiar with each other when they decided to attack. They split into two groups and attacked Yi Tianqi's left and right sides respectively. Moreover, one attacked the upper body and the other attacked the lower body. Judging from this attitude, it is clear that he is going all out and exerting all his strength. Yi Tianqi, facing the siege of these two king-level powerful men, looked extremely calm. Although he now only retained the strength of a general, if he did not have this confidence, Yi Tianqi would not be so arrogant. This is not his character. Facing the two men's fierce attacks, Yi Tianqi simply changed his position, and his body felt strangely dislocated. That's right, this simple action for Yi Tianqi not only allowed him to avoid the attacks of the two king-level powerhouses, but also gave people an extremely strong contrast perspective, just like a transforming toy played by a child, suddenly twisted into an irregular shape. It was very strange, but when it came to Yi Tianqi, there was a very harmonious feeling.
In short, it's indescribably weird.
Yi Tianqi, with his hands behind his back, looked at the two of them with disdain, without saying anything but this look of contempt, facing two king-level masters with his hands behind his back. If this is not ridicule, then what is ridicule? The two powerful kings roared angrily, then stomped their feet heavily and rushed towards Yi Tianqi again like a cannonball. The hard marble floor was actually crushed by them.
This scene shocked everyone even more than the suffocating feeling it had given them before.
How powerful the King Realm experts were was just a feeling before. Few of them had ever seen it, and what they had just experienced was only on the spiritual level. But now, this broken marble proved to them firmly how powerful the King Realm experts were. At this moment, many people present were swallowing their saliva at the same time. Many people unconsciously stepped heavily on the marble, as if testing the authenticity of the marble and determining what kind of strength was needed to crush the marble directly.
And this doesn't even need anyone to explain it, everyone knows it. This is simply not something that can be done by human power, or in other words, it is not something that ordinary people can do. Marble is extremely strong. How could the Bai family hotel use anything fake? It must be made of real materials. Not to mention stepping on it, even if you hit it with a hammer, it is impossible to break it, let alone smash it so hard. Being able to leave a little mark is already a very good result. This cake can kill an elephant. How powerful is a King Realm expert? At this moment, everyone present has a rough idea of it. Invincible. That's right, in their eyes, the word invincible is enough to describe it. So, what about being stronger than the King Realm? How can we become stronger? They no longer dared to imagine it. But at this moment, they had no time to think about anything in the field. Two powerful kings kept attacking Yi Tianqi. Every time they attacked with all their strength, their movements were as fast as lightning. However, what is surprising is that even so, they still haven't hurt Yi Tianqi. Not to mention hurting him, they haven't even touched the corner of Yi Tianqi's clothes. Just as Yi Tianqi said at the beginning, if they could touch the edge of their clothes, they would be considered the winner. This really wasn't an exaggeration. The most terrifying thing is that the current situation is not a question of whether or not to touch the edge of the clothes, but the two king-level masters with red eyes, attacking like crazy. However, Yi Tianqi did not run away in a hurry. Instead, he walked leisurely in the garden, very calmly, as if he was teasing some children from beginning to end. Even people who know nothing can see that Yi Tianqi has the absolute upper hand. And this is the most terrifying thing. Because everyone thought of one thing, Yi Tianqi was now, according to the standards mentioned before, fighting against two king-level powerhouses with the strength of a general. To put it more bluntly, Yi Tianqi, was fighting across borders, fighting across a large realm and several small realms. This is unimaginable. If the strength of a general is like this, then what if Yi Tianqi really possesses the strength of a king? At this time, the two king-level warriors had already launched more than 20 crazy attacks, but they felt like they were fighting against ghosts and could not touch or reach them at all. This made their hearts sink deeper and deeper, and they couldn't help but let out crazy roars. Yi Tianqi, if you have the guts, don't hide, don't run away, fight us head on. If you have the guts, let's fight head-on if you can only run away. What kind of skills do you have? Just running away?
The corner of Yi Tianqi's mouth showed an even more disdainful smile, but his expression gradually became serious, and the coldness in his eyes became more and more intense. He looked at the two king-level powerhouses as if he was looking at dead people.
Escape? In your eyes, was I running away just now? Oh, idiots, since you want to fight head-on, then I will grant you your wish. 479, Chapter 479 The Price Paid. Escape? These two words have never appeared in Yi Tianqi's dictionary.
Even though, when he led the family to glory, he was ruthlessly hunted down by the family. In fact, it was not so-called escape at all, but rather he was disheartened. Just ask yourself, who would not feel disheartened when faced with the cold-blooded and ruthless behavior of their closest family members, who even want to kill them? If Yi Tianqi had done something that was unforgivable and infuriating to the gods, it would have been fine, and he would have still been able to find some comfort in his heart. But what did he do? He risked everything to pave the way for his family, leading the declining family and his closest relatives back to glory and the pinnacle, so that the entire family and all the members would no longer be bullied or despised, but would be high and mighty and honored. What did he do wrong? But in the end, he got such an ending. Who wouldn't be heartbroken? The most crucial thing is that at the beginning, Yi Tianqi didn't even know the specific reasons, nor did he know whether what he knew was true or false, and how much was true and how much was false. But so many years have passed, and Yi Tianqi seems to have never set foot in the imperial capital again and returned to his family, but he has never stopped investigating. He already knew the reason, but what he got in return was incomprehensible and unforgivable. Therefore, even if there was no reason, even if Lin Xingyue did not divorce him, even if all the things that happened during this period of time had not happened, he would go to this imperial capital, and he would go to the Qi family even more. Looking at the two powerful kings, Yi Tianqi spoke with a cold expression. If I say you're trash, then you are trash. You two mid-level kings, but you can't even touch the edge of the war general level armor I'm using. If you're not trash, then what is trash? You forcibly ascended to the king realm. Your combat proficiency is at best comparable to that of a general, yet you call yourselves kings. Are you worthy? As Yi Tianqi's voice fell, this time, Yi Tianqi no longer used any body movements to dodge, but instead took the initiative to rush towards the two king-level powerhouses. The speed was so fast that the naked eye could hardly keep up. At the same time, Yi Tianqi's fist began to attack actively. If he said he would use the strength of a general, he would definitely use the strength of a general. Therefore, including the power, there would be some deficiencies after all, regardless of whether the strength of these two middle-level king realm masters matched their own realm. Their physical fitness was undoubtedly at the king realm. The power of the general level could cause damage to them, but this damage was limited. However, at this time, the difference in combat experience can be seen. Yi Tianqi's movements were ghostly and agile. No matter how the two king-level warriors attacked, they could not touch the corner of his clothes. However, every time Yi Tianqi dodged, he would attack instantly with tricky and vicious angles. Even though his strength was insufficient, he still made the two king-level warriors feel pain and frown every time. For a moment, the scene was dazzling and caught people off guard, but this time, it was much more pleasing to the eye. At least, they were fighting back and forth, and there was no need to chase each other all the time. The only people present were Emperor Lu and Boss Leopard. They had serious expressions and were staring at the battle on the field, as if what they saw was different from what others saw. And just after more than 10 moves, the two king-level powerhouses seemed a little tired, or perhaps they were really upset after all. Yi Tianqi had already started to fight back, but they still couldn't touch the corner of Yi Tianqi's clothes. The feeling of being played with made them very unhappy and aggrieved. So, they stopped attacking immediately, with flames blazing in their eyes, about to burn everything. At this moment, Emperor Lu exhaled softly and said, "It's over." Obviously, these two powerful kings were still standing here, and they didn't seem to have suffered any injuries. It was as if Yi Tianqi's attacks on them were just like tickling, completely useless. How could it end? At this moment, Boss Leopard seemed to understand and said softly, "It's over. They are finished." This makes things even more confusing. Old Master Bai looked calm. Although he couldn't understand the battle between the strong men, he trusted Yi Tianqi, and that was enough. Bai Along was extremely curious about this world of the powerful, so he couldn't help but ask. These two king-level masters appear to be safe and sound, so why are you all saying it's over? Although I don't understand the battles in the world of the strong, I still understand that this is a cross-border battle. Cross-border battles, especially cross-border battles like today, are extremely difficult. I can see that Mr. Yi has the upper hand. He can also see clearly that Mrai's combat experience, speed, and everything else surpass these two king-level masters by more than one level. However, in terms of strength,
he seems to be really lacking. The strength of a general-level warrior does not
cause much damage when facing the physical fitness of a king-level warrior.
This battle should continue. It's far from over. I wonder why you two say that? Bai Yulong's doubts were actually the doubts of many people present. Although they all felt that Yi Tianqi had the upper hand, his strength was not enough. Even if he wanted to win, it would probably take some time, and now was not the time. At this moment, Shi Shao, who heard the conversation between Emperor Lu and Boss Bao, could no longer bear it. Ever since Shi Shao found out that Yi Tianqi actually possessed such strength, he was in a state of collapse. Even though Yi Tianqi has not used any king-level means so far, and only used the power of a general, this is still like a bolt from the blue for Shi Shao. After all, a person with great wisdom and almost demonic power is also so powerful. The ferocious Yi Tianqi was something he dared not imagine or face. What's over? What's over? Can't you see clearly? The two seniors haven't been defeated at all, and it's impossible for them to be defeated. Although it seems that Yi Tianqi has used such despicable means to consume their physical strength, it's a foolish dream for a general-level force to cause harm to the two seniors. It only takes one chance, just one strike to hit Yi Tianqi, and he'll be dead. The power of the middle stage of the King Realm, when hitting Yi Tianqi, will definitely make him suffer unbearable pain and instantly lose his fighting ability. I don't believe you can't see this. So, even if it ends, it should be the two seniors who won. You should not hold out any hope for Yi Tianqi. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Although I don't know what means Yi Tianqi used to temporarily possess the power of a strong man, it's fake. He won't be able to hold on for long. Moreover, he will definitely have to pay a price, just as he just said. As for what the price is, I don't know, but I know he won't be able to hold on for much longer. By then, no one will even need to attack him. He'll probably be half dead. This is exactly why you didn't want him to use any power from the beginning. The more Shi Shao spoke, the brighter his eyes became, as if he had seen through the essence of things. In fact, he was right and wrong. 480, Chapter 480. What do you know? The reason why Master Shi was right was that Yi Tianqi would indeed have to pay a price for using his power now, not that he would not have to pay anything. It's okay to say that Shi Shao was wrong. What he guessed might be close to the truth, but it was only close to the truth. It was still far from the truth. Putting aside the fighting skills of the two king-level powerhouses, there is definitely no problem with their physical fitness, and their strength is also that of a king-level power at this time. If they hit Yi Tianqi, it would really be unpleasant. However, it was impossible for them to hit it. They did not have the ability to do so. After this battle, people who should have seen it clearly had already seen that they were not at the same level at all. It was because Yi Tianqi was fighting across borders. Otherwise, if they were fighting in the same realm, these two king-level powerhouses would have been defeated long ago. Even now, they are at a disadvantage. Everyone understood this point, except Shi Shao and the others. Even though they could see it, they were unwilling to believe it. They could only hope for a miracle in their hearts. Otherwise, what would they do? The two powerful kings are their last resort. If they lose, Shi Shao and the others will really have no hope at all. But in fact, Shi Shao forgot one thing, that is, even if these two king-level powerhouses won, would they really have hope? Here today are Emperor Lu, Boss Bao, and the entire Bai family. No matter from which aspect, Shi Shao has no room for recovery. His fate has already been determined. It all depends on how Yi Tianqi wants to deal with him. Subconsciously, Shi Shao had ignored this point and only placed his hopes on the current battle. Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoyao also had red eyes at this moment. They were the ones who had no confidence at all today, and they couldn't even beg for mercy. The appearance of the two powerful kings just now made them choose to abandon Yi Tianqi and stand by Shi Shao when they were begging for mercy. Just based on this, they were too embarrassed to beg for mercy again, and they would not hold out hope that Yi Tianqi would let them go. Lin Xingyue gritted her teeth and stared at the battle on the field. The more unexpected and outstanding Yi Tianqi's performance was, the more painful it was for her. This was her ex-husband, the husband who once protected her, loved her, and spoke sweet words to her, but now, everything was ruined by herself. She personally abandoned this man that almost everyone desired to have, and she did it so decisively and with such hatred.
Yi Tianqi cannot win, even if their final outcome is uncertain, but she doesn't want Yi Tianqi to win. She doesn't want to see Yi Tianqi being so outstanding in every field. When she sees this, she wants to die. However, in this world, what they think is not what they get. Their thoughts are not important, and their thoughts cannot influence the current reality. Emperor Lu looked at Master Shi and said coldly, "Stupid idiot, what do you know?" Not to mention scolding Shi Shao, even if Yi Xiao was in front of him, Emperor Lu would dare to scold him directly. Did he really think that he, who was guarding the border alone and resisting the powerful outsiders, was a fake? If he, Emperor Lu, was afraid of power, then he would not be the pure Emperor Lu today, and he would not be able to reach his current level. As for Shi Shao, he wanted to refute, but when he looked up, he saw that it was Emperor Lu who was scolding him. He suppressed all his thoughts. There was nothing he could do. This was Emperor Lu. Even if he didn't know who Emperor Lu was, he could not afford to offend this person who would make two powerful kings kneel down and tremble when they saw him. Moreover, he is an emperor-level expert. What a powerful person he is. Shi Shao didn't dare to refute and could only lower his head and remain silent at this moment. He didn't dare to anger Emperor Lu, otherwise, if the other party really killed him with a sword, he felt that even if his death was not in vain, it would be almost the same. At this time, Boss Leopard sneered, "Senior Lu Huang, there's no need to say so much to a piece of trash like him. Trash like him knows nothing and is just trying to comfort himself. This idiot won't even know how he deeds. An idiot, incredibly stupid. Just look at what he did today and you'll see." Shi Shao had indeed endured a lot of humiliation today. Whether he could endure it or not, now that people had fallen into this situation, what could he do? However, looking at Boss Bao, he was still very dissatisfied and unhappy. All the injuries on my body were caused by Boss Leopard. Now that Boss Leopard can talk directly to Emperor Lu again, how can he not feel aggrieved? You said Yi Tianqi, that's fine, he can't afford to offend Emperor Lu, but what about Boss Leopard? Isn't it just because Yi Tianqi has the upper hand now, and doesn't it just because he thinks he made the right choice when he chose the side this time, that's why he can show off in front of me? If you remove these, Boss Leopard, what is it? How dare you challenge me like that? How dare you brag to me like that? What's more, this is about the battle between strong men on the field. What do you know, Boss Leopard? Shi Shao couldn't help but look at Boss Bao and said, "You say I'm stupid, but who are you?" "Well, Boss Bao, you're just a small figure in the underground world of East Province. If you hadn't followed Yi Tianqi this time and made the right choice, do you think you have the right to mock me like this? Also, let's not talk about anything else. Who do you think you are? Do you know what a strong person is? Do you understand what it means to be a king-level strong person? You really have no shame in your words?" Shi Shao also took the risk. He could bear the wrath, but he couldn't bear the wrath of everyone. The unhappiness, dissatisfaction, and hatred towards Boss Leopard almost exceeded the sum of all the enemies he had in his life. So, some people can't control their temper. Of course, there are also some people who, when they are about to collapse, have crazy thoughts, the kind of broken jar that breaks the jar. Boss Leopard glanced at Shi Shao, not knowing whether he felt pity for him or was pathetic at this point. He could only stubbornly believe what he wanted to believe and not be willing to believe any facts. But this is not the reason why Boss Leopard spoils Shi Shao. "Master Shi, even at this point, you're still provoking me. What are you trying to achieve? So many unexpected things happened today that were beyond your expectations. Everything is heading towards an outcome you don't want to see. Can't you really understand? Today, whether it's you, Yi Xiao, or everyone else, you're all wrong, absolutely wrong. Forget it. What's the point of talking so much to an idiot like you? But if you want to know, then I'll let you know. Do you remember what I just said? I said, these two king realms are trash. Do you remember? I don't understand the battle between the strong, Maybe I don't know much about the battle between the realm of Lu Huang, but, in the king realm, if I say I don't understand, no one dares to say they do. Master Shi, do you understand what I mean? Boss Bao looked at Shi Shao with a mocking smile and said, don't you understand? Then do you know how I got these injuries? 481, Chapter 481 increased to 70%. Boss Leopard's injuries were truly shocking. Anyone could tell at a glance that he had been through a brutal battle. The fighting must have been good, otherwise, how could Boss Leopard stand there and get beaten by someone? Shi Shao didn't know why Boss Bao mentioned this specifically, but at this moment, Shi Shao was being stubborn, so if Boss Bao wanted to ask, he would naturally dare to say it. What do you mean by that? you're such a sinister and despicable person, you speak without thinking, and you're so arrogant. There are many people who want to deal with you. Who knows, someone might just be holding a grudge against you and want to kill you. But what does this have to do with the battle on the field right now? Do you still think that you, Boss Leopard, are worthy of a King Realm expert's attack? Having said that, Sher Shao showed a sarcastic expression on his face, and looked at Boss Bao with disdain. Boss Leopard, on the other hand, revealed a cruel smile. He looked at Master Shi and said calmly, "Do you know why Mr. Zhou hasn't arrived yet? Perhaps you already know, but do you know that Zhou's backer has arrived? Who do you think is the person who can make your master, Night Owl, give him face and kill his closest relatives? Oh, of course, the biggest backer hasn't arrived yet, but the one who has arrived is already more noble and powerful than you can imagine. So what should your expression be now?" Master Shi, I admire your ignorance and stupidity, but unfortunately, I also hate you, so there's no need to answer. I'll tell you directly. These injuries on my body were caused by the battle with him. Do you know what realm he is in? He is at the peak of the King Realm. Moreover, when fighting with me, he broke through to the Emperor level. Unfortunately, this traitor will eventually have to endure torture day and night in my hell, and you, Master Shi, will also enter my hell and keep them company. Believe me, you will be very satisfied. Ha ha. Boss Leopard laughed heartily, but he did not say how powerful he was. However, by revealing his opponent's realm, he was actually revealing his own realm. Being able to fight against people at the peak of the King Realm, or even those who have entered the Emperor realm, and still survive, and even being defeated in the end, what realm must Boss Leopard be at? Boss Leopard did not deliberately hide these words, so many people heard them. At this time, no one doubted whether what Boss Leopard said was true or false. Even if there were doubts in their hearts, Boss Leopard had no reason and no need to tell such a lie. But if it is true, the implications are even more shocking. Being able to defeat the peak of the King Realm means that Boss Leopard himself possesses at least the power of the peak of the King Realm. Such a strong man is already a true top strong man, the strongest under the Emperor level. No wonder Boss Leopard acted so dismissive when he saw these two powerful kings, even speaking rudely and looking down on them. Indeed, Boss Leopard has the qualifications to look down on them. Impossible. How is this possible? How could you possibly possess such a powerful force? How could you possibly do that? Sher Shao looked at Boss Bao in disbelief. Now you are starting to doubt whether there is something wrong with your own worldview. Since when did the powerful kings become so worthless? Also, what did he mean by Mr. Zhou and the person behind him have already entered Boss Leopard's hell? What did he mean by I will also be their companion? Is this going to kill yourself? Otherwise, how could the word hell be uttered? At this time, Sher Shao could only think of these, and he only cared about these, but some people who were attentive heard the hidden meaning that Boss Bao inadvertently revealed. Traitor! These two words cannot be used casually, but they came out of the mouth of Boss Leopard. It would be nonsense to say that he didn't know what these two words meant. The water seemed to be getting deeper and deeper. However, it doesn't seem to matter anymore, because the current situation is a fight between gods, and mortals cannot get involved. Boss Bao looked at Sher Shao's collapsed and desperate look and sneered, "Don't worry, it's not time for you to die yet. Whether it's collapse or despair, it's not time yet. Wait, you will experience what true despair and true hell are." At this moment, Boss Leopard had a ferocious look on his face, and coupled with the horrific scars on his body, he looked particularly creepy. Sher Shao sat slumped on the ground, watching the battle on the field, but he just stared blankly, without any hope in his heart. What if you win? Besides, can you win? Lin Xingyue was also on the verge of collapse at this time, but what could she do? Master Shi, it's not time to lose hope yet. Yi Tianqi keeps his word. As long as these two strong men win, we will be fine for the time being. Everything is fine for the time being at this moment. Both Lin Xingyue and Sher Shao believe that Yi Tianqi is a trustworthy man. Sher Shao trembled bitterly and said, "Yes, as long as the two seniors win, everything will be fine. As long as we can return to the imperial capital, everything will be fine unless Yi Tianqi breaks his promise." Yi Tianqi doesn't keep his promise? Hearing this, Boss Leopard sneered directly. How could a fool like you rise credibility and not keep his word? Why, just for a fool like you? I just told you that this battle is over. Yuri's still holding on to hope until now. You won't cry until you see the coffin, so you should take a good look. Do you really think that Mr. Yi is using the strength of a general, so his strength is insufficient and he cannot pose a threat to these two kings? That's because you don't understand anything. Otherwise, you will understand how terrifying and brilliant the methods Mr. Yi is using now are. Don't be impatient, take your time and watch soon, you will see it, then you will know what the result is. Boss Leopard naturally did not say this intentionally to flatter Yi Tianqi. In some cases, his vision might not even be worse than Emperor Lu's, and he might even know more. Because what he experienced with Yi Tianqi is something that many people cannot understand or experience. It seemed that each of Yi Tianqi's attacks did not cause much damage to the two kings, but what was the truth? It was not that Yi Tianqi could not do it, but that he was using another method to punish these two people who had been promoted through special means. In fact, Yi Tianqi also has a simpler method, but he has other purposes. Emperor Lu understood this purpose, and so did Boss Leopard. Boss Leopard, in particular, was extremely excited at this moment, because Yi Tianqi could be said to have done this mostly for him. Fighting across borders is something that Boss Leopard has just experienced, and Yi Tianqi is teaching Boss Leopard a lesson with practical actions. Just based on this time, if Boss Leopard had a 30% chance of reaching the middle stage of the Emperor level before, now, it has increased to 70%. 482, Chapter 482, The Power of Evil. There is no need to explain what 70% means. What's more, those who truly understand the world of the strong are very clear about what it means to break through from the king realm to the emperor realm and how difficult it is. Boss Leopard directly jumped from the king realm to the middle of the emperor realm, and broke through a small realm in between, which was even more difficult and almost unimaginable. And this confidence is now as high as 70%. At this moment, others could not understand, nor did they need to understand anything. Boss Leopard did not need to show off in this way. Moreover, even if he wanted to show off, how many people present today were worthy of his showing off? The people he wanted to show off to were not here at the moment, but it didn't matter. The later he came, the better. The later he came, the greater his chances of breaking through. After he broke through to the middle stage of the emperor level, Boss Leopard couldn't help laughing when he thought of the expressions of these brothers. However, when he thought of someone, the smile slowly faded and turned into a curse, because he seemed to find that his progress was not very fast, and the person he had always wanted to show off and make obey him was much more talented than him. But it doesn't matter what Boss Leopard thinks now, and it doesn't matter what other people think either. Everything was just an episode, and now, except for Shi Xiao, who was still unwilling to accept, or unwilling to believe, no one thought that Yi Tianqi would lose. In fact, it is true. At this moment, the two king-level warriors had stopped their attacks. Looking at Yi Tianqi strolling leisurely with his hands behind his back, they felt nothing but fear and shock. They could feel that Yi Tianqi was not lying when he said he was using the strength of a general. He had indeed been using the strength of a general, whether it was physical fitness or strength, but it was because they knew this that they felt despair. Because, from the beginning to the end, they were suppressed by Yi Tianqi, completely suppressed. Up to now, they haven't even touched the corner of Yi Tianqi's clothes. How sad it is. Two mid-level kings were unable to even touch the clothes of a general. If this were to be spread, who would believe it, who would dare to believe it? But this is the fact. This can only prove one thing, that is, Yi Tianqi is much stronger than them. His combat experience and combat skills are much better than theirs. Only this can explain all this. But this just proves that Yi Tianqi is not a weak man, he is a real strong man. And if all this is true, then the power that Yi Tianqi just showed, that terrifying aura, which belongs to the perfection of the emperor level, and even has spare power, the aura that makes people despair, is not fake, but real. Because, Yi Tianqi, there is no need to fake this. However, the more this happened, the more they couldn't imagine how Yi Tianqi could possess such powerful strength. He shouldn't and couldn't have it. This combat experience is not fake. It is something that can only be gained through countless bloody battles. Combat methods are not fake either. Everything is not fake. So what is real and what is fake? Yi Tianqi? She exiled immortal? Weak and sickly? But this is not fake. In just 10 years, Yi Tianqi went from a weak person to such a powerful person? How can one believe this? The two king-level warriors felt mixed emotions at this moment, including fear and complexity. But there is one question that remains in their minds, that is, who is Yi Tianqi? That's right, who is Yi Tianqi after all? Who the hell are you? The two powerful kings could no longer hold back and speak. Although they felt they still had strength left, they couldn't even touch the corner of Yi Tianqi's clothes at their peak, let alone now. They would like to hope that Yi Tianqi is now exhausted, but reason tells them that it is far from the case. Yi Tianqi simply looked at the two king-level masters calmly and said, "Don't you know who I am? Do you think Yi Tianqi shouldn't have this kind of power, or that the frail Qi Zixin shouldn't have it? Unfortunately, I disappoint you. I am Yi Tianqi, also Qi Zixin is for who I am. Does it matter to you? After all, we are all going to die. What's the point of asking so many questions? Are you hoping that after you die, you will know who I am and take revenge on me? But you are completely wrong. That will only make you unable to be reborn after death. Now, kneel down here obediently and consciously disperse all your strength. This will save you some pain, otherwise, you will be in excruciating pain." As soon as these words were spoken, the two king-level masters became extremely angry. Yi Tianqi actually wanted them to kneel here and disperse all their strength. This was to turn these two powerful kings from powerful men into useless people. How can I tolerate this? Yi Tianqi, you keep your word. As long as we win, or even as long as we touch the edge of your clothes, you will let us go. Are you going to break your promise? We haven't lost yet, let alone been defeated. We still have our last trump card and our last bit of strength. Yi Tianqi, we admit that we underestimated you. We didn't expect you to have such rich combat experience, but you want us to admit defeat based on this? You're dreaming. After hearing what the two said, Yi Tianqi just smiled faintly, shook his head, and said, "You will suffer the consequences if you do evil. Every time I show kindness, others will see it as ridicule and exaggeration, but in fact, every time, in the end, it proves that what I said is right. What power do you have left? You've used crooked means, harming lives, to gain power that shouldn't belong to you. Don't I know how you achieved your current king realm? Can't you see? Is your so-called trump card a temporary limit-breaking breakthrough? Ridiculous. I'll let you break through. How far can you break through to? Perfection of the king realm, peak of the king realm, or just entering the emperor realm? I advise you to listen to me, otherwise, there will be no room for regret." Yi Tianqi had a cold expression, but the words that came out of his mouth were horrifying and incomprehensible. From the very beginning, Yi Tianqi said that these two king-level powerhouses were unworthy of their positions and should not possess such power. They should not be in the king level, but they possessed the strength of the middle-level king level. Now, it is said that these two king-level powerhouses have obtained their current strength by using evil means and killing lives. Although no one is clear about what this means, these words have already proved how evil the source of their power is and how much blood their hands are stained with. No one else can tell whether it is true or false. But these two powerful kings, the two parties involved, know it very well. Therefore, when they heard Yi Tianqi's words, it was as if their fig leaf had been torn off, making their eyes red in an instant, and they became angry and embarrassed, and began to increase their strength unscrupulously. At this moment, the two men's long hair fluttered, and their aura began to rise continuously, from the middle stage of the king realm, and continued to rise at the same time. They began to emit thick black air, and an extremely bloody breath was coming out. Mixed in it was other auras, which were extremely evil and disgusting. But, at this very moment, his realm had already been elevated to the peak of the king realm. 483, Chapter 483, The Intoxicating Power. These two powerful kings actually have the means to increase their strength, which is beyond the expectations of many people. However, even ordinary people who don't understand the strong can clearly feel the aura of these two king-level strong men is constantly increasing at this moment. This is a fact. However, this kind of aura has a nauseating feeling. It is not fake. It makes people feel uncomfortable. It looks evil at first glance. Emperor Lu's eyes were cold, and Boss Bao's eyes were bloodshot. The two of them might not be very clear about what evil means were used, but their knowledge was much better than that of ordinary people. So, no matter what means were used, it proved one thing. That is, the realm of these two people, as Yi Tianqi said, was achieved through crooked means, and may even be stained with a lot of blood. Damn it, although I don't know how these two people reached their current state, I can imagine how many people they harmed in order to reach the king realm. Emperor Lu's eyes were ice cold, and murderous aura began to emanate from his body. If Yi Tianqi had not been fighting, he would have wanted to kill the two men with a single sword. At this time, Boss Leopard spoke coldly. The most important thing is that we only see two people right now. How many more are there that we haven't seen yet? We don't know. This is probably one of the reasons why Mr. Yi couldn't help but want to take action. No one answered Emperor Lu and Boss Bao except for Yi Tianqi and the two king-level masters. No one else present could answer their questions. As the aura of these two king-level powerhouses continued to rise, the look in Yi Tianqi's eyes became colder and colder, and even the murderous intent became stronger and stronger. Damn them! Yi Tianqi didn't dare to say clearly what methods they used, but he was at least clear about one thing, that is, if you want to raise a person's limit and let him have power that should not belong to him, every method requires a price to be paid, either for yourself or for others. It is obvious that these two powerful kings did not pay any great price themselves. At most, they would stop at the middle stage of the king realm for the rest of their lives, and at most use secret techniques to temporarily increase their strength, that's all. But for them who have no potential to reach the king realm, being able to reach the middle stage of the king realm is already a great blessing. They naturally don't think that this is a price to pay. But, if they don't pay the price, then in order for them to reach this level, it is other people, or even many people, who need to pay the price. The bloodiness and cruelty of the process are simply demonic, no, even more evil than demonic. Just look at the bloody smell and deathly aura they exude when they increase their aura. Many of them are not their own auras. Moreover, others cannot see it, but Yi Tianqi can see that these two people are exuding resentment. Other lives, the resentment of dying unwillingly. Night Owl himself doesn't have this ability. Using this method to train his subordinates and increase his strength is simply evil, and if my guess is correct, none of the people sacrificed are weak. This is fishing in a pond, destroying the foundation of the world of the strong and dragon country. Damn it, really, damn it. Yi Tianqi muttered to himself, but not many people understood what he said. It would be best not to have too many people understand, otherwise, people would panic. Looking at the two king-level powerhouses who seemed to still have some energy left and wanted to be promoted to the emperor level, Yi Tianqi's eyes were cold and he ignored them, with no intention of interrupting them at all, but the way he looked at them was as if he was looking at dead people. These two powerful kings were originally very afraid, but as their strength continued to increase, their confidence also continued to grow. When they reached the peak of the king realm, they felt a kind of strength they had never experienced in their lives. They had the momentum of conquering the world with one punch. When they finally touched the threshold of the emperor realm, or even took 1 foot into the emperor realm, the fear in their eyes was gone. This kind of power is so strong that it can make people despair. However, this is almost the end. The imperial level cannot be entered just by saying so, and it is certainly not something they can force their way in by using some secret method. However, looking at Yi Tianqi's indifferent expression and seemingly unhurried attitude, the two king-level powerhouses immediately felt uneasy, and the feeling of being invincible just now immediately dissipated a lot. What's more, even if he reached the emperor level, there was still Emperor Lu standing next to him. If they want to leave alive today, they cannot have any reservations, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. Keep pushing, you must reach the emperor level. A king realm expert roared in anger, while another expert was stunned for a moment before saying anxiously, no, being able to ascend to the current half-step emperor realm has already greatly reduced our lifespans. If we continue to forcefully ascend, we won't survive. Who wants to die when they can live? But first of all, you have to be alive. Hearing this worried remark, the expert who wanted to ascend to the emperor level gritted his teeth and roared, do you think we can survive without reaching the emperor level? Yi Tianqi is insidious and cunning. You saw his fighting ability just now. If we can't crush him, he won't give us another chance. Therefore, we must win. Only in this way can we leave alive. Only by leaving alive can we have a glimmer of hope. Hope. Leave alive. Young master, Yi may have a way to extend our lifespan, but if we can't leave alive, why would you be afraid of lifespan? As this strong man spoke, his aura suddenly rose, and his eyes were already red and bloodshot. Her face, his hands, and his skin were all swelling, and blood was beginning to seep out of his blood vessels. Crossing the realm and advancing is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Even if he risks his life, it is still extremely difficult. The chances of success are quite high, but even if he succeeds, the time he can stay in the emperor level is only a short minute. No one can sacrifice almost their entire life for 1 minute. But this time, he had no choice but to do so. Seeing this strong man like this, the other one also gritted his teeth, stomped his feet, and gave it his all. Just like they said, if they can't leave, then what's the point of mentioning anything else? But if they can leave alive, then they still have hope of survival. Finally, as blood continued to burst out of the two men's bodies, their entire bodies were soaked in blood, turning them into bloody men. Their aura finally seemed to have crossed the chasm and entered the emperor level. Although it was only a short minute, the emperor level was the emperor level. The moment they stepped in, all the pain of the two king-level powerhouses seemed to be washed away by joy. That kind of strength, which was different from that of the king level, was something they had never possessed, let alone experienced. That is, every gesture seems to possess the power to destroy the world, that is, the power that transcends levels, just like the evolution of life. Is this the power of an emperor? Is this the elegance of an emperor? It's truly indescribable. The two king-level powerhouses didn't even bother to attack Yi Tianqi at this moment. Instead, they closed their eyes with a look of enjoyment, enjoying the power that belonged to the emperor-level powerhouses. 484, Chapter 484 We Are the Emperor. It's no wonder that these two people look so useless. The truth is, people who haven't experienced it won't understand. In the world of the strong, the concept of the emperor level is indescribable to them. It is either a god or a godlike figure. That kind of terrifying power is what everyone desires to possess. However, the world is so big, how many emperors can there be? Essentially, these two people don't even have the qualifications to become a king-level powerhouse. They reached the king level through evil means, but it is already the limit of their lifetime. They will never be able to experience what the emperor-level scenery is like in their entire lives, but now, they have it for a short time, and it is impossible not to be addicted. It was an emotion that came from the heart and could not be controlled. The power that was so strong that it made them feel like the world was being destroyed was filling their bodies at this moment, and it was impossible for it not to expand. But before they could finish experiencing this feeling, Yi Tianqi sneered. If my guess is correct, you relied on evil means to increase your strength, and although you briefly reached the emperor level, your time should be limited. In looking at your miserable state, can your physical fitness withstand it for 2 minutes? I think it's unlikely. So, what are you lamenting about here? Every second you waste is probably a year of your lifespan, huh? If you didn't know, you'd think you had an infinite lifespan and could waste it at will. Yi Tianqi's words were like a thorn, piercing the hearts of these two people. That's right, this is no longer the time to waste time. However, I finally stepped into the imperial level and experienced this kind of style even if it wasted a few seconds, so what? Yi Tianqi could use the strength of a general to deal with them who had the means of the middle stage of the king realm, but now, if Yi Tianqi could still use the strength of a general to deal with them who had already entered the emperor level, they would never believe it even if they were beaten to death. However, thinking of the aura that Yi Tianqi had just revealed, which had reached a terrifying level, the hearts of these two king-level powerhouses began to beat nervously. Yi Tianqi, do you want to regret it? Since we now possess the strength of the emperor, do you want to use some method to improve our combat effectiveness? When these two king-level powerhouses spoke, their expressions were solemn and they stared at Yi Tianqi intently. There was no way. The pressure Yi Tianqi brought to them was too great. If they could still regard the previous aura as fake and ignore it, then it was an indisputable fact that Yi Tianqi had just used the strength of a general to fight with them and had the upper hand. Based on this point, they couldn't ignore it even if they wanted to. When Yi Tianqi heard these words and saw the expressions of the two men, he immediately showed a look of disdain. Are you guys worthy? The same contempt, exactly the same as before. The disgust and disdain on his face seemed to show that he did not take these two people seriously at all, even though they had been promoted to the emperor level. This was a little hard for the two of them to accept, but the more Yi Tianqi acted like this, the more relaxed they felt. As long as Yi Tianqi did not continue to increase his strength, then why would they lose? How could they possibly lose? Thinking of this, they immediately became rampant. Yi Tianqi, you are arrogant enough, but you are too arrogant. We are both at the emperor level. We are no longer in the middle stage of the king realm. No matter how much you look down on us, we have already stepped into the emperor level and have the strength of the general level. If it is still acceptable for you to deal with two of us in the middle stage of the king realm, and there is this precedent, then a battle across the two realms has never happened before. Even if you are Qi Zhixian, you can't do it. This is the emperor level, the emperor among the strong. If you don't even understand this, then the aura you just displayed has proven to be completely fake. Just based on these words, it proves how confident these two people are in themselves. In fact, it is not that they are too arrogant, but that no matter who comes to see it today, it will be the same. It is a pipe dream for a general-level warrior to cross two realms and fight against an emperor-level warrior. This is absolutely impossible. This is not a question of self-confidence or not at all. It is a qualitative difference. They are like heaven and earth and cannot be compared. If Emperor Luan Bosbao had not trusted Yi Tianqi too much today, then if someone else had done this, they would probably be full of doubts. In fact, not only doubts, they would also feel that someone was overestimating their own abilities. But if this is what Yi Tianqi said, then everything is possible. From this, we can also see how incomprehensible it is for a general-level warrior to fight against an emperor-level warrior. Yi Tianqi smiled and shook his head, looking at the two King Realm experts as if they were fools. Then, he hooked his finger and said disdainfully, "Perhaps, the strength of a general-level warrior is indeed not enough to face the emperor-level warrior. Even I cannot deny that the gap between them is not something that can be made up by skills, but why do you think I am still standing here?"
Heh. Do you think you're qualified to stand before me? Do you have the ability to walk up to me? If you can't even do that, then what's the point of talking to me about the gap between an emperor and a general? I advise you to wait patiently for this power, acquired at the cost of your entire lifespan, to dissipate automatically. This will save you some suffering. Otherwise, the pain of being pierced by thousands of arrows, torn into pieces, and gnawing at your bones will make you realize what it means to live a life worse than death. The two King Realm Masters were amused by Yi Tianqi. He was arrogant, and it's understandable, and he is indeed afraid of Yi Tianqi, but he just said that there is a gap between the strength of the general level and the emperor level. He has admitted that it will be difficult to win without increasing his strength. And now they are just left to wait for the hard-earned power to dissipate? This is not arrogance, this is madness.
Yi Tianqi, at this time, you still dare to speak so arrogantly. Do you think we are afraid of you? Now we are at the emperor level. You, knowing clearly how much we paid to obtain this power, still want us to just wait for it to wear off. Then why did we pay such a huge price to obtain this power? Today, since you insist that you won't increase your strength, then in front of everyone, if you lose, you must let us go. Otherwise, whether you are Yi Tianqi or Qi Zixin, your reputation and your credibility will all collapse.
This was used to provoke Yi Tianqi, fearing that Yi Tianqi would regret it after failing.
Yi Tianqi just looked at the two of them like a clown and said calmly, "Oh, then you guys come and give it a try." Looking at Yi Tianqi's fearless look, the two king-level powerhouses suddenly felt something extremely uneasy. However, at this moment, they had nowhere to retreat, no way to retreat at all. The imperial power in their bodies surged, but they knew very well that as soon as the time came, they would lose this terrifying power, and by then, everything would be too late. Thinking of this, the two strong men did not dare to be negligent, nor did they dare to underestimate Yi Tianqi just because he had reached the emperor level. Therefore, they immediately began to mobilize their forces. They were trying to hit the target with one strike. However, an accident happened at this time. The moment they began to mobilize their strength, power came, but so did the pain that made them despair and collapse. 485, Chapter 485. Please, let us die. Pain, a tearing pain, suddenly swept over me. At this moment, the two king-level warriors' faces became extremely ferocious, their bodies were shaking violently, and they couldn't even stand steadily, and fell to their knees on the ground. Strong men like them, even if they have reached a higher realm through the help of evil ways, their own realm is still at the level of the strong. There is no need to say much about their ability to endure pain. However, the pain at this moment almost makes them collapse. It is conceivable how painful it is. Others might not be able to understand the extent of their pain, but at this moment, everyone who saw these two king-level powerhouses clearly saw and felt how much pain they were in. The muscle lines on their bodies began to show irregular distortions, and bright red blood kept oozing out of their pores. Their bodies even emitted the sound of bones grinding against each other, as if a sharp blade was constantly wearing away their bones. It was bone-crushing and soul-stirring. At this moment, everyone thought of what Yi Tianqi had just said. These two powerful kings not only vomited blood from their mouths, but also their ears, nostrils, eyes, and whole bodies were bleeding. At this moment, they were wailing and screaming in pain, as if they were in hell and were enduring unimaginable torture. Yi Tianqi, what did you do to us? What on earth did you do to us? Just as others thought of what Yi Tianqi said, they also thought of it. No wonder Yi Tianqi remained calm from beginning to end, standing there and saying such words. It turned out that he had known it for a long time. But what is going on? What is going on? Not to mention forcibly increasing their strength. Even if they forcibly increased their strength and obtained the royal power that should not belong to them, they have never heard of such painful torture. Apart from the fact that Yi Tianqi used means unknown to them to target them, they could not think of any other outcome. It must be Yi Tianqi, it must be Yi Tianqi. Yi Tianqi, still standing there, looked at the two people who were in unbearable pain and said indifferently, "I just told you to wait for the power to dissipate, but you refused to listen. Who can you blame? It's hard to persuade a damned ghost with kind words. You are seeking death yourself, huh? Then, there is nothing I can do." These sarcastic remarks almost made the two strong men collapse. Only a shameless person could say such words.
There's no point in trying to persuade those damned ghosts with nice words. Why do they deserve to die? Yi Tianqi, what are you trying to persuade me about again?
They want to live, want to improve their strength, and seek a way to survive. To do this, they have already overdrawn their lifespans in advance. What's wrong with them? But you, Yi Tianqi, didn't say anything when they were increasing their strength. When they reached the emperor level and everything came to fruition and there was no turning back, you began to persuade them to wait for time to pass and for the strength to dissipate. What's the difference between this and letting them wait to die?
Of course, to be frank, even if Yi Tianqi had advised him at that time, what would have been the use? They certainly won't listen.
So, the result is destined. Yi Tianqi, you are despicable, you are shameless. What on earth did you use? You are a devil, you are a devil. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi smiled lightly, nodded, and said, Devil, perhaps to deal with devils like you, only devilish methods can quench the fire in my heart. How you have improved your realm has involved countless lives and blood. Do I need to remind you?
You got something that didn't belong to you and killed so many innocent people. Don't you deserve to die? If you want to know why it's so painful, I can tell you what's the harm. Ever since I started fighting you, every attack I made on you was purposeful. Once the attack is over, my actions on you will be complete. Forget about using my emperor-level power. Even if you still use the king-level power I just used, you will still be consumed by the bone erosion and soul-destroying death. Of course, the pain may be much less than it is now, but it is still not something you can endure. Right now, you are just tasting the retribution you deserve. Don't be impatient, this is just the beginning. Yi Tianqi's words made people's scalps numb. He had never intended to let these two people live well from the beginning. He not only wanted to win, but also wanted to make the enemy suffer unbearable torture. How painful must this be? Everyone present at the moment, who saw it, felt unwell and trembled all over. After just one look they couldn't even imagine it. Yi Tianqi is really cruel. When he is cruel, he is not a human being at all. But the key is that he has the strength and ability to be ruthless. Moreover, it was Yi Tianqi who made everyone know today, but what if he said nothing? What if he refused to admit it? Then, these two king-level masters would probably die without knowing how they died or what happened. There is another point that makes people dare not think about it.
Yi Tianqi can do this without anyone noticing, even in cross-border battles. So, if he deliberately wants to target someone and wants him to die without anyone noticing or make him live a life worse than death, can others find out? I dare not think about it. It makes me dare not think about it at all.
Is this Yi Tianqi? Or in other words, is this the exiled immortal Qi?
That, the exiled immortal Qi who created miracles. Everyone seems to have forgotten that creating miracles, bringing huge benefits, and making class leaps are at the same time. It will definitely affect the interests of many people, and there will be many obstacles. So, what about those enemies?
And, most importantly,
what on earth has Qi Zishan experienced during his disappearance for so many years? When he was physically weak and even sickly, how did he gain such strength? What were his fighting skills like? This makes people even more afraid to think about it.
Yi Tianqi is Qi Zishan, but is Yi Tianqi just Qi Zishan? Did the exiled immortal Qi from back then really have the ability to make someone like Emperor Lu follow and protect him willingly?
With the events of today, anyone who knows something about it will slowly raise this question, and thus become more and more confused, and at the same time, more and more secrets will be involved. Yi Tianqi naturally knew it, but he no longer cared. There was nothing that could be hidden, and it couldn't be hidden for long, and he didn't need to hide anything, let alone hide it too deeply. Please, 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 let us go. No, kill us, please, kill us. Ah, please, kill us, let us die. The two powerful kings were lying on the ground, tortured by pain, and rolling around. They actually begged Yi Tianqi to kill them. They didn't even ask for him to let them go. They just wanted death and to be free. It's not that they don't want to die, but at this moment, they have even lost the ability to commit suicide. This extremely tragic, miserable and painful scene made everyone's scalps tingle, but also made them feel more compassion, because it was really too tragic, so tragic that it was simply indescribable. It seems that all hatred can be put aside in the face of such a tragic situation. However, Yi Tianqi remained unmoved. Not only that, the coldness and chill in his eyes became more and more intense.
At this moment, Yi Tianqi, who stood there unmoved and just watched the two people suffer quietly, looked more like a demon crawling out from the depths of hell than ever before. No emotion, only coldness. 486, Chapter 486 scared everyone. No one spoke at this time, everyone looked at the two people lying on the ground and wailing, not daring to breathe. Others cannot understand what kind of pain they are enduring, but just by looking at them, one can seem to feel something. Everyone seems to be starting to itch and ache. The fate of these two people is in Yi Tianqi's hands. If he wants them to live, they can live. If he wants them to die, they can die, including their pain. Since Yi Tianqi can make them feel pain, he can also make them not feel pain. However, Yi Tianqi just stood there quietly, without moving or making any sound. He just watched quietly, like a god, watching the death process of the ants indifferently, so cold and frightening. The two king-level warriors could even be called emperor-level warriors at this moment, but they were desperately begging for death, asking Yi Tianqi to give them a quick death, and they didn't even dare to beg for mercy. However, there was no answer, and as the imperial power continued to dissipate, the pain they endured seemed to be getting more and more. It was visible to the naked eye that they had fainted several times, but each time, they woke up in less than a second. Due to the pain, they had even lost the right to faint. I can only clearly experience this feeling of being worse than death. 1 second is a lifetime. What does it feel like? At this moment, no one understands it better than the two powerful kings who are suffering. What does it feel like to be living a life worse than death and to be in excruciating pain? At this moment, only they know best. Just like that, these two powerful kings slowly lost even the ability to beg, and collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud, in a pool of blood formed by the blood that seeped out of their own skin. The power of the emperor level was lost, and the power of the peak king level also dissipated. In the end, they returned to the starting point, but they had already slowly lost their human form. The bones had long been twisted irregularly, the legs had run to the top of the head, the arms were twisted into a knot, the skin on the body had completely ulcerated, the bones were all exposed to the air, and blood was all over the body. Similarly, the teeth fell off one by one, and the hair fell off along with the scalp and blood. Neither human nor ghost, these 4 words can describe the miserable state of these two powerful kings. It only took a few minutes for them to go from being full of vigor and vitality to being half human and half ghost. It seems very short, but it is actually very long. Gradually, no more sound was heard, and the two king-level warriors on the ground no longer looked like human beings. They were still alive from their weak movements. It could be seen that they were still alive and still had breath, but it was better for them to be dead. I can no longer even see my human form, and I can't even make a sound. Is this really still living? Death is their best relief at this moment. Everyone present who saw this scene felt this way from the bottom of their hearts. Death is the relief for these two people. Unfortunately, their life and death are in the hands of Yi Tianqi. Yi Tianqi just glanced at them calmly and said, "Xiaohua, arrange for people to drag them out since they are still alive. Let them live like this. It is not bad to repay the blood debt they carry in this way." Upon hearing this, Boss Leopard nodded and waved his hand. Someone came up and took the two men away as if they were collecting garbage. Everyone present today heard Yi Tianqi's words clearly. These two people would not die. They would continue to live like this. According to Yi Tianqi, they wanted to atone for their sins in this way. However, no one knows how many sins they have committed, and no one knows how much the so-called blood debt is. No one knows who Yi Tianqi is taking revenge for. However, everyone knew one thing: Yi Tianqi was cruel enough, so cruel that it made people tremble. He no longer needed to torture these two people deliberately. He didn't need to do anything. Letting them live was the greatest punishment and torture for them. Then, Yi Tianqi looked at Mr. Bai and chuckled, "I'm sorry, old Mani just said sorry to you, but I didn't expect that I would have to say it again. It's my fault that this place is dirty." This is really Yi Tianqi's fault, otherwise, these two king-level powerhouses would not have ended up like this. The reason they became like this was all because of Yi Tianqi, who couldn't hold back. They did vent their anger, and it was also true that the banquet hall was extremely pungent. As for whether the guests present could still eat after feeling so nauseous, that was also debatable. However, now, if they can eat it, they have to eat it. If they can't eat it, Yi Tianqi will ask them to eat it, and no one dares to say no. They have to eat it even if he forces them to eat it. Because this is Yi Tianqi's face, they have to give it whether they want to or not. Old Master Bai laughed heartily and shook his head, saying,
saying, "Mr. Yi, please don't say that. If it weren't for Rai's efforts to turn the tide today, I, an old man, and the entire Bai family, would have no idea what would have happened. What's more, Mr. Yi is doing a good deed for the people, a great deed. Why should I apologize? Why should I apologize?
Mr. Yi, look, if you need to do something, just go ahead and do it. I am very happy today, really very happy." Mr. Bai laughed heartily and looked really happy. Yi Tianqi nodded slightly after hearing this and looked at Leopard. He said, "Xiao Hua, you saw the battle just now. Did you gain anything?" Using the strength of a general to fight against these two king-level powerhouses is not just for show, of course, there are other purposes. Boss Leopard has already realized this purpose. "Yes, I gained a Lotone time. I felt that my chances of reaching the middle stage of the Emperor level increased to 70%. As he spoke, Boss Leopard's eyes were shining, and he went straight into the middle of the Emperor level. This was such an exciting thing, and naturally, Boss Leopard was no exception. He has been at the peak of the King realm for many years and wants to enter the Emperor realm, which is different from others, because the Emperor realm is almost a sure thing for him. However, going straight to the middle level is a completely different concept, which can save him at least 5 or 6 years. 5 or 6 years is not a short time for any industry or any person. It is a period of time that can change many things. The same is true for the world of the strong. These extra 5 or 6 years are equivalent to directly raising Boss Leopard's talent ceiling by a lot, giving him more directness and more experience to sprint to a higher level. Others may not understand this, but how could Boss Leopard not understand it? Yi Tianqi looked at Boss Bao and nodded, then turned his gaze to Shi Shao, who was already slumped on the ground with dull eyes, and was frightened to the point of being a little stupid. 487, Chapter 487, Submit to the Penalty Department. Just a glance, just a glance. It seemed that there was nothing more to say to Shi Shao or anyone else. It seemed that they were no longer worthy, and it also seemed that Yi Tianqi was not in the mood. Break this sure guy's limbs and throw him out. Notify the Longhua Penalty Department to come and arrest him. 's a filthy fellow, not worthy of my personal disposal. Tell the penal department to deal with him according to the law. I think he'll definitely get a life sentence. Take him away. The bad guys in the prison love people like him who have delicate skin and flesh but a heart as hard as ink. If the first sentence could make Shi Shao suddenly feel a sense of hope, then the second sentence directly turned this hope into despair. Not to mention that his limbs were broken and he was unable to resist. Even if he was fine, how could a person like him who had never suffered any crime compete with those vicious bad guys in prison? At that time, people can deal with him however they want. It's like a piece of fat meat thrown into a wolf's den, and they can eat it however they want. Just thinking about that scene made Shi Shao collapse. No, Yi Tianqi, you can't do this, you can't do this. I am. Yi Tianqi sneered, looked at Boss Bao, and said, if he dares to say another word of nonsense, I allow you to cut off his tongue. After these words were spoken, Shi Shao dared not even breathe, fearing that Boss Leopard, who had long wanted to deal with him, would attack him. Yi Tianqi, on the other hand, looked at Shi Shao and sneered, I know who you are, aren't you, Shi Shao? What, are you still trying to scare me with the name of Night Owl? To be honest, I just thought it would be too boring to just kill you, so I handed you over to the Criminal Justice Department. I think that even if I don't collect all the sins you've committed, I can still find a lot of them if I just look at them casually. Oh, don't count on Night Owl to save you, I said. He can't save you. I'm using this method to tell Night Owl, to tell everyone, that I slapped him in the face, I stepped on him. What can he do? How dare he do anything? This idiot. He and I have no grudges against each other, but he provokes me again and again, treating me as an enemy. Well, then, he should just clean his neck and wait. Don't worry, he will be there to accompany you soon. These words made everyone present swallow their saliva. This was one of the reasons why Yi Tianqi handed Shi Shao over to the Criminal Justice Department. Shi Shao was just a small character, and Yi Tianqi actually wanted to deal with Yi Shao. Although everyone knew that after this experience, there would definitely be a battle between Yi Tianqi and Yi Shao. However, when they said it so openly in front of everyone, and even said that Yi Shao must be locked up, there was no way to reverse it. Moreover, the meaning is very clear. Yi Shao is not worthy of Yi Tianqi's personal action. He is only worthy of accepting sanctions and must accept sanctions. This means that Yi Shao and the Yi family will be destroyed. But, it's not that easy. Yi Shao is not Shi Shao. Behind Yi Shao stands a big shot who cannot be provoked. Yi Tianqi, are you really clear about this? But now, no one dared to say these words at this time, let alone say a word more. Yi Tianqi's actions today had completely frightened and shocked them all.
The exiled immortal of the Qi family is unfathomable as expected. Not only is his reputation well deserved, but the rumors are also too conservative. Only by seeing and experiencing it in person can you know how terrifying Yi Tianqi is. Young Master sure didn't dare to say a word. Even when he saw Boss Leopard walking towards him with a ferocious look on his face, Shi Shao didn't dare to breathe. Is this a good result? At least, compared to the two king-level powerhouses just now, Shi Shao felt that even breaking his limbs would be a very good result. If they could just hand him over to the Criminal Justice Department for disposal without breaking his limbs, then for Shi Shao, it would be like winning the jackpot, thank God. At least, the Criminal Justice Department wouldn't be so cruel. Moreover, if he was really locked up, just like Yi Tianqi said, it would be a slap in the face not only of Yi Xiao but also of him. Would Yi Xiao really watch himself being locked up and do nothing? That is definitely not realistic. Now, it's the same, but it may really be useless. Boss Leopard seemed to see that Shi Shao was getting lucky, chuckled, and said, "Do you think that if I throw you to the Criminal Justice Department, you will feel that there is hope for the future? Do you think someone will rescue you? At least, you won't be tortured anymore, you just have to endure it for a while?" It doesn't matter, think whatever you want after all. For someone like you who is hopeless and guilty of heinous crimes, it doesn't matter what you think. Once you go in, you will find that your thoughts and reality are very different. Boss Leopard certainly knew that Yi Tianqi had officially agreed to take over the Secret Investigation Institute. He was even more aware of how significant changes would take place in the Secret Investigation Institute under Yi Tianqi's hands. Throwing Shi Shao to the Criminal Punishment Department was just a fuse. Yi Tianqi planned to follow Shi Shao's lead and go straight to the heart of the matter. Shi Shao didn't know this, and didn't dare to refute anything at this time. He just lowered his head in silence. Boss Leopard patted Shi Shao's head and said calmly, "Remember, don't let me hear any sound from you. Even if you die from the pain, don't let out a single scream, otherwise, I will show no mercy. In order to prevent you from not understanding, I will tell you in advance that the order I have received now is to cut off your limbs. Do you understand what this means? As long as you are not stupid, I think you are very clear about it. Then, do you know that there are many ways to cut off your limbs? Let me give you an analogy. Let's say I want to break your arm. I can either break it instantly with one blow, or I can slowly break your bones bit by bit. Which of these two options do you think is better? What's more, these are the simplest methods. If it weren't for the lack of time and the fear of wasting time, I would have 100 ways to break your arm. It's a pity that I have so many methods in my mind, but in the end, I can't use them on you slowly. What a pity. Devil, this is definitely the devil's whisper. Just by listening to what Boss Leopard said, Shi Shao felt his scalp tingling and he was in excruciating pain. He did not think that Boss Leopard was trying to scare him. Boss Leopard, if you say it, you must do it now. It has come to this point. How could he not know that these people are crazy, completely crazy? Shi Shao said nothing, but just clenched his teeth tightly. He couldn't make any sound, not even a little bit. He absolutely couldn't give Boss Leopard an excuse to torture him, absolutely not. 488, Chapter 488. The world will punish you. At this moment, Shi Shao was tougher than ever before, but all he did was to avoid being tortured even more severely. The idea is good, but the reality is cruel. Boss Leopard did not deliberately torture Shi Shao more, but there was no need to do so deliberately. Just breaking one of his arms cleanly and neatly was enough to make Shi Shao's eyes red and his whole body trembling almost crazy. Opened wide. If he had not bitten his wrist tightly for fear that the slightest sound would give Boss Leopard more opportunities to target him, I am afraid that the deafening scream would have resounded throughout the banquet hall. And from the blood dripping from Sher Xiao's wrist, one can tell how much pain he is in at this moment.
However, these are minor incidents. This is true for Boss Leopard and also for Yi Tianqi.
Needless to say, Sher Xiao's fate is already determined, and no one can change it except Yi Tianqi. At this moment, Yi Tianqi looked at Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoya. After dealing with these two people, there is nothing else to deal with today, and everything here is almost over. Sun Xiaoya took a few steps back at Yi Tianqi's gaze and fell to the ground in fright. Then, she immediately crawled towards Yi Tianqi without any shame. She looked so delicate and charming, but she couldn't shake Yi Tianqi.
Let me go, I was deceived, I really was deceived. Tianqi, please let me go. I am willing to do anything you ask me to do in my next life. I will be your slave, wash your clothes and cook for you, and do everything you ask me to do. I beg you, let me go, let me go. I am innocent, I was forced, I love you, I have always had you in my heart, I love you, you must know, Yi Tianqi, I beg you, give me a chance, please. Sun Xiaoya begged desperately, not caring about her face or dignity anymore at this moment. She had witnessed the fate of the two king-level masters and saw that Sher Xiao did not dare to make a sound even after his limbs were broken. How could she not know that here today, Yi Tianqi dominated everything, was capable, and was ruthless? Yi Tianqi just glanced at Sun Xiaoya lightly without making a sound, but turned his gaze to Lin Xingyue. At this moment, Lin Xingyue's face was ashen, and she couldn't even beg for mercy or plead. Is this considered as asking for trouble?
Just now, she was still begging Yi Tianqi, telling him about her helplessness, expressing her feelings for him, and talking about everything that had happened in the past, hoping that Yi Tianqi could remember and then have some pity on her instead of being cruel and ruthless. But, what is the result? But because of Sun Xiaoya's words and the arrival of two powerful kings, she once again chose to betray Yi Tianqi. Not only did she betray him, she also hoped that Yi Tianqi would fail or even die quickly. She went back and forth so fast that she felt embarrassed and couldn't open her mouth to beg for mercy.
But she doesn't want to die. If I say that I was momentarily blinded and lost my mind, and that wasn't my original intention, would you believe me? Do you believe it?
Lin Xingyue herself didn't even have the confidence to say this, and now she was asking Yi Tianqi whether he believed it or not.
However, Yi Tianqi's answer was something Lin Xingyue had never expected. I believe it.
That's right, Yi Tianqi said he believed it. As soon as these words came out, Lin Xingyue was stunned. She didn't know how to start again.
But Yi Tianqi smiled indifferently and looked at Lin Xingyue as if he was looking at a stranger. Does it matter whether you believe it or not? Does it matter whether you believe it or not? Lin Xingyue, you are scared, right? I'm afraid that you'll end up like those two king-level masters, half human, half ghost, enduring endless pain forever. I am also afraid that you'll be like this Master Sher, with your limbs broken. I am also afraid that you'll be punished like your adoptive mother. You're very afraid because you don't want to die, and you're also afraid of pain. You've been like this all these years, and it's never changed. If that's the case, then I'm telling you now, you don't have to be afraid. Yi Tianqi sat on the chair and looked at Lin Xingyue. In his eyes, besides indifference, there was also a hint of complexity. Yi Tianqi was not a person who could not control his temper. Yi Tianqi was naturally not a soft-hearted person, but he was also a person who valued friendship and loyalty. He had feelings for Lin Xingyue, even if he was unwilling to admit it. This was a fact. But this feeling does not mean that he can forgive Lin Xingyue's actions, even if these did not cause him physical harm. But emotional harm is sometimes more painful and cruel than physical harm. Yi Tianqi had to admit that at certain moments, he even wanted Lin Xingyue to experience what it meant to be in a desperate situation in the world and what it meant to be in excruciating pain. Even just now, he still had this idea. But just now, he suddenly changed his mind. Killing Lin Xingyue is easy, torturing Lin Xingyue is also easy, but this is meaningless. What's more, for Lin Xingyue, losing everything she has now and becoming a loner in the true sense, her future can be imagined to be miserable. It is not only physical torture, but also mental. No longer the adopted daughter of the Lin family, and having lost the Xingyue group, what else does Lin Xingyue have? Perhaps, it is a debt after all. Even if Lin Xingyue is no longer a member of the Lin family, those who invested money in the Xingyue group, especially the Lin family members, will let her go. Xingyue group is gone, and all those people's money is gone too. Expecting Lin's mother and the others to pay back the money, even if they are killed,
they still can't pay it back if not Lin Qingyue, who else can they turn to? Therefore, Yi Tianqi didn't even need to think about it too much, he already knew what Lin Qingyue's future would be. That was a kind of misery where no one could get help from heaven or earth. It was 100 or 1,000 times more miserable than the worst time before. It's not to say that there will be no recovery in life, but it's almost the same. Compared to this, why bother, just let her die. Go, leave here, you have lost everything, this world will punish you. Also, Qingyue Group no longer belongs to you, you just signed the agreement and handed all of this over to Master Shi to handle. As for how to handle it, I think I don't need to say more. There are some things that Yi Tianqi didn't say, but Lin Qingyue will soon understand. Qingyue Group is Lin Qingyue's life, it is what she earned through hard work and is her hope, although she has learned that all this is not her credit, but all thanks to Yi Tianqi. If Qingyue Group is gone, she will have no chance of turning things around. But now, Lin Qingyue didn't dare to say anything more, because compared to others, this was already the best outcome. Even at this moment, Lin Qingyue was still grateful to Yi Tianqi in her heart, and even a glimmer of hope was ignited. Why did Yi Tianqi let her go? He didn't even scold her or beat her. Could it be that he still had feelings for her, that he was reluctant to let her go, so he left her a way out? 489, Chapter 489, He Must Still Love Me. It's no wonder that Lin Qingyue thinks this way at this moment. There are quite a few people who have this idea. Otherwise, given the ruthlessness Yi Tianqi showed today, how could he let Lin Qingyue go so easily? That's right, in the eyes of almost everyone, this means Lin Qingyue was let off. And Yi Tianqi didn't explain anything. It is not surprising that Lin Qingyue misunderstood. However, no matter how much of a misunderstanding she had, Lin Qingyue was clear about one thing at this moment: she could not beg anymore, at least, not at this moment. She could not beg for anything. Even if there is still a glimmer of hope, it will have to wait until later, rather than forcing Yi Tianqi to reconcile with her now. Therefore, Lin Qingyue also misunderstood Yi Tianqi at this moment. She looked at Yi Tianqi with deep affection and gratitude in her eyes, and tears flowed out instantly. Thank you, I know it's my fault, I will change, I will definitely change, thank you for letting me go, I understand. Don't worry, I won't let you down, I am leaving now, Tianqi. I just want you to know that I know I was wrong and I will repent, I'll wait for you. For the day you believe in me, I'll let you see a completely different me. Hope you can give me a chance to reform in the future. Thank you. After saying that, Lin Qingyue looked at Yi Tianqi deeply, hoping to hear a little comfort and get a glimmer of hope from Yi Tianqi's mouth. Unfortunately, Yi Tianqi just said lightly, "You misunderstood, didn't you? I didn't let you go, I just thought that this kind of punishment is the heaviest punishment for you. It doesn't matter if you don't understand, you will understand soon." It's not that she was scared after all, she had already seen the scariest things today. Lin Qingyue didn't think that since she had been spared, she could be worse off than others. But she knew that at this moment, there was no point in saying anything more, and leaving quickly was the best option. Well, thank you, I'll be leaving now. After saying that, Lin Qingyue was about to leave. She didn't dare to say anything extra. However, when she looked at Yi Tianqi, her eyes were full of affection that she had never had before. In fact, it was even more affectionate than when she loved Yi Tianqi the most. At this time, Sun Xiaoya became anxious. Seeing that Lin Qingyue was let go, Sun Xiaoya's anxiety was reduced a lot. She felt that she should also be let go, at least, she would not be targeted too much. But Lin Qingyue couldn't leave now. There were only two women here, and they were together when Lin Qingyue was here. There was someone with her now that Lin Qingyue was leaving. She would be left alone. She was very scared. Tianqi, please let me go with Qingyue. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I will change. I really will change. Please, let me go. Sun Xiaoya began to beg constantly, wanting to leave with Lin Qingyue. Qingyue, don't leave, save me, speak for me, we are together, please don't abandon me. After begging Yi Tianqi, Sun Xiaoya began to beg Lin Qingyue. In her opinion, since Yi Tianqi showed mercy to Lin Qingyue, it was natural that the feelings in his heart had not dissipated at this time. Lin Qingyue's help in speaking for her would be more useful than anything else. However, Lin Qingyue was so annoyed with Sun Xiaoya that she was almost going to death, so how could she possibly speak up for her? Especially, the moment Yi Tianqi really chose to let her go, Lin Qingyue felt so regretful that her intestines turned green. There was no need to explain the mistake she had made before. A mistake was a mistake, and there was no way to make amends. But what about just now? when she was begging for mercy and apologizing, if Sun Xiaoya hadn't insisted on persuading her, insisting that young Master Shi would definitely win and that Yi Tianqi would never forgive her, would she, Lin Xingyue, have reached this point? Now she has once again chosen to betray Yi Tianqi, abandon Yi Tianqi, and hurt Yi Tianqi, but in the end Yi Tianqi let her go. What if she had not chosen to treat Yi Tianqi like that at the time? So, will you forgive yourself? At least, there is such a possibility. If I forgive myself, what will the situation be like now? What is Qingyue Group, is it still important? Here today, at this time when everyone is paying attention and the news is bound to spread far and wide, she, Lin Xingyue, is Yi Tianqi's woman, the woman of Qi Zhixian, the dream lover of countless people. Just this point is enough. That was Qi Zhixian, the exiled immortal. That was Lin Xingyue's dream, the man she once admired. He was truly the pinnacle of the world. If the legends were unbelievable, then what about now? What she had seen and experienced with her own eyes, was that still unbelievable? So-called young Master Shi is nothing but shit in front of Yi Tianqi. What a powerful king, isn't he still neither human nor ghost in the end? Even Yi Xiao, Lin Xingyue is now almost certain that Yi Xiao will not be Yi Tianqi's opponent. At least, these two people are on the same level. The possibility of Yi Xiao wanting to deal with Yi Tianqi is not to say that there is no possibility, but it is extremely slim. Lin Xingyue didn't understand the world of the strong and was confused in many ways, but she was not stupid and could see clearly that Yi Tianqi's methods were unfathomable and comparable to ghosts and gods. This kind of person is her man, the man who once swore to protect her and love her, the man who would give her everything. But now, it's all gone. Even, they are enemies. Of course Lin Xingyue hated herself, and she knew that she could only blame herself for what had happened today, but why couldn't she blame others? Would she suffocate herself if she didn't blame others? Sun Xiaoya is one of the people she hates the most now. Now, this woman actually, you still have the nerve to beg her? Lin Xingyue stared at Sun Xiaoya with anger and said angrily, You still have the nerve to beg me, you still have the nerve to beg for mercy, the reason why Tianqi and I have come to this point. Do you think you didn't play any dishonorable role in it? Didn't you say too many bad things in my ear? I hate you so much, and you still want me to save you? What a joke, you deserve to be punished. Go to hell. After saying that, Lin Xingyue glanced at Yi Tianqi and gritted her teeth. Tianqi, don't let her go. This woman is very vicious. She played a big role in my current situation. Sun Xiaoya almost went crazy after hearing Lin Xingyue say this. She had originally been asking Lin Xingyue to help save her life and plead for mercy, but in the end, Lin Xingyue wanted to kill her. However, before she could say anything, Yi Tianqi just frowned, looked at Lin Xingyue, and said, Are you going to leave or not? When Lin Xingyue heard this, her body trembled. She didn't dare to say a word and left quickly. After she left, Yi Tianqi laughed coldly as he looked at Sun Xiaoya, who was slumped on the ground and shivering. 490, Chapter 490I, This is Mercy. Lin Xingyue left. Even though Lin Xingyue spoke harshly to her in the end, Sun Xiaoya still didn't want her to leave because she was afraid, very afraid. Having a familiar person around her would alleviate a lot of her fear. If she was alone, the uneasiness she felt would be unbearable. Looking at Yi Tianqi, Sun Xiaoya burst into tears and kept repenting. Yi Tianqi, looking at the painfully begging Sun Xiaoya, sneered and said, Afraid? What are you afraid of? You've got what you want. Sun Xiaoya, you've never been stupid. You should know that you have to accept the consequences of your choices. Don't you know that? So, what's there to cry about? What's there to be afraid of? It's impossible to expect all the good things to happen to you while not getting any of the bad things. There's no such thing as that in this world. There is no such logic in this world. Sun Xiaoya is also very clear about it, but when the time comes and it really concerns her, it is impossible for her not to be afraid. Looking at Yi Tianqi, Sun Xiaoya cried bitterly, I really know I was wrong. Tianqi, please forgive me, okay? I will be your slave. I will do anything for you. Just let me go this time, okay? I swear, I will never betray you again in my life. I will be loyal to you for the rest of my life. I will do whatever you ask me to do. Please, let me go and give me a chance to atone for my sins, okay? As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Tianqi burst into laughter. It was a nice thought. This was not begging for mercy or being let go. This was basically begging for a reward. Letting him go is one thing, but staying by Yi Tianqi's side is another. He was a 7th-rank official in front of the Prime Minister. If Sun Xiaoya really wanted to follow him, it would not be a punishment for her at all. Even if she was made to work like a slave or a maid, she would still make a lot of money. Even now, I still have illusions. I am really hopeless. It's come to this, and you're still not behaving yourself. Sun Xiaoya, you really amaze me. It's not like I didn't give you a chance back then, but in the end, what was your choice? I don't think I need to repeat it to you. Unfortunately, you didn't believe me, and I had no intention of breaking my promise no matter how dissatisfied I was with you. If you had listened to my choice at the time and had been honest and not chosen to betray me, you would have definitely gotten everything Lin Qingyue has now, even more, because this was the punishment I wanted to give her. But in the end, you made the wrong choice, and you can only bear the consequences of it. You reap what you sow. Even if Yi Tianqi didn't mention this, Sun Xiaoya would have regretted it so much that she would rather die than live. Now that he specifically mentioned this, the pain in Sun Xiaoya's heart was even more unimaginable. Before, she had a title, the title of Yi Tianqi's girlfriend. Even though all of this was fake, she still had this title, and Yi Tianqi acknowledged it. In fact, Yi Tianqi had made it clear enough and understood it well enough. As long as she behaved herself and did not stab him in the back or betray him, then she, Sun Xiaoya, would have a surprise beyond her imagination. Sun Xiaoya didn't dare to think that Yi Tianqi really treated her as his girlfriend, but Yi Tianqi would definitely do what he said and make sure she had enough food and clothing, and lived a life of wealth and glory, instead of being in agony and living a life worse than death like she was now. As a result, she made the wrong choice, lost everything, and had to face an unknown future. Sun Xiaoya regretted it so much that she wanted to commit suicide. She had clearly wavered and had thought about standing on Yi Tianqi's side, so how could she have been possessed by a ghost? The current outcome is her own fault. She has no way to say anything about it. It's her own fault. If she had been more determined and courageous, then everything would have been fine. However, under the circumstances at that time, her choice was actually not wrong. The mistake was that everyone underestimated Yi Tianqi. Her body trembling, Sun Xiaoya lowered her head silently. She seemed to have no way out, and begging for mercy was useless. What do you want to do with me? Sun Xiaoya asked this question softly, and it seemed that this was the only question she could ask. Yi Tianqi looked at Sun said indifferently, "Why, you don't want to beg for mercy anymore. You know that begging for mercy is useless, and it will only make me look down on you more and be more upset, right? Very good. Having this kind of awareness is very good. What I hate most is people who make mistakes but don't recognize them, especially when they make mistakes again and again and then cry and beg for mercy when faced with the consequences. No matter how much they cry and regret, what's the point? On the contrary, it is right to admit mistakes and accept punishment cleanly and neatly. Since you are ready, then, accept your punishment." Hearing this, Sun Xiaoya's body trembled violently. She listened carefully, waiting for the final verdict. "You have a vicious mind, betraying your master for glory and spreading rumors. You should be sentenced to death, but I don't want to kill you today. Therefore, I will spare your life and not punish you too much because, like Lin Qingyue, you will suffer in the future. Then I will punish you by cutting off the 180,000 strands of hair that are both troublesome and piercing your forehead with a tattoo to remember your sins." What kind of punishment is this? When Sun Xiaoya heard this punishment, she was stunned at first, and then she seemed to think of something. She looked at Yi Tianqi in despair. It would be better to kill her. What do you mean by cutting off all the hair on her head? This means that she should shave off all her hair and become a bald head. If it were just that, it would be fine. But Yi Tianqi actually wanted someone to tattoo the word sin on her forehead. This made Sun Xiaoya feel very worried about her future. How can I face people with such shame? This is destroying all her hopes and all her future. No, Tianqi, Yi Tianqi, you can't do this to me. You can't do this to me. I would rather you break my arm than punish me like this. I am a girl, Yi Tianqi. I love you. How could you have the heart to do this? Sun Xiaoya is a girl. Yi Tianqi's punishment is a devastating one for a girl. It is enough to make Sun Xiaoya neither human nor ghost, and she will never see the light of day again, and she will be in endless darkness. But this is the punishment he wants to give to Sun Xiaoya. It doesn't seem serious enough, but in fact, it is extremely serious. Watching Sun Xiaoya struggling in pain and begging desperately, Yi Tianqi said calmly, "This is already me showing mercy to you and giving you enough face. What, don't you want it? You're a troll, a traitor, shameless, and a traitor. Do you want me to continue? Originally, I should have cut out your tongue and broken your legs, but I'm going to let you go because you're a woman, because we've known each other before, and because you haven't caused me any harm. So, don't you want to? Well, since you don't want to, and I don't want to force you, then, let's punish you according to my original intention. Xiaohua, why don't you do it?" As soon as these words came out, Sun Xiaoya collapsed instantly. 491, Chapter 491 Voluntary. Looking at Boss Leopard walking towards her with a grim smile on his face, and thinking of his crazy behavior just now, Sun Xiaoya was almost scared to death. Yi Tianqi's words also made her feel like she was falling into an ice cave. Compared with the punishment Yi Tianqi mentioned, it seems that shaving the head and tattooing the forehead are not unacceptable. No, I accept it. Just shave my head and tattoo my forehead. I accept it. I really accept it. Please don't cut out my tongue or break my limbs, please, I beg you. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi revealed a hint of disdain. He looked at Sun Xiaoya and said, "I didn't force you. Besides, I gave you a choice, Sun Xiaoya. I've already been very kind to you this time. You did it voluntarily." Voluntary? Isn't that unfair to her? No coercion? Don't you think it's ridiculous to say this? Where does she get the choice? What choice does she have? It's like asking her to make a choice between her, Sun Xiaoya's, death, or a life worse than death. But no matter which choice she makes, it will be extremely painful, and there is no other option at all. But what can she say now? She finally understood everything. Yi Tianqi had changed completely. He was no longer the Yi Tianqi that Sun Xiaoya had known. He was Qi Zhixian, the Qi Zhixian who was out of her reach. "I volunteered. I willingly accepted the punishment to atone for my sins." After Sun Xiaoya finished speaking, she closed her eyes and sat down on the ground, tears streaming down her face, but she didn't dare to resist at all. Boss Leopard then waved his hand with a sinister smile and said, "Come here. Hurry up and help this girl cut off her troublesome hair. Also, when you tattoo her, the words can be smaller. They don't need to be too big. Just half of her forehead will be enough. After all, she is a young girl and will have to go out and see people. If her forehead is too full, how can she face people in the future?" If this isn't sarcasm, then what is sarcasm? At this moment, everyone felt that Boss Leopard was really too unkind to women. This kind of punishment was enough to make a woman mentally collapse, but Boss Leopard still said this. It was like rubbing salt into someone's wound, and the damage caused was multiplied. What made others speechless was that after seeing that the person who took action was a little slow, Boss Leopard actually started to tattoo Sun Xiaoya's forehead himself. The hideous and terrifying smile on his face never stopped, combined with the hair all over the floor and Sun Xiaoya's expression of collapse and crying. Boss Leopard's evil look was completely remembered by everyone. In the past, people in the eastern province only knew that Boss Leopard was cruel and ruthless and not easy to mess with, but today, they have added a few more comments to their evaluation of Boss Leopard, among which the word pervert is absolutely indispensable. Don't provoke. This is the only thought in the minds of everyone present at this moment. After doing all this, Sun Xiaoya's forehead was covered with blood, but the bloody word sin that almost covered half of her forehead was clearly visible. It's so miserable that it's almost unbearable to watch. Yi Tianqi then waved his hand without saying a word. Boss Bao understood what she meant and immediately looked at Sun Xiaoya and said with a smile, "Miss, I won't hold a mirror for you, okay? Let's go look in the mirror yourself later. Remember, you must look in the mirror and you must stare at it for a full 5 minutes. If you miss 1 second, I will tattoo one more word on your face. Do you understand?" Boss Leopard was crazy. What a huge hatred. At this moment, Sun Xiaoya looked almost like a ghost, but he still asked her to look in the mirror and stare at herself carefully for 5 minutes. In addition to the physical torture, he also wanted to drive Sun Xiaoya crazy mentally. Boss Leopard is so cruel, so cruel. Finally, it seemed that Yi Tianqi couldn't bear it any longer. He frowned and said, "That's enough, Xia. Wait's not over yet, is it? Come back quick. Limmerbai's business is more important. Don't waste time on these trivial matters."
Small things, are there any small things here today?
In comparison, Mr. Bai's birthday party and Bai Yulong's control over the Bai family were just trivial matters not worth mentioning. However, things had finally come to an end, and naturally, others did not dare to say anything more. When Yi Tianqi smiles, they have to laugh. When Yi Tianqi has a stern face, they dare not even breathe. This is the real situation now. No matter how ruthless Yi Tianqi is, or how big a thing happened today, in short, for most people present, there was actually no loss, so what is there for them to worry about? Originally, many people were ready to unite and question Mr. Bai and Bai Yulong about where the Bai family members had gone, and they also wanted to find a way to rescue them, but now, who dares to do that?
Not to mention questioning, I don't even dare to mention it.
Yi Tianqi looked at Mr. Bai and smiled. I've settled everything on my end. Let's proceed as planned. The auction can still go on, but I think we're running out of time. We have just wasted a lot of time. If we continue the auction now, it will definitely take a while. Now it is already this late, and it is hard to say when we can have dinner.
It's impossible to let so many guests go hungry.
Yi Tianqi was right in thinking this, but if he were to ask everyone present if they were willing to eat, most of them probably wouldn't have any appetite after all, not to mention what everyone was thinking about. Just the scene they had just experienced was enough to make them feel uncomfortable. Upon hearing this, Mr. Bai smiled and shook his head, saying, forget about the auction. I don't think any of the distinguished guests present today are particularly interested. Let's eat first. After saying that, Mr. Bai stood up, looked at everyone present, and said with a smile, I think it's getting late, so I will cancel the auction. Please have dinner first. If you want to auction, you can talk about it after dinner. Everyone, do you have any objections?
Who dares to have an opinion? Who can have an opinion?
They all agreed happily and left it to Mr. Bai to decide. Afterwards, as if nothing had happened, the food and drinks began to be served continuously, and the banquet hall was filled with laughter and joy. However, it was hard to say how many people were in a heavy mood. Mr. Bai looked at Yi Tianqi and said softly, Mr. Yi, when do you plan to leave for the imperial capital? Do you need me to make any preparations? It's not that he doesn't trust Yi Tianqi, but Mr. Bai knows very well that even if today's incident had not happened, Yi Tianqi's trip to the imperial capital would be like going to a dangerous place. There are many people and forces who want to deal with him, and each of them is so terrifying that they can block out the sky and the sun. Now, even though Yi Tianqi has proven his power and is protected by a strong man like Emperor Lu, that is the imperial capital. Yi Tianqi smiled slightly, shook his head, and said, things here have come to an end. He will set off tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. As for the rest, there is no need for you to make any preparations. The ones who should make the preparations are not me, but those who want to deal with me. The reason I'm going a day or two later is to give them enough time to prepare, so they don't disappoint me. Having said that, Yi Tianqi narrowed his eyes slightly, as if full of murderous intent.
492, Chapter 492 The Future, in Hell. Since Yi Tianqi had said this, naturally, no one else could say anything more.
Come to think of it, based on Yi Tianqi's performance today, if anyone really regarded him as a useless person who had been hiding for 10 years, then that person would probably be in for a huge surprise. This exiled immortal Qi has never disappointed anyone. He was once synonymous with miracles, and he still is today. Since he said he didn't need the Bai family's help, it must mean that he really didn't need it. Old Master Bai didn't feel lost at all. There was nothing he could do because his strength was there. In the eastern province and even the entire southeast, the Bai family may still play a significant role, but once they arrive in the imperial capital, this role will be extremely limited. However, the limited role of the Bai family does not mean that Mr. Bai is really useless. On the contrary, Mr. Bai still has some connections. These connections may not be able to help much, but it is always better to have them than not. At least, they can increase the proportion of Yi Tianqi's power. Looking at Yi Tianqi, Mr. Bai smiled happily and said, Mr. Yi, I wish you a smooth journey to the imperial capital and may you get what you wish for. I believe that your wish will come true. I am looking forward to hearing the news of your triumphant return in the eastern province. The return of the king, yes, this word is not a problem to use to describe Yi Tianqi. If everything in the past was not fake, then Yi Tianqi might have been a weak and sickly person before, and his foundation was not stable. However, now he has powerful strength and a strong man like Lu Huang following him closely. No one knows how many secrets and background Yi Tianqi still has. But whether it was Mr. Bai or other people who figured it out, they all guessed a horrifying fact, that is, Yi Tianqi really did not waste his time these years. What he had done and what kind of background he had accumulated over the years was unimaginable, but it was conceivable that once all these cards were exposed, it would shock the world. Yi Tianqi looked at Mr. Bai, smiled and nodded, and said, "Well, thank you for your kind words, old man. Let's not talk about these things for now, so as not to affect your birthday party now. The ones who should be happy, or rather, panic, are not us, but others." After saying that, Yi Tianqi raised his glass with a smile and toasted Mr. Bai. Then he drank it all in one gulp. Indeed, how many people should be happy? Maybe there are quite a few, but I'm afraid that although it's not a lot, it's definitely not a lot either, or even very little. However, there will probably be many people who will panic, be confused, and feel uneasy, so many that they will be countless. Yi Tianqi did not ask for a gag order regarding what happened here today. There was no need for that after all. With so many people here and so many things happening, it would be impossible to hide it. It would only be a matter of time before people found out. If that's the case, then what's the point? It would be better to let everyone know openly. Knowing it earlier won't affect anything. On the contrary, it will make some people who are hostile to you and have ulterior motives feel fear earlier and feel the oppression of impending storm. Yi Tianqi was very happy that he could keep his enemies awake at night. Whether he wanted revenge or wanted to teach them a lesson, everything had actually begun from the moment he stepped into the banquet hall. Now, the news that should be spread has probably begun to spread. The news of Qi Zhixian's reappearance, Shi Shao's fate, his provocation to Yi Shao, and even the fact that Yi Tianqi seemed to possess the power of a strong man, as well as his control over the East Province and Emperor Lu's close following, will probably all spread. Just listening to it is a bit scary. But the most terrifying thing is how I got all these, and are these all my trump cards? What have I experienced over the years, and now, it has become a mystery that makes people can't wait to uncover it. There is no way if this mystery is not solved, then if you want to deal with Yi Tianqi, you don't know how to start, and you don't know what consequences you will face after taking action. Just like today, no matter who saw it, Shi Shao had the absolute upper hand, and his trump cards were endless, but what was the result? He was still crushed. Of course, no matter whether it is Yi Tianqi or Qi Zhixian, no one would guess that no matter whether it is Yi Tianqi or Qi Zhixian, no one would guess that he is the abandoned emperor after all. Even Qi Zhixian, who was so glorious in the past, seems to be still far away from the legendary 10th throne abandoned emperor. It's so far away that it's impossible to associate them together, and it's impossible to compare the two. That was Emperor Qi Tian, a godlike figure who rose like a meteor and made people dare not even compare with him. How can a mortal dare to compare himself with the sky? However, in fact, it cannot be concealed for long. It just depends on when it will be revealed. Thinking of this, Yi Tianqi clenched his fists, thinking of the strength he had just recovered, although it had dissipated again now. The feeling of his body being filled with powerful strength and being able to sweep away everything by himself made him miss it very much. It's almost there, very soon, my strength will be restored, and even further. Perhaps, this trip to the imperial capital is an opportunity to restore one's strength and even step into the imperial realm. By then, he won't have to worry about anything anymore. He will let this world and all his enemies know what despair means.
He wants to rewrite the order of the throne.
More importantly, stand alone in the world with your own strength at the top of the world. One person represents one realm.
Abandoning the title of Emperor of Heaven will make you truly worthy of the name.
However, these are all things for the future. As for Yi Tianqi now, let alone entering the Emperor realm, even the general level strength he used in the battle just now was obtained at a price, and it was not sustainable. Now, even if he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that he was just an ordinary person who had the means to save his life. In the grand banquet hall, the atmosphere was extremely lively with people toasting each other, especially after drinking the wine. Many people became bolder. The previous episode was indeed quite scary, but the key was that they were not hurt, so even if they were afraid, it was limited. On the contrary, this trip was really worthwhile. They met Yi Tianqi, and this alone was enough to make them excited. Compared to the lively atmosphere in the banquet hall, outside the hotel, there were people and it was extremely desolate. Especially Lin Xingyue. She left the banquet hall alive, but although she seemed to be still alive, in fact, she was like a walking corpse, half dead, and without a soul. Before stepping into this banquet hall, she was Lin Xingyue, the chairman of Xingyue Group, and the famous beautiful CEO with a net worth of billions and unlimited glory. She still had a home, which was her home even if she didn't like it, and relatives, which were her family even if she was partial to them. But now, her home is gone, her relatives are gone, and everything is fake and empty. Even the group is gone, and the money is gone too. What else does she have? Thinking of this, Lin Xingyue smiled bitterly. Yes, what else did she have? In a short period of time, she had gone from a high-spirited and favored girl to a miserable person who seemed to have nothing but suffering and didn't know where her future lay. No, she knew where the future was, the future, in hell. 493, Chapter 493. Who is more miserable? The future is in hell. That's right, for Lin Xingyue, her future is already determined. It's in hell, it's hell. She lost everything, but that doesn't mean she gained nothing. She also gained a lot. However, everything she gained was something she didn't want to face or experience. All you get is pain, and nothing but pain. Who is to blame? Who could she blame? Who did she need to blame? And who could she blame? She was the one who abandoned him. Even if she found 1,000 or 10,000 reasons, she could not deny this fact. She was the one who abandoned him. If she had not abandoned Yi Tianqi, then none of what happened today would have happened. Even if she had quarreled with Yi Tianqi and talked about divorce, as long as the divorce agreement was not signed, everything could still be salvaged. She, Lin Xingyue, would still be Yi Tianqi's wife, and Yi Tianqi would not be so heartless to her. Even if the divorce agreement was signed, if I hadn't been so heartless afterwards, everything wouldn't have ended up like this. That's right, Lin Xingyue is now reflecting on herself, thinking back on the past. The more she thinks about it, the more regretful she feels. The more she thinks about it, the sadder she becomes. She is so sad that she almost wants to kill herself by ramming her head against a wall here. How did it come to this point today? Yi Tianqi, that was Yi Tianqi. Even if he was not Qi Zixian, even if he did not have all those identities and backgrounds, he was still Yi Tianqi, the person she loved the most, the person who treated her the best, and the person who helped her the most. She had vowed to love this man all her life, to love him well, to take care of him, and to never leave him, but how could she have forgotten? She really still loved him, and it wasn't that she didn't love Yi Tianqi at all. Even when they were getting divorced, she couldn't deny that she still had feelings for him and she still had some hesitations, but how did it come to this point? Lin Xingyue couldn't figure it out and couldn't understand it. She now felt that all of this was like a dream, very dreamy and particularly unreal, especially what she had done to Yi Tianqi. Thinking about it now, it was simply like a nightmare. She always felt as if there was an invisible big hand behind her, pushing her to take this step that she did not want to face. However, she finally reached this step, and there was no point in regretting it. Collapsing on the steps of the hotel, Lin Xingyue burst into tears, crying so miserably that anyone who saw her cried felt pity for her. At this moment, she was like a child who had lost everything, lonely, helpless, painful, and tormented, as if she had been abandoned by the whole world. Before Lin Xingyue's tears dried, a voice louder and more painful than her crying reached her ears. and followed by the merciless ridicule of many people. Lin Xingyue looked back and was immediately stunned. The voice was very familiar, and the dress was also very familiar. However, after seeing the person, Lin Xingyue could not believe her eyes, fearing that she had recognized the wrong person.
Sun Xiaoya? Is this Sun Xiaoya?
The clothes were intact, the same as when I arrived, but where was the hair? Where was this long, beautiful hair? How did it disappear? There was a bald spot on the top of his head, and even some bloodshot on his scalp occasionally. A few long or short hairs that had not been shaved clean added to his slovenly look. And, most importantly, the bloody word sin on Sun Xiaoya's forehead is so obvious it was tattooed there bit by bit while she was alive. Regardless of whether it is painful or not, this kind of humiliation alone is enough to make people unable to survive. Besides, how can they face others like this? Seeing Sun Xiaoya's end, Lin Xingyue couldn't help but take a breath. She just thought she was the most miserable woman in the world, but now, she felt that Sun Xiaoya was much more miserable than her. That's right. In the current situation, even if you ask 100 or 1,000 people to comment, no one will say that Lin Xingyue is worse off than Sun Xiaoya. They will only say that Sun Xiaoya is so miserable that it is unbearable to look at.
Miserable, horrific, simply inhumane.
Perhaps it was because of a comparison, or perhaps it was because she met an acquaintance, or even more perhaps it was because this acquaintance who had a miserable end happened to be the object of Lin Xingyue's hatred. So, at this moment, not only did Lin Xingyue not feel any pity for Sun Xiaoya, but instead, she laughed out loud without restraint.
That mocking expression was more ferocious than anyone else's.
Sun Xiaoya, you bitch, this is what you deserve. I wonder how you will ever face people again. Do you still have the nerve to live on? You've lost all your hair, and there's a huge word sin tattooed on your forehead. Fine, this is how you treat a bastard like you who harms others. I even think your punishment is too light. You should have the word bitch tattooed on both sides of your face as well. Lin Xingyue's eyes were almost spitting fire. It was hard to imagine that they were once good friends, but now they were cursing each other with such vicious words. But Lin Xingyue had to get out of this situation. She was in so much pain that she didn't know how to live on. When she saw Sun Xiaoya like this, she felt relieved. When people are at their lowest point, in hell, looking up at the light may seem hopeless, but when they see people who have a worse fate, are more miserable, and are more pitiful than themselves, they will feel a different kind of comfort. At least, that's what Lin Xingyue thinks now. A different kind of comfort, a different kind of relief. Sun Xiaoya was in so much pain at this moment that she could neither live nor die. She is a girl, she is also a girl who regards her appearance as her life, and even, more than once, she has fantasized about relying on her self-to appearance to change her destiny. But now, the thing she was most proud of was completely destroyed. Not only her life was ruined, but her future was also ruined. Those who have not experienced it will never understand that feeling. This is the feeling of being unable to live or die. At this time, even if someone comforted her, she couldn't listen. She thought it was natural when someone mocked her, but this mockery, this vicious humiliation, still made her a little collapsed. It was as if Lin Xingyue hated her and blamed her in her heart. She also hated and blamed Lin Xingyue. Most importantly, she felt that it was unfair, really unfair. Obviously, Lin Xingyue was the instigator of all this. She was the one who got divorced. She was the one who wanted to deal with Yi Tianqi, she was the one who humiliated Yi Tianqi, and she was the one who did all of this. But why should Sun Xiaoya's fate be so much worse than Lin Xingyue's? Why, Lin Xingyue's long hair was not cut, no words were engraved on her forehead. Why, all this, why?
Sun Xiaoya's eyes flashed with crazy murderous intent as she looked at Lin Xingyue with full of malice.
Lin Xingyue, you damn woman, it's you, all of this is your fault, it's all your fault.
494, Chapter 494 Hurting Each Other.
Looking at Sun Xiaoya's crazy look, especially her current look, coupled with her ferocious expression, it is really scary. Lin Xingyue was angry, but she also felt a little sad and happy in her heart.
Is it my fault? Everything is my fault?
Yes, of course I was wrong. My mistake was that I was blind and abandoned such a good man, but how could all this be my fault alone?
Even if it was mostly her fault, Lin Xingyue didn't want to admit it, couldn't admit it, and she wanted to forget it herself. Why should she let others keep reminding her? Sun Xiaoya, look at you, you're such a jerk, you still don't repent and you say it's my fault even if I, Lin Xingyue, am wrong. So what? I haven't ended up like you, Yuri, neither human nor ghost. Now who are you trying to scare? It's my fault. My fault is that I believed your jealous words. My fault is that my feelings for Yi Tianqi are not firm enough, otherwise, how could I end up like this today? But I'm wrong. What about you? The fact that I, Lin Xingyue, am standing here perfectly fine proves that Yi Tianqi has me in his heart, otherwise, the one who would be shaved and tattooed would not be you, but me. After Lin Xingyue finished speaking, she burst into laughter. She herself did not say this with great conviction, but she had to believe it with utmost conviction. In addition, with Sun Xiaoya as a living example standing right here, she seemed to have a glimmer of hope rising in her heart. I have treated Yi Tianqi like this, but Yi Tianqi still hasn't been so heartless to me. How can I say that he doesn't have me in his heart? If he really doesn't care about me at all, then he should at least let me become as miserable as Sun Xiaoya without any scruples. But Yi Tianqi didn't have it, he didn't have it. Now, the truth or falsehood of this idea is actually not very important. What is important is that this is Lin Xingyue's own psychological comfort and redemption, otherwise, how can she survive? Sun Xiaoya, who was already going crazy after hearing these words, now wanted to go even crazier. Yes, why is all this happening? If all these are crimes and sins, then Sun Xiaoya is at most an accomplice. In fact, she may not even be considered an accomplice. She is just a villain who was jealous, said a few bad words, and did some things to instigate others. Even if she is guilty, she is not guilty to this extent. The main culprit is clearly right in front of her, but why is Lin Xingyue safe and sound? It seems that she has lost everything, but she still has her beautiful hair and there is nothing tattooed on her forehead. She has just returned to her previous appearance. What did she lose? Family? Those family members who are so biased that they don't even have blood ties with you. What kind of family members are they? It's better to have none of them than to have them. At least, you don't have to worry about them bullying you. It's not fair. All of this is not fair. It's not fair. This is also unfair. It's you, Lin Xingyue, who heard Yi Tianqi and abandoned him. But why am I the one being punished? It's me. I don't accept it. I don't accept it. I don't accept it. Sun Xiaoya roared wildly and screamed loudly, her face looking ferocious and scary. She was not convinced. Indeed, no matter who it was, there was no way they could be convinced at this time. The more Sun Xiaoya acted like this, the happier Lin Xingyue became, seeing her madly roaring in dissatisfaction. Lin Xingyue laughed and said, "So what if you don't accept it? What do you have to be dissatisfied with? You bitch, you had no sense of shame back then. Now, it's just retribution. You've always had ulterior motives. Don't you know what you've done since coming to Dongzhou? Before you even have enough wings, you're already trying to take advantage of me and bully me now. This is retribution, all retribution. Aren't you wondering why you're being treated like this, while I, the culprit in your eyes, am getting away with it? Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? I think you know everything, but you just don't want to admit it. However, it's useless for you to deny it. The facts are right before our eyes. The reason why Yi Tianqi didn't treat me like this is because he still has feelings for Mei. He doesn't want to hurt me. Do you dare to say that you don't know or understand?" Lin Xingyue laughed out loud. This not only hurt Sun Xiaoya, but also made her happy. She felt that it was right, and that was the fact. Otherwise, why not hurt her? However, many things sound like facts, but the actual situation may not be. The reason why Yi Tianqi didn't hurt her didn't necessarily mean that he still had any feelings for her. Perhaps he still remembered the past feelings. Perhaps Yi Tianqi, a cruel and ruthless man, could still feel a trace of old feelings towards her, Lin Xingyue, but that was all, nothing more than that, far from what Lin Xingyue said. Lin Xingyue is very clear about this. As for Sun Xiaoya, the light of hatred in her eyes kept flashing and burning. Lin Xingyue's words made her even more unacceptable and unbearable. Seeing Lin Xingyue's arrogant laughter, Sun Xiaoya was furious, but she did not yell. Instead, she forced herself to calm down, because she saw endless regret and remorse in Lin Xingyue's eyes. And that hint of unrealistic fantasy. Fake, everything is fake. Lin Xingyue did not receive the same treatment from her Sun Xiaoya, not because Yi Tianqi still had feelings for her. Perhaps there was a trace of this reason,
but it was almost the same as not having it. It was just to save Yi Tianqi's face. Otherwise, Yi Tianqi's former woman was disfigured like this. Yi Tianqi's face didn't look good either. The fact is that if Yi Tianqi doesn't take action himself, no one else can do anything. The most important thing is that the punishment Lin Xingyue received seemed insignificant, but in fact, it was not light at all. Thinking of this, Sun Xiaoya smiled. The laughter was louder than Lin Xingyue's, and the expression was even more rampant than Lin Xingyue's. What are you laughing at? It's already this late, and you're still laughing. I think you've gone crazy, you crazy woman. Lin Xingyue had prepared herself for Sun Xiaoya to continue arguing with her, and even for the two of them to come to blows. However, she never expected that Sun Xiaoya would actually laugh, and laugh so wildly, which made her feel very unhappy. Sun Xiaoya, looking at Lin Xingyue who looked unhappy, felt much more comfortable. The purpose is to make you unhappy and to deprive you of this sense of superiority. Lin Xingyue, I laugh at you for still being so stubborn and living in a dream. It's true that I, Sun Xiaoya, am miserable, but no matter how miserable I am, can I be as miserable as you? Haha, why shouldn't I laugh? Why shouldn't I laugh? I'm laughing at the fact that I figured it out, and I'm even more laughing at the fact that you still can't figure it out. I have lost all my beautiful hair and even my appearance has been ruined. My future is completely ruined, but how much better can you, Lin Xingyue, be than me? In fact, in a sense, your end, Lin Xingyue, is even worse than mine. Why can't I laugh? Ha! 495, Chapter 495. You are the worst one. The outcome will be even worse? Lin Xingyue's appearance remains the same as before. Apart from losing her company and her family, she has lost nothing. She is very miserable. However, facing a woman like Sun Xiaoya, whose appearance is ruined and who has no future, why do people say that her fate is even more miserable? Lin Xingyue was dissatisfied with this. She had originally been mocking Sun Xiaoya, using this method to comfort herself, but in the end, she had become Sun Xiaoya's comfort. How could this be justified? Crazy, I think you are really crazy. If you are not crazy, how could you say such crazy words in such a serious tone? Sun Xiaoya, there is something wrong with your brain. You should go to a mental hospital as soon as possible. After saying that, Lin Xingyue glared at Sun Xiaoya fiercely, as if she was disgusted, and was about to turn around and leave. Sun Xiaoya seemed to have found an outlet for her anger when she saw Lin Xingyue about to leave. She didn't want to let her go. Lin Xingyue, am I crazy? Don't you really know? Yes, I am crazy, but now I am more sober than ever. And you, are you still sober? How much do you think you have lost? I can see what I've lost now, and I can also see my future. I can feel the pain now, but what about you? You, Lin Xingyue, are used to a life of luxury and wealth. Can you go back to that kind of poverty? In the past, you still had a home. At least, you had a place to settle down. Even if your so-called family treated you badly, at least you had a bed to sleep in and a bowl of rice to eat. But now, what do you have left? And do you think that's all? No, I tell you, it's impossible. Never underestimate the evil in people's hearts, and never overestimate their compassion, especially after today's events. Get out, Lin Xingyue, do you really not know what you will face in the future? Everything has just begun. You may seem to have not been retaliated against, but in fact, Yi Tianqi has no intention of letting you go. He has no mercy on you at all. The reason why he did not take action is not because he still has feelings for you, or because he is nostalgic for the past. He is just trying to protect his reputation. He just wants to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Lin Xingyue, I've seen what happened to you. It's so miserable, so miserable, so miserable. Sun Xiaoya's sarcastic and eerie tone, coupled with her terrifying appearance, would be a lie if she said it didn't cause a strong shock to Lin Xingyue. Lin Xingyue was originally just a little unhappy, but now, she was panicked by Sun Xiaoya. She certainly knew that her future would not be very good and her ending would be miserable, but she didn't have the time to really think about so much now. Her heart was in a mess. And all she could think about was how much she had lost. As for how much was lost and what these losses meant, Lin Xingyue didn't have time to think about it. Now looking at Sun Xiaoya in such a posture, Lin Xingyue just felt extremely uncomfortable. Sun Xiaoya, what nonsense are you talking about? No matter how miserable I am, how can I be more miserable than a disfigured, disgusting freak like you? From now on, you probably won't even dare to leave the house and you still have the nerve to laugh at me. What right do you have to laugh at me? What qualifications do you have to laugh at me? If anyone should laugh, I should be the one laughing at you.
Is it meaningful for two people to argue about this at this time?
The answer is that it is meaningful to both of them at least. They can vent and hurt each other. The deeper the hurt, the more they can feel comforted by their current situation.
Sun Xiaoya looked at Lin Xingyue's crazy look, and the two of them seemed to be turned upside down.
Yes, I may not even dare to leave the door, but as long as I want to, I can leave anytime and anywhere. But what about you, Lin Xingyue? Will you still have freedom in the future? I have my doubts.
I'm afraid of you, there's not even a door, ha ha ha.
Lin Xingyue, Sun Xiaoya, at least still have a small house of my own, a home, and my family. Even if I don't want to see them now, I still have a place to stay. But what about you? Do you still have a home? As for a house, do you think you still have a house? Xingyue Group is gone. Don't you really understand what this means? This means that everything you have will be wiped out. I know what you want to say about Xingyue Group having nothing to do with your current property. But is that possible? Do you really think all this is possible? Yi Tianqi will not let you go. Even if Yi Tianqi lets you go, do you think that he will choose to take away the liabilities after he has taken away all the assets of Xingyue Group? If he doesn't assume these liabilities and only takes away the assets, then do you think you, the former boss, can escape the debts owed by Xingyue Group? Those people, no one dares to cause trouble for Yi Tianqi, but it would be easy for them to cause trouble for you. By then, you won't have the house or the money. All you'll have is a mountain of debt. Being sued is the best outcome. Even more terrifying is the various debt collectors who will come after you by then. Do you think having your freedom restricted is a big deal? I'm afraid that would be the least of your problems. Lin Xingyue, you are the one who doesn't even have a future. Your future is destined to be restless, and you still have the nerve to laugh at me. Ah, you are simply stupid. Sun Xiaoya's words were not meant to scare Lin Xingyue, but were meant to indicate the facts that were about to happen. Even before Lin Xingyue returned, everything would bite must have happened. In fact, if nothing unexpected happens, all the creditors are waiting for her.
Lin Xingyue was silent. She thought of the scene that Sun Xiaoya described and couldn't accept it. She couldn't accept it.
It's not something that is impossible, but something that will definitely happen. Yes, Yi Tianqi never let him go, from the beginning to the end, because things had come to this point, and Yi Tianqi's disregard for her was the greatest punishment and torture for her. Yi Tianqi doesn't even need to take action. There will be countless people who want to attack her in order to curry favor with Yi Tianqi, and her end will only be more miserable than she can imagine. On the contrary, although Sun Xiaoya looks extremely miserable now, in fact, she seems to be much better off than Lin Xingyue. What's the point of her appearance not being ruined? She has no chance, and it is impossible for her to turn things around with her appearance. Thinking of this, Lin Xingyue, how could she not feel pain, hatred, and discomfort? Sun Xiaoya, seeing Lin Xingyue's horrified expression, felt incredibly happy and laughed out loud. You thought of that, but what good does that mean? This is your predetermined fate, Lin Xingyue, you can't change it. Your biggest mistake, your biggest punishment, is losing Yi Tianqi. You lost this man, the one you once possessed, but ended up abandoning and hurting him time and time again. You should have been at the top, the envy of countless people. Lin Xingyue, this is your biggest punishment. 496, Chapter 496. Looking back, the past is past. The greatest punishment, the heaviest penalty. That's right, what Sun Xiaoya said was absolutely correct. What Lin Xingyue should be most painful and regretful about, and what was also the cruelest punishment, was losing Yi Tianqi. She had been pursuing it so hard and was willing to give up everything for it. In fact, what she was pursuing had always been right beside her, within her reach. Moreover, it was much more than she had imagined or dreamed of, so much more that she could not even imagine. But she destroyed it all with her own hands, completely destroyed it all. People are not afraid of not getting what they want, because they have never owned it. So, even if they can't have it, how painful can it be? But what people fear most is that they clearly have something, but in the end, they lose it completely before they can enjoy it. Especially, the opportunity to stand at the top is within reach, something that was once within your grasp. Lin Xingyue wanted to gain psychological comfort by mocking and ridiculing Sun Xiaoya, but now, the one who was hurt the most was not Sun Xiaoya, but she, Lin Xingyue herself. Looking at Sun Xiaoya's appearance, Lin Xingyue suddenly lost all interest in refuting or arguing. She just lowered her head slightly, tears sliding down from the corners of her eyes. With a sad smile, Lin Xingyue turned around silently and was about to leave. This scene stunned Sun Xiaoya. Gone? Gone? Stop arguing with yourself? Just leave like that? This was something that had never happened in all these years. When had she, Sun Xiaoya, ever been able to leave Lin Qingyue speechless? Wasn't it always Sun Xiaoya who faced Lin Qingyue cautiously? She seems to be a best friend, but in fact, she is just a subordinate. The so-called friend has really become a so-called friend. Today, Lin Qingyue hurt herself again with resentment, and she also hurt Lin Qingyue with resentment. However, she herself did not expect that she would hurt Lin Qingyue to the point where she could not speak and turned around and left.
This is simply unimaginable.
Excitement, unprecedented excitement, made Sun Xiaoya even forget what she looked like at this moment. However, after the excitement, Sun Xiaoya looked at Lin Qingyue's desolate back, and thought of the desperate eyes before she turned around. A feeling of desolate loneliness, pain and sadness surged in her heart. Why do they have to hurt each other? Whether it's her or Lin Qingyue, who of them can live better than the other? They are comparing their misery with each other here, but in fact, each of them is almost in a desperate situation. For some reason, perhaps because they shared the same suffering, or perhaps because in despair, having someone who had experienced the same thing around them was really a kind of psychological comfort at this moment. Sun Xiaoya no longer remembered any hatred, she just wanted Lin Qingyue to stay.
Lin Qingyue, are you leaving just like that? What do you mean by not talking? Weren't you very talkative before? Haven't you always wanted to suppress me? Why did you give in this time?
Lin Qingyue, who are you showing this desperate expression to? Who are you showing this desolate back view to? It has come to this point. Do you still expect anyone to pity you or feel sorry for you?
Do you think that by acting like this you can make Yi Tianqi pity you, make him feel guilty, solve the current predicament, and return to the past? I tell you, it's impossible. Even if you crash into a wall and die here, no one will even look at you. Lin Qingyue, do you hear me?
Hearing Sun Xiaoya's roar, Lin Qingyue had no intention of turning back, but Sun Xiaoya kept talking endlessly. Lin Qingyue couldn't help but stop and turn to look at Sun Xiaoya, her face full of despair.
Sun Xiaoya, will you only be happy if you see me die? I don't want to argue with you anymore. Just like you said, my fate is actually much worse than yours. Much, much worse. Lin Qingyue's face was miserable and full of regret.
The worst thing isn't how bleak the future will be, or how much pain I'll have to endure, but, as you said, I once had it. Ali could own the whole world. I could stand on the highest peak of the world, making everyone envy and jealous of me, but I gave up the entire mountain for a few grains of sand at the foot of the mountain. Tell me, am I stupid? Am I foolish?
You won't understand this feeling, because even if you've stood next to the mountain, you've never reached the top, let alone own the entire mountain. And I, Lin Qingyue, owned the entire mountain, but before I could see its true face, I abandoned it. I lost everything, and my future will be hell. This is me. Sun Xiaoya, have you laughed enough? If you have, then shut up. It's hard for everyone. Let's save some face for each other. If you haven't laughed enough, then keep laughing. Everything is up to you. The fact that she could say these words was enough to show how disheartened and sad Lin Qingyue was now. She probably even had no courage to live. Sun Xiaoya, listening to Lin Qingyue's words, gritted her teeth, caught up with Lin Qingyue, and said in a deep voice, "Where are you going? Where are you going?"
Lin Qingyue also wanted to ask herself this question. She turned around and wanted to leave here, but she didn't know where to go. Her home was gone, and everything was gone. Where else could she go?
Maybe it would be better to really die.
Sun Xiaoya, even if I die, does it have anything to do with you? Shouldn't it be more satisfying for you? You still think it's not enough, right? Fine, I'll stand here. You can continue to curse and mock me, and I won't leave until I've heard enough, okay? Just think of it as something I owed you before this time. I will pay you back from now on. You and I owe each other nothing. Just pretend you've never met me. Sun Xiaoya actually wanted to hear Lin Qingyue say this kind of words more than once, but this time, she didn't want to. Sun Xiaoya sighed softly and smiled miserably. She looked at Lin Qingyue and said, "Why should I mock you? Now, I can see what you used to be like."
Yes, that's how it used to be.
At this moment, the former Lin Qingyue seemed to have returned a little. When Lin Qingyue heard this, she was stunned for a moment, and then fell silent. She seemed to have forgotten what she was like in the past, but she still remembered that she was definitely not an aggressive person, let alone someone who would yell at her friends. It was true that she liked money, but she would never do anything for money and abandon her friends, let alone abandon her lover. She used to be simple, kind, pure and beautiful. Even though she suffered a lot and endured a lot, she always had a bright smile on her face, sunny and beautiful. It seemed that with a smile, all her worries disappeared. It seemed that even if the world was extremely cruel to her, she would still respond with warmth and kindness. That was her past self.
But, I don't know when, it disappeared. It disappeared unknowingly, and she even forgot that she once had such a side of herself. And it was at that time that she and Yi Tianqi fell in love. In the blink of an eye, everything has passed and turned to ashes, leaving only endless hatred and resentment, regret and tears. 497, Chapter 497, Born Unfair. Seeing Lin Xingyue lost in her memories, especially the emotions of regret, pain, and remorse that kept appearing on her face, Sun Xiaoya also sighed. Sometimes, people can resonate with each other, even if they are enemies. Strictly speaking, she and Lin Xingyue were not enemies, let alone a life and death struggle. They were even good friends who could talk about anything. Now they hate each other and wish each other dead, but it was not the case in the past. At this point, no one should say who is worse off. They all have similar endings in a foreseeable future. What's the point in continuing to hurt each other, especially after recalling the past and thinking about the present? They really share the same suffering. Lin Xingyue, don't think too much. Perhaps this is fatigue. It's useless to think too much. You can't change anything. You should think about how to survive next. That's right, the next problem they both need to face most is how to survive. Sun Xiaoya's pain and difficulties are right in front of us. It is a kind of pain where even if she wants to live, she may not be able to live, and she is destined to be pointed at and criticized, and she will never be able to face people again. Lin Xingyue seemed to be fine, but in fact, what she was about to face would only make her worse. Lin Xingyue looked at Sun Xiaoya at this moment. She didn't know whether it was Sun Xiaoya's sudden truce or the memory of the good times in the past that made the hatred in her heart lessen a lot. Of course, this might also be the time when she needs someone around the most. Sun Xiaoya is here now, and at least she looks worse off than her, which makes her feel a little safer. Sun Xiaoya, what do you mean? Do you care about me, or do you have some conspiracy? Faced with Lin Xingyue's questioning, Sun Xiaoya felt speechless, but this was quite normal. If Lin Xingyue really didn't question her at all and just reconciled with her as before, that would be really strange, and would make her feel extremely uneasy. Sun Xiaoya sighed, looked at Lin Xingyue, and said, care about you, okay, stop dreaming. I just feel sorry for you now. Besides, I'm not afraid to tell you that having someone worse off than me around me can at least comfort me now that we've both ended up so miserably. Let's not argue with each other. Let's call a truce for now. Instead of worrying about whether I have some conspiracy, why not think carefully about what to do next? You probably can't go back, so where are you going? I definitely have to go back. If I don't, I'll have nowhere to go. But what about you? Do you want to come with me? At least, my little house can still accommodate you. I am afraid it's not easy for me to go out for the time being. If you go, you can help me buy some food or something. It can be considered as mutual help. There is nothing wrong with what he said given Sun Xiaoya's current situation. She is unwilling to go out even if asked to. However, Lin Xingyue is safe and sound as long as she is not caught. There is no problem for her to go out. Moreover, Lin Xingyue probably really has no home and doesn't dare to go home, let alone return to the group. She really had lost everything, except for her appearance, which was not destroyed. What she had now was not even as much as Sun Xiaoya. Thinking of this, Lin Xingyue felt extremely painful, and her heart was filled with obsession that she couldn't let go. Go back, yes, we must go back, just in case things are not as bad as we thought. Lin Xingyue murmured to herself, as if she still had a last bit of hope in her heart. Sun Xiaoya was immediately speechless. Even at this time, Lin Xingyue still had illusions. Lin Xingyue, I know you don't want to accept your fate, but I advise you to stop daydreaming. You haven't given up only because Yi Tianqi let you go back and didn't do what he did to Meso. I know exactly what you're thinking, but if you hold on to this idea, you'll only suffer again when you go back. If you don't believe me, just try it. Lin Xingyue gritted her teeth, looked at Sun Xiaoya, and said, I'm not harboring any illusions. I just don't think he'll kill me. He's already taken the Xingyue group away, and I've lost everything, even the home and family I've lived in for so many years. I am already miserable enough. Does Yi Tianqi really have the heart to continue targeting me, to the point of forcing me to death? I don't believe it. I don't think so. Lin Xingyue didn't think so. He believed that Yi Tianqi should at least leave her a glimmer of hope. Also, when people are in desperate situations, they always look forward to the arrival of miracles and hope, even if the so-called life-saving straw will break as soon as it is grasped. But when there is no life-saving straw, there is always hope that there will be one.
It's not that Lin Xingyue is too stupid and can't see the reality, but that she wants to give herself some hope, otherwise, she really doesn't have the courage to live. Sun Xiaoya felt that Lin Xingyue was too stupid now and her mind was not clear at all, but looking at Lin Xingyue's expression, she also thought that there was a life-saving straw and hope for turning things around. But she is different from Lin Xingyue. She is now disfigured. Even their hair is not allowed to grow anymore. The tattoos on their faces may be improved through plastic surgery at least. They won't be completely unable to show their faces to others like they are now, but the key problem is that people don't allow it. People just want her to live in this shameful way, live forever, and it will only end when she can no longer live. Okay, Lin Xingyue, then go back and take a good look after you finish reading it. You should give up. You will know how cruel Yi Tianqi's heart is. There is hope. How foolish you are. We are just ordinary people. You know who Yi Tianqi is. We can't beat him at all. We are doomed to have no hope of revenge in this life. Ah, pitiful, sad. We are too stupid, all too stupid. They couldn't win. They absolutely couldn't win. There was no comparison at all. Yi Tianqi, who was once insignificant and a waste in their eyes, suddenly transformed into the famous Qi Zixin. This was the last stone that crushed all their confidence, and it was a stone that they couldn't even carry. Lin Xingyue's eyes dimmed, and she said bitterly, yes, he is not Yi Tianqi, he is still Qi Zixin, the famous Qi Zixin who even Yi Clan's Night Owl dared to be his enemy. What are we? We are just ordinary people born in ordinary families. We were born without the same starting line as them. Their starting point is already the end point that we can never reach no matter how hard we try in this life. How can we seek revenge? What can we use to seek revenge? Lin Xingyue murmured to herself, as if lamenting the unfairness of the world. But this was an unfairness that no one could choose, because one's birth experience was the most uncontrollable thing. But she used this to distinguish herself from Yi Tianqi, which was really too deliberate and too far-fetched, because Yi Tianqi did not get to where he is today because of his background. In fact, because of his background, he was still being hunted by his family. He had never benefited from his family. However, in this situation, no matter what you say, it is useless. The facts are not important. Sun Xiaoya's eyes were originally gloomy, but when she heard these words, her eyes suddenly lit up. Then he became sad for a moment and smiled bitterly. Lin Xingyue's parents are not her biological parents from now on. It seems that this is not a bad thing. On the contrary, it may be a good thing. However, is it possible? As she thought, it was just a daydream. The possibility was slimmer than winning the jackpot for a consecutive year. She was also confused, actually thinking like this. 498, Chapter 498. That's a scene from a movie. She was indeed out of her mind. If she wasn't out of her mind, how could Sun Xiaoya have such an outrageous idea in her mind? No, it wasn't even an idea, just a fleeting thought, and this thought hadn't even become concrete. But even so, Sun Xiaoya felt like she was crazy. This may be the reason why people in despair desire miracles, but the key problem is that this is no longer a desire for a miracle. This is simply a desire for a divine sign. It is a brain disease, and it is not clear-headed. But Lin Xingyue still saw her expression. Lin Xingyue looked at Sun Xiaoya, frowning slightly, and said, Sun Xiaoya, what were you thinking about just now? Are you thinking of some bad ideas that you shouldn't be thinking about again? It's no wonder that Lin Xingyue is wary of Sun Xiaoya. From the bottom of her heart she doesn't want to be on guard against her, but their relationship has been torn apart. It's impossible for her to trust Sun Xiaoya now. Even though the two of them now share the same suffering and can be considered sisters in need, and look to each other for comfort, trust is not that simple. So, when Lin Xingyue saw that Sun Xiaoya's expression was a little strange, she immediately became alert. Just as Lin Xingyue understood Sun Xiaoya also understood Lin Xingyue very well. So, she immediately understood what Lin Xingyue was thinking and rolled her eyes at her. She was not afraid to speak out her thoughts. She thought that speaking out her thoughts would stimulate Lin Xingyue and be considered as a kind of fun. What bad ideas could I have? I was just wondering, since your current parents, Lin Xingyue, are fake, then what about your biological parents? We just talked about the biggest gap between us, Yi Tianqi, and the others, and it's our origins. They were born at a point we could never reach. It's unfair, but we can't change it. So, I was thinking, I can't change this issue of my origin, but what if you, Lin Xingyue, get lucky and your biological parents are very powerful? Then, is there any hope of revenge? After saying this, Lin Xingyue was speechless. She didn't even have the slightest expression of expectation, as if she had never had such an illusion in her heart from beginning to end. Looking at Sun Xiaoya, Lin Xingyue sneered, "Stop daydreaming like this. I think you've really been stimulated and your mind is not clear. Let's not talk about whether I was abandoned or not. If not, then it's fine, but if I was, then these parents who didn't want me back then, do you think they would want me now, especially in my current situation? After hearing this, Lin Xingyue herself felt chilled, but no one could deny the existence of this possibility. No, this was not a possibility, it was a reality. If Lin Xingyue was abandoned back then, how could the person who cruelly abandoned Lin Xingyue back then suddenly appear now and dote on Lin Xingyue? If nothing had happened these days, if Lin Xingyue was still the high-ranking president of the Xingyue Group, or a billionaire, then perhaps, one could still see the true side of human love. But she is not like that anymore, and she has offended such a powerful person who would dare to really disregard the consequences and recognize her as their daughter, bring her home, and compensate and care for her well? It's funny, Lin Xingyue herself knows that this is impossible even if others really want to. It is impossible because they can't afford to offend, no one will put themselves in danger for her, Lin Xingyue. Thinking of this, Lin Xingyue sighed secretly. Perhaps she had it before, but unfortunately, she lost it by herself. Besides, even if they are willing to take me, do you think it's possible to expect them to avenge me? That's Yi Tianqi, that's Qi Zixian, the one who dared not even give Yi Xiao face in this dragon country. There are only a handful of people who can compete with him. Do you think my biological parents can be among this handful? Ha, you really dare to think about it, but I don't even dare to think about it. Lin Xingyue shook her head and said, instead of harboring such unrealistic and impossible ideas, it's better to wait and see whether Yi Tianqi will dare to fight Yi Xiao after arriving in the imperial capital, and whether he can win. Don't forget, his enemies are not just the Yi family, their forces are also enormous. Yi Tianqi, can he win? Sun Xiaoya nodded after hearing this, then gnashed her teeth and roared in a low voice, that's right, Yi Tianqi has gone too far in bullying others. He is insidious and despicable. He is also extremely arrogant and looks down on everyone. He will definitely get his comeuppance, he will definitely get it. Win? How can he win? Don't look at him being so arrogant here, as if no one can control him. However, that is the imperial capital as far as we know. Who are the people he has offended? Lin Xingyue, you don't know. And you still think he can win? Don't dream, just wait and see. It won't be long before we can hear the news that Yi Tianqi has been dealt with. It's a pity that we can't see it with our own eyes. In fact, Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoya had no idea whether Yi Tianqi could win. However, for them, no matter whether they knew it or not, they would not think that Yi Tianqi could win, let alone expect Yi Tianqi to win. They just hoped that Yi Tianqi would lose quickly, and the more miserable the loss, the better. Lin Xingyue nodded. Besides hatred, there was also a hint of complexity in her eyes. She looked back at the hotel gate. She couldn't see the people inside, but she could imagine how glorious and awe-inspiring Yi Tianqi was at this moment. And the person standing next to him should have been me. Originally, I should have been accompanying Yi Tianqi, enjoying this scene of being revered by many bigwigs and looked up to by everyone. What a pity and hateful. Sun Xiaoya, let's go back. I have to go back. Although I already know that the people in this family are not my relatives, I still want to know where I came from and why they raised me. At this point, Lin Xingyue revealed a bitter expression and said, they raised me, but didn't treat me well. It's not abuse, but that's about it. They've already gotten their comeuppance. I don't want to say anything to them now. I am experiencing this hellish life, and they're experiencing it too. It will be even more so in the future, so I want to make a final break with them and get to the bottom of my life. When mentioning her former family, Lin Xingyue's expression became more complicated. She had called them mom and dad for so many years, and they had been relatives for so many years. To say that she hated them was definitely there, and to say that she was annoyed was also beyond doubt. But, even so, suddenly, her relatives became strangers, and they didn't even have a blood relationship anymore. This made Lin Xingyue feel like she was just a small boat on the vast ocean, and suddenly, she had lost everything and couldn't reach the shore. The so-called letting go of hatred was not a complete lie. She didn't need to say or do anything more to know what happened to Lin's mother and Lin Duokai, and she couldn't do anything. They had already been punished, and this punishment might not be lighter than Sun Xiaoya and her. They would suffer in the future. And she needs to know her own life experience. Even if she didn't want to admit it, if she went to look for her own life experience at this time, and if she said that deep down in her heart, Lin Xingyue really had no hope at all, then no one would believe it. Sun Xiaoya also noticed this. 499, Chapter 499 News. Then go back, but you just have to be mentally prepared. At this point, Sun Xiaoya looked at Lin Xingyue, laughed self-deprecatingly, and said, perhaps, this greatest miracle that the whole world would never believe in is really possible. The plot played out in TV dramas and movies has happened to you. You really are the eldest daughter of a wealthy and powerful family who has been reduced to the common people. Sun Xiaoya even laughed when she said this. How could it be such a coincidence? How could this be possible? Movies are just movies, TV series are just TV series, they are fake after all. How can we expect such a plot to appear in reality? Hearing this, Lin Qingyue shook her head and said, I don't hold such hopes, nor do I have such thoughts. However, since things have come to this, I always want to know what my life story is. I may not be able to find my relatives, but how I was adopted by them is something I should be entitled to know. At this time, Lin Qingyue needs an obsession, and her life experience may be an obsession that allows her to have something to do and temporarily forget the current pain. Sun Xiaoya didn't say anything, just looked at Lin Qingyue and smiled, saying, well, let's just say what if this possibility really comes true, you are really the eldest daughter of a wealthy family who has fallen into poverty among the people. Lin Qingyue, will you use me as a scapegoat first, so that you can immediately attack me directly when you no longer need me? Being able to say such words, it is obvious that in Sun Xiaoya's heart, she has never trusted Lin Qingyue from the beginning to the end. This is true, not to mention that she does not trust Lin Qingyue. Lin Qingyue also does not trust her. Lin Qingyue looked at Sun Xiaoya deeply, and at this time, she actually thought about it seriously, as if she might really be that kind of big shot. No, after what happened today, I've seen a lot more clearly. At the very least, your worries are unnecessary. We share a common enemy and share the same misery. Furthermore, the kindness you're showing me, whether true or false, is what I need most right now. So, even if I'm truly a homeless young lady like you say, I won't do anything to you. After all, you're already miserable enough. Lin Qingyue looked at Sun Xiaoya. Isn't this miserable enough? Even if she, Lin Qingyue, dealt with Sun Xiaoya again, it wouldn't make her more miserable than now. Besides, what she said was from her heart. Sun Xiaoya, on the other hand, was not particularly moved, but she did feel somewhat relaxed. She looked at Lin Qingyue and burst into laughter. Alright, Lin Qingyue, I was just joking, but you took it seriously. Even if the world were to end, that kind of scenario would never happen to you. It's very unlikely, really too slim. However, becoming a daughter of a wealthy family is certainly possible. However, revenge is probably not that easy. Revenge, yes, for Sun Xiaoya, she now hates Yi Tianqi to the core and wants revenge, but what is her basis for revenge? What can she use to take revenge? She doesn't even have the qualifications to seek revenge. Lin Qingyue also smiled, and the two of them were able to find joy in the midst of hardship. Drive away now while your car is still drivable. You never know what will happen in the future. Before you leave, buy me a hat. At this point, Sun Xiaoya's eyes burst out with extremely strong hatred. From now on, will she be able to go out? At this moment, no one, whether it was Lin Qingyue, Sun Xiaoya, or even Yi Tianqi who was celebrating Mr. Bai's birthday in the banquet hall, knew that this scene, which almost only appeared in movies and novels, actually happened. Lin Qingyue is not a lady from a wealthy family, to be honest. Her status is so noble that she can crush almost everyone, including the Night Owl, who they thought was extremely powerful before and even now, could only bow his head in front of this identity, and was only worthy of bowing his head. Unfortunately, they don't know it yet, and no one knows it yet, but this news definitely cannot be kept secret for long, because the person who comes to do the final verification is already on the way. Compared to those things that have not happened yet or are about to happen, some people in the imperial capital are now furious and rageful, and the reason is the various accidents that happened in the eastern province today. Yi Shao said that he was accompanying the crown prince and the king of the east, but in fact, in front of the two of them, Yi Shao, an existence that outsiders feared so much, was as weak as a chicken and didn't even dare to breathe. If only Prince Xingshan was present, then everything would be fine. After all, Yi Shao and Prince Xingshan have a relationship, and Prince Xingshan would not be dissatisfied with Yi Shao just because of the so-called lack of respect. However, King Dongtian is here. At this moment, still in the reception room, the banquet had already been prepared, but the King of the East had no appetite, so Prince Xingshan and Night Owl could only sit here and keep him company. There was no way these two had seen how the Eastern King got angry just now. Not to mention them, even the two royal-level priests Feng lay beside Prince Xingshan were like standing in a storm, trembling with fear, their faces pale with nervousness. What is a top-level strongman? Why can the King of East Heaven dominate the world and become the most powerful figure in the heavenly palace after the Emperor Qi Tian disappeared? Now, they have realized it. This is truly terrifying. Just the aura alone makes people feel invincible. Compared to these, what Prince Xingshan and Ye Xiao want to know most is who is this person who was so bold as to dare to provoke the great King of East Heaven. Moreover, according to the previous conversation, I am afraid that it is not just a provocation, this is really a fight. Yunting Tianjun is well known to everyone. In addition to being one of the Tianjins of the Heavenly Palace, he is also the confidant of the Eastern Heavenly King Jin Ascents. Yunting Tianjun represents the face of the Eastern Heavenly King. If someone dares to attack Yunting Tianjun, someone has to believe it if he says that he is not targeting the Eastern Heavenly King. What made Yi Xiao frown the most was that the incident happened in the Eastern Province, and in the Eastern Province, there was his biggest enemy. Recalling some of the things that happened to that person in the past, Yi Xiao always had a vague feeling that the matter might be related to Yi Tianqi. In addition, Yunting Tianjuan's trip to the East Province seemed to be related to the East Province underground world. According to previous news, there was a high possibility of contact between the two sides. Therefore, Yi Xiao felt that this matter was probably related to Yi Tianqi.
But, this is terrifying, and, is it really related?
Not to mention whether Yi Tianqi has the courage to attack Dong Tianwang's men. Even if he has the courage, when did he have the strength to do so? If he really had this ability, would Yi Tianqi still have to hide and remain anonymous for so many years?
Impossible, absolutely impossible. This is probably just a coincidence.
However, although he felt it was impossible, his heart was still beating fast and he had an inexplicable sense of unease, which made him increasingly restless. At this time, news from the Eastern Province had already spread, and someone specially reported to him.
500, Chapter 500, Night Owl's response.
Shock, anger, and fear mixed in with these emotions made Night Owl, who had long been accustomed to smooth sailing, feel a little annoyed and even furious. This kind of thing that was out of his control made him extremely upset. In his opinion, Shi Zixian, or Yi Tianqi, has disappeared for many years. If he really had some ability, he would not have ended up like this. Of course, this does not mean that he looks down on Yi Tianqi. After all, Shi Zixian was able to make such a big name back then, and many people still remember him. Yi Xiao recognizes this. Otherwise, would he have to be so hostile to Yi Tianqi? If someone is hostile to someone he looks down upon, then his level is too low. It is precisely because he thinks highly of Yi Tianqi that Yi Xiao regards him as an enemy. However, the one he thinks highly of is only Shi Zixian in his prime, not the current Yi Tianqi. But what is the result? Yi Tianqi, whom he thought he could manipulate at will and bully however he wanted, suddenly turned into a man-eating beast. Not only was he not much weaker than before, but he seemed even more terrifying. This really made people confused about the situation. People like Shi Xiao, if they die, he doesn't care at all. All he cares about is Yi Tianqi and the things that he can't control. Among them, there was one name that made Night Owl feel overwhelmed, and even in awe.
Emperor Lu. That's right, the name Lu Huang actually appeared. Moreover, he appeared with Yi Tianqi, which was the most unacceptable surprise for Yi Xiao. Most people don't know who Emperor Lu is, but how could Master Shi not know him? An emperor-level warrior who guards the border, has made great contributions, and is full of killing power. This is not something that any emperor can compare to. Even among the emperors, he is a powerful and awe-inspiring existence. He, Emperor Lu, who seemed to be out of touch with the world, who didn't give face to anyone and only followed his own principles, actually stood with Yi Tianqi, and what did he say, to protect Yi Tianqi? This is simply a huge joke. Damn it, this stubborn old man like Emperor Lu, how could he possibly be hanging out with Yi Tianqi, and when did Yi Tianqi even know him? No, absolutely not. This matter must be verified again. But is it necessary to confirm? No one dares to deceive me with such a thing. Moreover, several people all say the same thing, although the statements seem to be slightly different. These so-called differences are just their descriptions. That actual content is the same, that is, Emperor Lu was really there, and that bastard Yi Tianqi actually used some special method to reach the strength of a general. This sickly guy, it seems that he has not been as stable as he seems in recent years. Damn it, it is really despicable. Yi Xiao cursed in his heart. The more he thought about it, the worse his mood became and the angrier he became. In fact, there was no big conflict between him and Yi Tianqi, but what he had said and what he had done over the years had pushed them to a life and death situation among them. The most irreconcilable thing was the engagement with Yi Tianqi's former fiancée from the Tang family. This is the most irreconcilable contradiction. Of course, Yi Xiao was not afraid of the contradiction, even though he now knew that Yi Tianqi was protected by the great god Lu Huang. However, he still had doubts about how much Lu Huang really wanted to protect Yi Tianqi, and what he could do for Yi Tianqi. Moreover, there is one most important reason: he seems to have found a better way to divert the trouble to others. I assent that a good idea. Besides, Yi Tianqi might be involved in this matter. With the existence of Emperor Lu, all the unreasonable things became logical. At this time, Prince Xingshan was feeling a little embarrassed seeing Yi Xiao's gloomy face, as if he was thinking about something. He immediately said with some dissatisfaction, "Yi Xiao, what are you doing? How dare you be in a daze in front of His Excellency Dong Tianwang? Also, what happened just now? I saw that you were a little strange after you came back after going out." Yi Xiao just didn't know how to bring up this topic and open his mouth to express his thoughts when Prince Xingshan handed him a ladder, which was exactly what he wanted. "Your Highness, something did happen. I just found it a little too unbelievable, so I was a little dazed for a moment. I apologize to you and His Excellency the Eastern Heavenly King." Having said that, Yi Xiao showed a hint of hesitation. He wanted to say something, but seemed to be unable to open his mouth. Moreover, he glanced at Dong Tianwang cautiously. Anyone who saw this would think that this might have something to do with Dong Tianwang. Prince Xingshan immediately frowned and said, "Night Owl, don't do such tricks. If you have something to say, just tell me what happened." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao quickly spoke up, "Prince, this is about the Eastern Province. I think it might be related to what the Eastern Heavenly King just wanted to know, but I'm not sure, so I'm still hesitating whether I should confirm it again before telling you." The two words Eastern Province have become sensitive words here today. Moreover, Yi Xiao took the initiative to say that it might be related to the Eastern King, which immediately attracted the Eastern King's attention. However, it just attracted his attention, and King Dong Tian did not think that what Yi Xiao said was related to what he cared about. After all, what he wanted to know was who had attacked Yunting Tianjun and dared to be so disrespectful to him. "Night Owl, do you know?" "Oh, really? Then tell me, I'll judge for myself whether it is true or not." King Dong Tian asked Yi Xiao to speak directly, although he didn't think it had anything to do with the things he cared about. However, since it was in the Eastern Province and people like Yi Xiao were concerned about it, then perhaps it would have some value and he could find some clues from it. It was still unknown. Upon hearing this, Prince Xingshan looked at Yi Xiao and said, "Since His Excellency the Eastern Heavenly King has spoken, Yi Xiao, then you should tell us the details. Remember, speak clearly and don't talk nonsense. Don't exaggerate things that are based on hearsay or unverified facts. Remember, speak clearly and truthfully. Speak only what you know. Do you hear me?" Prince Xingshan obviously knew something about Night Owl. He was afraid that Night Owl would not be able to distinguish the important from the unimportant at this time, talk nonsense, and end up making things worse. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao immediately shook his head, indicating that he couldn't do that. Just kidding, he wanted to do it, but he had to be brave enough. No matter whether it was Prince Xingshan or King Dong Tian, they were people he couldn't afford to offend. He couldn't hide his little thoughts from others. If he really ended up making things worse, he would be the one who suffered.